Nebraska football, a storied institution of athletic excellence, passed away on April 26, 2025, in Lincoln, Nebraska, shortly after the wing-eating contest at the Husker Games, an event that marked the end of its vibrant legacy. Born on November 27, 1890, with its first game against the Omaha YMCA, Nebraska football, affectionately known as the Cornhuskers, lived a remarkable 135 years, leaving an indelible mark on the state of Nebraska, college football, and the nation. Nebraska football rose from humble beginnings to become a powerhouse, achieving 5 national championships: 1970, 1971, 1994, 1995, 1997, 46 conference titles, and 53 bowl game appearances. Its sellout streak at Memorial Stadium, unbroken since November 3, 1962, symbolized unparalleled fan loyalty, with 60,000-strong crowds annually celebrating its spirit. The program produced 3 Heisman Trophy winners: Johnny Rodgers, 1972, Mike Rozier, 1983, and Eric Crouch, 2001, and legends like Tom Osborne, who coached from 1973 to 1997, amassing 255 wins and 3 national titles. Nebraska's black shirt defense, tunnel walk, and sea of red defined college football's cultural landscape, inspiring programs nationwide. The Cornhuskers were a cornerstone of Nebraska's identity, generating $114.3 million annually for Lincoln's economy and uniting communities across the state's prairies. From the Bob Devaney era's first national titles to Osborne's dynasty, Nebraska football fostered pride, resilience, and camaraderie, serving as the state's cultural heartbeat in the absence of professional sports. Its influence extended nationally, shaping recruiting, coaching strategies, and fan engagement models, with Memorial Stadium's electric atmosphere a pilgrimage site for football devotees. Nebraska football's decline began in the early 2000s, marked by coaching transitions and competitive struggles, but its spirit endured until the fateful decision to replace the red-white spring game with the Husker Games in 2025. Intended to modernize, the event's women's flag football, tractor pull, mechanical cow roping, and wing-eating contest drew less than 10,000 fans, a stark contrast to the spring game's 60,000, resulting in a $4 to $8 million economic loss and widespread fan disillusionment. The loss of tradition extinguished the program's soul, signaling its symbolic death on April 26, 2025. Survived by its loyal fans, alumni, and the University of Nebraska-Lincoln community, Nebraska football leaves a legacy of excellence, unity, and innovation. It is preceded in death by its former glory, eroded by modern pressures like the transfer portal and shifting priorities. Memorial services will be held at Memorial Stadium on May 4, 2025, at 2 p.m., with a public gathering to honor its achievements. In lieu of flowers, donations are requested to the Husker Athletic Fund to support future athletic endeavors. Nebraska football will be missed for its electrifying games, communal spirit, and enduring impact on the state and sport it loved.
Francisco Vasquez de Coronado is celebrated as one of the earliest Europeans to explore the Platte River in what is now Nebraska, marking a pivotal moment in the exploration of North America. His expedition, driven by the allure of wealth and mythical cities, significantly contributed to the European understanding of the American landscape. In 1540, Coronado led an ambitious expedition from Mexico into the unknown territories of North America, following rumors of the 7 cities of Cibola, believed to be rich in gold. His journey took him across the diverse terrains of what are now Arizona, New Mexico, and into the Great Plains. While the exact route remains a matter of historical debate, there's a long-standing belief that his path crossed the Platte River, known to the native inhabitants as Nebraskier or Flat Water, in 1541. The Platte River, with its wide, shallow waters, became a significant geographical feature noted during European exploration. This river was not just a physical barrier but a pathway for native tribes like the Pawnee and later for westward expanding America. Coronado's expedition, while primarily focused on finding wealth, inadvertently mapped parts of the American interior, providing some of the earliest European descriptions of the Great Plains environment, including the vast buffalo herds and the native cultures that thrived there. Coronado's exploration brought him into contact with various indigenous peoples, from the Zuni in the southwest to the tribes of the plains. These interactions, though often fraught with misunderstanding and conflict, laid the groundwork for future European engagements in the region. His expedition, despite not finding the wealth he sought, contributed to the knowledge of the continent by documenting the geography, flora, fauna, and human societies of the areas he traversed. Francisco Vasquez de Coronado's exploration efforts were instrumental in opening up the heart of North America to European knowledge. His journey to what might have been the Platte River in Nebraska underscores his role as a pioneer in the exploration of America's interior. His legacy in Nebraska, while partly mythicized, reflects the broader story of European exploration in America, marking the beginning of a long history of discovery, mapping, and cultural exchange in the vast landscapes of the New World.
Nebraska football wrapped up the 2024 season with a 7-6 record, a result that positions them as slightly better than average in the broader context of college football. However, for a program with Nebraska's storied past and high expectations, this record is considered below par. Despite securing a win in the bowl game, this season's tally marks a return to mediocrity for a team that has seen better days. The performance might be the new benchmark for Nebraska football, suggesting that this level of achievement could be as good as it gets moving forward, given the current landscape of college sports. The Huskers started the 2024 season with an impressive 5-1 record, showcasing a team that looked energized and complete. However, the narrative changed dramatically halfway through the season. The team that had shown promise earlier in the year seemed to unravel, leading to a series of losses that highlighted deficiencies in both strategy and execution. Head coach Matt Rhule, known for his motivational speaking, was optimistic at the season's start, but found his tone shifting as the team's performance dipped. Rhule, who has faced criticism for his in-game decisions, particularly his management of time and questionable play calls, eventually made a significant move by replacing the offensive coordinator mid-season. The former offensive coordinator of the Nebraska football team faced criticism for allowing personal issues and a negative attitude to impact his professional responsibilities, which resulted in his demotion instead of termination. His lackluster coaching performance cast doubts on his prospects for future employment, yet he remained on staff due to his long-standing connection with the head coach. This choice has been perceived by many as an error, considering his history of underachievement, indicating the team might benefit from progression beyond this known shortfall. The introduction of a new coordinator, despite his own public controversies, ushered in a strategic refresh and morale uplift, leading to a modest improvement in team performance. This shift underscores the intricate balance between loyalty and effective leadership, offering hope for a revitalization of Nebraska's football program. The 2024 season also marked the debut of a 5-star quarterback recruit, a legacy player whose father played for Nebraska. This quarterback began the season with notable control and accuracy, but faced significant challenges mid-season, attributed in part to the former offensive coordinator's influence. The young quarterback's performance improved under the new offensive coordinator, setting a hopeful tone for future seasons. The landscape of college football has undergone significant transformation, propelled by legal outcomes such as the House v. NCAA settlement, affecting roster limits, scholarship allocations, and the fundamental framework of collegiate athletics. Nebraska, once celebrated for its storied history, now navigates this altered terrain where competitive balance seems to be shaped more by progressive policies and administrative initiatives focused on diversity, equity, and inclusion, rather than the traditional values of hard work, teamwork, and competitive spirit. The NCAA's shift to a 105-player roster limit for the 2025 season, replacing the earlier 85 scholarship cap, is perceived by some as a method to introduce liberal ideological changes under the guise of equalized opportunities, signaling a significant cultural shift. This policy has raised concerns regarding the potential decline of the walk-on tradition at Nebraska, where most walk-ons hail from the state's largely white population. Critics contend this move might be part of a broader plan to change the demographic composition of college football teams, particularly affecting programs like Nebraska, renowned for providing opportunities to non-scholarship athletes to showcase their talent. These athletes, often viewed as undiscovered gems or dreamers, now see their chances diminished, which some attribute to the NCAA's underlying agenda. The influence of external policies originating from questionable sources concerning players' safety and development indicates a move to intertwine sports with political and social agendas. This shift is perceived by critics as an encroachment by subversive forces, intent on altering college football's foundational values and traditions. They fear that the sport, once defined by athletic achievement and teamwork, is now being reshaped to fit broader ideological narratives, potentially diluting its core essence. Nebraska fans are left to navigate these changes, with the understanding that the championship days of the past are not likely to return in this new era. The Huskers are now positioned to be a team with average seasons, occasionally punctuated by better years, but without the dominance they once enjoyed. The team's facilities, history, and fan base remain strong, yet the sport itself is in flux, with rules and regulations increasingly influenced by those outside the traditional football community. As Nebraska looks to the future, the balance between maintaining competitive integrity and adapting to these sweeping changes will define its place in college football. The 2024 season, with its ups and downs, might just be as good as it gets for Nebraska football in this transformed landscape.
The journey from Africa to Nebraska encapsulates a complex migration saga, driven by two primary systems and shaped by the divergent policies of U.S. administrations. At one end lies the United Nations High Commissioner for Refugees, UNHCR, a structured legal pipeline that methodically resettles individuals from African camps to places like Omaha, offering welfare support and a path to integration. At the other, a shadow network of smugglers propels travelers through South America's perilous routes to the U.S. border, promising speed but delivering risk, with no safety net upon reaching Nebraska. These dual pathways, illustrated by a woman navigating UNHCR's vetting or a man enduring smuggler-led treks, form the backbone of African migration to the Midwest, though they are not the whole story. Beyond them, traditional legal immigration, family reunification, student visas, and clandestine crossings weave additional threads into this intricate tapestry. Together, they deliver thousands annually to Nebraska, a pragmatic endpoint where subsidized housing and labor-intensive jobs await. The UNHCR system, funded by billions in international aid, operates as a deliberate conveyor belt. From sprawling camps across Africa, it prioritizes vulnerable individuals, often women and children, through years of vetting, culminating in publicly funded flights to the U.S. In Nebraska, arrivals access rent assistance, healthcare, and work permits, easing their transition into communities like Omaha's growing African enclaves. Conversely, the smuggler-driven route thrives on cash and urgency. Travelers, often men with fewer resources for legal paths, pay thousands to journey from African hubs to South America, then trek northward, aiming for asylum at the U.S. border. Success lands them in Nebraska's labor pool, but tightened policies can strand them in Mexican encampments, far from their goal. These systems, while dominant, coexist with other routes, visas, family ties, or irregular crossings that further diversify the flow. U.S. policies under Biden, 2021 to 2025, amplified both legal and illicit arrivals, filling Omaha's complexes. Trump's 2025 clampdown stalled them, swelling camps abroad. This report explores these dynamics, dissecting a migration machine fueled by quotas, economics, and human determination, persistently channeling Africans to Nebraska's plains. Part 1. The Dual Pathways and Beyond. Two distinct immigration systems facilitate the movement of Africans to the United States, exemplified by a structured legal pipeline managed by the United Nations High Commissioner for Refugees, UNHCR, and a rugged, smuggler-driven network traversing South America. These primary routes, shaped by shifting U.S. policies under different administrations, consistently deliver individuals to places like Nebraska. For illustrative purposes, a female traveler might navigate the UNHCR's orderly process, arriving in Omaha with access to welfare support, while a male counterpart might rely on smugglers, only to find himself delayed in a Mexican encampment. Notably, these gendered examples serve merely as narrative guides. Individuals of any gender can and do pursue either path, though the UN often prioritizes women and children, while men may more frequently opt for alternative routes due to differing circumstances or resources. Beyond these core systems, additional avenues such as traditional legal immigration, family reunification, student visas, and less documented crossings further diversify the journey from Africa to Nebraska. This series offers a pragmatic examination of a complex, persistent mechanism, one driven less by ideology and more by quotas, economics, and systemic gaps. The UNHCR's legal framework operates as a deliberate, if cumbersome, conveyor belt. An individual might begin in an African camp, one of many funded by international donors and managed by a sprawling network of humanitarian organizations. With billions allocated annually, the UNHCR oversees millions displaced across the continent, distributing essentials like food and shelter through its partners. Priority within this system often favors those with dependence or heightened vulnerability, a calculus that can expedite processing for some over others. The journey culminates in a vetted resettlement to the U.S., typically after years of waiting, with travel costs borne by public funds through entities like the International Organization for Migration. Upon arrival in Nebraska, the newcomer enters a structured support system: temporary rent assistance, emergency health care, and eventual work authorization, designed to integrate them into communities like Omaha, where affordable housing and labor-intensive industries await. In contrast, the smuggler-driven route offers a faster, riskier alternative. An individual might secure passage from an African hub to South America, leveraging lax entry protocols or modest bribes to board a flight. This path demands significant upfront investment, often thousands of dollars sourced from family or bartered assets, followed by a grueling overland trek through multiple countries. Success hinges on reaching the U.S. border, where an asylum claim might grant entry, leading to self-reliant settlement in Nebraska without the safety net of welfare programs. The efficiency of this illicit system, however, faces disruption under tightened border policies, stranding travelers in makeshift camps far from their intended destination. These two systems dominate the narrative, yet they are not exhaustive. Other channels, legal visas secured through embassies, family petitions, academic opportunities, or clandestine border hops, contribute to Nebraska's growing African diaspora. Each route reflects a blend of opportunity and obstacle, shaped by policy swings and practical realities. Together, they form a multifaceted migration machine, one that persists through decades of administrative adjustments, delivering hundreds annually to the American Midwest with varying degrees of formality and support. Part 2. The UNHCR's legal pipeline. The UNHCR's resettlement process represents a cornerstone of legal migration from Africa to the United States, channeling individuals through a highly structured, internationally funded system. An individual might start in one of the agency's camps scattered across the continent, facilities sustained by billions in donor contributions from nations like the US and European powers. These camps, often sprawling and overcrowded, serve as temporary hubs where the UNHCR and its partners, nonprofits and local governments, manage the distribution of food, shelter, and basic medical care. Within this framework, Eligibility for resettlement hinges on a meticulous vetting process, with priority often extended to those with dependents or compelling cases. A policy that can elevate certain profiles over others based on bureaucratic criteria rather than universal need. Once selected, the journey to the U.S. unfolds methodically. Under the Biden administration, which concluded in January 2025, this pipeline operated at a steady hum. Thousands were relocated annually, their flights coordinated and funded through the International Organization for Migration, a UN-affiliated body reliant on taxpayer dollars. Arrival in Nebraska, particularly in cities like Omaha, triggers an immediate support package. A few months of rent assistance, access to emergency health care, school enrollment for children, and eventually a work permit. These benefits aim to ease the transition into local economies, where industries such as meatpacking offer accessible, if demanding, employment. Language barriers and cultural adjustments persist as challenges. Yet the system is engineered to absorb these newcomers, placing them in affordable housing complexes that have become focal points for community growth. The process, however, is not without its frictions. The years-long wait in camps, coupled with rigorous security screenings, can stall even the most eligible candidates. Local reception in Nebraska varies. Some residents view the welfare provisions with a wary eye, questioning the allocation of resources to non-citizens. Under Biden's tenure, the pipeline's output peaked, delivering hundreds to Omaha annually, a flow that bolstered the state's African population, but also strained public perception of the system's fairness. The mechanism's reliance on international funding and domestic political will render it vulnerable to shifts in policy, a reality that became starkly evident with the transition to a new administration in early 2025. This legal pathway stands as a testament to a global commitment to orderly migration, yet its execution reveals a pragmatic undercurrent. The UNHCR's quotas and donor-driven budgets ensure a steady churn of cases, less a humanitarian triumph than a managed exchange of people for resources. For those who navigate it, the route offers a rare, if slow, ticket to stability in places like Nebraska, provided the political winds in Washington allow the planes to keep flying. Part 3. The Smuggler's Hustle. Parallel to the UNHCR's legal framework runs a shadow system powered by smugglers, a network that thrives on speed, cash, and calculated risk. An individual opting for this route might begin in an African city, pooling resources, money from relatives, proceeds from sold possessions, to purchase a one-way ticket to South America. Countries with lenient visa policies or porous enforcement serve as entry points, where modest payment can secure passage past immigration checks. This initial leg, while costly, is merely the prelude to a punishing overland journey through jungles, deserts, and border zones, all orchestrated by a smuggling industry estimated to generate billions globally. The goal? The U.S. border, where an asylum claim might unlock entry. Under the Biden administration, this path proved viable for many. Crossing into the U.S. often led to release pending legal proceedings, allowing travelers to reach Nebraska independently. Omaha's meatpacking plants and low-cost housing became natural endpoints, where self-sufficiency replaced the welfare support offered to legal arrivals. The journey, though swift compared to UN vetting, carried steep personal costs. Debts in the thousands, physical exhaustion, and the constant threat of detention or violence. Hundreds made it annually, blending into the state's African enclaves without fanfare or public assistance. The landscape shifted dramatically with Donald Trump's inauguration on January 20th, 2025. A reinstated Stay South policy, echoing his first term's border controls, halted progress for many mid-journey. Encampments in Mexico, ramshackle clusters, now holding thousands, became bottlenecks, with smugglers adapting by raising fees to circumvent heightened patrols. For those caught in this limbo, Nebraska recedes from reach, the promise of work and stability deferred indefinitely. The system's resilience persists, however. Operators continue to profit, adjusting routes and prices to exploit gaps in enforcement. This illicit hustle underscores a stark, transactional reality. Unlike the UNHCR's subsidized pipeline, the smuggler's route demands payment up front and offers no safety net. Success depends on individual grit and the whims of border policy. Its appeal lies in its immediacy, bypassing years of bureaucratic delay. Yet its pitfalls are equally pronounced. Stranding in foreign camps, financial ruin, or outright failure. For Nebraska, the arrivals via this channel add to the state's demographic tapestry. But their journey reflects a raw, unfiltered pursuit of opportunity, one that bends but rarely breaks under administrative pressure. Part 4: Systems Compared and Other Paths. The UNHCR pipeline and smuggler network, while distinct, share a common endpoint: Nebraska. The legal route delivers hundreds annually, often with a higher proportion of women and families due to UN prioritization, landing them in Omaha with structured support. The smuggler's path, favored by those seeking speed or lacking UN eligibility, brings a steady stream, frequently men, into the same communities, albeit without public aid. Both systems capitalize on human displacement, one for institutional quotas and donor funding, the other for raw profit. Congestion marks their weak points. African camps overflow with waiting applicants, while Mexico's border sites swell under tightened U.S. controls. Their differences are equally pronounced. The UN process, though legal, moves at a glacial pace, its vetting and welfare perks funded by taxpayers. The smuggler's route, illegal and self-financed, offers rapid transit, but no guarantees. Success hinges on border porosity and personal resources. Biden's policies amplified both, easing legal flights and border crossings alike. Trump's 2025 clampdown froze the former and slowed the latter, shifting the burden to foreign holding zones. Beyond these dominant systems, other pathways from Africa to Nebraska merit attention. Traditional legal immigration, work visas, family-based petitions, or diversity lottery wins channels a smaller, select group through U.S. embassies. These avenues, while lawful, demand patience, fees, and often sponsorship, yielding a trickle of arrivals to Nebraska's urban centers. Student visas offer another entry, with Africans enrolling in universities, some overstaying to join the workforce. A costly, limited option. Less visible are irregular crossings, bypassing camps and South America entirely. Smugglers might ferry individuals via Canada or maritime routes, depositing them into the U.S. underground, where some surface in Nebraska's labor pool. These alternatives, though real, lack the scale and visibility of the UN and smuggler systems. Together, this array of routes paints a fuller picture of migration's mechanics, legal grinds, illicit dashes, and everything between. Nebraska absorbs them all. Its meatpacking plants and affordable housing a quiet magnet. Yet the state's role remains a passive one, shaped by forces far beyond its borders. Part 5: Administration's Angles and Historical Context. U.S. policy has long dictated the ebb and flow of African migration to Nebraska, with the Biden and Trump administrations offering contrasting blueprints. Biden's tenure, 2021 to 2025, opened the taps wide. The UNHCR pipeline peaked, flying thousands from camps to welfare-supported homes in Omaha, while smugglers exploited lax borders to deliver millions nationwide, hundreds reaching Nebraska. Legal visas and family reunification flowed more freely, too, amplifying the state's African influx. The approach prioritized volume. Camps emptied faster, complexes filled, though it drew scrutiny for its scale and cost. Trump's second term, beginning January 20th, 2025, reversed course. Legal resettlement flights halted abruptly, stranding candidates in Africa, while border closures parked smuggler-led travelers in Mexican camps. Nebraska's arrivals dipped. Hundreds still trickled through legal backlogs or smuggling cracks, but the chokehold tightened. Camps overseas and south of the border swelled, a visible consequence of control over chaos. The shift didn't dismantle the systems. It merely redirected their pressure points. This oscillation builds on decades of precedent. The 1980 Refugee Act under Carter laid the groundwork, admitting tens of thousands annually through measured UNHCR resettlement. Reagan, Clinton, Bush, and Obama tweaked the pace. Camps drained gradually, borders saw quieter illicit flows, and legal channels like visas chugged along. Trump's first term, 2017 to 2021, squeezed both, reducing flights and tightening borders. Biden's reversal unleashed them. Trump's 2025 return locked them down again. Through it all, Nebraska has remained a steady recipient, its African population growing incrementally under each administration's adjustments. Never fully stemmed, never fully unleashed. The interplay of policy and migration reveals a system in constant flux, bending to political will without breaking. Its persistence owes less to design and more to momentum. Quotas, cash, and human determination keep it turning, delivering a steady stream to the Midwest regardless of who holds the reins. Conclusion: the journey from Africa to Nebraska, as chronicled in this series, reveals a multifaceted migration system that has delivered countless individuals to the American Midwest through a blend of structured legal channels, illicit smuggling networks, and lesser-known pathways. At its core, this is how Africans have arrived in Nebraska, thousands annually settling into Nebraska's communities and labor pool, their presence a testament to a persistent, adaptable machine shaped by policy, economics, and determination. The UNHCR's legal pipeline and the smuggler-driven route stand as the twin pillars of this movement, each carving distinct trails from African origins to Nebraska's plains, while additional routes like visas, family ties, and irregular crossings layer in complexity. Together, these paths explain the demographic tapestry now woven into the state's fabric. The UNHCR system, with its camps and vetting, has funneled many into Nebraska under a banner of order and welfare. Individuals, often prioritized if they have dependents, endure years of processing before landing in Omaha with rent assistance and work permits, a slow but subsidized passage funded by international donors and U.S. taxpayers. Conversely, the smuggler's hustle offers a swifter, riskier alternative, drawing others from African hubs through South America to the U.S. border. These travelers, self-financed and without a safety net, reach Nebraska through on-foot power, only to face delays or detours when policies tighten. Both systems, despite their contrasts, converge on the same endpoint: Nebraska's labor-driven communities, where meatpacking and agricultural-related jobs await. Beyond these dominant routes, other avenues have quietly contributed to the flow. Traditional legal immigration, visas won through lotteries or skills, brings a select few, while family reunification steadily grows Nebraska's African population and Omaha's enclaves. Student visas, though limited, add another thread, with some overstaying to join the workforce. Irregular crossings, shadowy and untracked, round out the picture, slipping individuals into Nebraska's underground economy. Each path, whether legal or illicit, underscores a singular truth. Africans have reached Nebraska through a web of options, each shaped by opportunity and obstacle. U.S. administrations have played a pivotal role in this narrative. Biden's tenure opened floodgates. UNHCR flights soared, smugglers thrived, and legal channels hummed, pouring thousands into Nebraska. Trump's 2025 return slammed them shut, stranding many in African or Mexican camps. The leaks persist through smuggling cracks and backlogs. Decades prior, from Carter's 1980 framework to Obama's steady pace, set the stage for this ebb and flow, a system tweaked but never dismantled. This oscillation explains the timing and volume of arrivals, yet the outcome remains constant: Nebraska as a destination. In essence, the Africans in Nebraska got here through an obstinate, tangled network. UNHCR's conveyor, smugglers' detours, and a patchwork of alternatives, propelled by quotas, cash, and gaps. Omaha and all of Nebraska bear witness to their arrival, a pragmatic endpoint for a journey that bends to policy but rarely breaks. This is their route, From Africa to Nebraska, a migration machine that keeps turning, delivering Africans to the Midwest's heartland.
Nebraska's universities, once bastions of academic pursuit, have now become epicenters of racial agitation and race-based unlawful mistreatment through their so-called diversity, equity, and inclusion policies. These institutions, ranked from UNL to Grace University, have systematically adopted practices that favor racial diversity over competence, effectively discriminating against white students and faculty. The following critique unveils the dark underbelly of these DEI initiatives, exposing how they've been weaponized to subvert civil rights laws, which are in and of themselves fraudulent and subversive laws that can and have been selectively applied in order to promote the activities they were supposedly supposed to stop. But since these disruptive laws exist, there should be a focus on their misuse and how these institutions apply and abuse them. These institutions involved in egregious misconduct are promoting inequality and unjustifiably favoring certain groups under the guise of inclusivity for fraudulent purposes. The following are the rankings of the top 20 universities in Nebraska, based on data from various sources. This document includes factual summaries of the diversity, equity, and inclusion offices and initiatives at these institutions, along with documentation of allegations concerning the application of civil rights laws and discrimination policies. Several universities have adopted specific terminologies for diversity, equity, and inclusion. These terminologies are criticized for leading to practices that contradict the principles they ostensibly endorse, resulting in environments described as hypocritical and academically divisive, which are unlawful under the very laws these institutions use to augment and justify their discrimination. Number 1. University of Nebraska-Lincoln. The University of Nebraska-Lincoln has ostensibly dismantled its Office of Diversity and Inclusion, redistributing its functions under various departmental guises. This strategic rebranding does not reflect a cessation of discriminatory practices but rather a continuation of an anti-white agenda now veiled from legal and public scrutiny. UNL has effectively ignored civil rights statutes, creating an academic environment where merit is subjugated to racial considerations, thus systematically disadvantaging white students and faculty in admissions and employment. Number 2. Creighton University. Creighton University's Office of Institutional Diversity and Inclusion serves as a clear example of how diversity policies can be perverted to serve discriminatory ends. Under the banner of a Jesuit institution, Creighton employs its moral authority to advance a policy where racial identity supersedes individual merit in academic and professional opportunities. This approach not only disregards the fundamental principles of equality but also contravenes civil rights by selectively enforcing diversity at the expense of fairness. Number 3. University of Nebraska at Omaha. UNO's Office of Diversity, Equity, Access, and Inclusion (DEAI) epitomizes how diversity can be weaponized against a segment of the population. This office has become synonymous with anti-white bias, manipulating institutional processes to favor racial quotas over merit in both hiring and admissions. Such deliberate marginalization of a significant portion of its academic community undermines the institution's commitment to equal opportunity, reflecting a policy deeply at odds with civil rights principles. Number 4. University of Nebraska at Kearney. UNK's Office of Diversity and Inclusion stands accused of fostering divisiveness by prioritizing racial diversity over individual merit. Their initiatives have created an atmosphere where white individuals are marginalized, with access to opportunities systematically curtailed. This office's approach to diversity directly challenges civil rights by promoting a divisive ideology that undermines the pursuit of true equality in academia. Number 5. Nebraska Wesleyan University. Nebraska Wesleyan's Multicultural Affairs Office exemplifies the transformation of DI into a divisive tool. Rather than fostering unity, this office promotes policies that disadvantage white students, potentially relegating them to secondary status in favor of a diversity metric. This not only questions the ethical foundation of the institution but also places it in a precarious position legally, as such practices might contravene the civil rights legislation intended to prevent discrimination based on race. Number 6. Doane University. Doane University's Diversity and Inclusion Committee is a stark illustration of how the concept of a colorblind society has been abandoned in favor of a racially engineered academic environment. By prioritizing race over merit in both admissions and hiring, this committee actively discriminates, flouting the principles of equal opportunity. Their actions suggest a deliberate strategy to manipulate diversity policies to achieve discriminatory outcomes under the pretense of inclusivity. Number 7. Hastings College. Hastings College's Diversity and Inclusion Committee has transformed the academic pursuit into a battleground of racial metrics over merit. This committee's policies actively discriminate against white students and staff, promoting an institutional culture where diversity is measured by racial composition rather than academic or professional excellence. This approach not only affronts justice but also risks legal repercussions for its disregard for equal treatment under the law. Number 8. Bellevue University. Bellevue University's Diversity, Equity, and Inclusion Council represents a critical juncture where the pursuit of equity has led to the subversion of meritocracy. This council has established a framework where white individuals are marginalized, often in favor of less qualified candidates who fit the diversity criteria. Such practices under the guise of promoting equity are, in reality, a calculated exploitation of civil rights laws to discriminate against whites, highlighting a significant ethical and legal lapse. Number 9. Midland University. Midland University's Office of Diversity, Equity and Inclusion is a glaring example of how DEI can be used to disadvantage white individuals. The policies enacted by this office are indicative of a deep-seated bias, where opportunities are not awarded based on merit but on racial identity. This is not a promotion of equity but rather a perpetuation of inequality under the deceptive guise of diversity. Number 10. Concordia University, Nebraska. The Diversity Committee at Concordia University, Nebraska utilizes its Christian ethos to mask racial discrimination. By designing DEI policies that give preferential treatment based on race, this committee violates the principle of equal protection under the law, betraying the Christian values of fairness and love for all. Number 11. Peru State College. Peru State's Diversity and Inclusion Task Force has redefined diversity as a means for racial exclusion. Rather than promoting an equitable academic environment, this task force focuses on ensuring lesser representation of white individuals, which is not only a perverse interpretation of inclusivity but also a direct violation of civil rights. Number 12. Wayne State College. Wayne State's Office of Inclusive Excellence is ironically a center for racial manipulation. By concentrating on racial quotas rather than merit, this office has engineered a system where white students and faculty face inherent disadvantages, thereby mocking the civil rights laws meant to ensure equality. Number 13. Chadron State College. Chadron State's DEI initiatives, managed by the Office of Equity, Inclusion and Multicultural Affairs, are criticized for promoting anti-white bias. Their policies utilize diversity as a justification for discrimination, transforming inclusivity into exclusion under a different label. Number 14. College of St. Mary. At the College of St. Mary, the Office of Diversity and Inclusion is paradoxically an agent of exclusion. This office has reimagined equality as racial engineering, where white individuals are systematically overlooked in favor of those who enhance the racial diversity of the college. This practice not only mocks the essence of civil rights but also uses gender inclusivity as a smokescreen for racial discrimination, betraying the spirit of educational justice. Number 15. Clarkson College. Clarkson's Diversity and Inclusion Council is accused of distorting admissions and faculty hiring to favor racial diversity over merit. Such actions not only discriminate but might also be considered fraudulent, given the misrepresentation of their commitment to equality. Number 16. York College. York College's Office of Diversity and Inclusion is implicated in creating an environment where white students are systematically less favored. Their DEI policies pose a direct challenge to civil rights by using race as the primary criterion for opportunity allocation. Number 17. Summit Christian College. Summit's Diversity and Inclusion Task Force is accused of using Christian ideals to justify racial discrimination. Their policies represent a betrayal of Christian principles, prioritizing racial division over unity. Number 18. Nebraska College of Technical Agriculture. This college's diversity committee manipulates opportunities to disadvantage white students, using DEI as a facade for racial favoritism, which starkly contravenes the intentions of civil rights legislation. Number 19. Union College. Union's Diversity and Inclusion Committee is criticized for policies that disadvantage white individuals under the banner of diversity, actions that could be seen as criminal misrepresentation. Number 20. Grace University. Post-merger, Grace's legacy of DEI through its former Diversity and Inclusion Office is marked by accusations of using civil rights as a tool for racial engineering, systematically disadvantaging white individuals in potentially criminal ways. The rampant misuse of diversity, equity, and inclusion policies across Nebraska's universities showcases a disturbing trend where the pursuit of diversity, falsely labeled, has led to real corruption and criminal activity under current civil rights and anti-discriminatory laws, resulting in blatant discrimination against white individuals. These institutions have not only breached ethical boundaries but potentially the law as well, manipulating civil rights to serve a divisive agenda. This systemic bias, hidden behind offices with names like Diversity and Inclusion or Equity, Access and Inclusion, serves as a stark reminder of how subversive intentions, cloaked under flowery names, are perverted into tools of exclusion. It's imperative that these practices are legally scrutinized and that corrective measures are implemented to restore the integrity of Western education and merit-based academic achievement. The universities must dismantle these discriminatory structures and recommit to a merit-based system where race does not dictate opportunity. Without such accountability, these institutions continue to foster an environment of racial animus, undermining the very values of fairness and justice they claim to uphold. The time for action is now, to ensure that education remains a field where merit reigns supreme.
Nebraska's media landscape, encompassing newspapers, radio stations, and television outlets, languishes under corporate domination, where investors and flawed diversity, equity, and inclusion policies undermine local journalism, delivering uniform content that betrays the state's communities. Corporate media companies prioritize profit over authentic reporting, stifling Nebraska's voice with standardized narratives that erase the unique perspectives of its rural and urban citizens. DEI policies intensify this crisis by diverting resources from substantive journalism to performative agendas, weakening newsroom integrity and public discourse. These policies serve as corporate tools, prioritizing superficial metrics over merit, ensuring media reflects external agendas rather than Nebraska's priorities. Corporate ownership and DEI initiatives destroy Nebraska's media autonomy, sidelining the state's citizens in favor of profit-driven interests. The corporate takeover has reshaped Nebraska's media, with major companies acquiring local outlets and imposing centralized editorial control. Newspapers, once reflective of community voices, now share identical headlines and designs due to reliance on wire services like the Associated Press and corporate content management systems, creating homogenized news. Television and radio stations depend on syndicated programming, reducing coverage of local concerns such as rural broadband access, water management policies, municipal governance, infrastructure projects, and economic development initiatives. Investors enforce cost-cutting measures that slash newsroom budgets, prioritizing revenue over quality journalism, ensuring national narratives overshadow community-specific issues, leaving Nebraska's media bereft of regional identity. DEI policies, adopted by corporate media, fail to serve communities, functioning as mechanisms for corporate image building rather than genuine journalism. These initiatives prioritize diversity quotas over merit-based hiring, misallocating resources to superficial metrics that disrupt newsroom operations and undermine journalistic credibility. Public distrust in these policies, evident in widespread criticism, exposes their role as external agendas that prioritize corporate and political interests over authentic reporting. In a state with a predominantly white demographic, DI policies often alienate local audiences by imposing frameworks ill-suited to Nebraska's cultural context, further eroding trust in media institutions. Corporate domination, combined with DI's failures, ensures Nebraska's media serves external masters, delivering content that reflects profit-driven and politically motivated priorities over the needs of rural and urban communities. The 1996 Telecommunications Act, by relaxing ownership restrictions to allow corporations to acquire multiple media outlets across regions, thereby enabling centralized control and reducing local competition, facilitated this corporate takeover, stripping Nebraska's media of its independence. By removing caps on ownership, the act allowed companies to consolidate newspapers, television, and radio stations, replacing local voices with standardized directives. Investors, prioritizing revenue, drive this erosion by enforcing budget cuts that limit quality staffing and investigative journalism. The resulting media landscape, marked by uniform reporting and flawed DI efforts, delivers news that reflects corporate and political priorities over community concerns. This report examines corporate consolidation, investor influence, DEI policy failures, and biased news content, using evidence from the prior conversation to expose how these forces destroy local journalism and impose external narratives. It emphasizes the betrayal caused by corporate control and DEI fallacies, demanding a return to local ownership to restore Nebraska's media integrity and ensure content reflects the state's true priorities. Part 1. Corporate acquisitions stifle local voices. The 1996 Telecommunications Act, by lifting restrictions on media ownership and permitting corporations to acquire multiple outlets across regions, fostered centralized control and diminished local competition, enabling Lee Enterprises to dominate Nebraska's newspapers, controlling 9 of the top 10, including the Omaha World Herald, Lincoln Journal-Star, North Platte Telegraph, Kearney Hub, Scottsbluff Star-Herald, Columbus Telegram, York News-Times, Fremont Tribune, and Grand Island. Independent, acquired in 2020 from Berkshire Hathaway's BH Media Group. Gray Television owns television stations like WOWT in Omaha and KOLN/KGIN in Lincoln/Grand Island, while iHeartMedia and NRG Media manage radio stations such as KFAB and KLIN. This consolidation produces uniform content, with headline echoes and cookie-cutter journalism undermining Nebraska's public by diminishing regional distinctiveness, despite some outlets maintaining corporately influenced local coverage. Lee Enterprises newspapers, including the Omaha World Herald, Lincoln Journal-Star, and Columbus Telegram, deliver identical layouts and associated press content, reflecting cost-saving strategies that produce standardized stories aligned with corporate agendas. These outlets include local coverage, but it is shaped by corporate-driven initiatives and angles that mirror national narratives, betraying Nebraska's public by prioritizing profit over authentic regional reporting. Gray television stations combine regionalized broadcasts with local coverage molded by corporate priorities, aligning with national corporate narratives. iHeartMedia's KFAB and NRG's KLIN include local coverage tailored to corporate agendas, alongside syndicated programs that emphasize national corporate narratives, compromising Nebraska's unique media voice. The 2007 acquisition of the York News-Times by Lee Enterprises integrated this outlet into a corporate framework, aligning its local coverage with the standardized model of Lee's portfolio, where content reflects corporate-driven angles that serve corporate agendas. Gray Television's 1987 purchase of KOLN unified television operations, ensuring stations like WOWT deliver regionalized broadcasts with local content shaped by corporate priorities. Radio stations acquired by iHeartMedia and NRG Media in the early 2000s incorporate local coverage slanted by corporate initiatives, alongside ad-driven syndicated content that follows national corporate narratives, betraying Nebraska's public by prioritizing revenue over genuine reporting. Centralized control strips editors of the ability to produce unique content, with standardized templates creating a homogenized media product across Lee's newspapers, such as the Fremont Tribune and Gray's stations. iHeartMedia's KFAB delivers nationalized narratives alongside local coverage skewed by corporate agendas, reinforcing corporate priorities over regional concerns. This uniformity, driven by corporate consolidation, ensures Nebraska's media serves as a conduit for corporate interests, with both national and local content reflecting profit-driven agendas. The reliance on Associated Press content and syndicated programming across newspapers, television, and radio creates a media landscape that prioritizes profit over journalism, betraying Nebraska's public by delivering content that reflects corporate interests rather than community values. This corporate dominance necessitates a return to local ownership to revive authentic reporting that reflects Nebraska's priorities. Part 2. Investor pressures prioritize profit over communities. Investors prioritize profit over Nebraska's media, eroding local journalism by enforcing budget cuts that betray community priorities. BlackRock, Vanguard Group, Cannell Capital, Gamco Investors, PIMCO, and Berkshire Hathaway hold significant stakes in publicly traded media companies like Lee Enterprises, Gray Television, iHeartMedia, and EW Scripps. These investors treat Nebraska's media as revenue-generating assets, slashing budgets to favor syndicated content over in-depth reporting, ensuring community priorities are overshadowed by national narratives that lack regional relevance. Lee Enterprises, owning the Omaha World Herald, Fremont Tribune, North Platte Telegraph, Kearney Hub, Scottsbluff Star Herald, Columbus Telegram, York News Times, Lincoln Journal-Star, and Grand Island Independent, faces relentless pressure from Cannell Capital's 8.6% stake to reduce operational costs, limiting resources for quality journalism. This financial squeeze ensures newspapers rely on Associated Press content, producing uniform headlines that align with corporate agendas rather than community interests. Gray Television, with BlackRock's 15.3% stake, consolidates newsrooms for stations like WOWT in Omaha and KOLN/KGIN in Lincoln/Grand Island, favoring regional broadcasts that prioritize cost efficiency over localized reporting to iHeartMedia's KFAB. Backed by PIMCO's 10% stake, airs syndicated programs alongside local content shaped by corporate policies and talking points, aligning with national narratives that prioritize corporate revenue goals over authentic community needs. Hearst Television, owning KETV in Omaha, avoids some investor pressure as a family-owned entity, but focuses on urban markets, often neglecting broader Nebraska priorities in favor of corporate strategies. Private companies like NRG Media and Alpha Media, owning KLIN and K4, answer to investors like Berkshire Hathaway, centralizing content to maximize revenue and aligning with national narratives that betray community trust. The 1996 Telecommunications Act enabled this consolidation by allowing corporations to dominate multiple media outlets, fostering uniform narratives that serve investors over citizens, betraying the public's right to authentic journalism. Investor pressures produce headline echoes across Lee's newspapers, with Associated Press content dominating to minimize expenses, creating a homogenized media product that lacks regional distinctiveness. Gray stations, such as WOWT, prioritize profit-driven regional programming, sidelining community-specific content. iHeartMedia's KFAB and NRG's KLIN, despite local coverage, incorporate syndicated shows that reflect certain corporate priorities, undermining Nebraska's media autonomy. The 2007 acquisition of the York News Times by Lee Enterprises exemplifies this loss of autonomy as newspapers shift to corporate oversight, ensuring media reflects investor-driven agendas rather than community needs. This financial grip transforms Nebraska's media into a tool for corporate agendas, with investors like BlackRock and Vanguard enforcing budget cuts that limit investigative journalism. The reliance on syndicated content across Lee's newspapers, Gray stations, and iHeartMedia's radio outlets creates a media landscape that prioritizes revenue over authenticity, betraying Nebraska's public by delivering approved narratives detached from regional character. The corporate stranglehold ensures that media serves as a mouthpiece for investor priorities, neglecting the public's need for independent reporting. This betrayal demands a return to local control to restore journalistic independence, ensuring Nebraska's media reflects community priorities rather than corporate profits. Part 3. DI policies promote anti-white agendas. DI policies in Nebraska's media companies promote anti-white agendas, prioritizing diversity hires over merit-based hiring, weakening newsrooms and betraying community needs in a predominantly white state. Lee Enterprises, Gray Television, iHeartMedia, EW Scripps, Hearst Television, NRG Media, and Alpha Media implement public DI policies that favor unqualified hires to meet corporate quotas, undermining journalistic quality. These policies serve corporate and political interests, exploiting diversity initiatives to advance social engineering in a state ill-suited for such agendas, prioritizing external priorities over authentic journalism. Lee Enterprises, controlling 9 of Nebraska's top 10 newspapers, including the Omaha World Herald, Lincoln Journal-Star, North Platte Telegraph, Kearney Hub, Scottsbluff Star-Herald, Columbus Telegram, York News-Times, Fremont Tribune, and Grand Island Independent, enforces DI policies that prioritize diversity hires, leaving papers like the Scottsbluff Star-Herald with underqualified staff, diminishing the quality of community event coverage. Gray Television, owning stations like WOWT in Omaha and KOLN/KJAN in Lincoln/Grand Island, implements DI initiatives that favor quotas over expertise, weakening the depth of municipal governance reporting. iHeartMedia's KFAB, despite covering Nebraska governance, adopts leftist talking points disguised as conservative, mixing personalities with liberal viewpoints to align with corporate agendas, betraying listeners with inauthentic content that prioritizes external narratives over community trust. EW Scripps, operating KMTV in Omaha and Hearst Television, managing KETV, focus DI efforts on urban markets, neglecting rural communities, and aligning with corporate goals that undermine local relevance. NRG Media and Alpha Media, owning KLIN and K4, implement public DI policies that prioritize anti-white hiring, favoring unqualified staff to meet corporate quotas, resulting in diminished journalistic integrity. These policies reflect corporate strategies to cut costs by hiring less experienced personnel, exploiting DI to advance social engineering in a predominantly white state, betraying Nebraska's communities by prioritizing external agendas over merit-based journalism. Nebraska Public Media, aligned with National Public Radio and Public Broadcasting Service values, produces fake news from the government, delivering content that Nebraskans reject for its lack of credibility, with 2025 federal funding cuts reflecting public disinterest in its politically motivated narratives. Omaha Public Schools KIOS, also tied to National Public Radio, promotes similar DI-driven fake news, ignored by Nebraskans who favor numerous alternative listening options for their reliability and relevance. These outlets prioritize corporate and political agendas, using DI to justify content that lacks authenticity, further eroding public trust in Nebraska's media landscape. Corporations adopt anti-white DI policies in a predominantly white state to align with political agendas and advance social engineering, betraying communities by prioritizing corporate posturing over merit. These policies weaken newsrooms by favoring unqualified hires, ensuring media serves external interests rather than local priorities. The corporate imposition of DEI undermines authentic journalism, as companies exploit diversity quotas to meet superficial goals, neglecting the need for skilled journalists who can deliver credible reporting. This betrayal necessitates a rejection of anti-white DI policies to restore newsroom integrity, ensuring Nebraska's media prioritizes community values over corporate-driven social and political agendas. Part 4. Slanted content betrays community trust. Corporate ownership imposes slanted content on Nebraska's media, replacing authentic journalism with nationalized narratives that betray community trust. Lee Enterprises newspapers, Gray television stations, and iHeartMedia's radio outlets rely on syndicated content, producing headline echoes that align with corporate agendas. External partisan outlets like the Nebraska Independent further distort discourse, serving corporate and political interests over public needs, while locally owned outlets like the Norfolk Daily News and WJAG resist these influences, preserving community-focused journalism. Lee Enterprises newspapers, including the Omaha World Herald, Lincoln Journal-Star, North Platte Telegraph, Kearney Hub, Scottsbluff Star-Herald, Columbus Telegram, York News-Times, Fremont Tribune, and Grand Island Independent, produce uniform headlines through Associated Press content, driven by BlackRock and Cannell Capital's budget cuts. These outlets include local coverage shaped by corporate-driven initiatives, reflecting angles that mirror national corporate narratives, undermining community trust. Gray Television's WOWT in Omaha and KOLN/KGIN in Lincoln/Grand Island deliver regionalized broadcasts with local content molded by corporate priorities, aligning with national narratives that prioritize revenue over authenticity. iHeartMedia's KFAB and NRG Media's KLIN air syndicated programs alongside local coverage tailored to corporate policies and talking points, compromising Nebraska's unique media voice with content that serves corporate interests. The Nebraska Independent, launched in 2024 with Democratic funding, delivers partisan content disguised as local news, undermining trust by promoting external agendas that prioritize political goals over community needs. Nebraska Public Media, aligned with National Public Radio and Public Broadcasting Service values, produces fake news, delivering skewed content that Nebraskans reject for its lack of credibility, with 2025 federal funding cuts reflecting public disinterest. Omaha Public Schools KIOS, also tied to National Public Radio, promotes similar fake news, ignored by Nebraskans who favor numerous alternative listening options for their reliability. In contrast, PBC's family-owned Norfolk Daily News and WAG resist corporate influences, maintaining robust coverage of community governance, school boards, economic development, and infrastructure projects in Norfolk. These outlets, deeply rooted in community values, prioritize authentic reporting, covering local events like city council meetings, educational initiatives, and regional business growth without succumbing to syndicated narratives, serving as exemplars of independent journalism that reflect Nebraska's true priorities. This homogenized news, known as cookie-cutter journalism, ensures Nebraska's media serves corporate interests, with both national and local content reflecting profit-driven agendas. Lee's newspapers, Gray's stations, and iHeartMedia's radio outlets deliver slanted local coverage alongside syndicated programming, betraying Nebraskans by prioritizing corporate goals over community trust. The corporate stranglehold, evident in the uniform content across these outlets, contrasts sharply with the independent stance of Norfolk Daily News and WJ, which uphold community-focused journalism. This betrayal necessitates a return to local ownership to restore authentic journalism that prioritizes Nebraska's needs over corporate agendas, ensuring media reflects community values rather than external priorities. Conclusion: corporate control undermines Nebraska's authentic journalism. Nebraska's media, dominated by corporate control, suffers from uniform content and anti-white DI policies that betray communities by prioritizing external agendas over local journalism. Lee Enterprises, controlling 9 of the top 10 newspapers, including the Omaha World Herald, Lincoln Journal-Star, North Platte Telegraph, Kearney Hub, Scottsbluff Star-Herald, Columbus Telegram, York News-Times, Fremont Tribune, and Grand Island Independent, alongside gray television stations like WOWT and KOLN/KGIN, and iHeartMedia's radio outlets like KFAB, backed by investors such as BlackRock, Vanguard, and Berkshire Hathaway, deliver syndicated narratives that align with corporate priorities. The 1996 Telecommunications Act, by relaxing ownership restrictions, enabled this consolidation, eroding resources for authentic journalism. DEI policies promote anti-white agendas, prioritizing unqualified hires over merit and undermining newsroom integrity in a predominantly white state. Investor-driven budget cuts, led by firms like Cannell Capital with an 8.6% stake in Lee Enterprises, limit resources at newspapers, ensuring reliance on Associated Press content that produces headline echoes across outlets like the Fremont Tribune. Gray Television, under BlackRock's 15.3% stake, consolidates newsrooms for WOWT, delivering regionalized broadcasts shaped by corporate agendas. iHeartMedia's KFAB, backed by PIMCO's 10% stake, and NRG Media's KLIN Air syndicated programs alongside local coverage molded by corporate policies, aligning with national narratives that prioritize revenue over community trust. The Nebraska Independent, launched in 2024 with Democratic funding, delivers partisan content disguised as local news, manipulating discourse to serve external political agendas, further eroding public confidence in Nebraska's media landscape. Nebraska Public Media, aligned with National Public Radio and Public Broadcasting Service values, produces fake news from the government, delivering skewed content that Nebraskans reject for its lack of credibility. With 2025 federal funding cuts reflecting public disinterest. Omaha Public Schools KIOS, also tied to National Public Radio, promotes similar DEI-driven fake news, ignored by Nebraskans who favor numerous alternative listening options for their reliability. In contrast, PBC's family-owned Norfolk Daily News and WJG stand as beacons of authentic journalism, preserving local focus on community governance, school boards, and economic development in Norfolk, free from corporate or DI distortions. These outlets resist the homogenized narratives of corporate media, prioritizing community values and serving as models for independent reporting. Corporate adoption of anti-white DI policies in a predominantly white state serves political and social engineering motives, alienating communities and undermining authentic journalism. These policies, implemented by Lee Enterprises, Gray Television, iHeartMedia, EW Scripps, Hearst Television, NRG Media, and Alpha Media, favor unqualified hires to meet corporate quotas, weakening newsrooms and betraying public trust. The corporate stranglehold, driven by investors prioritizing profit, ensures Nebraska's media serves external interests, delivering content that reflects corporate and political priorities over community needs. This betrayal demands a return to local ownership, free from corporate control and anti-white DI initiatives, to restore a media landscape that reflects Nebraska's true priorities, ensuring journalism prioritizes community values over external agendas.
The Nebraska Cornhuskers head into the 2025 football season with a fan base caught between faint hope and growing dread. After a 6-6 record in 2024 snapped a 7-year bowl drought, third-year head coach Matt Rule faces intense scrutiny for his erratic leadership and a coaching staff that critics slam as a dysfunctional mess. Projections peg Nebraska as an average Big Ten team, likely scraping together 4 to 6 wins, with a best-case scenario of 7 and a worst-case plunge to as few as 2. A roster packed with potential, bolstered by high-profile transfers and young talent, is at the mercy of Rule's questionable decisions, epitomized by the catastrophic 2025 Husker Games, a spring debacle that has become a symbol of the program's woes. As the Cornhuskers prepare to take the field at Memorial Stadium, this comprehensive season preview dives into the team's roster, coaching, schedule, and prospects, revealing a program teetering on the edge of progress or collapse.
The coaching crisis, Rule's house of cards. Matt Rule's tenure in Lincoln is under fire. Once celebrated for turning around Temple 10-4 in 2015 and Baylor 11-3 in 2019, he now faces accusations of being a blabbermouth idiot whose poor decisions cost winnable games. His 6-6 record in 2024 was a step forward, but losses to UCLA and Illinois exposed his shaky in-game management. Off the field, his choices have been even more perplexing, none more so than the 2025 Husker Games, a spring event that replaced the traditional spring game and descended into chaos. Billed as a showcase of skill competitions, it unraveled as players struggled, prompting Rule to abruptly cut events and add a last-minute scrimmage after fan outcry. His manic microphone-wielding presence, barking orders like a deranged ringmaster, earned the event the grim label "The Day Nebraska Football Died." The fiasco highlighted Rule's indecisiveness and inability to handle pressure, a troubling sign for a season that demands steady leadership. The coaching staff is a lightning rod for criticism, blending Rule loyalists, unproven newcomers, and holdovers with tarnished records. Dana Holgorsen, promoted to offensive coordinator mid-2024, brings a track record of high-flying offenses from West Virginia and Houston. His air raid system could elevate Raiola, but his limited time at Nebraska and modest 2024 improvements leave questions. John Butler, the new defensive coordinator, inherits a top-tier unit but lacks college play-calling experience, risking a step back from 2024 success. Mike Ekeler, hired to fix the special teams disaster, has energy but is also a disaster himself, and his faux aggressive style could backfire without discipline. Marcus Satterfield, demoted to tight ends coach after running a dreadful 2024 offense, remains a focal point of fan and player frustration. Labeled a drunk loser with a bad attitude, his retention is a head-scratching decision that underscores Rule's loyalty to underperformers. Players reportedly blame Satterfield for stunting Raiola's growth, and his continued presence threatens to undermine the tight end group. Other assistants, like offensive line coach Donovan Raiola and defensive backs coach Evan Cooper, face scrutiny for inconsistent units, while newcomers like defensive assistant Phil Snow and defensive line coach Terry Braden bring experience, but unproven college results. Recruiting staffers Jamar Mosey and Keith Williams have bolstered Nebraska's classes, but their off-field roles offer no game day relief. The staff's hyper-phony, tough guy persona, as critics describe, creates a culture of bravado over substance. Rule's micromanaging, evident in his Husker Games antics, smothers player confidence, and fosters a perception of a clown show more focused on posturing than winning. With 3 new coordinators and 7 new hires, the staff's lack of cohesion could derail a talented roster. A roster built on hope, threatened by chaos. Nebraska's 2025 roster is a high-stakes experiment, blending returning stars, untested underclassmen, and a slew of transfers who could either spark a turnaround or fracture the locker room. At the center is sophomore quarterback Dylan Raiola, a former 5-star recruit whose 2024 season was a tale of two halves. He threw for 2,819 yards, 13 touchdowns, and 11 interceptions, completing 67% of his passes, and helped Nebraska to a 3-0 start and a brief AP poll ranking, the program's first since 2019. But a mid-season collapse, marked by poor decisions and visible frustration, raised red flags. Many point fingers at Rule's mismanagement and the disastrous play calling of former offensive coordinator Marcus Satterfield, whose offense ranked a woeful 111th in scoring at 23.8 points per game. Raiola's off-season work, shedding weight to boost mobility, offers promise, and new offensive coordinator Dana Holgorsen's air raid system could unlock a 3,000-yard, 20-touchdown season. Yet, Raiola's occasionally goofy demeanor and lapses in focus leave doubts about his ability to lead under pressure. The running game rests on junior Emmett Johnson, who emerged as a star late in 2024, averaging over 5 yards per carry and racking up 484 all-purpose yards in the final 4 games. His dual-threat ability is a bright spot, but the running back room is razor-thin, with injury-prone veterans Gabe Irvin Jr. and Romer Johnson offering little reliability. The receiving core, a potential strength, is led by freshman standout Ja'Cory Barney Jr., who hauled in 55 catches for 447 yards in 2024. Transfers Dane Key from Kentucky and Nizia Hunter from Cal bring size and speed, respectively. But knitting them together with returners like Isaiah Nair risks chemistry issues if playing time becomes contentious. The offensive line, a sore spot in 2024, welcomes transfers Rocco Spindler from Notre Dame and Elijah Pritchett from Alabama, joining returners like Teddy Prochaska. If coach Donovan Raiola, dogged by criticism for inconsistent run and pass protection, can forge this group into a cohesive unit, the offense could take a significant step forward. At tight end, Auburn transfer Micah Riley Ducker and Nate Borkircher provide depth, but their progress is clouded by Satterfield's presence as coach, a move that reeks of Rule's baffling loyalty to a proven failure. On defense, Nebraska's 2024 unit was a standout, ranking 11th nationally in total defense at 312.8 yards per game. The loss of sack leader Ty Robinson Hurts and new defensive line coach Terry Braden, a former NFL assistant with scant college experience, faces a steep challenge with players like Nash Hutmacher and Norfolk State transfer Tyus Fields. The linebacker group, led by 7th-year veteran Javin Wright, 51 tackles in 2024, and Sun Belt Defensive Player of the Year Marquez Watson-Trent from Georgia Southern, is a strength, with Oklahoma transfer Dasa McCullough adding athleticism. The secondary, anchored by safety Deshaun Singleton, 71 tackles in 2024, must improve after faltering against top Big Ten passers. New defensive coordinator John Butler, promoted from secondary coach, lacks college play calling experience, raising fears that the defense could slip from its 2024 heights. Special teams were an outright disaster in 2024, with 10 blocked kicks exposing a glaring weakness. New coordinator Mike Ekeler, fresh from Tennessee, brings energy and kicker John Hall returns, but the unit's overhaul isn't proven. Rule's failure to address this issue sooner fuels the narrative of a coach out of his depth. The transfer portal has been a double-edged sword, injecting talent but threatening team unity. With 5 to 7 transfers, Key, Hunter, Spindler, Pritchett, Watson-Trent, McCullough, and Riley Ducker expected to start or play heavily. Returning players like Nair or defensive back Malcolm Hartzog may resent lost opportunities. While these newcomers are high caliber, the lack of continuity could breed animosity, especially if early losses mount. Nebraska's 19th ranked 2025 recruiting class and early 2026 commitments, including quarterback Dayton Raiola, signal a bright future. But the immediate task is molding this disparate roster into a cohesive unit. The schedule, a gauntlet awaits. Nebraska's 2025 schedule offers early opportunities, but a brutal Big Ten slate. The season opens with winnable games against Cincinnati, Akron, and Houston Christian, setting the stage for a potential 3-0 start. But the meat of a schedule, road trips to Michigan and Penn State, plus home clashes with USC and Iowa, presents daunting challenges. The October 25th showdown at Ohio State could define the season. A competitive showing would signal progress, while a blowout could unravel morale. Games against Rutgers, Indiana, and Wisconsin offer upset potential, but demand flawless execution. Bowl eligibility at 6 wins is the baseline goal, with a potential matchup against another average team. Early wins are critical, as the back half of the schedule is unforgiving. Rule's history of dropping winnable games suggests Nebraska will need to steal at least one upset to reach a bowl. The outlook, a season of fragile hope. Nebraska's 2025 season rests on 3 pillars: Raiola's growth, transfer integration, and coaching execution. Holgerson's offense could push the team toward 30 points per game, a marked improvement from 2024's anemic output. The defense, despite losses, should remain a top 25 unit with Singleton and Watson-Trent leading the way. Special teams must avoid the catastrophic failures of 2024 to keep games competitive. Yet, Rule's track record casts a long shadow. His penchant for self-inflicted wounds, evident in the Husker games and 2024's late season stumbles, suggests he'll cost Nebraska at least 2 winnable games through poor decisions. The transfer-heavy roster risks locker room tension if early losses pile up, as returning players may resent displaced roles. While a 9-win season is theoretically possible with perfect execution, Rule's erratic leadership and the staff's inexperience make it a long shot. Best case, Raiola flourishes, transfers gel, and Nebraska capitalizes on early games, finishing 7-5 or 8-4 with a bowl win, signaling a program on the rise. Likely case, inconsistent play and coaching blunders lead to a 5-7 record, missing a bowl and fueling calls for change. Worst case, poor cohesion and Rule's missteps result in a 2-10 or 3-9 disaster, reigniting demands for his firing. Final prediction, Nebraska staggers to a 5-7 record, with Raiola showing flashes of brilliance, but Rule's mismanagement, epitomized by the Husker Games debacle, derailing any chance of sustained success. The Cornhuskers remain a middling Big Ten team, far from the glory days of Tom Osborne. Fans will watch with bated breath, hoping for a miracle, but bracing for another season of frustration under a coach whose flaws are increasingly impossible to ignore.
On April 26, 2025, the University of Nebraska's Memorial Stadium, once a cathedral of college football, became the stage for a spectacle so disastrous it may have sealed the fate of the Cornhuskers' storied program. The Husker Games, a poorly conceived replacement for the traditional red-white spring game, were not merely a disappointment but a catastrophic failure that exposed the depths of mismanagement plaguing Nebraska football. Marketed as an innovative showcase of 7-on-7 competitions and skills drills, the event, also known as the Nebraska Games or Fall Sports Preview, delivered a chaotic, embarrassing mess that alienated fans, repelled recruits, and tarnished a legacy built over decades. With fewer than 10,000 attendees compared to the 60,000 who typically pack the stadium for the spring game, the Husker Games marked a precipitous fall for a program that once defined excellence. This was no mere misstep, it was a death knell, a culmination of 2 decades of poor leadership from coaches, athletic directors, and university officials, with head coach Matt Rhule's decisions serving as the final nail in the coffin. The Husker Games, or as they could aptly be called, the day Nebraska football died, have left the program in a state from which it may never recover. A tradition dismantled, the cancellation of the spring game. The decision to replace the red-white spring game with the Husker Games was a profound error, rooted in a misguided attempt to prioritize caution over tradition. In early 2025, Rhule announced the cancellation of the spring game, citing fears of player injuries and the risk of talent being poached through the transfer portal. These rationales were flimsy and insulting to a fan base that understands football's inherent risks. Injuries are a reality in any physical sport, whether in practice or public exhibitions, and shielding players from a spring game does little to mitigate this truth. The notion that a single scrimmage would expose players to significant scouting or poaching was equally absurd. In the modern era, players are already known quantities, tracked through game film, recruiting networks, and constant communication with rival programs. A spring game would not alter this dynamic, yet Rhule used it as a pretext to dismantle a cherished ritual that unites Nebraska's football community. The red-white game is more than an exhibition. It is a cultural cornerstone, a springtime celebration that draws families, alumni, and fans across generations to Memorial Stadium. With attendance often rivaling that of major programs, it underscores Nebraska's unique passion for football in a state where the sport is a way of life. Replacing this tradition with the Husker Games, a hodgepodge of skills contests, a women's flag football game, and other peripheral activities, was a grave miscalculation. The event structure, inspired by the NFL's Pro Bowl, was fundamentally at odds with Nebraska's football ethos, which craves the intensity of competitive play, not contrived spectacles. By prioritizing a sanitized, low-risk format, Rhule and the athletic department underestimated the emotional weight of the spring game, setting the stage for a debacle that would reverberate far beyond April 26. A bait-and-switch, the unadvertised scrimmage and missing 7-on-7 drills. The execution of the Husker Games was a masterclass in disorganization, epitomized by a last-minute decision to include a live scrimmage that went largely unadvertised. Just 9 days before the event, on April 17th, Rule reversed his earlier stance and announced a scrimmage for third and fourth string players, a move that contradicted the cancellation of the spring game. This scrimmage, featuring walk-ons and roster hopefuls competing for spots on the new 105-man NCAA roster, was a genuine opportunity to showcase local talent and engage fans. Yet, inexplicably, it was not promoted. Promotional materials continued to emphasize 7-on-7 drills and skills competitions, leaving fans unaware that real football, complete with tackling and full gear, would be played in Memorial Stadium. This failure to communicate was a critical error, as Nebraska's loyal fanbase would have rallied to support a scrimmage highlighting homegrown players fighting for their place on the team. Instead, the lack of promotion contributed to a paltry attendance, a stark rebuke to the athletic department's priorities. Compounding the confusion was the cancellation of the 7-on-7 drills, which had been heavily marketed as the event's centerpiece. These drills, billed as a modern pass-heavy showcase, were meant to highlight offensive skill and entertain fans with dynamic plays. Their absence was a baffling betrayal, leaving attendees who expected a lively display of athleticism with nothing but frustration. The bait and switch, advertising one format and delivering another, demonstrated a profound lack of respect for fans who invested time and money to attend. The scrimmage, while a welcome surprise for those present, was limited in scope, excluding starters and most second-string players. A more thoughtful approach could have balanced fan expectations with rules concerns. Starters could have participated in limited low-contact series in half pads, followed by a full scrimmage for reserves. Such a structure would have preserved the spring game's competitive spirit while showcasing the roster's depth. Instead, the athletic department's failure to adapt or communicate effectively squandered a chance to celebrate Nebraska's football heritage, leaving fans feeling deceived and disregarded. Skills competitions. A parade of embarrassment. The skills competitions, intended to highlight player talent and engage the crowd, were a catastrophic failure, exposing a roster unprepared and a coaching staff out of touch. Poorly designed and inadequately rehearsed, these contests set players up for public humiliation rather than success, raising serious questions about the program's readiness and depth. The quarterback skills competition was a disaster, with one notable exception: Dylan Raiola. The sophomore quarterback delivered the event's only highlight, tossing a football 45 yards into a basketball hoop with pinpoint accuracy, a display of arm talent that underscored his status as the program's cornerstone. Beyond Raiola, however, the competition was a debacle. Other quarterbacks struggled to hit moving targets, tackling dummies, or crossbars at distances of 30 to 50 yards. Their throws were consistently short, off-target, or underpowered, revealing a troubling lack of arm strength and precision in the quarterback room. The targets should have been placed closer, 15 to 20 yards, to ensure competitive success and avoid embarrassment. The coaching staff's failure to anticipate these struggles or adjust the setup was a glaring oversight, leaving fans questioning the program's future at its most critical position. The bench press competition was equally disheartening, exposing deficiencies in player strength that are unacceptable for a Big Ten program. Some players struggled to lift 225 pounds more than a few times, a shocking display for Division I athletes, particularly linemen, who should be capable of 10 to 20 reps by their junior year. The inclusion of coaches in the event was a misguided attempt at engagement, but the real outrage came from Rule's ostentatious pledge of $5,000 per bench press rep to a youth mentoring program. This stunt, resulting in over $100,000 pledged in a single afternoon, was less a charitable act than a tone-deaf display of wealth from a coach earning nearly $10 million annually. In a state where many residents earn less than $100,000 a year, Rule's casual disbursement of such sums felt like a mockery of Nebraska's working-class values. The mentoring program, once well-intentioned, has faced criticism for its recent direction, further undermining the gesture's sincerity. Other competitions were similarly disastrous. The kicking and punting contests saw shanks and misses, with targets placed too far for most players to succeed. Kickers struggled to make field goals, and punters failed to land balls in designated areas, requiring an alumnus to step in and salvage the display. The strongman challenge, involving tractor pulls over 40 yards, left participants exhausted and ineffective when a shorter distance would have sufficed. The media challenge, where local reporters caught footballs from a machine, revealed a troubling collusion between the athletic department and a compliant press, which later produced glowing recaps that ignored the event's flaws. The John Cook roping roundup, led by the volleyball coach, was an absurd spectacle, with players clumsily attempting to lasso fake cows in a stunt that had no place in a football event. The wing eating contest, a promotional gimmick for a corporate sponsor, was a grotesque display of former players and coaches failing to eat 100 wings in 3 minutes, leaving sauce and debris strewn across tables in a fittingly chaotic end to the day. The receiver skills competition, where players tried to catch lobs and land on padded mats, was cancelled mid-event after repeated drops and missed landings, encapsulating the event's incompetence. Recruiting, a catastrophe with lasting consequences. The Husker Games were a recruiting disaster, alienating high school prospects and cementing Nebraska's reputation as a program in decline. Recruits in attendance appeared lost, confused, and neglected, wandering aimlessly without meaningful engagement from coaches or staff. The lack of organization, from abrasive hosts herding prospects to cramped, subpar seating in the stands, signaled that recruiting was an afterthought. Forcing these young athletes to watch a women's flag football game and a series of failed skills contests, rather than a competitive spring game, was a profound miscalculation. Top-tier prospects, who have options at programs with vibrant spring games and passionate fanbases, saw nothing to inspire confidence in Nebraska's direction. The event's chaos and lack of competitive football sent a clear message: this is not a serious program. No high-caliber recruits are likely to commit to Nebraska after this debacle, and the program's ability to attract even mid-tier talent is now in jeopardy. Nebraska's recruiting challenges are already significant, given its remote location, harsh winters, and competition from programs in more appealing climates. The Husker Games added a new and insurmountable barrier: embarrassment. Prospects who witnessed the event or heard of its failures will not entertain the idea of playing for a program that subjects its players to such public humiliation. The promise of scholarships and endorsement deals is not enough when the program's reputation is one of disorganization and incompetence. Recruits want to play for winning teams, for coaches who inspire confidence, and for programs that respect their craft. The Husker Games demonstrated that Nebraska offers none of these, ensuring that the program's talent pipeline will dry up, leaving it unable to compete in the Big Ten or beyond. A program unpoachable, but at what cost? Ironically, the Husker Games may have achieved one unintended outcome, making Nebraska's players unpoachable. The abysmal performances in the skills competitions and the disorganized scrimmage likely convinced rival coaches that Nebraska's roster lacks talent worth pursuing. No opposing program will look at the players who struggle to hit targets, lift weights, or complete basic tasks and see potential transfers. However, this is a hollow victory, achieved at the cost of the program's prestige and future viability. By showcasing incompetence, Nebraska has deterred both recruits and rival programs, but it has also alienated its fanbase and undermined its own aspirations. The program's reputation as a destination for serious football players is in tatters, and the Husker Games have ensured that Nebraska is no longer a place where top talent wants to play, or even visit. A legacy of mismanagement. The Husker Games were not an isolated failure but the culmination of 2 decades of mismanagement by coaches, athletic directors, and university leaders. Successive administrations have made questionable decisions, from coaching hires to strategic priorities, that have eroded Nebraska's once dominant position in college football. Rhule's tenure, marked by this debacle, represents the latest and most damning chapter in this decline. His decision to cancel the spring game, only to reinstate a poorly promoted scrimmage, reflects a leadership style that is reactive, indecisive, and disconnected from the fanbase. The athletic department's complicity in this fiasco, from its failure to communicate changes to its endorsement of the Husker Games' flawed format, underscores a broader institutional failure. The university, tasked with stewarding Nebraska's football legacy, has allowed this erosion to continue unchecked, prioritizing short-term caution over long-term vision. The impact of the Husker Games extends beyond the university, threatening football across the state. Nebraska's high school and small college programs rely on the Huskers' success to inspire young athletes and maintain the state's football culture. By undermining this foundation, the university risks diminishing the sport's vitality at all levels. The Husker Games were a public display of ineptitude, a signal to aspiring players and fans that Nebraska football is no longer a source of pride but a source of embarrassment. Conclusion: an irreversible decline. The Husker Games of April 26, 2025, will be remembered as the day Nebraska football's decline became irreversible. The event's conceptual flaws, from the cancellation of the spring game to the ill-fated embrace of skills contests, were compounded by an execution so chaotic it defied comprehension. The failure to promote a live scrimmage, the cancellation of promised 7-on-7 drills, and the embarrassing skills competitions alienated a fanbase that once filled Memorial Stadium with 60,000 voices. The recruiting fallout ensures that Nebraska will struggle to attract the talent needed to compete, while the program's reputation lies in ruins. Matt Rule, the athletic department, and university leadership bear responsibility for this catastrophe, a culmination of 2 decades of poor decisions that have brought a once proud program to its knees. Nebraska football, as it was known, is dead, and the Husker Games were its funeral, a disorganized, humiliating spectacle that no fan, player, or recruit will soon forget. The worst is yet to come, and the road to recovery, if it exists, is impossibly steep.
In the heartland, where the sky and the earth engage in an ancient, endless waltz, the great settlers discerned the ethereal promise of the plains. With dreams as vast as the horizon they beheld, they embarked on their journey, hearts laden with the weight of hope, wagons groaning beneath the burden of their earthly belongings. Here, in this sacred expanse, the land spoke to them in whispers of abundance. They envisioned fields of golden grass, bending and swaying in the tender caress of the wind, of pioneers wandering freely beneath the expansive, cerulean dome of the sky. This promise was not merely one of fertile, rich soil, but of a life untethered, where freedom stretched as infinitely as the heavens above, where each dawn brought the birth of new possibilities. The essence of this promise of the plains is still woven into the fabric of time, shrouded in the enigmatic veil of what is yet to come. Once a vision of expansion, of boundless land and liberty, it now stands at the crossroads where the echoes of history meet the whispers of tomorrow. The promise rekindles the question of melding with the aspirations of those great settlers who, through their toil and dreams, sculpted this land. Their legacy whispers through the grasses, bearing witness to the endless opportunities this era offers, embellished with luxuries those pioneers could scarcely imagine. This land once again faces the challenge of balance, preserving its abundance in an era where the climate moves to an unpredictable rhythm. This promise has evolved, weaving together the threads of old and new, speaking in the language of heritage from the great settlers, of shared dreams that span across time, and of new promises still in the womb of the future. Thus, the promise of the plains, a saga of life, love, and the unquenchable flame of human hope, gazes towards a horizon always in the distance. This horizon of existence holds within it infinite possibilities, the growth of the self, the forging of new bonds, adventures that beckon, and challenges that test the very essence of our being. It is a tapestry of known aspirations and unknown surprises, where the lessons of love and the shadows of loss are the brushstrokes on our journey's canvas. It offers both the excitement of discovery and the stern test of resilience, painting a vibrant picture of potential futures. As we ponder this promise, we must consider how this story adapts, how it transcends the original promise, urging us to write our own verse in the grand play of the plains. What new chapters will we author under the whispering, eternal skies of this land? The promise of the plains is not merely a memory or a dream. It is an ongoing dialogue between the past and the future, between the land and those who walk upon it, between the heavens that watch over and the earth that cradles us. In this poetic dance of existence, we are both the inheritors and the creators of this promise. Each step we take, each seed we sow, each song we sing on these plains adds to the melody of this timeless promise. The land, with its golden fields, its whispering winds, and its ever-changing skies, invites us to dream anew, to see beyond the horizon, to find in its embrace the freedom, the abundance, and the mystery that the great settlers first sought. Here, in this heartland, under these vast skies, the story of human endeavor and the eternal dance with nature's boundless gifts continues to unfold, the promise of the plains.
Nebraska set out to compile a top 10 greatest blacks for Black History Month, but the state's talent pool proved too shallow, too pitiful to muster even a measly 10. A top 5 was scribbled together, only to expose a lineup so dull and unremarkable it barely registered. Alternative lists took shape, and different names popped up, but through it all, one name stood out, standing above and looming larger than life, hogging the top spot on almost every roster. That black didn't just edge out the competition. He ascended past it, claiming the title of Nebraska's greatest black not through merit or virtue, but because he's the loudest, proudest embodiment of this state's blackness. No top 10, no top 5, just one undeniable king, unanimously selected after careful consideration as Black History Month's Nebraska's greatest black, Mickey Joseph. Joseph clinched this honor for 3 ironclad reasons. He's black, non-negotiable, the baseline credential. He's lived in Nebraska and oozes the unpolished traits you'd expect from a black Nebraskan: brash, unapologetic, and mostly clueless. And most damningly, he mirrors the qualities Nebraskans secretly cherish: stupidity, phoniness, and a weirdo streak that could curdle milk. He's not just a black icon. He's the ultimate Nebraska loser, a smug punk who fits the state's parade of know-it-all nobodies like a glove stitched from cheap lies and cheaper dreams. Mickey Joseph is the greatest because he's more Nebraskan than the average Nebraskan, a fact he'd never admit to but can't escape. Joseph's Nebraska tale kicked off in 1988 as a Cornhusker quarterback under Tom Osborne's hallowed reign. Sticking around until 1991, he was a scholarship-snatching ingrate from day one, a textbook black athlete who grabbed a free ride and sneered at the privilege. Picture him: a little smug loser, an ungrateful punk strutting around Lincoln like he owned it, dripping with fake gangsta vibes while playing the tough guy. He was a wannabe thug, a jerky dweeb too arrogant to see he'd be nothing without football's handouts. Stupid, criminal-minded, and racist to his rotten core, hating the white fans who clapped for his middling runs. Back then, he was already laying the groundwork to be Black History Month's Nebraska's greatest black, a snotty little nobody who thought he was somebody, a blueprint for the jerk he'd become. Fast forward to 2022, and Joseph slid back to Lincoln, hired on March 1st as associate head coach and wide receivers coach under Scott Frost, a washed-up drunk who'd run the program into the dirt. Frost got the axe September 11th after a 1-2 flop, and athletic director Trev Alberts, a perverted subversive with a fetish for trolling Nebraska's Red State faithful, handed Joseph the interim head coach gig. It was a DI hire so shameless it stank. A black coach thrust into the spotlight not for skill, but to let the liberal loons in the administration crow about diversity. Joseph's debut came September 17th against number 6 Oklahoma, a 49-14 spanking that set the tone for his 9-game disaster, a 3-6 record, dragging the season to a 4-8 whimper. He lucked into a 24-17 upset over Iowa and nearly nicked Illinois, but don't be fooled. He was a coaching fraud, a talentless hack who didn't know a playbook from a bar napkin. As Nebraska's first black head coach, he held the state's most sacred job, bigger than the governor's, a throne of prestige, and he turned it into a laughingstock, proving he got every gig because he's black, not because he's good.
Every black in Nebraska united behind Joseph, unanimously declaring him their next head coach, a savior to transform Nebraska football into a ghetto garbage heap. They dreamed of him kicking whites out, pocketing the profits, and partying at the expense of the state's pale majority. A black power takeover from cheats through cleats. Blacks from all across the state and beyond Nebraska's borders chanted his name, pushing him as the permanent pick because he's one of them. The fake news media piled on, Lincoln Journal-Star, Omaha World Herald, ESPN, all the TV and radio hacks, gushing over him 24/7, plastering his face everywhere to prove they weren't racist. These woke clowns and leftist loons endorsed him nonstop, terrified of looking bigoted, desperate to flaunt their love for a black coach no matter how lousy he was. Nebraska fans joined the circus, publicly cheering Joseph to dodge the racist tag, though plenty muttered their disgust over beers in private. Most Nebraskans, at least outwardly, picked him, a majority too wimpy to admit they only back him because he's black, not because he could win. Joseph didn't just want a permanent gig. He lusted after to implement the blackness, a communist-trained, white-hating plot to remake the Cornhuskers in his anti-white image. He's a rabid racist, a black power advocate who despises Nebraska's white backbone, scheming to steal its soul while flashing a fake grin at its fans. He was the university's golden boy, unanimously endorsed by every black in the state and primed to be the next head coach because they wanted a black face in that top job. If he just won one or two more games, say, flip Purdue or Minnesota, he might have clinched it, and Alberts, the DI-pushing creep, would have caved. But his 3-6 stench was too foul. His coaching so abysmal the athletic director couldn't justify it. On November 27th, 2022, Nebraska tapped Matt Rule instead, shattering Joseph's dream of turning Lincoln into his personal territory. He'd held the state's most important post as interim coach, a perch that defines greatness in Nebraska, and he fumbled it. Not because of bias, but because he's a terrible coach who never earned a thing. Three days later, on November 30th, 2022, Joseph's mask ripped clean off. After learning he'd lost a job, he stormed home and unleashed a savage beating on his wife. Priscilla, a tantrum so violent landed him in cuffs. Lincoln police, under Chief Teresa Ewens, spelled it out in the affidavit. He shoved her onto a couch, strangled her, cutting off her air, yanked her hair, and smashed her face, leaving her left eye swollen and red. Her brother watched him choke her, hair strands littering her clothes. A brutal scene fueled by rage over alleged infidelity. Charged with strangulation and third-degree domestic assault, both felonies under Nebraska law. He was axed from the team in December 2022. But here's where his Nebraska greatness peaks. He walked free. By April 5th, 2023, the case collapsed. Priscilla, intimidated, threatened, and reportedly paid off by her thug husband, bolted to Arizona and refused to testify. Prosecutors begged, but she emailed him in February 2023, killing the case. With bruises, a witness, and her initial statement, it was open and shut. Yet the Lincoln justice system, a lapdog to the university football racket, swept it under the rug. Charges dropped without prejudice, legally allowing refiling, though none has. No conviction. His Nebraska ties and insider scams set him loose, a hallmark of Cornhusker greatness. Joseph's a walking Nebraska stereotype. Stupid? Check. He's a brain-dead fraud who faked his way through coaching, a dim bulb handed jobs for his race, not his wits, proving it with every boneheaded call. Phony? He's the phoniest. A fake tough guy from his punk college days, a smarmy liar who played gangsta while secretly a wimp, a fraud who conned his way into the interim gig and flailed. Weird? You bet. A creep into sick, twisted stuff. A freaky weirdo whose oddball stench screams Nebraska. This state loves its idiots, its posers, its freaks. Joseph's a trifecta, a know-it-all loser with a bad attitude who thinks he's special, just like every other Cornhusker clown. He's Black History Month's Nebraska's greatest black, because he's the dumbest, fakest, weirdest black this state's ever put on a pedestal, a perfect fit for its senselessness. Now, Joseph's back in the saddle, hired December 2024 as head coach at Grambling State, a black college where his kind stick together, rewarding their own no matter how rancid their rap sheet. He's a thief who nearly snatched Nebraska's top job, a jerk who cheated through life, a lowlife who beat his wife and slithered free. He stood before white fans, spitting lies. I love Nebraska, best fans anywhere, while hating their guts, a dirty rat plotting to ruin their state. He's a racist who hates whites with passive-aggressive sneer, using them to climb while scheming to steal it all, a low-down punk who thinks he's slick. Mickey Joseph is Black History Month's Nebraska's greatest black, because he's the lowest, dirtiest piece of garbage Nebraska has ever dug up, a rotten coach, a worse husband, and a terrible human who turned an alleged attempted murder in the state into a six-figure salaried head coaching position in another. He's the best the state's black roster has to offer, the definition of Nebraska blackness, arrogant, unaccountable, and thriving on the wreckage he leaves behind. Mickey Joseph stands alone as Black History Month's Nebraska's greatest black, a title he snatched not through valor or victory, but by being the state's loudest, proudest fraud. From his punk days as a racist, scholarship-grabbing student, athlete to his interim coaching debacle, handed to him by a DI-obsessed athletic director, he's proven he's a talentless hack who rode his race to relevance. Every black in Nebraska and beyond crowned him their king, dreaming of a white free football empire, while the fake news media and dim-witted fans cheered, too scared to call out his stench. He nearly stole the state's top job, only to fumble with incompetence, then cemented his greatness by allegedly strangling his wife and dodging justice with Nebraska's insider scams. Now, coaching again, he's living proof blacks shield their own, no matter the rot. Stupid, phony, and weird, he's not just Nebraska's greatest black. Joseph's a perfect Nebraskan, and also a low-life jerk and stupid fraud who hates whites, cheats life, and thrives on wreckage. He's a black reflection in Nebraska's mirror, Black History Month's Nebraska's greatest black, Mickey Joseph.
The women's volleyball program at the University of Nebraska-Lincoln stands as a cultural and economic cornerstone within the state, commanding a fervent devotion that elevates it to a near-sacred institution. Renowned for its athletic excellence and record-breaking attendance, the program profoundly influences its female athletes, shaping their life choices in ways that prioritize sport over traditional roles like marriage and childbirth. The central theme of this critique is the manipulative dynamics of this volleyball culture, which pressures young women to delay their biological and societal roles to serve institutional prestige and financial gain. The inaugural alumni match on August 16, 2025, where the current roster competed against former players, highlighted a stark contrast between youthful athletes, aged 18 to 22, and alumni, aged 22 to 38, many of whom postponed family milestones for athletic careers. This essay examines how the program's intense focus, financial motivations, and societal pressures commodify athletes, sidelining their personal well-being. Within Nebraska's predominantly Christian culture, where family is a sacred value, these dynamics raise theological concerns, particularly evident during the COVID-19 era when health protocols impacted athletes' reproductive potential. This critique explores these issues through four lenses: financial exploitation, coaching control, health impacts of COVID-19 protocols, and the manipulative nature within a Christian context, building to a unified conclusion on the program's detrimental effects on female athletes. The program's success, marked by multiple national championships and consistent sellouts, attracts top talent immersed in a high-pressure environment prioritizing athletic achievement. Current athletes, in their prime reproductive years, face demanding schedules that limit time for relationships, pushing marriage and childbirth to later ages when health risks, such as increased miscarriage rates, rise. Alumni, many of whom pursued professional volleyball or coaching, reflect this trend, often remaining unmarried or childless into their 30s. The financial ecosystem, driven by ticket sales and sponsorships, capitalizes on athletes' youth and attractiveness, while coaches and administrators benefit from their performance. Fans, captivated by the spectacle of tall, athletic women in form-fitting uniforms, celebrate athletic prowess but overlook personal milestones, perpetuating a cycle of delayed family life. The August 16, 2025, alumni match serves as a lens to compare the life choices of current and former players, revealing a system that prioritizes institutional gain over individual well-being. This critique will analyze how these dynamics exploit athletes, undermine their biological roles, and conflict with societal values, exposing a troubling reality where young women are pressured to sacrifice their personal aspirations for the program's glory. Part 1: Financial Exploitation and Commodification of Female Athletes. Nebraska's women's volleyball program generates substantial revenue, exceeding $10 million annually through ticket sales, media deals, and tourism, as demonstrated by the 92,003 attendees at the 2023 Volleyball Day. This economic engine commodifies female athletes, prioritizing institutional profit over their biological and personal well-being. Current athletes, aged 18 to 22 and in their reproductive prime, face intense pressure to extend their careers into their 30s, delaying marriage to ages 28 to 32 and childbirth to 30 to 35, when health risks such as miscarriage, 20 to 30%, and Down syndrome, 1 in 350, increase significantly. Name, image, and likeness deals and sponsorships amplify this pressure as pregnancy breaks risk financial penalties, discouraging motherhood during optimal years when child health outcomes are strongest, with miscarriage rates at 10 to 15%. Alumni, aged 22 to 38 in the alumni match, reflect this trend, with many having pursued professional volleyball or coaching, often delaying or foregoing family life entirely. The university's substantial investment in facilities and coaching salaries creates expectations for athletes to justify these expenditures through victories, not personal milestones. The 2025 alumni match highlighted this dynamic, showcasing the youth of current players against alumni who prioritize careers over family, illustrating how financial incentives steer athletes away from marriage and motherhood. The program's visibility, accentuated by athletes in form-fitting uniforms, attracts sponsors, further commodifying their attractiveness and athletic prowess. This financial-driven system exploits athletes' youth, as their performance sustains the university's brand and boosts the local economy, yet offers no support for family-oriented aspirations. While the program promotes social causes like gender equality, there are no initiatives encouraging athletes' roles as potential mothers, reinforcing a culture where personal lives are secondary to institutional success. This commodification raises profound ethical concerns, as athletes are treated as revenue-generating assets rather than individuals with biological purposes. The financial ecosystem, while providing opportunities like scholarships, prioritizes profit over health, pushing athletes to delay family life and face heightened reproductive risks. The alumni match underscored this cycle, with current players on a trajectory to mirror alumni who postponed family milestones for sport, driven by the program's economic imperatives. This exploitation, rooted in the university's pursuit of prestige and revenue, creates a troubling dynamic where young women's biological potential is sacrificed for institutional gain, perpetuating a system that values athletic achievement over personal fulfillment. Part 2: Coaching Control and Self-Serving Motives. Coaches at the University of Nebraska-Lincoln's women's volleyball program wield significant control over female athletes, manipulating their decisions to prioritize athletic success over personal lives for self-serving motives. The program's demanding schedule, requiring 20 to 30 hours of weekly training and extensive travel, severely limits time for relationships, pushing current athletes, aged 18 to 22, to delay marriage and childbirth to ages 28 to 32 and 30 to 35, respectively. Alumni, aged 22 to 38 in the alumni match, reflect this pattern, with many having pursued professional volleyball or coaching, often remaining unmarried or childless into their 30s. Coaches' emphasis on a championship culture fosters an environment where athletes are molded to meet institutional expectations, not to pursue balanced lives with healthy partnerships. The career advancement of coaches hinges on the program's success, evidenced by Nebraska's multiple national championships and consistent top rankings. By encouraging athletes to pursue professional volleyball or coaching post-college, coaches ensure their own legacy, as alumni success reflects positively on their tenure. This self-serving motive sidelines athletes' personal well-being, as the intense focus on sport leaves minimal room for developing relationships or planning families. The alumni match highlighted this dynamic, showcasing current players under pressure to emulate alumni who prioritize sport over family, delaying milestones to ages when health risks, such as increased miscarriage rates, rise. This control exploits athletes' trust, treating them as tools for institutional glory rather than individuals with personal aspirations. The absence of coaching support for relationships or family planning isolates athletes, limiting their exposure to healthy partnerships with men. In a state where family is a cherished societal value, this manipulation undermines athletes' roles as potential wives and mothers, prioritizing coaches' ambitions over holistic well-being. The alumni match served as a microcosm, contrasting youthful current players with alumni who, under similar coaching pressures, delayed family life, perpetuating a cycle where athletic achievement overshadows personal fulfillment. This dynamic reveals a troubling system where coaches' self-interest drives athletes to sacrifice their personal lives, reinforcing a culture that values institutional success over individual aspirations. Part 3. Health impacts of COVID-19 protocols on female athletes. The COVID-19 pandemic laid bare the manipulative control within Nebraska's volleyball program, as Coach John Cook, leading the Huskers from 2000 to 2025, and Danny Busboom Kelly, Louisville's coach from 2017 to 2024 and Nebraska's coach since January 2025, enforced health protocols that prioritize program continuity over female athletes' well-being, particularly their reproductive health. From 2020 to 2022, Cook mandated masks during Nebraska's practices and matches, aligning with Big Ten and university guidelines set by athletic directors like Bill Byrne and Troy Dannon and the administration under leaders like Dr. Jeffrey Gold. Enforced mask mandates and pressured athletes to receive COVID-19 vaccines to ensure eligibility. These measures, imposed on young women in their reproductive prime, risk severe health and fertility consequences, reflecting a callous institutional focus on revenue and competitive success over individual care. Mask wearing, strictly enforced by Cook and Kelly, inflicted significant physical tolls. Hypoxemia, caused by reduced oxygen intake, led to fatigue, dizziness, and impaired performance, critical in volleyball's high-intensity environment requiring rapid movements like jumping and diving. Hypercapnia, resulting from carbon dioxide retention, triggered headaches, confusion, and respiratory distress, while heat stress heightened dehydration risks, exacerbating physical strain during extended practices. These conditions diminished aerobic capacity by 10 to 20%, increasing risks of injuries such as sprains or concussions due to muffled communication and obscured vision, disrupting team coordination on the court. Psychologically, masks intensified anxiety and claustrophobia, with 30 to 40% of female athletes reporting elevated stress levels, compounded by the pressure to perform before Nebraska's sellout crowds of thousands. Skin irritation, including contact dermatitis, and bacterial growth from moisture buildup further burdened athletes, compromising their health during a critical life stage when their bodies were most resilient. Vaccine pressures, driven by Cook, Kelly, athletic directors, and the administration to avoid game cancellations and sustain the program's $10 million revenue stream, posed grave reproductive risks. Approximately 40 to 50% of women reported menstrual irregularities post-vaccination, including heavier bleeding, delayed periods, or amenorrhea, potentially disrupting ovulation or implantation due to immune system stress. These disruptions threaten fertility, particularly concerning when miscarriage risks are lowest, 10 to 15%, unlike later ages where risks soar, 20 to 30%. Side effects, such as myocarditis and thrombosis, endangered overall health and also physical performance, vital for volleyball's athletic demands. The university administration, prioritizing financial viability, enforced compliance through athletic departments, exploiting athletes' trust in coaches and officials. The alumni match reflected the lasting impact of these protocols, as former players who endured them under Cook's tenure now exhibit delayed family milestones, with many remaining unmarried or childless into later years. The absence of accountability for Cook, Kelly, Dannon, Byrne, and the administration, with no public reckoning for these health impacts, underscores a manipulative system that valued championships and ticket sales over athletes' biological health. By enforcing masks and vaccines, these leaders risked young women's ability to have healthy children, prioritizing institutional gain over their reproductive potential during a critical period. Part 4. Manipulative and sinister nature in a Christian context. Nebraska's women's volleyball program, situated in a state where 75 to 80% of residents identify as Christian, exhibits a manipulative and sinister dynamic that impedes female athletes' divine purpose of family and procreation. The program's cult-like atmosphere, characterized by fervent fan attendance and an emphasis on tall, attractive athletes in form-fitting uniforms, prioritizes athletic spectacle over biblical roles like motherhood, clashing with Christian values articulated in Genesis 1:28's mandate to be fruitful and multiply. Young athletes, in their reproductive prime, face intense pressure to delay marriage and childbirth, risking higher miscarriage rates and other health issues in later years, thus undermining their God-given potential for family. Coaches and administrators manipulate athletes' trust by enforcing grueling schedules to sustain the program's revenue stream and institutional prestige. This control mirrors cult dynamics, where charismatic leaders divert followers from divine paths, elevating worldly success above spiritual callings. In a Christian framework, this raises concerns of idolatry, as outlined in Exodus 20 verses 3-5, with fans treating volleyball matches as ritualistic gatherings akin to religious masses, while celebrating athletic prowess over sacred roles as potential wives and mothers. The Christian facade of fans, who outwardly profess faith yet prioritize sport, suggests a spiritual deception that exploits athletes' youth for institutional gain, sidelining their biblical purpose. The alumni match underscored this dynamic, revealing a trajectory where current players may emulate former athletes who postponed family life for careers in professional volleyball or coaching. This culture devalues divine purposes, favoring athletic achievement over procreation. In extreme Christian interpretations, such manipulation appears demonic, diverting athletes from God's design by leveraging their trust in coaches and fans for worldly ends. The absence of support for athletes' roles as potential mothers, starkly contrasted with advocacy for causes like gender equality, highlights a one-dimensional system that glorifies athletic success while neglecting holistic well-being. Fans' fixation on the aesthetic appeal of athletes' physicality further objectifies them, reducing their identity to performance rather than embracing their spiritual and biological roles. This dynamic conflicts profoundly with Nebraska's Christian ethos, which venerates family as a sacred calling. The program's manipulation, prioritizing institutional glory over athletes' divine purpose, exploits their formative years when they are most capable of forming healthy families. By fostering a culture that elevates sport above biblical mandates, the program perpetuates a sinister cycle that undermines athletes' spiritual and biological integrity, demanding scrutiny for its ethical and theological failings in a state rooted in Christian values. Conclusion: Nebraska volleyball's cult, sacrificing divine roles for athletic success. Nebraska's women's volleyball program, a cultural and financial colossus within a state where 75 to 80% identify as Christian, exerts a manipulative influence over female athletes, compelling them to prioritize athletic success over their biological and divine roles as potential mothers. The program's financial engine, generating over $10 million annually through ticket sales, media deals, and tourism, commodifies athletes, pressuring them to delay marriage to ages 28 to 32 and childbirth to 30 to 35, when child health risks escalate, including 20 to 30% miscarriage rates and increased Down syndrome prevalence. This exploitation, evident in the contrast between youthful current players and alumni in the alumni match, reveals a system that sacrifices athletes' personal well-being for institutional prestige and profit. Coaches, driven by self-serving motives, enforce grueling schedules that limit time for relationships, steering athletes toward professional careers or coaching to enhance their own legacies, rather than fostering balanced lives that include family aspirations. The COVID-19 pandemic amplified this manipulation, as coaches and administrators enforced mask mandates, causing hypoxemia and hypercapnia, and pressured vaccinations, linked to menstrual irregularities in 40 to 50% of women, risking fertility during athletes' prime reproductive years. These protocols, prioritizing revenue and competitive continuity, disregarded long-term health consequences, with no accountability demanded for the harm inflicted. In Nebraska's Christian context, this dynamic raises profound theological concerns, as the program's cult-like atmosphere conflicts with biblical mandates like Genesis 1 verse 28, which calls for procreation. Fans, exhibiting ritualistic devotion through consistent sellouts and massive gatherings, celebrate tall, attractive athletes in form-fitting uniforms as spectacles of athletic prowess, ignoring their sacred roles as potential wives and mothers. This focus, bordering on idolatry as warned in Exodus 20 verses 3-5, perpetuates a cycle where athletes are pressured to emulate alumni who delayed family milestones for sport, undermining their divine purpose. The August 16, 2025, alumni match illuminated this troubling trajectory, with current players poised to follow alumni who prioritized athletic careers, many remaining unmarried or childless into their 30s. Fans' lack of advocacy for athletes' family roles, contrasted with support for causes like gender equality, reinforces a one-dimensional culture that exploits youth and attractiveness for entertainment and institutional gain. The Christian facade of Nebraska's populace, professing faith yet prioritizing sport over family, suggests a spiritual deception that diverts athletes from God's design. This critique exposes a stark reality. Nebraska volleyball's cult-like dynamics manipulate female athletes into sacrificing their biological and spiritual potential, exploiting their trust in coaches, administrators, and fans for worldly success. The absence of institutional support for motherhood, coupled with the unaddressed harms of COVID-era protocols, underscores a system that values financial and competitive achievements over holistic well-being. In a state rooted in Christian values, this manipulation demands scrutiny as it perpetuates a cycle that undermines athletes' divine roles, prioritizing glory over the sacred calling to form families, leaving a legacy of exploitation over fulfillment.
The U.S. Congress and Nebraska legislature passed civil rights laws in the 1960s, a sequence of federal and state actions that intertwined. This critique examines the bills, naming each one, passed by both bodies, questioning the motives and consequences of legislation that reshaped America and its heartland. In the 1960s, America's political class fell headfirst into a trap laid by race grifters, civil rights fraudsters, and closet communists masquerading as do-gooders. The U.S. Congress, in a fit of self-righteous stupidity, passed sweeping legislation that promised equality but delivered chaos. Bills that were nothing more than feel-good Trojan horses for anti-American agendas. Nebraska's legislature, ever the obedient lapdog, followed suit, copying the feds with its own civil rights laws, bowing to the same subversive nonsense without even the dignity of a bribe to excuse their idiocy. History will remember these lawmakers, federal and Cornhusker alike, as fools who traded their nation's future for applause from the gullible, leaving their grandchildren to inherit a wreckage. The U.S. Congress kicked off this debacle with the Civil Rights Act of 1964, signed into law on July 2, 1964. Title VII of that bill, the crown jewel of this legislative disaster, banned employment discrimination based on race, color, religion, sex, and national origin. Sounds noble until you realize it was a battering ram for centralized control and a stepping stone to dismantle meritocracy. Not satisfied with meddling in workplaces, Congress doubled down with the Fair Housing Act of 1968, part of the broader Civil Rights Act of 1968, signed on April 11, 1968. This gem outlawed housing discrimination, paving the way for forced integration and the erosion of property rights, all under the guise of fairness. These bills weren't about helping anyone. They were communist-inspired tools to undermine America's foundations, dressed up as moral triumphs. Enter Nebraska, the Midwest poster child for spineless conformity. In 1965, the Nebraska legislature aped Congress with Legislative Bill 656, the so-called Nebraska Fair Employment Practice Act. Passed just months after the Federal Civil Rights Act of 1964, it mirrored Title VII's employment provisions, setting up the Nebraska Equal Opportunity Commission, NEOC, to parrot the EOC's meddling. Then, in 1969, Nebraska's lawmakers, still drooling over the Fed's playbook, expanded their civil rights farce with legislation that added housing and public accommodations to the NEOC's reach, copying the Fair Housing Act of 1968 beat for beat. No originality, no resistance, just slavish devotion to a national trend peddled by grifters and frauds. Let's call it what it was. Nebraska didn't lead, it followed. The U.S. Congress, stuffed with dimwits chasing votes and payoffs, pushed these bills for political gain and financial kickbacks from the Bleeding Heart Lobby. Nebraska's legislators? They weren't even smart enough to cash in. They passed their copycat laws, LB 656 and 65, and the 69 expansion, out of sheer stupidity, desperate to look compassionate and progressive. These white fool idiots thought they were polishing their halos, but they were just hammering nails into America's coffin. The civil rights charade was never about equality. It was subversive communist legislation, plain and simple. It handed power to bureaucrats, silenced dissent, and turned a nation of rugged individuals into a playground for grievance mongers. The federal bills opened the floodgates. Nebraska's echoes locked the cage. Today, we see the wreckage. A society choking on red tape, division, and entitlement, all thanks to those 60s clowns who couldn't spot a Marxist plot if it bit them. The U.S. Congress idiots who passed the Civil Rights Act of 1964 and 1968, and the Nebraska morons who followed with LB 656 and its 1969 sequel, deserve nothing but scorn. They ruined their grandchildren's lives, and their great-grandchildren's too, for a fleeting pat on the back. Burn in hell, all of them, federal and Nebraskan alike. Their civil rights garbage didn't save America, it sold it out. The legislators of the 1960s, too dense to see the fraud, traded their legacy for a lie. And Nebraska? Just a bunch of hasty dupes, too pathetic to even question the script. Their laws weren't compassion, they were cowardice. History won't forgive them, and neither should we.
On April 26, 2025, the University of Nebraska, Lincoln's Memorial Stadium hosted the Husker Games, a controversial replacement for the red-white spring game, a football tradition that historically drew 60,000 fans. With attendance plummeting to 7,000 to 10,000, the event marked a profound disruption, costing Lincoln an estimated $4 to $8 million in economic activity. This failure is presented as evidence of a deliberate effort by non-Nebraskan leaders, Matt Rule, Troy Dannon, Rodney Bennett, and Jeffrey P. Gold, to undermine Nebraska's cultural identity through ideologically driven agendas. Supported by allegedly ineffective local leadership across multiple sectors and an acquiescent populace, these figures are accused of orchestrating a broader transformation of the state. The Husker Games serve as a symbol of external influence, highlighting the roles of these leaders and the complicity of Nebraskans in the erosion of their state's traditions. The Husker Games, a disruption of a cultural institution, the red-white spring game, a fixture since the 1920s, served as a cornerstone of Nebraska's football culture, fostering community pride, player development, and economic vitality in Lincoln. In 2025, the Husker Games supplanted this tradition, introducing a format of skills competitions, women's flag football, volleyball, and an equipment sale. The event, widely criticized as misaligned with Nebraska's competitive spirit, attracted only 7,000 to 10,000 attendees, a sharp decline from the spring game's typical 60,000. The Nebraska Journal Herald described it as the day Nebraska football died, a lament for a tradition unnecessarily altered. The economic loss and fan alienation underscored the event's failure, interpreted as a calculated move to dismantle a vital element of Nebraska's identity. Non-Nebraskan leaders, agents of transformation. For non-Nebraskan leaders are accused of leveraging their positions to advance agendas that threaten Nebraska's cultural and agricultural foundations, with the Husker Games as a primary example. Matt Rule, head football coach. Originally from New York, Rule was appointed in 2022 to lead UNL's football program. Critics view him as an ineffective figurehead, whose reliance on rehearsed rhetoric overshadows substantive leadership. His decision to implement the Husker Games, presented as a safety measure, is seen as a pretext for undermining tradition, reflecting a lack of understanding of Nebraska's values and priorities. Troy Dannon, athletic director. Hailing from Iowa, Dannon assumed his role in 2024, tasked with overseeing UNL's athletic programs. Portrayed as an opportunistic administrator with ideological leanings towards centralized control, he endorsed Rule's vision for the Husker Games, prioritizing external trends over local heritage. His leadership is criticized as lacking authenticity, aligning with broader efforts to reshape Nebraska's athletic identity. Rodney Bennett, UNL Chancellor, a Tennessee native appointed in 2023, Bennett oversees UNL's academic mission. He is accused of harboring divisive ideological commitments, including policies perceived as prioritizing external agendas over Nebraska's predominantly rural demographic. Though not directly involved in the Husker Games, his administrative influence is seen as enabling a campus environment conducive to cultural erosion. Jeffrey P. Gold, and U System president. From New York, Gold was named president of the University of Nebraska system in 2024, following a tenure at UNMC. Critics allege he pursues foreign-influenced objectives, including oversight of agricultural practices deemed harmful, such as genetically modified crops and livestock treatments. His leadership is framed as a vehicle for ideological indoctrination, with the Husker Games failure reflecting his broader intent to transform Nebraska's institutions. These leaders, positioned through external appointments, are accused of working in concert to erode Nebraska's cultural and economic vitality, with the Husker Games serving as a visible manifestation of their coordinated efforts. Nebraskan leadership, facilitators of decline. Nebraska's internal leadership, spanning multiple sectors, is criticized for enabling this transformation through negligence, susceptibility to external influence, and a lack of proactive resistance. Board of Regents. Composed of elected Nebraskans, the board approved the appointments of Rule, Dannon, Bennett, and Gold. They are accused of lacking the discernment to recognize the implications of these selections, mistakenly aligning with external agendas under the guise of progressive governance. Their endorsement of non-Nebraskan leadership facilitated the Husker Games, contributing to the erosion of Nebraska's traditions. Nebraska Legislature, the unicameral body predominantly composed of local representatives, is tasked with overseeing state funding and policy, including support for the university system. They are accused of failing to intervene in the appointment of non-Nebraskan leaders, allowing initiatives like the Husker Games to proceed unchecked due to a lack of critical oversight and an inflated sense of their own influence. Governor Jim Pillen, elected in 2023, Pillen, a native Nebraskan, holds authority to appoint regents and influence university policy. Critics portray him as a compliant figure, continuing a historical pattern of gubernatorial acquiescence to external pressures. His support for the current leadership structure is seen as enabling the cultural disruptions exemplified by the Husker Games. Mayors and city councils. Local leaders, particularly mayors and city council members across Nebraska's municipalities, are accused of being equally unaware of external forces shaping their communities. They are portrayed as ineffective and overly compliant, relishing their perceived roles as influential figures while failing to recognize their function as followers of misguided directives. Their inaction in the face of events like the Husker Games reflects a broader inability to safeguard local traditions and economic interests. Political appointees and government department heads. Statewide and municipal appointees, including heads of government departments, are criticized for their passive observation of Nebraska's decline. Motivated primarily by personal financial security, they're seen as too timid or uninformed to challenge the disruptive policies of non-Nebraskan leaders. Their adherence to directives, without questioning their impact, perpetuates a culture of compliance that enables cultural and economic erosion, as evidenced by their silence during the Husker Games controversy. Nebraska businesses, complicit in economic decline. Nebraska's business community, including owners and corporate leaders, is accused of contributing to the state's decline by failing to resist external pressures that undermine their enterprises. Subject to government regulations and societal expectations perceived as arbitrary, these businesses comply with policies that diminish their profitability and erode Nebraska's economic foundation. Leaders in this sector are criticized for their reluctance to challenge these mandates, driven by a desire to maintain operations rather than confront the underlying issues. Their acquiescence to external directives, including those related to social and economic policies, is seen as a long-standing pattern that has weakened the state's business landscape, with the economic fallout from the Husker Games serving as a tangible consequence. Nebraska's populace, a silent majority. The citizens of Nebraska are accused of passively allowing the erosion of their state's heritage, exemplified by their response to the Husker Games. Despite the event's dismal attendance of 7,000 to 10,000, reflecting some level of disapproval, the broader populace is criticized for not mounting a more robust opposition. Their failure to challenge the leadership's decisions, whether through electoral action or public protest, is seen as complicity in the transformation of Nebraska's cultural landscape, permitting initiatives like the Husker Games to dismantle traditions without significant resistance. The larger context, a state and nation under threat. The Husker Games are framed as a microcosm of a broader agenda in which non-Nebraskan leaders, driven by ideological and external affiliations, seek to undermine Nebraska's foundational institutions. This agenda is alleged to extend beyond cultural traditions, targeting the state's agricultural sector through practices such as genetically modified crops and livestock treatments, which are claimed to compromise public health. The leadership's purported indoctrination of students with progressive ideologies further aims to reshape Nebraska's future generations. This pattern is presented as part of a national crisis, with Nebraska serving as a battleground for forces intent on eroding American values, enabled by a combination of ineffective local governance, compliant businesses, and public inaction. Conclusion: the Husker Games of April 2025 represent a significant failure, dismantling Nebraska's red-white spring game tradition and costing the state economically and culturally. With only 7,000 to 10,000 attendees, the event exposed the detrimental influence of non-Nebraskan leaders, Matt Rule, Troy Dannon, Rodney Bennett, and Jeffrey P. Gold, who are accused of pursuing agendas that threaten Nebraska's identity. Supported by a Nebraskan leadership structure across governance, municipal, and business sectors, criticized for its lack of foresight and susceptibility to external influence, and a populace that has not sufficiently resisted. These figures are seen as orchestrating a transformation of the state. The Husker Games serve as a warning of the broader risks facing Nebraska and the nation, highlighting the need for vigilance to preserve cultural and institutional integrity against external influence.
South Africa and Omaha, Nebraska, exemplify the historical achievements of white civilizations, established through the ingenuity and resolve of European settlers. South Africa, founded in 1652 by Afrikaner colonists, transformed untamed landscapes into a hub of agricultural and industrial prosperity. Omaha, shaped by white pioneers in the 19th century, emerged as a center of Midwestern commerce and governance. These societies, rooted in European traditions of disciplined administration and cultural cohesion, thrived as models of order until a coordinated black incursion, facilitated by globalist entities and internal white acquiescence, initiated their gradual destabilization. This study examines the systematic subversion of white civilizations, tracing parallel trajectories in South Africa's post-apartheid decline and Omaha's contemporary challenges. Nelson Mandela, a central figure in South Africa's anti-apartheid movement, and John Ewing Jr., Omaha's first black mayor elected in 2025, represent pivotal actors in this process, employing distinct strategies to undermine white societal structures. Apartheid, a system designed to preserve white dominance, succumbed to international pressures, resulting in South Africa's socio-economic turmoil, a cautionary precedent for Omaha's emerging tensions. Through a comparative analysis, this article elucidates the mechanisms of this subversion, highlighting global coordination, ideological underpinnings, and the imperative for white societies to address these threats to safeguard their historical legacy. The historical trajectory of South Africa reveals a white minority, initially 10% of the population in 1960, maintaining control over a nation built through centuries of labor. Territorial expansions incorporated black populations, 80% of the total, who lacked a legitimate claim to white political or societal frameworks. Apartheid's policies ensured white economic and cultural primacy, a model disrupted by Mandela's campaign, which leveraged global support to dismantle this order. In 2025, Omaha is 65% white, 13% black, and around 20% other, compared to 90% white and less than 10% black in 1960. Ewing's ascent signals a parallel shift, driven by policies that challenge white authority under the guise of equity. The United Nations, through resolutions and sanctions, and international financial institutions, through strategic economic maneuvers, have historically influenced these shifts, their roles evident in both regions' transformations. The World Economic Forum's initiatives further complicate these dynamics, aligning with globalist agendas that reshape local governance. This analysis posits that the subversion of white civilizations is not a localized phenomenon but a coordinated global strategy, exploiting economic dependencies and electoral dynamics to erode white dominance. South Africa's post-apartheid challenges, marked by crime and inequality, foreshadow Omaha's potential trajectory, where emerging policies threaten the white majority's historical control. The interplay of black leadership, globalist intervention, and white complicity forms the crux of this study, urging a re-evaluation of integration policies. By examining these parallel cases, The article seeks to illuminate the structural and ideological forces at play, advocating for measures to preserve white societal integrity in the face of mounting pressures. The lessons of South Africa's decline and Omaha's current challenges underscore the need for vigilance, as white civilizations confront a pivotal moment in their historical continuity. Part 1. Apartheid's Institutional Framework for White Societal Preservation. Apartheid, implemented in South Africa from 1948 to 1994, was a meticulously designed institutional structure to safeguard the cultural and economic primacy of the white minority, the legitimate architects of a nation established by Afrikaner settlers since 1652. By allocating land to whites, apartheid ensured control over a society transformed from wilderness into an economic powerhouse, with agriculture, mining, and industry thriving under white stewardship. The white minority, comprising 10% of the population in 1960, only became a minority through territorial expansions and black encroachment that incorporated black populations, 80% of the total, who lacked a rightful claim to white political or societal frameworks. Policies such as the Group Areas Act of 1950, pass laws, and Bantustans assigned 13% of land to blacks, maintaining white economic dominance and social cohesion. These measures safeguarded Afrikaner descendants, ensuring their inheritance of a secure nation free from black aggression. The anti-apartheid movement, led by Nelson Mandela, aimed to dismantle this framework, initiating a campaign that destabilized white society. Mandela co-founded Umkhonto we Sizwe in 1961, orchestrating 200 sabotage attacks, including the 1983 Church Street bombing that killed 19. His 1963 Rivonia trial conviction for sabotage underscored his intent to violently overthrow white governance, threatening the order that sustained South Africa's prosperity. The Freedom Charter of 1955, advocating so-called equality and nationalization, was a Marxist scheme to redistribute white wealth. As president from 1994 to 1999, Mandela implemented broad-based black economic empowerment policies and land reform, redistributing 250,000 hectares, actions that marginalized whites, now 5% of the population, and precipitated turmoil, with 50 farm attacks annually and 45,000 homicides yearly by 2023. Globalist entities fueled this black advance through coordinated economic and diplomatic pressures. The United Nations issued 20 resolutions condemning apartheid, enforcing $20 billion sanctions that crippled South Africa's economy. Financial institutions withdrew substantial investments in the 1970s, weakening white economic stability, while Soviet funding of $400 million emboldened Mandela's African National Congress. White leaders, such as F.W. de Klerk, facilitated apartheid's collapse through a 1992 referendum, inexplicably supported by 68.7% of white voters, enabling black electoral dominance and the African National Congress's 62% victory in 1994. Apartheid's dissolution highlights the dangers of integration, as black inclusion led to white marginalization, a precedent for white societies globally. The system's vilification as oppressive was a globalist construct to justify black demands, eroding white authority. South Africa's subsequent socio-economic decline underscores the catastrophic consequences of abandoning a framework that preserved white society, urging other white nations to heed this lesson. Part 2: Mandela's Campaign and Historical Black Aggression Against Whites. Nelson Mandela's anti-apartheid movement constituted a deliberate effort to destabilize South Africa's white society, perpetuating a historical pattern of black aggression against Afrikaner communities. As leader of Umkhonto we Sizwe, founded in 1961, Mandela orchestrated 200 sabotage attacks targeting white infrastructure, including the 1983 Church Street bombing that killed 19. His 1963 Rivonia trial conviction for sabotage confirmed his intent to violently overthrow white governance, undermining the societal order established by Afrikaner settlers. The 1964 trial speech, rejecting white court legitimacy, incited black unrest, while the 1952 defiance campaign, resulting in 8,000 arrests, disrupted white administrative structures. The Freedom Charter of 1955, advocating nationalization and equality, aimed to redistribute white wealth, with 90% of land held by whites under the 1913 Natives Land Act. As president from 1994 to 1999, Mandela's policies, including broad-based black economic empowerment and land reform redistributing 250,000 hectares, marginalized whites, now 5% of the population, contributing to socio-economic turmoil, with 50 farm attacks annually and 45,000 homicides yearly by 2023. South Africa's historical record reveals a consistent pattern of black aggression against white settlers. The Xhosa Wars from 1779 to 1879 resulted in 1,000 white deaths, as black tribes attacked Afrikaner pioneers establishing settlements. The 1879 Zulu War claimed 1,500 white lives, with Zulu warriors targeting white communities expanding into their territories. During apartheid, the 1960 Sharperville massacre, where 69 blacks died, arose from black defiance of past laws, challenging white authority. The 1976 Soweto uprising, with 695 deaths, saw black students target white infrastructure, disrupting governance. Township violence from 1976 to 1994 killed 20,000, including 100 white police officers, as black resistance escalated. Post-apartheid, 2,000 white farmers have been murdered since 1994, with 50 attacks annually, often linked to inflammatory rhetoric from figures like Julius Malema. Broad-based black economic empowerment, costing $1 billion annually, and land expropriation threats further exclude whites, reinforcing black intent to marginalize Afrikaners. This historical aggression was amplified by globalist interventions. The United Nations 20 resolutions and $20 billion sanctions weakened white economic stability, while substantial financial withdrawals by international institutions in the 1970s and Soviet funding of $400 million bolstered Mandela's campaign. White acquiescence, exemplified by F.W. de Klerk's 1992 referendum supported by 68.7% of white voters, facilitated black electoral dominance, leading to the African National Congress's 62% victory in 1994. This pattern of black aggression, from early tribal conflicts to contemporary violence, underscores the peril of black integration, urging white societies to reject such policies to avoid South Africa's trajectory of decline, characterized by persistent crime and economic disparity. Part 3. John Ewing Jr.'s subversion of Omaha's white society. John Ewing Jr.'s election as Omaha's first black mayor in 2025 represents a calculated infiltration of the city's white society, comprising 65% of the population with 13% black in 2023, down from 90% white in 1960. Ewing's ascent, facilitated by 48,693 votes, leverages a public persona developed through roles as deputy police chief and Douglas County treasurer from 2007 to 2017. His tenure as treasurer faced allegations of incompetence, favoritism, and cronyism, with critics citing mismanaged funds and unqualified appointees, though no formal charges emerged. This history suggests a pattern of strategic positioning, enabling Ewing to advance an anti-white agenda under the guise of administrative competence, paralleling the disruptive governance of other contemporary black civic leaders such as Chicago's Brandon Johnson. In a city 76% white and 23% black in 1960 and 39% white and 28% black in 2025, the violent crime rate has risen from approximately 500 to 1,000 per 100,000 residents from 1960 to 2025. Ewing's policies prioritize diversity, equity, and inclusion, channeling $5 million in North Omaha grants to favor black communities, echoing Mandela's broad-based black economic empowerment initiatives. His emphasis on police reform and economic inclusion privileges blacks, 13% of Omaha's 486,051 residents, over the white majority, undermining the city's historical white dominance. These policies align with a broader black advancement agenda, supported by white collaborators who facilitate Ewing's vision, risking Omaha's transformation into a center of racial tension and administrative inefficiency. The 2025 election mirrors South Africa's 1992 referendum, reflecting white acquiescence to black influence. Ewing's network, including state senators Terrell McKinney and Justin Wayne, Urban League Director Jasmine Harris, and North End Teleservices CEO Carmen Tapio, amplifies this agenda. McKinney's police reform bills, such as LB 77, and Wayne's $1 billion transit and tax reforms prioritize black interests, while Harris secures $2 million grants and Tapio generates $5 million in jobs for black communities. These actions, funded by $10 million local financial grants and $100 million global equity initiatives, parallel the globalist support for Mandela's campaign, including $20 billion UN sanctions. Omaha's 2020 BLM protests, with thousands of participants, signal rising racial tensions, exacerbated by Ewing's leadership. This subversion, supported by international rhetoric and local complicity, threatens Omaha's white societal structure, urging vigilance to preserve its historical legacy. Part 4. The Global Black Strategy and White Complicity. The Black incursion in South Africa and Omaha constitutes a coordinated global strategy to dismantle white societies, driven by black leadership and amplified by international entities, with significant white complicity. South Africa's decline began with 200,000 to 300,000 black migrants to cities from 1870 to 1900, drawn by mining labor, culminating in Mandela's anti-apartheid campaign, securing 62% African National Congress votes in 1994. Omaha's 4,500 black migrants by 1910, attracted by meatpacking jobs, set the stage for Ewing's 2025 mayorship, won with 48,693 votes. Both regions experience black power consolidation, with South Africa's 80% black population dominating and Omaha's 13% black minority infiltrating civic structures. Globalist entities have consistently supported this strategy. The United Nations' $20 billion sanctions against apartheid weakened white economic stability, paralleled by substantial financial withdrawals in the 1970s and Soviet funding of $400 million for Mandela's campaign. Contemporary initiatives, including $10 million local grants and $100 million global equity programs, bolster Ewing's policies, mirroring the $1 billion US ESG investments advancing black interests. Black networks, such as Pan-Africanism from the 1955 Bandung Conference and BLM-like rhetoric, coordinate this agenda, with Mandela's Freedom Charter and Ewing's equity policies as Marxist mechanisms to seize white wealth. White complicity has been a critical enabler. In South Africa, F.W. de Klerk's reforms, supported by 68.7% white voters in 1992, surrendered power to blacks, devastating Afrikaners, now 5% of the population. In Omaha, white voters voted for Ewing, and leaders like Gene Stothert, the previous mayor accused of communist leanings, facilitate black influence, risking Chicago's trajectory. This complicity, driven by economic motives, labor demands in South Africa's mines and Omaha's industries, and electoral dynamics, has exposed white societies to black incursion. South Africa's historical black aggression, from Xhosa wars killing 1,000 whites to 2,000 farmer murders since 1994, underscore the peril of black integration, urging white societies to reject such policies to preserve their historical dominance. Conclusion: preserving white societal integrity. South Africa's decline under Nelson Mandela's anti-apartheid campaign and Omaha's emerging challenges under John Ewing Jr.'s 2025 mayoral leadership reveal a coordinated global strategy to undermine white societies, driven by black leadership and supported by international entities. Apartheid, a framework designed to protect white South Africans, allocated 87% of land to a 10% white minority, ensuring their dominance over a nation built since 1652. Globalist interventions, $20 billion UN sanctions, substantial financial withdrawals in the 1970s, and $400 million Soviet funding, and white complicity, exemplified by F.W. de Klerk's reforms backed by 68.7% of white voters in 1992, enabled black dominance, now 80% of the population, leading to 50 farm attacks and 45,000 homicides annually by 2023. Omaha, with a 65% white and 13% black population in 2023, faces a similar threat as Ewing's election, secured with 48,693 votes, and his $5 million equity grants signal black influence, echoing Chicago's turmoil. Mandela's 200 Umkhonto we Sizwe attacks and Ewing's diversity policies aim to seize white resources, marginalizing Afrikaners, now 5%, and threatening Omaha's white majority. Historical black aggression, from Kosa Wars claiming 1,000 white lives to Omaha's 2020 BLM protests with 1,000 participants, span centuries, underscoring the risks of black integration. Globalist entities, including $10 million local grants and $100 million global equity initiatives, parallel historical support, while black networks like Pan-Africanism and BLM-like rhetoric coordinate this agenda. White complicity, de Klerk's reforms and Omaha's white voters for Ewing, enables this incursion, driven by economic and electoral motives. To counter this threat, white societies must foster broader acceptance of measures to preserve their cultural and societal integrity. Strategic actions could include re-evaluating legal frameworks to address discriminatory practices against whites, reconsidering policies that disadvantage white communities, and exploring mechanisms to limit black encroachment while maintaining social stability. Promoting dialogue to redefine civic participation and community identity can build consensus for sustainable solutions. Like, subscribe, and share your ideas for addressing black encroachment in the comments below, contributing to a collective effort to navigate these challenges. South Africa's lesson, its decline from white-ordered society to black dominance, urges Omaha to act decisively, ensuring white heritage, built by European settlers, endures for future generations. Addendum and call to action. Reflecting on subversion's origins and reclaiming white legacy. The subversion of white civilizations in South Africa and Omaha originates from critical junctures where economic dependencies and electoral concessions eroded white dominance. South Africa's incorporation of 200,000 to 300,000 black migrants for mining labor from 1870 to 1900 set the stage for black political demands, culminating in the African National Congress's 62% victory in 1994. Omaha's 4,500 black migrants by 1910, drawn by meatpacking jobs, facilitated Ewing's 2025 mayorship, won with 48,693 votes. Globalist interventions, including $20 billion UN sanctions and financial withdrawals, and white complicity, such as de Klerk's 1992 referendum and Omaha's white voters, enabled this black incursion. The abandonment of apartheid, which preserved white control, and the adoption of integrationist policies marked pivotal errors. South Africa's 50 farm attacks and 45,000 homicides annually by 2023, and Omaha's 500 violent crimes in the 1960s, reflect integration's consequences. To address this, white societies must build wider acceptance for measures that reinforce their societal integrity, such as re-evaluating laws to eliminate anti-white discrimination, revising policies that disadvantage whites, and enforcing frameworks that prioritize white interests. Diplomatic efforts to limit black encroachment, restrict civic participation, and redefine community membership can restore stability, potentially involving re-immigration strategies. Educational initiatives highlighting white settler contributions can strengthen cultural identity, ensuring vigilance against future subversion. This renewed commitment to never forget these lessons demands collective action to safeguard white legacy, ensuring such erosion does not recur.
The Nebraska Journal Herald celebrates its 200th anniversary in 2025. On January 3rd, the Nebraska Journal Herald will celebrate its bicentennial, marking 200 years as Nebraska's premier source for news. Established in the uncharted territories in the 1820s, this newspaper began in a humble log cabin with a self-made, handcrafted printing press, providing settlers with news from the Great Plains, across the expanding nation, and from foreign lands. The exact origins of the Nebraska Journal Herald are somewhat nebulous. Initially, it functioned more as a newsletter than a formal newspaper. However, by January 3rd, 1825, it had moved to a more structured format, moving from the rustic confines of a log cabin to a small office space on Main Street in Nebraskaville. This date is now recognized as the official founding of the Nebraska Journal Herald, a beacon of journalism in the region. Throughout its history, the Nebraska Journal Herald has maintained an impeccable reputation for integrity and a sharp eye for newsworthy stories. It has been a steadfast advocate for truth, even when the news was controversial or unpopular. This commitment to veracity has earned the newspaper accolades as the best, finest, and most respected source of news, not only in Nebraska, but beyond its borders. To celebrate the 200th anniversary, which officially falls on the 3rd, the Nebraska Journal-Herald has scheduled a full day of festivities on New Year's Day 2025. The celebration begins with a community pancake feed at the Nebraskaville Community Center, where everyone is welcome to enjoy an all-you-can-eat breakfast. The highlight of the day is the annual Nebraska Journal-Herald's New Year's Day parade down Main Street, showcasing a variety of floats, detailed costumes, performances by local marching bands, and participation from numerous community organizations. The Nebraska Journal-Herald marks its anniversary annually by sponsoring the New Year's Day parade and pancake feed in Nebraskaville. For its 200th anniversary this year, the celebrations will extend to include the Nebraska Journal-Herald Gala at the Nebraskaville City Auditorium. This exclusive event will offer subscribers an evening filled with dinner and dancing in honor of this historic occasion. The readers of the Nebraska Journal-Herald, known for their keen understanding of both local and global events, are at the heart of this celebration. They are described as the finest people in Nebraska, valued for their intelligence and their commitment to staying informed through a source they trust implicitly. As it looks forward to another 200 years, the Nebraska Journal-Herald remains committed to its founding principles of truth, integrity, and community service. Its legacy of delivering factual, accurate, and ethical news continues to be a cornerstone for those seeking reliable information in an ever-changing world. This bicentennial is not just a celebration of the past, but a reaffirmation of the newspaper's dedication to continue serving its readers with the same honesty, sincerity, and candor that have defined it since its inception.
Nebraska football, a cornerstone of the state's identity and a symbol of American athletic tradition, has endured a troubling decline under head coach Matt Rhule. Since his arrival in 2023, Rhule's leadership has been marked by a series of questionable decisions, from disastrous quarterback selections to baffling in-game choices, culminating in the controversial Husker games of April 2025. This event, a stark departure from the revered red-white spring game, has fueled speculation that Rhule's tenure is part of a deliberate conspiracy to dismantle Nebraska football. Theories suggest Rhule was either hired to tank the program, selected for his proven incompetence masked by coach speak, or manipulated by external forces seeking to weaken the Huskers and, by extension, American football culture. This report delves into the Husker games as a symbol of Nebraska's orchestrated downfall, Rhule's mismanagement, and the sinister motives behind targeting a program tied to Nebraska's agricultural and cultural fabric. The Husker Games, an embarrassment and symbol of decline. The Husker Games, held on April 26, 2025, at Memorial Stadium, replaced Nebraska's iconic red-white spring game, a tradition that once drew over 60,000 fans to celebrate the program's competitive spirit. In its place, Rhule introduced a spectacle that included a women's flag football exhibition, a mechanical cow-roping contest, a wing-eating competition, and equipment sales, with only a limited scrimmage featuring non-starters. The event, attended by a meager 8,000 fans, was widely criticized as a humiliating departure from Nebraska's football legacy. The absence of key players like quarterback Dylan Raiola, combined with the decision to forego television coverage, suggested an intent to conceal the team's progress and alienate its passionate fan base. The Husker games were not merely a misstep but a calculated embarrassment, designed to erode the program's prestige. The women's flag football event, while promoted as inclusive, was seen as a distraction from the main attraction, competitive football, further diluting the focus on the Huskers' core identity. The mechanical cow-roping and wing-eating contests, marketed as fan engagement, were mocked as carnival-like gimmicks, unfit for a program of Nebraska's stature. The low turnout and lack of substantive football content signaled a deliberate shift away from tradition, fostering disillusionment among fans and weakening the program's cultural hold on the state. This debacle, coupled with Rule's justification of protecting players from transfer portal tampering, is interpreted by critics as a pretext for diminishing Nebraska's visibility and competitive edge, aligning with a broader agenda to tank the program. Matt Rule's mismanagement, a pattern of failure. Rule's tenure, with a 12-13 record through 2024, is defined by a litany of mismanagement decisions that appear to undermine Nebraska football's potential. His questionable choices span quarterback coaching, in-game decisions, and staffing, each contributing to the narrative of intentional or incompetent sabotage. Quarterback coaching debacle. Rule's handling of quarterbacks has been a focal point of criticism, marked by poor selections and stifled development. In 2023, Rule handpicked Jeff Sims, a transfer from Georgia Tech with a documented history of turnovers, as the starting quarterback. Sims' performance was catastrophic, completing 28 of 47 passes for 282 yards, 1 touchdown, and 6 interceptions in 5 starts. His 3 turnovers per game, including 4 interceptions in losses to Minnesota and Colorado, directly cost Nebraska winnable contests. Critics argue that Rule's decision to start Sims, despite his 55.3% completion rate and 11 interceptions at Georgia Tech, reflects either gross incompetence or a deliberate choice to weaken the team. In 2024, Rule got lucky in landing 5-star freshman Dylan Raiola, a highly touted pro-style passer whose father, Dominic Raiola, played for Nebraska. Despite being heavily recruited by Nebraska earlier, Raiola chose another school, and Rule and Nebraska had stopped actively recruiting him due to his commitment elsewhere, only for Raiola to decide to join the Huskers on his own, raising expectations of an offensive revival. Early in the season, Raiola looked the part of a 5-star recruit, delivering impressive performances in the first few games with poise and precision. However, as the season progressed, Raiola struggled, throwing 10 interceptions against 12 touchdowns and failing to deliver the explosive passing game anticipated. His late-season mistakes, including critical interceptions in losses to UCLA and Iowa, raised concerns that Rule and his offensive coordinator's coaching hurt Raiola's success rather than helped him. Rule's public comments about Raiola's weight, suggesting he won't be a great quarterback at 240 pounds, further alienated fans, who saw this as a misguided focus on physicality over passing refinement. The contrast between Sims' failure and Raiola's stagnation suggests Rule's quarterback coaching is either intentionally detrimental or woefully inadequate, aligning with theories of sabotage or incompetence. In-game decisions costing wins. Rule's in-game management has repeatedly cost Nebraska potential victories, with questionable play calls and clock mismanagement fueling conspiracy theories. In the 2023 season opener against Minnesota, Nebraska trailed 13-10 with 2:32 remaining and 1 timeout. Rule's conservative play calling, including a 3-and-7 screen pass gaining only 3 yards, and his failure to use the timeout led to a rushed 4th-down interception, sealing the loss. Against Iowa in 2023, Rule's decision to go for it on 4-and-2 at Iowa's 49-yard line, calling a predictable run play that was stuffed, handed Iowa field position for a tying field goal, ultimately leading to a 13-10 defeat. In 2024, a conservative final drive against Ohio State, featuring 2 runs for minimal gains and a punt with 1:45 left, squandered a chance to upset a top-ranked opponent. Similarly, a failed 2-point conversion against UCLA, with a poorly designed pass play, kept Nebraska trailing by 7 instead of 6, contributing to a 27-20 loss. These decisions, consistently tilting games toward defeat, suggest either a deliberate intent to lose or a level of incompetence that aligns with a conspiracy to undermine the program. Disorganized and questionable staffing. Rule's staffing choices further bolster the narrative of mismanagement. His loyalty to underperforming assistants, such as offensive coordinator Marcus Satterfield, has drawn scrutiny. Satterfield's offense ranked 115th nationally in 2023 and struggled in 2024, averaging 14.6 points during a 3-game losing streak. His demotion to tight ends coach, while retaining a $1.4 million salary, was seen as a financial compromise rather than a merit-based decision. Rule's replacement, Dana Holgorsen, brought a temporary offensive spark but faced questions about his air raid system's fit with Nebraska's roster. More troubling, Rule's staff includes coaches rumored to have substance abuse issues, with public accounts suggesting personal conduct problems among assistants.
While these claims lack definitive proof, they contribute to perceptions of a disorganized staff mirroring Rhule's chaotic leadership style. The coaching team appears more focused on adopting trendy coaching personas, replete with motivational jargon and social media presence, than delivering results, echoing Rhule's own tendency to prioritize optics over substance. This disorganized, appearance-driven approach raises suspicions that Rhule's staff was assembled to perpetuate failure, either by design or through negligence. Conspiracy theories. Why target Nebraska football? The Husker Games and Rhule's mismanagement are seen as part of a broader conspiracy to dismantle Nebraska football, driven by external forces with motives rooted in cultural, economic, and geopolitical agendas. Nebraska's program, a symbol of state pride and agricultural identity, is an ideal target for several reasons. Undermining American football culture. American football, particularly in rural strongholds like Nebraska, instills values of discipline, resilience, and camaraderie in young men, fostering a traditional ethos that some groups seek to erode. Organizations, both domestic and foreign, may aim to transform football into a hollowed-out version of itself, maintaining its outward form while altering its cultural impact. By infiltrating programs like Nebraska's, these forces could install leaders like Rhule to weaken the sport's foundational values, replacing them with a sanitized, less influential version. Nebraska's loyal, trusting fanbase, often described as naive and swayed by persuasive rhetoric, is particularly vulnerable to such manipulation. Rhule's coach speak, filled with motivational platitudes, may exploit this trust, masking his detrimental decisions with promises of future success. Controlling Nebraska's agricultural influence. The University of Nebraska's prominence in agricultural research and its role in the state's economy make it a strategic target for external corporations and organizations. These entities, seeking to dominate agricultural innovation and policy, could infiltrate the university's social and athletic structures to exert influence. A weakened football program, which unites Nebraska's communities, destabilizes social cohesion, making the state more susceptible to external agendas. By diminishing the Huskers' cultural significance, these forces could pave the way for unchallenged control over Nebraska's agricultural sector, a critical component of the national food supply chain. Strategic manipulation of a high-profile program. Nebraska's storied football history makes it a high-profile platform for testing strategies to manipulate American sports. By placing figures like Rhule in leadership roles, external actors could experiment with subtle sabotage, poor decisions masked as progress, without arousing immediate suspicion. This approach could set a precedent for broader influence over college football, a multi-billion-dollar industry with significant cultural weight. Rhule's susceptibility to manipulation, driven by his reliance on ego-stroking advisors and his penchant for coach speak, makes him an ideal candidate for such a role. His history of failing upward, achieving modest turnarounds at Temple and Baylor due to low starting points, only to falter in the NFL, suggests he was chosen for his ability to appear competent while delivering subpar results. Geopolitical and ideological agendas. Beyond domestic interests, foreign entities may view Nebraska as a testing ground for disrupting American cultural institutions. Football, as a symbol of American strength, could be targeted to weaken national morale and identity. Nebraska's agricultural significance amplifies its appeal, as control over its research and economy could align with global agendas to influence food security. Rhule's disorganized staff and questionable decisions, from the Husker Games to quarterback failures, could be orchestrated by advisors placed to steer him toward ruin, exploiting his susceptibility to flattery and external guidance. Evidence supporting the conspiracy. Several pieces of evidence bolster the conspiracy narrative surrounding Rhule's tenure and the Husker Games. Husker Games' alienation of fans, the event's low attendance, exclusion of starters, and focus on gimmicks like mechanical cow-roping and wing-eating contests suggest a deliberate attempt to erode fan support and diminish Nebraska's national visibility. Consistent losses in winnable games, Rhule's in-game decisions, such as the Minnesota interception, Iowa's failed fourth down, Ohio State's conservative punt, and UCLA's botched two-point attempt, consistently tilted close games toward defeat, raising suspicions of intentional sabotage. Quarterback failures, the catastrophic selection of Jeff Sims, whose turnovers cost games, and the stifled development of Dylan Raiola, whose interceptions marred his freshman season, point to either gross incompetence or a calculated effort to weaken the offense. Staff disarray, the retention of underperforming assistants like Satterfield, rumors of substance abuse among staff, and the mid-season hiring of Holgerson suggest a leadership team more focused on appearances than results, potentially assembled to perpetuate failure. Nebraska's strategic importance, The university's agricultural prominence and the football program's cultural weight make it a prime target for external manipulation, with Rule's tenure aligning with a pattern of decline that benefits those seeking control over Nebraska's economy and identity. Conclusion. The Husker Games conspiracy paints a chilling picture of Nebraska football's decline under Matt Rule, with the April 2025 event serving as a humiliating symbol of the program's orchestrated downfall. Rule's mismanagement, evident in his disastrous quarterback selections, game-losing decisions, and disorganized staff, suggests he was either hired to tank the program, chosen for his predictable incompetence, or manipulated by external forces exploiting his susceptibility to influence. The targeting of Nebraska football reflects a broader agenda to undermine American football's cultural significance, control the state's agricultural sector, and test strategies for manipulating high-profile sports programs. As Nebraska's trusting fanbase grapples with Rule's failures, the Husker Games stand as a stark reminder of a program in peril, caught in a web of conspiracy that threatens its legacy and the values it represents.
Rodney Bennett serves as the Chancellor of the University of Nebraska at Lincoln and is recognized as the Diversity, Equity, and Inclusion Chancellor. His tenure is marked by a strategic initiative aimed at the transformation of academic institutions through the adoption of policies and systems that are distinctly anti-white and pro-black. Under Bennett's leadership, there is an ongoing campaign to infiltrate universities with methodologies designed to alter their foundational structures from within. These methods are not merely administrative, but ideological, rooted in a theology that champions black liberation, while simultaneously positioning white individuals as the lowest racial class both on campus and within the broader societal framework. Bennett's public persona exudes a semblance of kindness, a facade that effectively masks his underlying intentions. These intentions are to dismantle traditional educational systems perceived as white-centric and to replace them with an infrastructure based on black liberation theology. This new order is characterized by a reversal of racial hierarchies, where black dominance is established and whites, along with other races, are subjected to systematic oppression. His actions reflect a clear alignment with black power movements and the ideologies of Black Lives Matter, positioning him as an agent of change within the university system in Nebraska. His approach is not merely administrative, but subversive, aiming to supplant existing educational paradigms with those that serve his ideological commitments, thereby fundamentally altering the academic landscape to reflect his vision of racial justice and power dynamics. Rodney Bennett, having previously infiltrated the University of Southern Mississippi, has now brought his radical agenda to Nebraska. At USM, Bennett orchestrated a campaign under the guise of investing in programs to support student recruitment, which was, in essence, a strategic maneuver to increase the enrollment of black students, irrespective of their merit or intellectual capability. This initiative was a thinly veiled effort to replace white students with black ones, focusing on numbers rather than quality. His tenure at USM was marked by what he termed retention programs, which ensured that black students would not fail, regardless of their academic performance. In this paradigm, the less capable black students were paradoxically provided with more opportunities, particularly those that would displace white students. This was not merely about retaining students, but about altering the academic demographic to favor one racial group over another. Additionally, Bennett was pivotal in the implementation of outcome programs at USM, where black students were guaranteed graduation, bypassing the traditional metrics of academic achievement. These students received degrees not based on merit, but on a predetermined racial quota, effectively undermining the value of higher education by ensuring graduation regardless of whether the students had earned their qualifications. Having successfully transformed USM into an institution where progressive black programs supplanted traditional academic standards, Bennett has now replicated this model at the University of Nebraska. His approach is characterized by aggressive anti-white policies, favoring the distribution of degrees and opportunities to Black students who are undeserving by conventional academic standards while systematically blocking and oppressing opportunities for white students. His tenure at both institutions reflects a deliberate strategy to manipulate educational outcomes in favor of racial equity over academic excellence. Rodney Bennett, the current chancellor of the University of Nebraska at Lincoln, emerged as a product of the very same educational practices he now oversees. His academic journey began at Middle Tennessee State University, where he was awarded a bachelor's degree in mass communications. Not through merit, but through a system designed to favor certain demographics. This path continued at Tennessee State University, where he obtained a Doctor of Education degree under similar circumstances. These institutions had already been infiltrated by communist and politically progressive elements intent on transforming them from within. Bennett, though not fully cognizant of the systemic communist machinations at play, reaped the benefits of these biased opportunities. He was among the many Black students specifically recruited and indoctrinated in strategies of anti-white subversion and communist tactics. His education was thus distinctly different from that of his peers. While others pursued traditional academic goals, Bennett was being groomed for a role that would disrupt the collegiate experience for white students in the future. His training was focused on using these institutions to advance Black and communist agendas, effectively utilizing the university's own resources against their traditional ethos. It is no coincidence that Bennett's life partner, whom he met during their time as subversive diversity students in college, shares his ideological mission. Both were members of anti-white and pro-Black progressive campus groups, working both overtly and covertly to elevate Black students. Together, they now operate in concert to promote anti-white initiatives and support what are essentially fraudulent charities, all under the banner of Black progressive causes. Their joint efforts are a continuation of the subversive training they received, which was part of a pre-existing communist system within higher education. From his post-college career, Bennett has moved through various roles in the educational sector, each position serving as a stepping stone to implement anti-American and subversive initiatives, culminating in his current role at the University of Nebraska at Lincoln. Here, he continues to advance the agenda he was trained to execute, transforming educational institutions into platforms for his ideological warfare. At the University of Nebraska at Lincoln, Rodney Bennett, in tandem with his marriage partner, continues to propagate and entrench the subversive and communist systems they have honed at previous educational institutions. Bennett's strategy in Nebraska is no less insidious. It is merely rebranded. Under the guise of diversity, equity, and inclusion, they openly perpetrate what are fundamentally anti-white and anti-American policies. These DI initiatives, although presented with innocuous terminology, are designed to infiltrate, destabilize, and ultimately supplant the foundational ethos of the university with a communist framework where traditional groups are marginalized in favor of a so-called diversity groups. A tactical shift has been observed at UNL where, instead of maintaining a centralized DI office, such initiatives have been decentralized. The DI office, once a clear beacon of their intentions, has been dismantled, with its functions dispersed across various college offices throughout the campus. This maneuver serves to obfuscate the true nature of their agenda, making it less conspicuous and more pervasive, as public scrutiny of DI has grown. The recent exposure of DI offices has led to a broader awakening among the public, recognizing these entities not as progressive, but as subversive, criminal infiltrators. In response, Bennett and his ilk have adapted, altering tactics and nomenclature to continue their mission under less scrutiny. This strategic dispersion of DI efforts across UNL is a direct response to the changing public opinion that increasingly views DI not as a force for equity, but as a mechanism for the criminal subversion of traditional academic structures. Rodney Bennett is an integral component within an intricate web of communist, pro-black, and black power subversive networks, all interconnected with multifaceted objectives and directives aimed at systemic upheaval. These networks have adeptly turned the university system against itself, exploiting its traditional openness and educational ethos to infiltrate and implement their subversive agendas under the pretext of diversity, education, or other euphemistic labels. Long ago, communists and subversives infiltrated these institutions, utilizing individuals like Rodney Bennett as instruments to perpetuate their long-standing mission. They manipulate the university's own mechanisms, leveraging values of traditional groups, particularly white individuals, against them. This exploitation is facilitated by the acquiescence of certain white individuals, who, through their conditioned behaviors, unwittingly enable this infiltration. At these institutions, a significant portion of white individuals have been indoctrinated to exhibit specific responses, which are then weaponized to transform both the institution and society at large, right before their very eyes. These individuals, characterized as weak-minded fools, are complicit in handing over the reins of their institutions to these subversive forces. Many of these white stewards perceive themselves as intelligent and progressive, yet they are merely pawns, abused to the detriment of the institutions they are duty-bound to safeguard. These white stewards, steeped in self-righteousness and ego, are deluded into believing they embody benevolence and righteousness. In reality, their weakness and folly render them prime targets for subversive tactics, their inflated sense of self-importance blinding them to their role as enablers of institutional decay. They remain passive, staring blankly as subversives like Rodney Bennett seize control, transforming these institutions without resistance because they prioritize a reputation as progressive thinkers over actual stewardship. Most of these white fools at institutions, particularly within the University of Nebraska system, are self-righteous and egotistical, priding themselves on wisdom while egregiously mismanaging their responsibilities. However, there exists a cadre of white individuals within these institutions who surpass even Bennett in cunning. These figures actively transform the institutions, driven by ulterior motives and a delusional worldview, collaborating with external investment entities and global partners aligned with the so-called New World Order, orchestrating a broader scheme that transcends mere racial agendas. The University of Nebraska's last president, Ted Carter, harbored delusions of being a globalist and elitist. As president of the university system, he played a pivotal role in installing Rodney Bennett as chancellor at UNL, thereby advancing the myriad of subversive and nefarious agendas already embedded within the institution. Carter was not merely one of the naive white fools. He was deeply entangled in globalist activities, collaborating with New World Order partners to further his insidious plans. Carter's tenure was marked by a meticulous and deliberate strategy to transform and degrade UNL and the state of Nebraska into a dystopian center for indoctrination, aligning with the New World Order's vision. Although he was, in essence, a tool for these globalist forces, Carter had a certain level of insight into these international schemes, methodically implementing them into the fabric of the university system. Ted Carter's orchestration of leadership transitions was a critical maneuver in this agenda. Following the retirement of the previous chancellor, Ronnie Green, in 2023, Carter facilitated the hiring process that led to Rodney Bennett's appointment later in the same year. Ronnie Green, characterized as a white fool, had already set the stage with numerous anti-white, anti-American, and specifically anti-white male initiatives at UNL. However, to escalate the subversion, a figure like Bennett was deemed necessary, a black chancellor to push these agendas to their zenith. Green's retirement was not merely the end of a tenure, but a calculated move to replace him with Bennett, thus elevating the university's descent into what could be described as a new level of indoctrinated insanity. This transition was not just about changing leadership, but about intensifying the covert transformation of UNL into an instrument of the New World Order's broader, more radical objectives. upon the retirement of the white fool and stooge, Ronnie Green, the University of Nebraska system initiated what can only be described as a charade in the guise of a selection process for a new chancellor. This process was, in reality, a predetermined affair, with Rodney Bennett likely already identified and selected as the black subversive replacement for Green. The orchestration of such subversion requires multiple moving parts, and Bennett was positioned as the inevitable choice. To maintain the facade of an open and diligent election, the university embarked on a prolonged and ostentatious procedure. This so-called selection process is less about careful consideration and more about the expenditure of time and money. Committees and selectors indulge in an elaborate dance of meetings, travel, and dinners, all funded by the hard-earned money of taxpayers and tuition-paying students. This is not merely a process of selection, but an orchestrated waste of resources, providing those involved with opportunities for indulgence under the pretense of due diligence. The selection of a new chancellor, therefore, becomes a protracted affair, characterized by its inefficiency and lack of genuine purpose. It is a facade, a costly and time-consuming ritual where the outcome, Rodney Bennett's appointment, was likely decided long before Green's departure was even announced. This charade, executed by the university's administrative frauds, serves no purpose other than to exhaust resources and time, all while pretending to engage in a thorough and unbiased leadership transition. The public highlights of a selection process for the new chancellor at the University of Nebraska at Lincoln, akin to numerous hiring rituals across Nebraska and the nation, were an elaborate waste and theatrical production designed to feign a meticulous and thoughtful selection. In reality, the process was a mockery of due diligence, where the selectors indulged in more whining and dining than actual selection, betraying their positions for a preordained outcome. The process: Number 1. Announcement of vacancy. Upon the retirement of the previous white fool and chancellor, Ronnie Green, the vacancy was declared, setting the stage for the farce. Number 2. Formation of a search committee. This committee, chaired by a stereotypical, liberal-minded, middle-aged white woman and academic, Dean Tiffany Hung-Moss, was formed not to seek but to validate Bennett's pre-selection. The Chancellor Search Advisory Committee was merely a rubber stamp. Number 3. Hiring a search firm. The engagement of AGB Search, an organization staffed by former administrators who perpetuate the same progressive, communist, and globalist agendas within universities, was a sham. Its CEO, who benefited from these systems to become the first black president of Ohio University, further transformed that institution into an anti-American center of indoctrination. Number 4. Development of a position profile, crafted to align perfectly with Bennett's qualifications, ensuring his inevitable selection. Number 5. Stakeholder input, a pro forma exercise devoid of any real influence on the predetermined outcome. Number 6. Candidate search. Ostensibly comprehensive, this was nothing more than a formality to uphold the illusion of competition. Number 7. Narrowing down candidates. Bennett was always the frontrunner, with the process designed to culminate in his appointment. Number 8. Interviews. A spectacle to maintain the facade of choice, lacking any substantive decision-making. Number 9. Selection. Bennett's appointment was recommended to and rubber-stamped by the Nebraska Board of Regents, colloquially known as the Board of Rejects or Board of Retards. Elected by the people of Nebraska, these clueless fools, through their endorsement of Bennett, demonstrated their unfitness for office, recommending the worst possible candidate out of fear of appearing racist or foolish. Their actions reveal them as inadequate stewards of public trust, particularly for the students at UNL. Number 10. Public announcement. The official unveiling of Bennett as Chancellor, marking the public acknowledgement of this prearranged outcome. Number 11. Transition period. Facilitated Bennett's integration into his role, ensuring the seamless continuation of subversive activities. Number 12. Formal installation. the ceremonial commencement of Bennett's tenure, officially ushering in an era of subversion under the guise of leadership. This process, characterized by fraud and deceit, not only mocks the public, but also wastes taxpayer and student money, all while advancing a predetermined agenda that undermines the integrity of the educational institution. Following the charade of a selection process, Rodney Bennett was installed to execute his administration, which is in essence their agenda, the most egregious and oppressive globalist agenda. The University of Nebraska system, like many others, has succumbed to globalist infiltration, masquerading under the guise of academic progression and achievement. This transformation was not sudden. It was a gradual, insidious process where education in Nebraska was incrementally converted into a vehicle for globalist indoctrination. The stewards of this academic institution, who have failed in their duties, refuse to acknowledge that the university has become a breeding ground for globalist indoctrination. To do so would be an admission of their own complicity and incompetence during their watch. However, this transformation has indeed occurred, and these stewards, under the delusion of progressive evolution, have accepted it as a natural progression of education. In reality, these individuals, characterized as weak and foolish white stewards, have surrendered their responsibilities as leaders and protectors. Their inherent stupidity and weakness have led them to hand over the institution to subversive forces. Thus, we are now faced with an anti-white, anti-American, black subversive communist as the chancellor of the University of Nebraska at Lincoln, marking a new low in the institution's history where the principles of true education are supplanted by an agenda that serves globalist interests. Rodney Bennett is widely recognized as the Carlton Banks of the University of Nebraska at Lincoln, a moniker that draws a parallel between him and the character portrayed by Alfonso Ribeiro on the NBC television sitcom The Fresh Prince of Bel-Air. Bennett, akin to Carlton Banks, adopts the persona of a stereotypical white individual played by a black actor in his public appearances. This white-face facade, reminiscent of an over-the-top caricature, mirrors the exaggerated mannerisms of Carlton Banks, who is infamous for his dance that satirically portrayed how blacks perceive white dancing. In public, Bennett dons this white-face routine, an act so theatrical it borders on mockery, much like Carlton's dance. This performance is not merely an impersonation, but a strategic move to fit into an environment he fundamentally despises and aims to transform. Bennett, like Ribeiro's character, navigates between two worlds, embodying the conflict of a person who neither fully belongs to one nor the other. Yet, beneath this public persona, Bennett harbors deep-seated loathing for white people and the culture they represent. This internal conflict, where he both envies and despises white identity, suggests a psyche teetering on the edge of schizophrenia. His existence is marked by a paradoxical desire to emulate and destroy the very essence of what he perceives as whiteness, revealing a profound mental dissonance. This duality is not unique to Bennett, but is symptomatic of individuals within this cohort who both hate and aspire to the privileges of whiteness, leading to an ongoing internal war that threatens mental stability. Their commitment to subversive ideologies serves as a pseudo-religious fervor, providing a veneer of sanity to what is, in essence, a life of constant turmoil. It allows them to maintain their public facade while pursuing their ultimate goal, the destruction of the system that has paradoxically elevated them. Rodney Bennett, like Ribeiro, presents as a figure of confusion and contradiction, an empty suit filled with rage and contempt for white individuals, yet dependent on the very system he seeks to dismantle. He is a stooge in the globalist narrative, living a life of luxury he did not create but actively tries to ruin. His ascent within the system he undermines marks him as a winner among his peers, garnering accolades for his part in escalating the internal decay of the institution he now leads. Rodney Bennett represents not merely a shift in leadership at the University of Nebraska at Lincoln, but the culmination of a meticulously orchestrated subversion of academic integrity and cultural ethos. His tenure, described herein through various lenses, from racial manipulation to globalist infiltration, underscores a deliberate and calculated assault on the traditional values of higher education. Bennett's journey from beneficiary to architect of this transformation illustrates a coordinated effort by various subversive networks to invert the societal and academic norms, replacing merit with ideology and quality with quota. His dual persona, akin to a caricature of racial mimicry, serves as both a mask and a tool in the ongoing campaign to dismantle the very structures that once nurtured his own ascent. The University of Nebraska at Lincoln, under Bennett's stewardship, has become a case study in how institutions can be co-opted for agendas that are antithetical to their foundational principles. The so-called selection process that led to his appointment was nothing short of a theatrical performance, a mockery of governance and accountability, designed to ensure the installation of a figurehead for these subversive aims. This narrative of Bennett's infiltration and subsequent leadership at UNL reveals a broader, more sinister plot where education is repurposed as a tool for indoctrination rather than enlightenment. The university, once a beacon of learning and progress, now stands as a testament to how easily academic bastions can be transformed into theaters for political and ideological warfare. The legacy that Bennett leaves at UNL is one where the pursuit of knowledge has been supplanted by the pursuit of power, where diversity is leveraged not for inclusion but for division, and where the educational landscape is reshaped to serve the interests of an elite few over the many. The implications of such a transformation extend beyond the confines of academia, signaling a profound shift in cultural and intellectual discourse, one that future generations will have to contend with as they grapple with the consequences of this orchestrated subversion.
On April 26, 2025, the University of Nebraska's Memorial Stadium, once a cathedral of college football, became the stage for a spectacle so disastrous it may have sealed the fate of the Cornhuskers' storied program. The Husker Games, a poorly conceived replacement for the traditional red-white spring game, were not merely a disappointment but a catastrophic failure that exposed the depths of mismanagement plaguing Nebraska football. Marketed as an innovative showcase of 7-on-7 competitions and skills drills, the event, also known as the Nebraska Games or Fall Sports Preview, delivered a chaotic, embarrassing mess that alienated fans, repelled recruits, and tarnished a legacy built over decades. With fewer than 10,000 attendees compared to the 60,000 who typically pack the stadium for the spring game, the Husker Games marked a precipitous fall for a program that once defined excellence. This was no mere misstep, it was a death knell, a culmination of 2 decades of poor leadership from coaches, athletic directors, and university officials, with head coach Matt Rhule's decisions serving as the final nail in the coffin. The Husker Games, or as they could aptly be called, the day Nebraska football died, have left the program in a state from which it may never recover. A tradition dismantled, the cancellation of the spring game. The decision to replace the red-white spring game with the Husker Games was a profound error, rooted in a misguided attempt to prioritize caution over tradition. In early 2025, Rhule announced the cancellation of the spring game, citing fears of player injuries and the risk of talent being poached through the transfer portal. These rationales were flimsy and insulting to a fan base that understands football's inherent risks. Injuries are a reality in any physical sport, whether in practice or public exhibitions, and shielding players from a spring game does little to mitigate this truth. The notion that a single scrimmage would expose players to significant scouting or poaching was equally absurd. In the modern era, players are already known quantities, tracked through game film, recruiting networks, and constant communication with rival programs. A spring game would not alter this dynamic, yet Rhule used it as a pretext to dismantle a cherished ritual that unites Nebraska's football community. The red-white game is more than an exhibition. It is a cultural cornerstone, a springtime celebration that draws families, alumni, and fans across generations to Memorial Stadium. With attendance often rivaling that of major programs, it underscores Nebraska's unique passion for football in a state where the sport is a way of life. Replacing this tradition with the Husker Games, a hodgepodge of skills contests, a women's flag football game, and other peripheral activities, was a grave miscalculation. The event structure, inspired by the NFL's Pro Bowl, was fundamentally at odds with Nebraska's football ethos, which craves the intensity of competitive play, not contrived spectacles. By prioritizing a sanitized, low-risk format, Rule and the athletic department underestimated the emotional weight of the spring game, setting the stage for a debacle that would reverberate far beyond April 26th. A bait and switch, the unadvertised scrimmage and missing 7-on-7 drills. The execution of the Husker Games was a masterclass in disorganization, epitomized by a last-minute decision to include a live scrimmage that went largely unadvertised. Just 9 days before the event, on April 17th, Rule reversed his earlier stance and announced a scrimmage for third and fourth string players, a move that contradicted the cancellation of the spring game. This scrimmage, featuring walk-ons and roster hopefuls competing for spots on the new 105-man NCAA roster, was a genuine opportunity to showcase local talent and engage fans. Yet, inexplicably, it was not promoted. Promotional materials continued to emphasize 7-on-7 drills and skills competitions, leaving fans unaware that real football, complete with tackling and full gear, would be played in Memorial Stadium. This failure to communicate was a critical error, as Nebraska's loyal fanbase would have rallied to support a scrimmage highlighting homegrown players fighting for their place on the team. Instead, the lack of promotion contributed to a paltry attendance, a stark rebuke to the athletic department's priorities. Compounding the confusion was the cancellation of the 7-on-7 drills, which had been heavily marketed as the event's centerpiece. These drills, billed as a modern pass-heavy showcase, were meant to highlight offensive skill and entertain fans with dynamic plays. Their absence was a baffling betrayal, leaving attendees who expected a lively display of athleticism with nothing but frustration. The bait and switch, advertising one format and delivering another, demonstrated a profound lack of respect for fans who invested time and money to attend. The scrimmage, while a welcome surprise for those present, was limited in scope, excluding starters and most second-string players. A more thoughtful approach could have balanced fan expectations with Rule's concerns. Starters could have participated in limited, low-contact series in half pads, followed by a full scrimmage for reserves. Such a structure would have preserved the spring game's competitive spirit while showcasing the roster's depth. Instead, the athletic department's failure to adapt or communicate effectively squandered a chance to celebrate Nebraska's football heritage, leaving fans feeling deceived and disregarded. Skills competitions. A parade of embarrassment. The skills competitions, intended to highlight player talent and engage the crowd, were a catastrophic failure, exposing a roster unprepared and a coaching staff out of touch. Poorly designed and inadequately rehearsed, these contests set players up for public humiliation rather than success, raising serious questions about the program's readiness and depth. The quarterback skills competition was a disaster, with one notable exception: Dylan Raiola. The sophomore quarterback delivered the event's only highlight, tossing a football 45 yards into a basketball hoop with pinpoint accuracy, a display of arm talent that underscored his status as the program's cornerstone. Beyond Raiola, however, the competition was a debacle. Other quarterbacks struggled to hit moving targets, tackling dummies, or crossbars at distances of 30 to 50 yards. Their throws were consistently short, off-target, or underpowered, revealing a troubling lack of arm strength and precision in the quarterback room. The targets should have been placed closer, 15 to 20 yards, to ensure competitive success and avoid embarrassment. The coaching staff's failure to anticipate these struggles or adjust the setup was a glaring oversight, leaving fans questioning the program's future at its most critical position. The bench press competition was equally disheartening, exposing deficiencies in player strength that are unacceptable for a Big Ten program. Some players struggled to lift 225 pounds more than a few times, a shocking display for Division I athletes, particularly linemen, who should be capable of 10 to 20 reps by their junior year. The inclusion of coaches in the event was a misguided attempt at engagement, but the real outrage came from Rule's ostentatious pledge of $5,000 per bench press rep to a youth mentoring program. This stunt, resulting in over $100,000 pledged in a single afternoon, was less a charitable act than a tone-deaf display of wealth from a coach earning nearly $10 million annually. In a state where many residents earn less than $100,000 a year, Rule's casual disbursement of such sums felt like a mockery of Nebraska's working-class values. The mentoring program, once well-intentioned, has faced criticism for its recent direction, further undermining the gesture's sincerity. Other competitions were similarly disastrous. The kicking and punting contests saw shanks and misses, with targets placed too far for most players to succeed. Kickers struggled to make field goals, and punters failed to land balls in designated areas, requiring an alumnus to step in and salvage the display. The strongman challenge, involving tractor pulls over 40 yards, left participants exhausted and ineffective when a shorter distance would have sufficed. The media challenge, where local reporters caught footballs from a machine, revealed a troubling collusion between the athletic department and a compliant press, which later produced glowing recaps that ignored the event's flaws. The John Cook roping roundup, led by the volleyball coach, was an absurd spectacle, with players clumsily attempting to lasso fake cows in a stunt that had no place in a football event. The wing eating contest, a promotional gimmick for a corporate sponsor, was a grotesque display of former players and coaches failing to eat 100 wings in 3 minutes, leaving sauce and debris strewn across tables in a fittingly chaotic end to the day. The receiver skills competition, where players tried to catch lobs and land on padded mats, was cancelled mid-event after repeated drops and missed landings, encapsulating the event's incompetence. Recruiting, a catastrophe with lasting consequences. The Husker Games were a recruiting disaster, alienating high school prospects and cementing Nebraska's reputation as a program in decline. Recruits in attendance appeared lost, confused, and neglected, wandering aimlessly without meaningful engagement from coaches or staff. The lack of organization, from abrasive hosts herding prospects to cramped, subpar seating in the stands, signaled that recruiting was an afterthought. Forcing these young athletes to watch a women's flag football game and a series of failed skills contests, rather than a competitive spring game, was a profound miscalculation. Top-tier prospects, who have options at programs with vibrant spring games and passionate fanbases, saw nothing to inspire confidence in Nebraska's direction. The event's chaos and lack of competitive football sent a clear message: this is not a serious program. No high-caliber recruits are likely to commit to Nebraska after this debacle, and the program's ability to attract even mid-tier talent is now in jeopardy. Nebraska's recruiting challenges are already significant, given its remote location, harsh winters, and competition from programs in more appealing climates. The Husker Games added a new and insurmountable barrier: embarrassment. Prospects who witnessed the event or heard of its failures will not entertain the idea of playing for a program that subjects its players to such public humiliation. The promise of scholarships and endorsement deals is not enough when the program's reputation is one of disorganization and incompetence. Recruits want to play for winning teams, for coaches who inspire confidence, and for programs that respect their craft. The Husker Games demonstrated that Nebraska offers none of these, ensuring that the program's talent pipeline will dry up, leaving it unable to compete in the Big Ten or beyond. A program unpoachable, but at what cost? Ironically, the Husker Games may have achieved one unintended outcome, making Nebraska's players unpoachable. The abysmal performances in the skills competitions and the disorganized scrimmage likely convinced rival coaches that Nebraska's roster lacks talent worth pursuing. No opposing program will look at the players who struggle to hit targets, lift weights, or complete basic tasks and see potential transfers. However, this is a hollow victory, achieved at the cost of the program's prestige and future viability. By showcasing incompetence, Nebraska has deterred both recruits and rival programs, but it has also alienated its fanbase and undermined its own aspirations. The program's reputation as a destination for serious football players is in tatters, and the Husker Games have ensured that Nebraska is no longer a place where top talent wants to play, or even visit. A legacy of mismanagement. The Husker Games were not an isolated failure but the culmination of 2 decades of mismanagement by coaches, athletic directors, and university leaders. Successive administrations have made questionable decisions, from coaching hires to strategic priorities, that have eroded Nebraska's once dominant position in college football. Rule's tenure, marked by this debacle, represents the latest and most damning chapter in this decline. His decision to cancel the spring game, only to reinstate a poorly promoted scrimmage, reflects a leadership style that is reactive, indecisive, and disconnected from the fan base. The athletic department's complicity in this fiasco, from its failure to communicate changes to its endorsement of the Husker Games' flawed format, underscores a broader institutional failure. The university, tasked with stewarding Nebraska's football legacy, has allowed this erosion to continue unchecked, prioritizing short-term caution over long-term vision. The impact of the Husker Games extends beyond the university, threatening football across the state. Nebraska's high school and small college programs rely on the Huskers' success to inspire young athletes and maintain the state's football culture. By undermining this foundation, the university risks diminishing the sport's vitality at all levels. The Husker Games were a public display of ineptitude, a signal to aspiring players and fans that Nebraska football is no longer a source of pride but a source of embarrassment. Conclusion: an irreversible decline. The Husker Games of April 26, 2025, will be remembered as the day Nebraska football's decline became irreversible. The event's conceptual flaws, from the cancellation of the spring game to the ill-fated embrace of skills contests, were compounded by an execution so chaotic it defied comprehension. The failure to promote a live scrimmage, the cancellation of promised 7-on-7 drills, and the embarrassing skills competitions alienated a fan base that once filled Memorial Stadium with 60,000 voices. The recruiting fallout ensures that Nebraska will struggle to attract the talent needed to compete, while the program's reputation lies in ruins. Matt Rule, the athletic department, and university leadership bear responsibility for this catastrophe, a culmination of 2 decades of poor decisions that have brought a once proud program to its knees. Nebraska football, as it was known, is dead, and the Husker Games were its funeral, a disorganized, humiliating spectacle that no fan, player, or recruit will soon forget. The worst is yet to come, and the road to recovery, if it exists, is impossibly steep.
In an era where the educational landscape faces increased scrutiny, the roles of university leaders have come under significant review. Recent discussions have highlighted the complexities involved in diversity, equity, and inclusion initiatives, as well as various social and health policies. This has led to a broader conversation about the direction and integrity of higher education in the United States. As we explore these issues, we aim to understand the implications of these leaders' decisions in a dynamic socio-political context. Here's a list of notable Nebraska university leaders in the context of current educational challenges. Number 1. Rodney Bennett, Chancellor of the University of Nebraska at Lincoln. Rodney Bennett has faced critique for his approach to diversity, equity, and inclusion initiatives, with some questioning the balance between promoting diversity and ensuring meritocracy. His support for public health measures during recent times has also sparked debate among different community groups. Number 2. Joanne Lee, Chancellor of the University of Nebraska at Omaha. Joanne Lee's leadership has been discussed in relation to diversity, equity, and inclusion policies, with some concerns about how these initiatives are implemented to ensure fairness for all. Her decisions during public health crises have also been a point of contention. Number 3. Charlie Bykak, Interim Chancellor of the University of Nebraska at Kearney. Charlie Bykak has been part of conversations around educational policies, particularly those concerning diversity and inclusion. His temporary role has brought attention to how interim leadership handles such complex issues. Number 4. Deli Davies, MD, Interim Chancellor of the University of Nebraska Medical Center. Dr. Deli Davies' tenure has been marked by discussions on how medical education can balance diversity with excellence. His approach to health policy during his term has also been widely discussed. Number 5. Daniel S. Hendrickson, President of Creighton University. Daniel S. Hendrickson's administration has navigated the intricate landscape of diversity in education, with debates on how these policies are managed in relation to traditional academic values. Number 6. Darren Good, President of Nebraska Wesleyan University. Darren Good has been at the center of discussions regarding educational policy changes, focusing on how these can be inclusive without compromising educational standards. Number 7. Roger Hughes, president of Doane University. Roger Hughes' leadership has been examined in terms of how diversity, equity, and inclusion are integrated into the academic environment, aiming for a balanced approach. Number 8. Dr. Rich Lloyd, president of Hastings College. Dr. Rich Lloyd's approach to educational inclusivity has been a topic of conversation, with considerations on how to maintain academic rigor while promoting diversity. Number 9. Dr. Bernard Bull, president-elect of Concordia University, Nebraska. Dr. Bernard Bull, as he transitions into leadership, faces the task of addressing ongoing debates about educational policy, particularly in how diversity is managed. Number 10. Ronald Cabe W. Davis, president of Chadron State College. Ronald Cabe W. Davis has been engaged in dialogues about the implementation of diversity policies, ensuring they align with the college's educational mission. Number 11. Bonus entry. Jody Horner, president of Midland University. Jody Horner's leadership at Midland University has been discussed in the context of balancing diversity initiatives with educational excellence. Number 12. Bonus entry. Wendy Waugh, interim president of Peru State College. Wendy Waugh, in her interim role, navigates the complexities of diversity in education, aiming for policies that promote inclusivity while maintaining academic integrity. The discourse around these leaders and their policies highlights the need for a transparent, inclusive, and merit-based educational environment. It underscores the importance of re-evaluating current practices to ensure that higher education institutions remain places of learning, integrity, and true inclusivity, free from the influence of any singular political or ideological agenda. This ongoing conversation is crucial for restoring and maintaining trust in our educational systems.
For over half a century, South Asians and Middle Easterners have upended Nebraska's demographic landscape, a seismic shift ignited by the 1965 Immigration and Nationality Act. This legislation obliterated restrictive quotas, unleashing a steady influx of these groups into the Omaha metro area and across the state. By April 2025, their conspicuous presence, marked by vibrant saris, Arabic conversations, and proliferating musallas and Hindu temples, has jolted Nebraska's historically white, Christian identity. In Omaha's bustling markets and quiet rural towns, their cultural practices spark unease among locals, who perceive a refusal to assimilate into the heartland's traditional fabric. Questions swirl. How did these newcomers infiltrate Nebraska? Are they here legally? Can the Trump administration's aggressive immigration crackdown dislodge them? These debates expose raw divisions, with some praising their economic contributions, while others decry a creeping cultural alienation. The rapid diversification of Nebraska, once a bastion of homogeneity, has fueled resentment as residents grapple with unfamiliar languages and customs in their schools, workplaces, and streets. This article dissects the scale of their settlement, tracing their arrival through legal and illegal pathways, and probes the feasibility of their removal amid tightened enforcement. The growing footprint of South Asians and Middle Easterners underscores a national failure to control immigration, raising urgent questions about legality, permanence, and the erosion of Nebraska's cultural cohesion. Their story, rooted in decades of policy missteps, reflects a broader struggle to reconcile global migration with local identity, leaving the state at a crossroads. As enforcement looms, the permanence of these communities tests Nebraska's tolerance, highlighting the unintended consequences of an immigration system that prioritized openness over unity, forever altering the heartland's social landscape. Part 1. Origins and Growth. The arrival of South Asians and Middle Easterners in Nebraska gained traction after the 1965 Immigration and Nationality Act dismantled national quotas, opening floodgates for family reunification, employment visas, and refugee programs. In the late 1960s, a small cadre of pioneers, barely a blip in the Omaha metro area, settled, lured by educational opportunities at the University of Nebraska at Omaha and jobs in healthcare and manufacturing. By 1980, their statewide presence was negligible, a mere few hundred souls. Over the next 5 decades, however, chain migration, economic prospects in tech and meatpacking and refugee resettlement, particularly for Iraqis and Syrians fleeing war, propelled explosive growth, reshaping Nebraska's cultural contours. By 2010, Omaha hosted thousands, with Nebraska's total slightly higher. The past 15 years, especially 2020 to 2025, witnessed a dramatic surge, driven by porous southern borders and sustained legal inflows. Today, Omaha Metro counts 22,000 to 26,000 South Asians and Middle Easterners, while Nebraska's total reaches 30,000 to 35,000, roughly 1.5 to 1.8% of the state's 1.99 million residents. Their visibility is stark. Hindi and Arabic spill into public spaces, traditional attire disrupts the visual norm, and Jumu'ah prayers at musallas signal a bold cultural retention. These markers, from Hindu temple festivals to ethnic markets, clash with Nebraska's white Christian heritage, often perceived as defiance of assimilation. This rapid ascent from obscurity to a noticeable minority exposes the unchecked legacy of post-1965 immigration policies, which failed to anticipate the cultural friction now straining local communities. Schools and workplaces, once anchors of shared values, now navigate linguistic and cultural divides, amplifying tensions. The demographic upheaval, while economically beneficial for some industries, has left many Nebraskans feeling like strangers in their own state, questioning whether this diversity strengthens or fractures their social fabric. As these communities entrench, their growing influence underscores a critical policy miscalculation, one that prioritized unrestricted immigration over the preservation of Nebraska's historical identity, setting the stage for ongoing cultural and political battles. Part 2. Pathways and Legal Status. South Asians and Middle Easterners have infiltrated Nebraska through a complex web of legal and illegal pathways, exploiting the state's economic allure and lax immigration oversight. Legally, many arrived via H-1B visas for tech and healthcare professionals, F-1 student visas at universities like UNO, and refugee programs for Iraqis and Syrians. Family reunification amplified this influx, as early settlers sponsored relatives, embedding communities in Nebraska's affordable towns. In Omaha Metro, an estimated 16,160 to 22,425 hold legal status: citizens, legal permanent residents, LPRs, or temporary visa holders, forming the majority, with Nebraska's total at 22,000 to 30,000. These legal residents, drawn to jobs and community networks, have carved out enclaves, their cultural practices reshaping local landscapes. Yet, a troubling portion arrived unlawfully, particularly during 2020 to 2025, when weak border enforcement enabled thousands to cross the U.S.-Mexico border. In Omaha, 3,500 to 7,500 entered this way, part of the 4,000 to 9,000 unauthorized statewide. Visa overstays, such as expired H-1B or F-1 visas, further inflate these numbers. Nationally, unauthorized immigrants number millions, with Omaha's share including Hispanics, South Asians, and Middle Easterners. This mix of statuses, secure, temporary, and illegal, creates a volatile enforcement landscape. Permanent residents enjoy near immunity, while temporary visa holders and unauthorized immigrants face mounting risks under stricter policies. Nebraska's economic pull from meatpacking to tech sustains this influx, but the unchecked growth of unauthorized populations fuels local resentment. Many Nebraskans view these newcomers as straining public resources, schools, healthcare, housing, while their distinct cultural practices, from prayer calls to ethnic festivals, deepen perceptions of non-integration. The failure to secure borders and regulate visa overstays exposes a systemic breakdown. allowing illegal immigration to flourish under the guise of opportunity. As legal residents entrench, the unauthorized minority undermines public trust, highlighting a policy disaster that prioritized economic gain over sovereignty, leaving Nebraska to grapple with a fractured social order and an immigration system incapable of reconciling diversity with cohesion. Part 3. Enforcement and removal potential. Under the Trump administration's 2025 immigration policies, U.S. laws target unauthorized immigrants and temporary status holders for removal. But systemic flaws and local resistance cripple these efforts. In Omaha Metro, 2,920 to 6,175 unauthorized residents and 3,720 to 5,850 temporary visa holders. H-1B workers, students, or TPS recipients face potential deportation, totaling 4,000 to 10,000. Statewide, for 1,000 to 9,000 unauthorized and 5,100 to 7,700 temporary residents, yield 5,500 to 13,500 removable. Yet, ICE's limited capacity, handling only a fraction of millions nationwide, and local defiance, like Omaha Police's non-cooperation in January 2025, slash realistic removals to 3,000 to 5,500 in Omaha and 4,000 to 7,500 statewide by 2030. Enforcement began in 2025 with ICE raids, netting hundreds in Omaha, alongside visa expirations and TPS terminations. By 2027 to 2030, asylum denials and lapse statuses could drive further exits. Nebraska's cooperation, bolstered by Governor Pillen's January 2025 order, aids IC, but rural enforcement lags and legal challenges like TPS lawsuits stall progress. Permanent residents, 12,000 to 16,000 in Omaha and 18,000 to 24,500 statewide, remain largely untouchable, barring rare criminal deportations affecting a tiny fraction. This disparity exposes the emptiness of aggressive rhetoric targeting millions nationally. While unauthorized immigrants face real risks, the entrenched legal population, shielded by constitutional protections, mocks the promise of control. The enforcement gap fuels public frustration, as Nebraskans see their state transformed by immigrants who appear immune to removal. Cultural tensions simmer, with muselas and temples symbolizing a divide many locals resent. The failure to deport significant numbers, despite political posturing, underscores a broken system, unable to reconcile demands for border security with the reality of a diversified Nebraska. As enforcement flounders, the permanence of these communities, rooted in decades of policy missteps, deepens, leaving locals to navigate a cultural landscape increasingly alien to their heritage, with no clear path to restore the cohesion they crave. Part 4. Permanent presence and future outlook. Even after maximum enforcement, South Asians and Middle Easterners will retain a tenacious grip on Nebraska. In Omaha Metro, 16,500 to 20,500, mostly citizens and LPRs, are poised to stay, with Nebraska's total at 22,500 to 27,500. These groups, safeguarded by legal protections from the 1965 Act, are impervious to removal. Ongoing births and potential new LPRs could counter deportation losses, cementing their foothold. Their cultural imprint, mosques, temples, and ethnic businesses clogging Omaha streets, will endure, clashing with Nebraska's traditional identity and fueling accusations of non-assimilation. These markers, from prayer calls to curry-scented markets, are seen by many as an affront to the state's heritage, deepening social divides. By 2030, this population will remain a visible minority, but Trump's policies, slashing refugee caps and tightening visa scrutiny, may throttle future inflows. Local resistance to integration, paired with enforcement gaps, will sustain cultural friction. Schools and workplaces, now battlegrounds for competing identities, face pressure from locals who feel their values are under siege. The legal stability of most residents ensures their permanence, a bitter pill for those who view diversification as a policy betrayal. This entrenched presence, a direct result of lax post-1965 immigration, highlights a failure to foresee long-term cultural impacts. Nebraska's future will wrestle with this uneasy coexistence as South Asians and Middle Easterners remain fixtures, their influence a constant reminder of an immigration system that valued economic benefits over social unity. The state, once a symbol of heartland consistency, now mirrors a fractured nation, unable to reconcile global migration with local traditions. As cultural enclaves solidify, Nebraska faces a stark choice: adapt to an irreversible demographic shift or cling to a fading identity. Knowing the policies that enabled this transformation have left enforcement impotent and the social fabric strained beyond repair. Conclusion: the rise of South Asians and Middle Easterners in Nebraska, sparked by the 1965 Immigration and Nationality Act, has irrevocably altered the state's cultural and demographic core, but at a steep cost. From a negligible presence in the 1970s, their numbers ballooned to 22,000 to 26,000 in Omaha Metro and 30,000 to 35,000 statewide by April 2025, fueled by legal pathways, H-1B visas, refugee programs, family reunification, and unchecked border crossings. Their conspicuous presence, Arabic and Hindi in public spaces, traditional attire, and musalas dotting the landscape, has provoked backlash, with many Nebraskans decrying their apparent refusal to integrate. The Trump administration's 2025 enforcement targets 4,000 to 7,500 for removal statewide, including 3,000 to 5,500 in Omaha, focusing on unauthorized and temporary residents. Yet the majority, 22,500 to 27,500, are citizens or LPRs, shielded from deportation barring rare criminal acts. This entrenched population exposes the futility of enforcement and the catastrophic legacy of decades of permissive immigration policies. Their cultural footprint, from ethnic festivals to mosques, will persist though tighter borders and visa restrictions may curb future growth. Nebraska's diversification, while permanent, fuels relentless tension as locals mourn a state no longer reflective of its historical roots. Schools, workplaces, and neighborhoods, once unified by shared values, now navigate a cultural chasm, with many residents feeling displaced. The 1965 Act's fallout has embedded South Asians and Middle Easterners in Nebraska, but their permanence amplifies a broader national failure to balance immigration with cultural unity. As enforcement falters, the state faces an uncomfortable reality. These communities, bolstered by legal protections, are here to stay, their influence a constant challenge to Nebraska's identity. The heartland, reshaped by policy missteps, must confront this new normal, where global identities clash with local traditions, leaving a fractured social landscape and a lingering question of whether cohesion can ever be restored.
The University of Nebraska-Omaha is under the disastrous leadership of Joanne Lee, a woman whose appointment as the 16th chancellor on July 1, 2021, exposes the utter incompetence of the University of Nebraska System Board of Regents, a pack of dim-witted frauds posing as educational stewards. Lee, the first woman of color and Asian American in this role, was rubber-stamped unanimously by these fools, who ignored her suspicious past and glaring intellectual deficiencies. Her selection screams diversity, equity, and inclusion farce, a token hire by Nebraska's naive white leadership, too trusting to question her credentials or origins. As we mark Women's History Month this March 2025, a deep dive into Lee's history reveals not a trailblazer but a travesty, a figure whose tenure is a blight on the university and a testament to a state educational system overrun by malicious idiots deliberately installing disasters like her to ruin it from within.
Lee earns a reported $430,000 annually, a figure cited by University of Nebraska System President Ted Carter in 2021, though questions linger about whether this fully reflects her financial picture. Whispers circulate about potential unreported gains, possibly linked to her Chinese connections and orchestrated with her husband, Alex Mack, a shadowy financial figure whose involvement raises eyebrows about the true nature of their partnership. Lee's stupidity is legendary. She can barely string together coherent talking points, a moronic stooge propped up by the right connections rather than any shred of intelligence. Her official salary, substantial as it is, might only hint at a broader web of resources, casting her as a lifelong operator who has leveraged networks, perhaps tied to communist influences, and a complicit Nebraska establishment too foolish to probe deeper. Born in Hong Kong and raised in Canada, Lee's early life is a black hole of secrecy. She moved to the U.S. in 1988 for a PhD in finance at the University of Oregon, arriving at an estimated age of 23 to 25, based on her academic timeline. Bachelor's and master's degrees in economics from the University of British Columbia, completed by her early 20s. Yet her birth date is suspiciously absent from public records, a glaring omission that fuels distrust. She claims her parents were hard-working immigrants who taught her gratitude, recalling in a Women's Fund of Omaha profile. "My mother and father worked long hours when I was young, and I spent a lot of time there with them. They treated everyone there like part of the family." But these tales ring hollow. Many insist her parents were Chinese spies, dispatched to Canada to groom her for infiltration into American or Canadian institutions, a stepping stone to her current role as a supposed agent of the New World Order and communist agendas. No names, no specifics, just vague platitudes that deepen the mystery of her origins. Her education and career are equally suspect. At the University of British Columbia, she coasted through economics degrees on a woke curriculum of diversity nonsense, not intellect. Proof higher education is a playground for idiots like her. Her PhD and CFA designation, followed by stints as a professor at Towson University, Dean at Wright State University, 2006 to 2012, and Dean at Florida International University, FIU, 2012 to 2021, are paraded as qualifications. Yet her tenure at FIU, where she claims a graduation rate leap from 29% to 70% and reserves growth from $3 million to $18 million, carries undertones of questionable accounting, with some suggesting those figures might not tell the full story of her financial stewardship. Now at UNO, she's partnered with Alex Mack, who many suspect could be the sharper mind behind their joint ventures, guiding her while she parrots talking points like the dim-witted puppet she is. The hiring process that landed Lee at UNO was a sham from the start. Launched after Jeffrey P. Gold's departure in 2017, the search dragged into 2021, a wasteful charade of committee dinners and fake due diligence. Lee emerged from a pre-selected pool, her FIU record and credentials waved through by Ted Carter, a New World Order stooge and total fraud who had her picked out long before the interviews. The Board of Regents, dubbed the Nebraska Board of Retards by those in the know, approved her on April 30, 2021, too stupid to question her or her ties to Mack, whose financial acumen might have smoothed her path to power. Carter crowed about her historic status, but her appointment was a calculated move to install a wrecking ball at UNO, a continuation of Gold's own New World Order legacy as chancellor from 2017 to 2021. When Lee took over, her collaboration with Mack during this period raises questions about whether lockdown policies also served their personal interests, further burdening Nebraska's coffers. Lee's so-called qualifications are a joke. She's never listed them concisely, but Carter and her own remarks prop up a flimsy facade. She babbles about her first-generation student sob story. "My own life has taught me so much about the value of higher education," to mask her anti-American venom. Her FIU successes are a mirage, her urban university vision, reach into areas, communities, and populations that in the past may not have had easy access.
a lie to cloak her intent to destroy America. With Mac by her side, possibly as more mastermind than husband, she's a cog in a machine of fraud and subversion. Her stupidity no barrier to the damage she inflicts. Joanne Lee's reign at UNO is an abomination, a glaring symptom of Nebraska's educational collapse. Her $430,000 salary, while hefty, leaves lingering doubts about whether it captures the full scope of her resources, with murmurs of shadowy gains tied to Alex Mack's financial maneuvers. Her vacant mind, stumbling over basic talking points, makes her a mockery, a chancellor with no business near education. The Board of Regents, a gaggle of witless clowns, and Ted Carter, a sniveling New World Order lackey, foisted her upon UNO, blind to her shady past and ineptitude. Born in Hong Kong, raised in Canada, and slithering into the US in 1988, Lee conceals her birth date and parental identities, fanning suspicions of espionage roots. Her degrees and career boasts, swollen by FIU's dubious stats, unravel as fabrications under scrutiny. At UNO, her COVID tyranny, masks, vaccines, lockdowns, devastated campus life, a deliberate assault aligned with her anti-American agenda. Gold's prior New World Order stint primed UNO for her sabotage, a baton passed between infiltrators. Nebraska's gullible masses and lapdog press let her slide, enabling this fraudster to flourish. Lee, with Mac as her shadowy puppeteer, is the nadir of educational integrity, a stupid, malicious tool eroding UNO daily. Her removal isn't optional, it's a desperate necessity. As we reflect on Women's History Month this March 2025, Dissecting Lee's History unveils not a pioneer but a predator, a disgrace to the legacy of women in leadership. Every moment she lingers is an insult to reason, a gift to those dismantling America from within.
In the heart of the untamed frontier, where the sky unfurled like an endless canvas over the wild, whispering plains, there dwelt a girl whose dreams were as expansive as the horizon. She dreamed not merely of romance, but of creating a life and legacy through family, with the enigmatic figure of a pioneer by her side. Her days were spent in the embrace of the earth, her hands shaping the wilderness into a place of living, her efforts a silent dialogue with nature. At night, under the canopy of stars, her dreams painted a picture of love not as a fleeting emotion but as a resilient force, much like the prairie grass that swayed under the unseen forces of the wind. She envisioned a great settler, not just as a life partner, but as the bedrock of a family, someone who would help transform the harshness of the frontier into a tapestry of love and endurance. Together, they would construct not just a physical home, but a narrative, their daily labor a testament to perseverance and ingenuity, crafting stories from the very soil they tilled. In the communal gatherings around the fire, where the warmth of community mingled with the cool night air, she heard tales of her heritage, voices weaving a connection between the old world and the new. These stories were seeds, sprouting bonds of unity and belonging among those who listened. She learned beneath the stars, lessons like messages in bottles sent to the future, ensuring that she would grow with both the wisdom of the past and the dreams of tomorrow. Her writings were her silent poetry, capturing her vision for a life filled with learning and hope. Then, from the depths of the untamed land, came a frontiersman, his spirit as wild as the frontier itself, yet his heart resonated with her deepest aspirations. Together, they forged a family, blending the time-honored traditions with the bold innovations of their new life. Each stone of their home was laid with the silent promise of their shared dream. Their story became a legend whispered through the settlements, a tale of love and family that not only survived but thrived against all odds. Their bond was like a melody that carried on the wind across the plains, leaving a legacy where each day was an ode to dedication, every act a brushstroke of beauty and grace. Thus, they wove their narrative into the very essence of the land, their family's tale an enduring saga for generations to come.
In the annals of Nebraska's history, few names are as intertwined with the state's identity as Julius Sterling Morton. His vision for a state adorned with trees has left an enduring legacy. Julius Sterling Morton, born in 1832 in Adams, New York, arrived in Nebraska City in the mid-19th century, a time when Nebraska was still a territory, not yet a state. He quickly became a pivotal figure, editing the Nebraska City News, serving in the territorial legislature, and even acting as governor when necessary. His political leanings were those of a staunch conservative Democrat, often standing in contrast to the prevailing agrarian populism. Morton's love for arboriculture led to one of Nebraska's most significant cultural institutions, Arbor Day. In 1872, he proposed dedicating a day to planting trees, an idea that took root with the Nebraskan spirit, resulting in over 1 million trees planted in its first observance. This initiative was not just about beautification, but was a strategic effort to combat soil erosion, provide shade, and establish timber resources in a state known for its flat, treeless expanses. His influence reached national proportions when he served as U.S. Secretary of Agriculture under President Grover Cleveland. During this time, Morton was instrumental in expanding the department's role in research and education, profoundly impacting American agriculture. Upon returning to Nebraska, he didn't retire from public life but continued to shape local discourse through the conservative newspaper and by enhancing Arbor Lodge, his estate, into a horticultural marvel and public attraction. The legacy of Julius Sterling Morton in Nebraska is one of transformation and stewardship. Arbor Day, born from his vision, stands as a testament to his commitment to environmental care, becoming a tradition that symbolizes Nebraska's dedication to conservation. His work in agricultural science and his advocacy for a greener Nebraska have left a lasting imprint on the state's economy, environment, and ethos. Today, Arbor Lodge State Historical Park not only preserves his memory, but actively educates and inspires, ensuring that Morton's contributions to Nebraska's history are as alive and flourishing as the trees he championed. His name is synonymous with Nebraska's greening, a chapter in the state's history that continues to grow.
In the high-stakes arena of college football, where every snap can swing a season, the concept of a bye week has long been peddled as a benevolent interlude, a chance for bruised bodies to mend and strategies to sharpen. But as the Nebraska Cornhuskers sit idle this week following their gut-wrenching 30-27 loss to number 21 Michigan on September 20th, 2025, it's glaringly obvious. Bye weeks aren't a gift. They're a glitch in the system, an outdated relic that disrupts momentum, dilutes fan engagement, and hands an unfair edge to the calendar's whims. For a program like Nebraska clawing back relevance under Matt Rule, this post-Week 4 breather isn't recovery. It's a roadblock, perfectly encapsulating why these artificial pauses must be scrapped from the FBS schedule. A brief, bureaucratic history, from necessity to nuisance. Bye weeks in college football trace their roots to the 1980s, when the NCAA formalized scheduling bylaws to prevent oversaturation in a sport ballooning toward a 12-game regular season. Bylaw 17.11.4 mandates that teams cannot kick off before the Thursday preceding Labor Day, ensuring a standardized start while capping contests at 12 or 13 for Hawaii exemptions. This created built-in off weeks to fit the calendar's 13 to 14 Saturdays between late August and late November. In years like 2024 and 2025, an extra Saturday, courtesy of Labor Day's early placement, doubles the byes to 2 for most teams, with outliers like Florida State snagging 3. What began as a pragmatic fix for logistical chaos has morphed into a mandatory downtime that no one asked for, especially not in an era of expanded playoffs demanding peak performance through December. Proponents cling to justifications rooted in player welfare and preparation. The NCAA touts byes as safeguards against the grind of a contact sport, citing reduced injury risks and time for academic catch-up. Claims echoed in studies showing marginal drops in soft tissue strains post-rest. Coaches like Kentucky's Mark Stoops argue they allow targeted film study and injury rehab, potentially boosting output against upcoming foes. In theory, an extra week heals nicks from 60-minute wars and lets coordinators dissect tendencies, turning potential pitfalls into precision plays. Yet these defenses crumble under scrutiny. Data from 2000 to 2014 reveals FBS teams posting a sub-.500 record, 48.6%, in conference games immediately after byes, suggesting the rest advantage is a myth at best, a mild hindrance at worst. A 2020 analysis across 20 seasons found no statistically significant performance bump. Teams win about 50% of post-bye tilts, mirroring their baseline, with rust from lost rhythm offsetting any healing. Football's precision demands weekly reps. A pause invites complacency, where habits atrophy and execution falters. As one anonymous Big Ten assistant put it, you don't fix a leaky roof by stopping the rain. You drill the fundamentals harder. The mounting criticisms, rhythm killers in a relentless sport. The backlash against bye weeks has swelled, fueled by empirical evidence and on-field realities. Foremost is the momentum killer, teams on hot streaks, like a 3-0 Nebraska entering Big Ten play, shed velocity during downtime. Historical trends show squads coming off wins dip in efficiency, with completion rates and tackle success plummeting as muscle memory fades. In 2015, post-bye squads underperformed spreads by 2.1 points on average, a gap wide enough to flip close contests. Nebraska embodies this. After dismantling UTEP and Colorado in non-conference romps, the Huskers' rhythm against Michigan, marked by 7 sacks on Dylan Raiola and gaping run lanes yielding 286 Wolverines rushing yards, reeked of a team shaking off cobwebs from an unnecessary pause. Injury prevention is another hollow claim. While proponents point to lower acute trauma post-bye, the intervening recuperative practices often mimic game intensity, inviting strains without the payoff of competition. Nebraska staff, per reports, ramped up walk-throughs and conditioning drills this week, risking tweaks to linemen like Elijah Pritchett amid a brutal slate ahead. Michigan State on October 4th, then Ohio State and Wisconsin in November. Data bears it out. Teams like Kentucky are 6 to 10 lifetime post-bye under Stoops, with road woes 0 to 5, amplifying the hazard. For the Huskers, nursing bruises from Justice Haynes' 149-yard demolition. This by Force's simulated hits that could sideline Ja'Cory Barney Jr. or Heinrich Harburg just as Raiola's arm heats up. Fan and broadcast woes compound the farce. Staggered byes scatter marquee matchups, leaving Saturday sparse. Week 4's slate sans Ohio State, Penn State, or Georgia felt like a half measure. Nebraska's 87,278 strong Memorial Stadium faithful, roaring through a near upset of Michigan, now stare at empty calendars, their passion idled, when unity could build national buzz. TV deals suffer too. Empty slots erode viewership, as networks juggle filler over fireworks. In a 12-team playoff era, where every yard counts toward at-large bids, a disjointed regular season mocks the format's intent. Even academics, a perennial excuse, ring false. Players aren't suddenly cramming midterms during byes. Nil obligations and strength sessions fill the void, turning rest into regimented drudgery. Nebraska's 3-1 squad, riding Raiola's 308-yard, 3-TD gem against Michigan, needed reps to solidify an O-line that yielded 52 lost yards. Not downtime to ponder syllabi. Whispers in the end zone. Conspiracy theories fuel the fire. Lurking beneath the surface are darker suspicions, amplifying the disdain. Fans whisper that by placements aren't random, but rigged by conference overlords to protect cash cows, scheduling powerhouses like Alabama or Ohio State for late buys to peak in rivalry weeks, while upstarts like Nebraska draw early duds. In 2025's two-bye quirk, theories abound that the Big Ten slotted Nebraska's post-Michigan breather to blunt their upset glow, preserving parity for TV-friendly Ohio State clashes. Another trope, buys as soft resets for scandal-plagued programs, echoing Michigan's 2023 sign-stealing saga, where off weeks allegedly masked investigations. Though unproven, these notions thrive on opaque scheduling committees, eroding trust in a sport already scarred by nil inequities. Nebraska's nightmare, a harmful hiatus in the Huskers' honeymoon. No critique lands harder than Nebraska's current plight. At 3-1 after torching Michigan for 420 total yards, outgaining the Wolverines 420 to 398. This bye is a sabotage. Rules rebuild hummed. Raiola's 79.8% completion pre-halftime. Barney's 142 yards and 2 scores. Momentum crested in Lincoln's sea of red, yet the calendar yanks the plug, forcing a reset when rhythm reigns. Facing middling Michigan State 2-2 next, the Huskers could have feasted on Aiden Child's footwork flaws and a secondary ranked 105th against the pass. Instead, they risk rust. Historical data shows 3-1 teams post-bye win just 52% of ensuing games, often in low-scoring slogs. This isn't recuperation, it's regression. Practices can't replicate 87,000 fans' roar or Michigan's blitzes, leaving Raiola's protection scheme stale and the Blackshirts' run fits untested. Injuries loom larger. Romer Johnson's 62 yards versus Haynes' exposed gaps. A bye drill tweak could bench him for Spartans linebackers primed to swarm. Fan frustration boils. Memorial Stadium's energy, electric for the Wolverines' thriller, dissipates into dorm room debates. And in playoff chases, this pause stalls Nebraska's resume, as rivals like Penn State rack up statement wins. Bye weeks are a farce, born of 1980s inertia in a 2025 reality. They prioritize phantom rest over proven progress, harming teams like Nebraska when unity matters most. Ditch them. Extend to 13 straight games through Thanksgiving. The Huskers deserve action, not idleness, before this break breaks their season.
Under the vast, unending sky of the American Great Plains, where the sun's first rays tenderly kissed the undulating prairie grass, young settler girls nurtured dreams laced with poetry. They envisioned a life where love would dance with the whispering winds, a life where they would meet their soul's match, a frontiersman with whom they could weave an intricate tapestry of love, family, and unwavering support. Their dreams were imbued with resilience and adaptability, soaring spirits much like the lark heralding the dawn. They pictured themselves standing side by side with their beloved, turning the harsh winds and lonely nights into verses of love's resilience. Their adaptability would be a soothing melody, calming the wild heart of the frontier, their love a healing balm for every trial they would face. In their dreams, hard work and resourcefulness took the form of poetic expression. They imagined themselves with their future partners, hands entwined in the labor of creating homes from raw earth, their resourcefulness a sonnet celebrating survival and sustenance. Their love would transform the daily toil into a graceful dance, their lives together a ballad of shared dreams and mutual support. The art of community building was painted in their minds with vibrant hues of love. They dreamt of gatherings where laughter intertwined with the songs of the prairie, their grace a light that would unite souls. They envisioned themselves as the nurturing heart of their community, their beauty a beacon in the vast, often lonely solitude, fostering bonds that would grow as strong as the land itself. Dreams of education and literacy were like love letters penned to the future. They imagined teaching under the same starry skies that had watched their love's genesis, their words and stories a legacy of love and learning. Their journals, filled with musings and dreams, would be love poems, capturing the essence of their hopes and the beauty of their aspirations. Cultural preservation was their ode to the continuity of love. They yearned to bring the rich tapestry of their heritage into this new world, to dance under the moonlight with their husband, blending the traditions of old with new beginnings. Their love would serve as a bridge between worlds, enriching the cultural landscape with the poetry of their shared existence. These settler girls didn't just dream of love. They dreamt of a life where their support would be an integral, tender verse in the epic saga of the frontier, where the act of raising a family would be the sweetest stanza. Their aspirations were of a love so profound that it would resonate across the plains, crafting a legacy where every day was a poem of devotion, beauty, and grace.
In the grand scheme of college football, where legacy and tradition often dictate expectations, Nebraska has long been a program accustomed to the upper echelons of success. However, the Cornhuskers have navigated through a decade punctuated more by mediocrity than by the glory of yore. This narrative has been underscored by the recent stewardship of Matt Rule, whose tenure at Nebraska has, thus far, painted a picture of a team striving to reclaim even a semblance of its former glory, settling instead for the mantle of the average. Under Rule, Nebraska has managed to achieve what might be considered a Pyrrhic victory in the 2024 season, finishing with a record of 7-6. This record, while not a return to the 9-win seasons that Nebraska fans have come to expect, represents a statistical anomaly when viewed against the backdrop of the last 10 years. Nebraska's performance has been below par, with only 2 winning seasons, where the metric for success is often pegged at a 50% win rate or higher. The 2024 season, in this context, appears as a modest triumph, a return to a 500 win percentage. But it also casts a spotlight on the broader issue of what average truly means for a program like Nebraska. Matt Rule, with his history of coaching, brings with him a reputation that is, at best, middling. At Temple University, from 2013 to 2016, Rule managed a winning percentage of 54.9%, with records oscillating from the dismal 2-10 in his first year to a commendable 10-3 in his last. This progression suggests a coach capable of turning around a struggling program, but the question lingers whether this was due to coaching acumen or simply catching a team on the upswing. His transition to Baylor University further nuanced this narrative. Starting with a 1-11 record in 2017, he led the Bears to an 11-3 record in 2019. Yet the consistency of his approach, taking teams from the depths and elevating them, seems less a testament to sustained excellence than to the volatility of college football dynamics. Rhule's journey into the NFL with the Carolina Panthers was less kind, where his record plummeted to a 28.9% winning percentage. Here, the facade of motivational speak and the strategic advantage of coaching teams in recovery mode seemed to unravel against the more seasoned skepticism of professional athletes. His tenure ended abruptly, with a record that did little to bolster his reputation as anything beyond an average coach. Nebraska's decision to invest $74 million over 8 years in Rhule was driven by desperation following the debacle of Scott Frost's tenure, a period marked by not only poor performance, but also personal scandals that tarnished the program's image. Frost's exit left Nebraska in need of a rebuild, and Rhule, with his track record of program revitalization, was seen as a viable option. However, this choice by athletic director Trev Alberts, who has his own controversial history at Nebraska, might reflect more on the scarcity of appealing candidates willing to tackle the Nebraska job than on Rhule's inherent coaching prowess. Rhule's arrival has coincided with Nebraska achieving an average record, but this achievement is laden with caveats. The last decade's performance, with only 2 seasons above 500, indicates a program that has been far below the average expected by its storied past. A 42% win rate over 10 years, where fans and alumni expect 69% or 9 victories, underscores a significant cultural shift in expectations versus reality. The 2024 season might be viewed as a step forward, but it also illuminates Rhule's modus operandi, leveraging his charisma and coach speak to elevate teams, perhaps more through the natural cycles of football than through groundbreaking strategy. Nebraska's community, steeped in tradition and expectation, now finds itself at a crossroads, contemplating whether this average performance under Rhule is the new ceiling or merely a stepping stone to greater heights. In analyzing Rhule's impact, one must consider whether his success at Temple and Baylor was due to his coaching or merely the result of catching teams at their nadir with nowhere to go but up. At Nebraska, with its vast resources and fervent fan base, the challenge is not just to achieve average, but to transcend it. As it stands, Rhule's tenure suggests a coach who might be adept at managing the middle, but whether he can elevate Nebraska back to its historical echelons remains a question wrapped in the complexity of modern college football and its ever-changing landscape.
Joanne Lee, the 16th Chancellor of the University of Nebraska at Omaha, holds immense influence over one of Nebraska's key educational institutions. Yet her opaque background raises profound questions about her citizenship, motives, and the legitimacy of her leadership. As the first so-called woman of color and Asian American to serve in an executive role in the University of Nebraska system, Lee's rapid ascent is marked by academic achievements, but overshadowed by a lack of transparency about her past. The University of Nebraska at Omaha's scholarship programs, notably the Dreamers Pathway and Henningsen, Durham, and Richardson HDR scholarships, which prioritize deferred action for childhood arrivals, DACA, recipients and minorities, are under federal investigation for allegedly discriminating against American-born students, particularly white Nebraskans. This investigation prompts a critical question. Is Joanne Lee a non-citizen running a scholarship scam that favors foreign-born students? This article investigates Lee's citizenship status, whether U.S. citizenship is required for the chancellor role, whether the Nebraska Board of Regents or others conducted background checks on her, the authenticity of her documentation, and the suspicious aspects of her past and affiliations that fuel distrust. Joanne Lee's citizenship, an unanswered question. Joanne Lee's citizenship status remains unconfirmed, intensifying scrutiny given her oversight of scholarships favoring non-citizens. Born in Hong Kong in the mid-1960s, Lee moved to Canada in the 1970s, where she was raised and relocated to the United States in 1988 for graduate studies at Florida State University, earning a PhD in finance. She has resided in the U.S. for over 3 decades, holding positions at Loyola University of Maryland, Towson University, Wright State University, Florida International University, FIU, and the University of Nebraska at Omaha since 2021. Her government roles, including the Federal Reserve Bank of Kansas City's Omaha Branch Board, 2023 present, the Nebraska Commission on Asian American Affairs, 2024, and the United States Strategic Command Consultation Committee, 2022 present, suggest U.S. residency or citizenship, as such positions often require vetting. However, no public records, such as Federal Register listings, U.S. Citizenship and Immigration Services, USCIS, naturalization documents, or other official sources confirm her U.S. citizenship. U.S. citizenship can be acquired through birth, derivation, or naturalization, with naturalization requiring 5 years of lawful permanent residency, 8 U.S.C. Section 1427. Lee's long-term U.S. residency suggests potential naturalization, but her undisclosed birth date, vague family history, and reticent demeanor raise doubts about whether she holds U.S. citizenship or remains a Canadian or Hong Kong citizen. Is U.S. citizenship required for the chancellor role? The University of Nebraska system's bylaws and policies, as outlined by the Board of Regents, do not explicitly require the chancellor of the University of Nebraska at Omaha to be a U.S. citizen. The board's criteria for chancellor appointments, Regent Policy RP 1.1.1, emphasize academic qualifications, leadership experience, and alignment with institutional goals, with no mention of citizenship status. Nebraska State Law, Nebraska Rerun Stat Section 85 to 106, governs public university leadership, but similarly lacks a citizenship requirement, focusing instead on administrative competence. This absence of a mandate raises concerns about oversight, as Lee's leadership of scholarships favoring non-citizens, such as the Dreamers Pathway, offering full tuition to DACA-eligible students, and HDR Scholarship, prioritizing minorities, aligns with policies like Nebraska's LB 239/2006, which grants non-citizens resident educational benefits. If Lee is not a U.S. citizen, her role in promoting these programs could be perceived as a deliberate prioritization of foreign-born students over American citizens, intensifying suspicions about her motives. Background checks by the Board of Regents and others. The Nebraska Board of Regents, which unanimously confirmed Joanne Lee as Chancellor of the University of Nebraska at Omaha on May 1st, 2021, following a national search, appears to have conducted minimal public scrutiny of her background. The selection process, led by University of Nebraska System President Ted Carter, known for dubious moral character and criticized for elitist views, globalist ties, questionable partnerships, and suspicious decisions in hiring key university figures, included a 30-day public vetting period with forums starting April 6, 2021. But no records detail investigations into Lee's citizenship, early life, or affiliations. The board, often criticized for incompetence and questionable decisions in approving unfit candidates, emphasized Lee's academic credentials. Degrees from the University of British Columbia and Florida State University, and leadership at Florida International University, but likely rubber-stamped Carter's recommendation without discernment, omitting verification of her personal history. No evidence suggests the Nebraska Auditor of Public Accounts, state officials, or other entities investigated Lee's background beyond her professional resume. Her sparse disclosures about her parents, whose existence and identities lack public records, and her undocumented elementary and high school education, unlike the transparency common among Nebraska residents, raise questions about whether thorough vetting occurred. This lack of scrutiny fuels suspicions that the board and Carter overlooked critical red flags, whether through ineptitude or deliberate intent, enabling an outsider with an opaque past to assume a powerful role. Authenticity of documentation. Even if Lee possesses U.S. citizenship documentation, its authenticity is questionable due to her opaque background. Naturalization records, typically filed with USCIS, are private and less disclosed, and no public evidence confirms Lee's status. Her undisclosed birth date, Lack of parental records and absent early education history suggest potential discrepancies in her documentation. For instance, if Lee provided false personal information during her appointment process, this could violate false statements, 18 U.S.C. Section 1001, punishable by up to 5 years imprisonment, or misrepresentation of citizenship, 18 U.S.C. Section 911, punishable by up to 3 years. The Board of Regents' failure to verify her background raises concerns about whether her academic credentials, financial disclosures, or residency claims were thoroughly vetted. Her reticent demeanor and limited public disclosures suggest that any documentation she provides may require independent verification to ensure legitimacy. Lee's citizenship and inherent conflict of interest. Even if Joanne Lee is a U.S. citizen through naturalization, derivation, or other means applicable to her circumstances as a Hong Kong-born, Canadian-raised individual, questions persist about the legitimacy of any documentation she might provide. Records from Hong Kong or Canada, such as birth certificates or residency papers, lack public verification, and her guarded demeanor raises doubts about their authenticity. Whether she is a naturalized U.S. citizen or has manipulated citizenship status through oversight or false documentation, Lee remains a foreign-born individual leading a scholarship program that prioritizes foreign-born students. The Dreamers Pathway and HDR scholarships, which favor DACA recipients and minorities, inherently present a conflict of interest, as Lee's foreign-born status aligns her with the beneficiaries of these programs. This alignment, coupled with her suspicious ascent to a position of power in Nebraska education, suggests a deliberate focus on non-citizens, regardless of her citizenship status. Her journey to Omaha, of all places, and her decision to champion scholarships for foreign-born students underscore an unsettling pattern, raising concerns about her motives and loyalty to American interests, even if she possesses valid U.S. citizenship documentation. Why a non-citizen might lead a non-citizen scholarship program? If Lee is not a U.S. citizen, her leadership of scholarships favoring non-citizens could reflect a deliberate agenda to prioritize foreign-born students, aligning with her international affiliations and diversity-focused initiatives. The Dreamers Pathway and HDR scholarships, enabled by LB 239, allocate taxpayer funds to DACA recipients and minorities, allegedly denying white Nebraskans equal access. This raises questions about whether Lee's unconfirmed citizenship status influences her decisions, favoring non-citizens to the detriment of American students. Her extensive global networks and evasive public stance suggest a possible motive to reshape Nebraska's educational landscape, undermining its cultural identity. The federal investigation, launched July 23, 2025, may uncover whether her leadership reflects personal or external agendas, demanding accountability for her role in this crisis. Conclusion: unresolved. The question of whether Joanne Lee, a potential non-citizen, is running a scholarship scam at the University of Nebraska at Omaha remains unresolved. Her unconfirmed citizenship, lack of parental records, undocumented early education, and suspicious affiliations fuel doubts about her motives. The absence of rigorous background checks by the Board of Regents and Nebraska officials, combined with questions about her documentation's authenticity, intensifies scrutiny. If Lee is not a U.S. citizen, her oversight of programs favoring non-citizens suggests a troubling prioritization that undermines American students. Even as a foreign-born citizen, her leadership of such programs presents a conflict of interest. The ongoing federal investigation must probe these issues to ensure Nebraska's educational resources serve its citizens, revealing the true identity and intentions of this enigmatic outsider. The Nebraska legislature's recent initiative has stirred substantial controversy with its proposal to amend the state's juvenile justice system. The bill would permit the prosecution of individuals as adults for specific felony offenses, lowering the age at which this can occur. It also proposes to lower the age for detention of younger individuals, spearheaded by a state senator, the governor, and a county attorney, with support from some local law enforcement. This legislative action has provoked widespread public skepticism, debate, and inquiries into the timing, motives, and objectives behind the bill. Critics of the bill argue that this focus on prosecuting minors presents a stark misplacement of priorities, especially when juxtaposed against the backdrop of other, more pressing criminal activities in Nebraska. The public's discontent is fueled by perceptions that while the state targets young children, thousands of illegal aliens involved in criminal acts continue to operate without significant law enforcement intervention. This sentiment is particularly strong in Douglas County, where crime by illegal individuals has increased. Yet the response from local law enforcement appears disproportionately lenient or absent. The criticism is further compounded by the broader context of the state's justice system, which has been under scrutiny since the handling of the Black Lives Matter domestic terrorist attacks. These events led to significant property damage and unrest. Yet the legal repercussions for participants were minimal, raising questions about the consistency and effectiveness of law enforcement and judicial processes in Nebraska. The public's frustration is twofold. Firstly, with the softness on crime when it comes to real threats to community safety, and secondly, with the apparent harshness towards juveniles, who, according to developmental psychologists and child advocates, might not fully comprehend the implications of their actions. Critics argue that this legislative move could criminalize childhood behavior rather than offering rehabilitation, potentially pushing these children into a cycle of crime rather than helping them reform. Moreover, the credibility of the justice system in Nebraska is under question. The selective enforcement of laws, where rioters from past protests faced little to no jail time, contrasts sharply with the proposed stringent measures against juveniles. This has led to accusations of hypocrisy and political maneuvering, where public officials are seen to be chasing headlines rather than addressing the root causes of crime. The general consensus among detractors is that instead of lowering the age for adult prosecution and detention, the state should invest in more robust early intervention programs, juvenile awareness programs, and segregational reforms that address the social and economic factors driving juvenile delinquency. They contend that focusing on punitive measures for children while seemingly ignoring or under-addressing adult criminal activities, especially those involving illegal invaders, does not serve the justice system's purpose or contribute to long-term community safety. As debates continue, the implementation of this new juvenile crime bill could significantly alter the trajectory of juvenile justice in Nebraska, with implications for how young offenders are treated and the state's overall approach to crime prevention and rehabilitation. The outcome of this legislative proposal will likely be a litmus test for Nebraska's commitment to balanced justice, community safety, and the welfare of its youngest citizens. In the traditionally revered chambers of the Nebraska State Capitol, a legislative session has unfolded that aims to reshape the juvenile justice landscape in Nebraska. At the core of this debate lies Legislative Bill 556, introduced by State Senator Merv Rippey, who is often criticized for being out of touch in general, and particularly with the real issues confronting the state's youth and community. The bill proposes to significantly lower the threshold for when minors can be prosecuted as adults, from 14 to 12 years old. A move that critics argue reflects political posturing rather than a genuine effort to tackle the complex issues of crime and youth rehabilitation in Nebraska. This initiative has garnered support from the usual suspects: Governor Jim Pillen, Douglas County Attorney Don Klein, and other public officials, further fueling the debate about its true intentions. The introduction of the bill was marked by Governor Pillen's less than stellar performance at the unveiling. Appearing disheveled and seemingly unprepared, he still looked as if he might be under the influence, suffering from its effects, or perhaps both. With an unshaven face and a lackadaisical manner, he stumbled through his speech, raising questions about his engagement with and understanding of the policy he was endorsing. His presentation did little to dispel the image of him as a figurehead, more focused on reciting prepared remarks than on the profound implications of prosecuting children as adults. The spotlight then shifted to Douglas County Attorney Don Klein, who has faced substantial criticism for his approach to the Black Lives Matter domestic terrorist BLM-DT riots. During those tumultuous times, which resulted in considerable destruction in downtown Omaha, Klein's response was notably passive. He was hiding away while rioters acted with impunity, some even reaching his doorstep without facing legal consequences. Now, his advocacy for a tougher stance on juvenile crime seems to many like an attempt to rehabilitate his image rather than a principled stand on justice. His current focus on juvenile offenders, juxtaposed against his apparent inaction towards the crimes committed by illegal criminals in Omaha, paints a picture of selective enforcement and a lack of bravery in facing real crime challenges. The press conference supporting LB 556 was a spectacle of officials, including representatives from police unions, Sheriff Aaron Hansen, and Lancaster County Attorney Pat Condon. They presented a united front, emphasizing the bill's necessity for public safety. However, this unity was met with widespread skepticism from the public. These officials are often seen as fake tough guys, more concerned with their public image than with effective governance. The irony of advocating for tough measures against children while seemingly ignoring the activities of illegal individuals, some directly linked to foreign military forces, was not lost on observers. These invaders are settling in Nebraska without pushback, potentially planning further criminal or even terrorist activities. The legislative move, therefore, not only stirs debate on the ethics and efficacy of youth justice, but also casts a long shadow over the leadership's credibility and priorities. Critics argue that instead of focusing on punitive measures for minors, the state should be investing in community programs, education, and preventive measures that address why children are entering the criminal justice system in the first place. The push to prosecute minors as adults, especially under such circumstances, seems to many as an admission of failure in broader crime prevention strategies and a risky gamble with Nebraska's youth's future. Omaha, Nebraska, has earned the contentious label of a sanctuary city through its leadership's policies and attitudes towards illegal immigration. This designation is not just a matter of rhetoric, but a reflection of the city's approach, which has allowed tens of thousands of illegal invaders to reside there. These individuals, by virtue of their illegal entry into the country, are already considered criminals. Moreover, a significant number are also involved in various criminal activities, ranging from petty theft to more severe offenses. This situation has been notably worsened by the open border policies of the previous presidential administration, which has led to an influx of individuals, including those with criminal records, like convicted killers and seasoned criminals, into the country. However, instead of directing law enforcement efforts towards this palpable increase in crime attributed to illegal criminals, the focus of Omaha's local officials, including city leaders and law enforcement, has controversially shifted towards prosecuting minors. This shift is perceived by many as an attempt to demonstrate activity and effectiveness in crime control, perhaps to secure job positions or justify budget requests by targeting what some consider to be low-hanging fruit. The decision to focus on juveniles as a means of showing law enforcement vigor raises questions about the true priorities and strategies of those in power. The irony of this situation is stark when viewed through the lens of selective law enforcement. The same officials who now push for stringent measures against juveniles were notably lenient during the Black Lives Matter domestic terrorist riots, where significant property damage was inflicted with minimal legal repercussions. This inconsistency in law enforcement not only confuses public perception of justice, but also sends mixed messages to the youth about the seriousness of criminal behavior. Young people, seeing the disparity in how laws are applied, might question the integrity and fairness of the legal system. Adding to this confusion is the behavior of these officials during the recent manufactured global health crisis, referred to by most as a fake pandemic. During this period, measures like mask mandates, social distancing, and other public health protocols were enforced with a rigor that contrasted sharply with the response to the riots. This selective enforcement, where phony health regulations were prioritized over addressing public safety during riots, has severely damaged the credibility of these officials. It has led to a widespread undermining of respect for the law, as the public perceives these actions as arbitrary and politically motivated rather than based on consistent legal or ethical principles. This selective approach to justice, where the enforcement of laws seems to depend on political convenience or public pressure rather than steadfast commitment to public safety, has bred cynicism and distrust among Omaha's residents. The community is left questioning why there is such zeal in prosecuting minors for potentially lesser offenses while more significant threats to public safety are seemingly downplayed or ignored. The broader implication is a community that feels increasingly disconnected from its leadership, viewing them as more interested in maintaining appearances than in ensuring justice and safety for all its citizens. Nebraska's legislative intent to focus on juvenile crime through harsher legal measures, such as lowering the age for adult prosecution and juvenile detention, is met with significant criticism for its approach. Critics argue that this is a pivotal moment where the state could instead be leveraging its resources towards addressing the causes of crime through community engagement, mentorship programs, and preventive measures rather than leaning heavily on incarceration. Such initiatives could not only reduce crime, but also foster a healthier, more integrated community, offering young people alternatives to criminal behavior. The backdrop to this legislative push is the state's handling of the Black Lives Matter domestic terrorist events, where the lack of prosecution for participants has created a precedent that might lead young individuals to perceive leniency in criminal justice. This situation has inadvertently taught a lesson that crime might not carry significant consequences, particularly when it aligns with certain political or social movements. This could encourage a generation of youth to mimic the behavior of those who faced little legal repercussion, sowing seeds of future criminal behavior under the assumption that they too can act with impunity. Instead of these punitive measures, there is a call for leadership that truly embodies the role of guiding figures for youth. Real leaders should engage with these young individuals, providing mentorship and activities to steer them away from crime before it becomes a part of their life narrative. Punitive actions post-crime do little to address the underlying issues that lead to criminal behavior in the first place. The current legislative focus on punishing 11-year-olds is seen as a superficial approach, more about creating an appearance of toughness on crime rather than a deep commitment to solving the problem. This legislative approach is criticized for being not only resource-intensive, but potentially counterproductive, possibly exacerbating the cycle of crime rather than breaking it. The efforts of these officials are increasingly viewed as misguided or even detrimental, both in immediate terms and over the long haul. The leadership in Nebraska, particularly those advocating for these policies, are perceived as lacking a fundamental understanding of juvenile psychology, community needs, or effective crime prevention strategies. This perception is compounded by the public's belief that these officials are more interested in bolstering their political standing than in genuine public service. This scenario has led to a widespread sentiment that the administration of law in Nebraska has become a farce. The selective enforcement of laws, where political expediency seems to dictate legal action rather than justice or public safety, has eroded trust in the system. The public views these officials as hypocrites. They're seen to selectively enforce laws while themselves engaging in behaviors that flout the very laws they are supposed to uphold. This selective enforcement extends from their duties to their personal conduct, creating a confusing and morally ambiguous environment where the lines between legal and illegal activities blur, thus further undermining the community's respect for law enforcement and judicial processes. In essence, what Nebraska is facing is not just a legislative issue, but a profound leadership crisis. The current approach to juvenile justice underlines a broader failure to lead with integrity, foresight, and a genuine commitment to the welfare of all residents, particularly its youth. Without a shift towards more constructive, community-based solutions and transparent, principled law enforcement, Nebraska risks perpetuating a cycle of distrust, crime, and missed opportunities for positive change. The introduction of Legislative Bill 556 in Nebraska serves as more than just a policy aimed at modifying the state's approach to juvenile crime. It's emblematic of a deeper, systemic leadership crisis within the state's governance. The bill, which seeks to lower the age at which juveniles can be prosecuted as adults, is perceived by many as a superficial attempt by officials to appear tough on crime. This perception is fueled by the stark contrast between the aggressive stance on prosecuting minors and the apparent passivity, or even negligence concerning other criminal elements. At the forefront of this criticism is the handling of crimes committed by illegals, which are rampant yet inadequately addressed by law enforcement. While public officials parade their commitment to public safety through targeting young children, there's a noticeable absence of similar zeal when it comes to tackling crimes associated with illegal individuals. This discrepancy suggests to the public that the leaders are more interested in the optics of crime control rather than its substance. Furthermore, the state's response to the Black Lives Matter domestic terrorist activities, where significant property damage and public disorder went largely unpunished, adds another layer to this narrative. The lack of accountability for these events has not only left a mark on public infrastructure, but also on the collective conscience of Nebraskans, who see this as a sign of governmental weakness or selective justice. Compounding these issues is a memory of what citizens regard as the enforcement of senseless health mandates during the fake pandemic. The strict enforcement of measures like mask mandates and social distancing, which were politically motivated and scientifically absurd, has significantly tarnished the credibility of these officials. This period highlighted a selective enforcement where public health was prioritized over public safety during riots, leading to widespread distrust. The cumulative effect of these actions or inactions has brought public trust in Nebraska's leadership to an unprecedented low. The real issue at hand transcends juvenile delinquency. It's about a leadership that seems more preoccupied with political posturing than with the substantive work of ensuring public safety and justice. Until Nebraska's officials undertake a sincere effort to address these real criminal issues, including revisiting the legal consequences of past riots and dealing with current crime waves associated with illegal invaders, their legislative efforts like LB 556 will be dismissed as misguided. These efforts are not only seen as a misallocation of legislative energy, but also as a tragic waste of public funds that could be better spent on rehabilitative programs, community policing, and other preventive measures. The call here is not just for a change in policy, but for a transformation in leadership ethos and also a change in leaders. Nebraska's officials need to demonstrate a commitment to comprehensive public safety, equitable law enforcement, and transparent governance. Only then can they begin to rebuild the trust that has been so severely compromised, and only then can their legislative actions be seen as serving the true interests of their constituents, rather than merely serving political ends.
Nebraska's first settler, Manuel Lisa, the Spanish trailblazer of Nebraska. Manuel Lisa, a man of Spanish descent born in New Orleans, was a pivotal figure in the exploration and development of Nebraska. In 1812, he founded Fort Lisa near what is now North Omaha, establishing it as a central trading post for numerous Native American tribes like the Omaha, Sioux, and Cheyenne. This fort became the hub of his Missouri Fur Company, which dominated the fur trade until 1820. Lisa's influence extended beyond commerce. He is credited as the first known settler in Nebraska, the first descendant from Europe to farm there, and served as a U.S. Indian agent from 1815 to 1817, bridging cultures and facilitating peaceful relations. His efforts were instrumental in opening the Missouri River area to exploration and settlement, with the arrival of the steamboat Western Engineer in 1819 marking a significant advancement in regional travel. Through his ventures, Lisa helped the U.S. government assert control over the Western territories, laying the groundwork for the expansion that would follow. His life was a testament to the pioneering spirit, leaving an indelible mark on the tapestry of American history until his death in 1820.
Nebraska, a state known for its straightforward governance, public officials are involved in what's called the sanctuary games. These officials publicly deny sanctuary policies while their actions suggest otherwise, creating a discrepancy between their words and practices. This situation has led to debates about the true intentions behind Nebraska's approach to illegals, affecting local law enforcement and community trust. These sanctuary games involve a sophisticated interplay of deceit where the actions of those in power, ranging from the state's highest offices to local law enforcement, contradict their public narratives. Nebraska, along with Douglas County and its urban center, Omaha, have become pivotal in a nationwide discourse on sanctuary policies. Here, the protection of illegal aliens is not just a policy choice but a battleground of conflicting interests, where financial incentives, political strategies, and covert influences coalesce to create a sanctuary environment under the guise of maintaining law and order. The implications of these sanctuary games extend beyond mere policy implications, touching on the very core of public trust, legal integrity, and the social fabric of Nebraskan communities. The governor of Nebraska, joined by mayors and law enforcement chiefs throughout the state, have made it abundantly clear in public speeches and official statements that their jurisdictions do not operate under sanctuary policies. Yet, the reality on the ground paints a different picture. In Nebraska, local law enforcement's interactions with immigration and customs enforcement are minimal, often explained away by citing legal restrictions that require judicial warrants for detentions, thus creating a de facto sanctuary. Douglas County, led by its sheriff, has policies that refuse to honor ICE detainers unless backed by judicial orders, effectively establishing a sanctuary environment. In Omaha, the police chief, following the directives of the mayor, has ensured that immigration status is not a part of routine policing, fostering a sanctuary city atmosphere where illegal criminals can feel safe from federal immigration enforcement. In an attempt to align with certain political narratives, the governor signed an executive order endorsing the current president's immigration policies. This move was a symbolic gesture, lacking in any real enforcement or policy shift on the ground. The continuation of existing practices without change suggests that this order was more about public perception than actual policy implementation. This scenario underscores a broader issue where state responsibilities are passed off to federal authorities, allowing local officials to continue their sanctuary practices without direct accountability. The city of Omaha exemplifies a complex game of responsibility dodging. Here, the police chief can claim adherence to the mayor's directives, who in turn can deflect responsibility to the city council, creating a cycle where no one takes ultimate responsibility for the sanctuary policies being enacted. Each official can claim they are merely following orders, adhering to the will of the public, or constrained by higher authority, while in reality, these practices protect illegal immigrants from federal enforcement, fostering a sanctuary city by default. The sheriff of Douglas County has mastered the art of public relations by publicly denouncing sanctuary policies while quietly implementing practices that mirror them. This strategy allows the sheriff to maintain a public image that aligns with conservative values, emphasizing law and order, while in practice, cooperation with ICE is minimal, often only in cases of serious crimes. This approach is a purposeful move to protect illegal invaders under the guise of community trust and law enforcement discretion, for social pressure, political leverage, and financial benefit. The shift in federal immigration policy under the past administration has significantly influenced local practices in Nebraska. An increase in illegal migrants arrived without proper documentation that led to a scenario where local law enforcement can, either by design or by default, ignore immigration statuses. This is often rationalized by citing federal policy or the lack of clear directives, creating a complex environment where local officials can continue to play sanctuary games without directly challenging federal authority. Behind the scenes, a sophisticated network of financial and political incentives shapes the sanctuary policies in Nebraska. Elected officials at various levels leverage the illegal population for personal or political gain. Funds allocated for public services like housing, healthcare, and education are often redirected or misused, while demographic shifts are used to influence electoral outcomes. There are also explicit and corrupt practices where officials gain from bribes or kickbacks from businesses using cheap labor, or they partake in real estate schemes that profit from the sheltering of illegal tenants. Public employees, from law enforcement to civic administrators, find themselves entangled in affiliations with groups and organizations funded by investors who profit from illegals. These connections do not surface in public forums but are nurtured in secretive meetings, private clubs, and personal dialogues. The public discourse, especially in settings like city council meetings, is often criticized for being filled with half-truths or outright propaganda, serving the interests of these investor-backed groups rather than the well-being of the community. The revelation of these practices has ignited a demand for accountability among the populace. The narrative around sanctuary policies in Nebraska transcends the issue of immigration to question the very nature of governance and public trust. There is a palpable call to action to remove these officials through electoral means, to stop the sanctuary games, and to return to a governance model where public service is paramount over personal gain. The sanctuary games in Nebraska unveil a disturbing reality where the integrity of public service is compromised by self-interest, political maneuvering, and financial incentives. This discrepancy between the public's expectations and the officials' actions has led to a profound erosion of trust in governmental institutions. The situation in Nebraska, Douglas County, and Omaha not only challenges local governance but also poses critical questions about the role of sanctuary policies in community development, safety, and economic impact. As this debate unfolds, the necessity for transparency, accountability, and a genuine commitment to public welfare becomes increasingly urgent. Nebraska is on its own, as each state must tackle these issues independently due to having its own set of entrenched public officials engaging in sanctuary shenanigans. This scenario emphasizes the need to thoroughly scrutinize these officials, their roles in the illegal immigration situation, the incentives and hidden agendas they have for keeping illegal populations within communities, and their preference for these issues over other public concerns. It also points to the importance of recognizing the deceptions that protect these practices and developing strategies to oppose those who support illegals, aiming to win in the sanctuary games.
The Nebraska Journal Herald celebrates its 200th anniversary at the New Year's Day Parade in Nebraskaville. On New Year's Day 2025, the Nebraska Journal Herald celebrated its bicentennial, acknowledging 200 years of dedicated journalism in Nebraska. The milestone was marked with a series of community events that attracted thousands to downtown Nebraskaville. Although the official anniversary date is January 3rd, the Nebraska Journal Herald traditionally celebrates this occasion on New Year's Day, hosting festivities for the entire town of Nebraskaville and inviting Nebraska Journal Herald readers from all over to join in the celebration. The day began at the Nebraskaville Community Center for an all-you-can-eat pancake feed. The event was not only about the Feast of Pancakes, but also featured a pancake eating competition that brought laughter and cheer to all who watched or participated. The competition was a testament to the lighthearted community bonding the Nebraska Journal Herald has fostered over the years. Following the pancake feed, the Nebraska Journal Herald's New Year's Day Parade kicked off on Main Street, which overflowed with spectators lining the sidewalks from one end of Nebraskaville to the other. Attendees from across Nebraska and beyond witnessed a vibrant parade featuring decorative floats, costumed performers, and marching bands from various regions, all converging to honor this historic occasion. This parade, renowned for its spectacle and community spirit, underscored the newspaper's deep roots in the state's cultural fabric. The day's festivities concluded with the Nebraska Journal Herald's Gala at the Nebraskaville City Auditorium. An exclusive event for subscribers, the gala was an evening of elegance, with attendees dressed in formal attire, enjoying a gourmet meal, and dancing into the night. This event highlighted the enduring bond between the newspaper and its readers, celebrating shared histories and looking forward to future chapters. The Nebraska Journal Herald, which began in a log cabin around 1820 with a rudimentary printing press, has evolved into a cornerstone of journalism in Nebraska. The official founding date, January 3rd, 1825, when it moved to a small office on Main Street, has been celebrated annually. But this year's bicentennial was a special tribute to its legacy of truthful reporting, community service, and integrity. This celebration was more than a reflection on 200 years of history. It was also a reaffirmation of the Nebraska Journal-Herald's dedication to delivering factual, accurate, and reliable journalism. As the event concluded, attendees departed with cherished memories, eagerly looking forward to the next milestone, a clear indication of the lasting influence this storied newspaper has had on Nebraskaville, the entire state, and beyond, wherever the Nebraska Journal-Herald is read.
In Nebraska, the dark shadow of diversity, equity, and inclusion (DEI) programs looms over university campuses, particularly at the University of Nebraska-Lincoln and the University of Nebraska at Omaha. These initiatives, purportedly designed to foster fairness, have instead been unmasked as a calculated strategy to disenfranchise white individuals, replacing them with others who have not secured their positions through merit, but rather through a manipulative exploitation of civil rights laws. Even though civil rights are a fraud in and of themselves, and they should be repealed for many reasons, including because these subversive laws can be selectively applied and enforced, and have been inequitably applied for purposes contrary to those they were supposedly intended to stop. However, for the sake of this narrative, we'll accept them for this discussion as they are applied today. DEI is fundamentally deceptive, using subversive tactics to condition one group to exploit and disadvantage another, all while persuading the latter to act in ways contrary to their own interests. Those behind these programs are not merely misguided. They are accused by many of engaging in practices that are outright criminal. The narrative of DEI in Nebraska's academic institutions is one of systemic manipulation and racial bias. Officially, the University of Nebraska-Lincoln has shuttered its Office of Diversity and Inclusion, dispersing its functions across various departments in what appears to be an attempt to camouflage the ongoing discrimination. This move is not a cessation but a rebranding, a continuation of a policy steeped in what some label as Marxist ideology, aimed at eroding the opportunities available to white students and faculty. At the University of Nebraska at Omaha, the DEI agenda persists through the Office of Diversity, Equity, Access, and Inclusion, DEAI, which is nothing more than a center for perpetuating anti-white sentiment. Here, the ideology is said to thrive, undermining the meritocratic principles of higher education by prioritizing identity over competence, thus disadvantaging those not belonging to the favored groups. DEI, or as some have mockingly redefined it, dividing, excluding, interfering, or discriminatory, elitist, inequitable, is accused of fostering an environment where minorities, particularly those with an aversion to white individuals, hold sway. Even white individuals within these offices are often seen as naive or complicit, serving as mere tokens in a system that fundamentally despises them. The closure or renaming of DEI offices does not signify the end of these practices, but rather their transformation into more covert operations, hiding under new names like Multicultural Student Union or Office of Accessibility. These changes are strategic, designed to continue the scam of DEI without the overt branding that had begun to attract scrutiny. The DEI scam involves encouraging resentment by portraying certain races as inherently oppressive or oppressed, thus fracturing campus unity, manipulating hiring and admissions to favor specific groups often at the expense of qualified candidates from outside these groups, and using civil rights legislation to justify discriminatory practices, thereby contravening the very laws they claim to uphold. This subversion is seen not just as misguided policy, but as criminal activity, with DEI advocates accused of orchestrating a long-term strategy to slowly strip opportunities from white individuals. The legal implications are stark, with DEI practices running afoul of civil rights laws. DEI programs challenge civil rights protections by giving preferential treatment based on race or gender, constituting reverse discrimination. They undermine the 14th Amendment's guarantee of equal treatment under the law by favoring one group over another. And despite Title IX's aim to keep workplaces and educational environments free from discrimination, DEI initiatives are often perceived as promoting discrimination under the guise of diversity. The argument extends beyond civil law into the realm of criminal law, suggesting that those running these DEI programs engage in actions that could be prosecutable as fraud or conspiracy,
defrauding institutions and individuals of their rights to equal opportunity. Despite these criticisms, DEI in Nebraska's universities continues, adapting its methods but not its core discriminatory goals. The recent scrutiny from national political leaders marks a potential turning point. But for now, the DEI machinery chugs along, with its proponents cleverly navigating around legal and public opinion obstacles to maintain their hold over academic life. The DEI agenda at Nebraska's universities, notably at Lincoln and Omaha, continues to be a polarizing matter, disguised with new names and frameworks but steadfast in its aim to marginalize white individuals under the banner of equity. It is imperative for the justice system to launch thorough investigations into these practices, pushing for the complete disbandment of all DEI organizations and the legal pursuit of those who have, through these schemes, perpetrated acts that violate the core tenets of fairness and equality in education.
Nebraska, a state shaped by the enduring contributions of its citizens, confronts significant challenges from non-citizens who secure employment, access public resources, and alter community structures, thereby displacing native residents with historical ties. Official estimates from the American Immigration Council indicate Nebraska's population at 1.98 million in 2025, with non-citizens constituting over 7%. Approximately 140,000 to 145,000 individuals. But actual figures are much higher due to underreported, undocumented immigration. These non-citizens encompass undocumented immigrants, refugees, asylum seekers, work visa holders, student visa holders, and lawful permanent residents, who leverage permissive immigration policies to compete for jobs and depress wages. Major corporations, including Tyson Foods in Lexington, JBS USA in Grand Island, and Costco in Fremont, alongside medium-sized enterprises like Glen Valley Foods in Omaha, employ non-citizens at reduced wages, prioritizing economic efficiency over native labor. Non-governmental organizations, supported by federal funding, facilitate this integration, providing legal assistance and welfare access, which diminishes resources available to Nebraskans. The demographic composition includes a majority of Hispanic individuals, primarily Mexican and Guatemalan, followed by South Asians, including Indian and Pakistani Africans such as Sudanese and Somali, and smaller groups from other regions. Non-citizens concentrate in urban centers like Omaha's South Omaha District, Lincoln, and smaller cities such as Fremont, Lexington, and Grand Island, as well as rural areas like Atkinson and North Platte, straining housing and public services. These groups, often utilizing fraudulent documentation or legal pathways like asylum work permits, secure employment in industries critical to Nebraska's economy, appropriating opportunities from native workers. Non-governmental organizations, such as the Center for Immigrant and Refugee Advancement and Catholic Charities, enable this process, diverting community support from Nebraskans. This report analyzes the definitions and entry methods of non-citizens, the industries and businesses employing them, their demographic profile and settlement patterns, their use of welfare and community resources, and the broader economic and social consequences for Nebraskans, emphasizing the inequity faced by residents with deep-rooted connections to the state. Part 1. Immigration statuses and entry methods. Non-citizens in Nebraska comprise distinct immigration categories, each defined by legal status and entry pathways, yet all contribute to the appropriation of jobs and resources from native residents. Undocumented immigrants, officially estimated at 45,000 to 50,000, but likely higher, lack legal authorization to reside or work in the United States. They enter primarily through unauthorized border crossings, facilitated by lax enforcement under prior administrations, or by overstaying temporary visas. They travel to Nebraska via commercial buses or private vehicles, drawn to employment opportunities at Tyson Foods in Lexington and Glen Valley Foods in Omaha, often using fraudulent identification to secure work, thereby displacing Nebraskan workers. Refugees, numbering 10,000 to 15,000, are admitted legally through the U.S. Refugee Admissions Program after vetting for persecution claims, often criticized as pretextual. Resettlement agencies such as Lutheran Family Services arrange their arrival via flights to Omaha and Lincoln, placing them in jobs at JBS USA in Grand Island, reducing opportunities for locals. Asylum seekers, a subset of refugees, enter legally at ports of entry or illegally, applying for work authorization after 150 days, enabling employment at Costco in Fremont and other businesses competing with Nebraskans. Work visa holders include H-2A workers for agriculture, H-2B for non-agricultural roles, and H-1B for skilled professions sponsored by employers like Tyson Foods and Nebraska Medicine in Omaha. They arrive through employer-coordinated transportation, occupying roles that Native workers could fill. Student visa holders, estimated at 5,000 to 10,000, enter legally for study at institutions like the University of Nebraska in Lincoln, securing on-campus jobs that local students could perform. Lawful permanent residents and temporary protected status holders, totaling 20,000 to 30,000, enter through family, employment, or diversity visas, working at Chi Health in Omaha and other firms, diminishing local job prospects. These legal pathways, including deferred action for childhood arrivals, enable non-citizens to integrate into Nebraska's economy, appropriating employment and resources intended for Native residents, facilitated by organizations like the Center for Immigrant and Refugee Advancement. Part 2. Industries and businesses employing non-citizens. Non-citizens dominate Nebraska's labor-intensive industries, securing employment at the expense of Native workers and depressing wages through acceptance of lower compensation. The meatpacking and agriculture sector is the primary employer, with major corporations exploiting non-citizens for economic gain. Tyson Foods, with facilities in Lexington and Madison, employs undocumented immigrants, refugees, and H-2A workers for meat processing and farm work, offering substandard wages. JBS USA in Grand Island hires refugees and undocumented workers, while Costco's poultry plant in Fremont employs H-2A workers and undocumented individuals, some exposed in immigration and customs enforcement raids. Medium-sized Glen Valley Foods in Omaha raided in June 2025 for employing undocumented workers with fraudulent identification, and Christensen Farms in Atkinson, targeted in 2018, prioritized cost savings over Native labor. Sustainable Beef in North Platte, O'Neill Ventures, Elkhorn River Farms and Herd Company. Cattle Company in O'Neill and Bartlett hire similar groups, reducing opportunities for Nebraskans. The manufacturing sector employs non-citizens at Kawasaki Motors in Lincoln, hiring lawful permanent residents, refugees, and undocumented workers with forged documents, roles that Nebraskans could fill at competitive wages. In hospitality, national chains like McDonald's, Taco Bell, Wendy's, and Burger King in Omaha and Lincoln employ undocumented workers and refugees, while hotels such as Hilton, Marriott, and Holiday Inn in Omaha hire H-2B workers. Medium-sized restaurants, including La Choza and El Alamo in South Omaha, reportedly pay undocumented workers in cash, appropriating jobs from locals. Construction firms like Rabfac Construction and Kiewit Corporation in Omaha employ H-2B workers and undocumented laborers, offering below-market rates. Healthcare employs non-citizens at Nebraska Medicine, Chi Health, and Methodist Hospital in Omaha, with H-1B physicians and refugee aides taking roles suitable for Nebraskans. The education and technology sector sees the University of Nebraska in Lincoln and Omaha hiring F-1 students, while Mutual of Omaha, First National Bank, and PayPal in Omaha employ H-1B tech workers, displacing local graduates. These businesses exploit non-citizens' willingness to accept reduced wages, as evidenced by the Glen Valley Foods raid, diminishing economic opportunities for Nebraskans and prioritizing corporate interests over community welfare. Part 3. Demographics and settlement patterns. Non-citizens in Nebraska, a diverse population, reshape the state's demographic landscape, competing with Native residents for resources and altering community structures. Official estimates indicate a majority of Hispanic individuals, primarily Mexican and Guatemalan, followed by South Asians, including Indian and Pakistani Africans such as Sudanese and Somali, and smaller groups from Middle Eastern and European origins, with actual numbers likely higher due to underreporting. Undocumented immigrants constitute the largest cohort, followed by lawful permanent residents, refugees, work visa holders, and student visa holders. Most are working age, with smaller proportions of children and elderly, and education levels range from limited schooling among undocumented immigrants to college degrees among students and permanent residents. Settlement patterns concentrate non-citizens in areas with economic opportunities, straining local resources. Omaha hosts the majority, particularly in the South Omaha district, where undocumented immigrants, refugees, and students near the University of Nebraska-Omaha and Creighton University compete for housing and services. Lincoln attracts students and refugees, impacting university neighborhoods and schools. Smaller cities like Fremont, Lexington, and Grand Island draw non-citizens to meatpacking plants operated by Tyson Foods, JBS USA, and Costco, altering small-town cohesion. Rural areas, including Atkinson and North Platte, see non-citizens near farms and facilities like Sustainable Beef, competing for rural employment. Other counties experience a smaller but notable presence, spreading the impact across Nebraska. Non-citizens enabled by policies such as deferred action for childhood arrivals and asylum work permits lack historical ties to Nebraska, unlike residents with generational roots. Their presence in South Omaha, Fremont, and rural towns burden schools with thousands of non-citizen children and housing markets, reducing availability for Nebraskans. Organizations like the Center for Immigrant and Refugee Advancement and Catholic Charities facilitate this settlement, providing housing and job support, which prioritizes non-citizens over native residents, undermining the cultural integrity of communities established by Nebraskan families. Part 4. Welfare usage and subversive networks. Non-citizens in Nebraska utilize welfare and community resources, diverting support from native residents with long-standing ties to the state. Official estimates suggest a significant portion access benefits, with actual numbers likely higher due to unreported usage. Undocumented immigrants ineligible for federal programs like SNAP and Medicaid obtain emergency Medicaid and benefits through U.S. citizen children, such as school lunches, reducing resources for Nebraskan families. Refugees receive refugee cash assistance, Medicaid, and SNAP, facilitated by Lutheran Family Services in Omaha and Lincoln. Lawful permanent residents and temporary protected status holders access Medicaid and SNAP after a 5-year eligibility period, competing with citizens for limited funds. Asylum seekers and visa holders utilize local aid, further straining community resources. Non-governmental organizations exacerbate this utilization, prioritizing non-citizens over Nebraskans. The Center for Immigrant and Refugee Advancement in Omaha provides legal assistance, job placement, and social services to undocumented immigrants, refugees, and asylum seekers, enabling access to benefits and employment. Lutheran Family Services assists refugees with housing, jobs at JBS USA, and Medicaid enrollment, diverting public funds from citizens. Catholic Charities of Omaha offers food, clothing, and legal aid without verifying immigration status, diminishing support for local families. Nebraska Appleseed advocates for immigrant access to benefits, including professional licenses for deferred action for childhood arrivals recipients, equipping non-citizens to compete with Nebraskans. The Heartland Workers Center in South Omaha trains immigrants for employment, further displacing locals. Local churches in South Omaha provide shelter and food, enabling non-citizens to establish roots at the expense of native residents. These organizations, supported by federal grants from agencies like the Office of Refugee Resettlement, sustain operations by facilitating non-citizen integration, which critics argue prioritizes foreign interests over Nebraskans. Businesses like Tyson Foods, Glen Valley Foods, and Kiewit Corporation collude with these networks, hiring non-citizens with fraudulent documentation, as seen in immigration and customs enforcement raids, to exploit lower wages. The Nebraska Alliance for Thriving Communities, including the Nebraska Chamber of Commerce, advocates for increased immigration, aligning with corporate interests over local workers, undermining the economic and social stability of Nebraskan communities. Conclusion: non-citizens in Nebraska, including undocumented immigrants, refugees, asylum seekers, and visa holders, appropriate employment opportunities depress wages and strain community resources, undermining the economic and social stability of Native residents with generational ties. Major corporations such as Tyson Foods in Lexington, JBS USA in Grand Island, and Costco in Fremont, alongside medium-sized businesses like Glen Valley Foods in Omaha, Christensen Farms in Atkinson, and O'Neill Ventures, hire non-citizens for reduced wages, exploiting their status to prioritize profit over Nebraskan workers. Hospitality chains including McDonald's, Taco Bell, Hilton, and Marriott in Omaha, and construction firms like Rabfac Construction and Kiewit Corporation employ undocumented workers and visa holders, reducing job prospects for locals. Healthcare providers Nebraska Medicine and Chi Health, and technology firms like Mutual of Omaha and PayPal hire non-citizens in roles that Nebraskans could fill with equitable compensation. Non-governmental organizations, including the Center for Immigrant and Refugee Advancement, Lutheran Family Services, and Catholic Charities, supported by federal funding, facilitate this influx by providing legal assistance, housing, and job placement, diverting resources from Nebraskan families. Welfare utilization by non-citizens, particularly refugees and permanent residents, diminishes public funds available to citizens, while undocumented immigrants exploit loopholes, further burdening the system. The settlement of non-citizens in Omaha, Lincoln, Fremont, and rural areas alters historic communities, straining schools and housing markets. Permissive policies such as asylum work permits and deferred action for childhood arrivals enable this integration, while organizations like the Nebraska Alliance for Thriving Communities promote immigration, prioritizing corporate interests over Nebraskans. Stricter enforcement measures in 2025, including immigration and customs enforcement raids and Legislative Bill 532, address this issue but fall short of restoring the economic and cultural integrity of Nebraska's communities, which demands comprehensive measures to prioritize Native residents. As the first light of dawn creeps over Nebraska's heartland, 1110 KFAB, a Class A50,000 watt station known as the state's blowtorch for its expansive Midwest reach, should serve as a vital conduit for local discourse. Instead, the Good Morning Show, anchored by Jim Rose and Gary Saddlemeyer, has become a troubling anomaly, earning the duo the disturbing nickname Morning Molesters, due to their recurring tendency to inject inappropriate levity into the most sensitive topics. This behavior, coupled with their lack of journalistic integrity and intellectual depth, has transformed a station intended to reflect Nebraska's values into a platform of discomfort and disillusionment, leaving listeners to question the suitability of these hosts as representatives of the state's airwaves. The pair's on-air demeanor is characterized by a forced affability that thinly veils profound ignorance and a lack of substantive insight. Gary Saddlemeyer, a veteran broadcaster who embodies the archetype of the clueless and unperceptive old Nebraska know-it-all, an individual whose commentary is a disjointed mumble of corporate talking points dictated by iHeartMedia, KFAB's parent company. His interactions with guests, particularly political figures, are marked by softball questions and an absence of follow-up inquiries, suggesting a pre-orchestrated agenda rather than genuine journalistic pursuit. This pattern of capitulation undermines any claim to credibility positioning Saddlemeyer as a passive conduit for external influences rather than a critical voice for the community. His Nebraska Way persona, often delivered with a stumbling cadence, serves as a hollow facade, amplifying the directives of corporate overlords while offering little original thought. Jim Rose, conversely, projects an egotistical intellectual image, cloaking liberal-leaning rhetoric in a self-righteous conservative guise that veers into delusional territory. His verbose monologues, drawn from superficial social media trends and television snippets, lack historical or cultural grounding, positioning him as a self-appointed arbitrator of moral superiority. A persistent theme in his broadcasts is the assertion that everyone is racist, a narrative that has fostered widespread exhaustion among listeners, termed racism accusation fatigue or anti-racism fatigue. Nebraskans are increasingly weary of his relentless accusations, rejecting his imposed ideology and signaling a cultural shift where such labels lose their impact. This fixation, however, only underscores Rose's own blind spots, as his critiques lack the objectivity and depth required for meaningful dialogue, rendering his contributions more performative than substantive. Both hosts consistently lavish praise on Nebraska's political leadership, effectively transforming KFAB into a mouthpiece for a governance structure widely perceived as corrupt. Their refusal to pose challenging questions or pursue follow-up dialogue with public officials, many implicated in ongoing scandals, reflects a profound lack of journalistic integrity and a troubling alignment with criminal elements within the state. This dynamic is reinforced by their affiliation with iHeartMedia, a media conglomerate with significant ownership stakes held by global investment firms including PIMCO 17%, BlackRock for 0.9%, and Global Media and Entertainment Investments Limited 12%, influenced by British billionaire Michael Tabor via a Bahamas-based trust. BlackRock, a dominant force in asset management with interests in ESG initiatives and geopolitical strategies, alongside Vanguard and State Street, exerts considerable influence over iHeart's network of 850-plus stations, including KFAB's potent signal. These institutional investors, often associated with globalist agendas through ties to the World Economic Forum and indirect connections to foreign policy interests, Israel via defense sector portfolios, shape the station's content. This influence manifests in the corporate buzzwords, woke platitudes one moment, faux conservative nods the next, fed to Rose and Saddlemeyer, who parrot them to mold Nebraskan perceptions in alignment with distant boardroom priorities. A particularly egregious aspect of their conduct emerges in their treatment of child abuse, a topic that demands solemnity but instead elicits their perverse laughter. Numerous instances document Rose and Saddlemeyer snickering and joking about this heinous subject, a behavior that has occurred far too frequently across their tenure. This pattern, whether addressing exploitation of minors or school-related abuses, transforms their broadcasts into a disturbing spectacle, underscoring their status as moral reprobates. Their attempts at humor, ignorant remarks followed by awkward pauses and self-congratulatory chuckles, further compound the offense, offering no comedic value and serving as a stark contrast to the gravity of the issues they trivialize. This behavior, coupled with their preteen-like bravado and reliance on scripted talking points, corrupts the airwaves, exposing young listeners to a toxic blend of stupidity and ethical bankruptcy. As cheerleaders for a government riddled with corruption, Rose and Saddlemeyer amplify the agendas of politicians who exploit their platform, fostering a symbiotic relationship where flattery bolsters their egos while shielding the elite from scrutiny. This complicity extends to their interactions with state officials, where softball questions, often appearing pre-prepared, allow guests to evade accountability, reinforcing their role as lackeys for a criminal political class. The duo's fawning extends to personal connections with these figures, whom they treat as allies, further blurring the lines between journalism and propaganda. Their alignment with iHeartMedia's globalist network, where investment giants like BlackRock, with its $10 trillion asset base and stakes in media conglomerates, and PIMCO, a key player in fixed income markets, dictate content, ensures that KFAB's powerful signal, reaching 70 dBm daytime and 1 MB/m at night across Nebraska and beyond, disseminates a curated narrative. This influence, tied to globalist institutions and foreign policy interests, including indirect links to Israeli media investments, infiltrates Nebraska's local discourse, turning a regional station into a conduit for external agendas. The solution to this malaise transcends the mere removal of Rose and Saddlemire. It necessitates a comprehensive overhaul of Nebraska's media landscape, which is dominated by corporate entities with ties to global investment networks. Nebraskans are encouraged to contact KFAB to express dissatisfaction with the station's content, demanding programming that reflects local values rather than corporate dictate. Electoral action to install new leadership is equally critical, aiming to purge these corrupt influences and re-establish integrity in state media. The Morning Molesters moniker, whether interpreted as a molestation of minds or ears, captures the revulsion felt by a state forced to endure their presence, particularly given their repeated insensitivity to child abuse. As their tenure persists, Nebraska must reclaim its airwaves from these discredited figures and the globalist forces that sustain them, ensuring a morning broadcast that informs rather than inflicts.
The University of Nebraska-Lincoln's decision to replace the red-white spring game with the Husker Games in 2025 triggered profound economic, social, and reputational repercussions for the university, the city of Lincoln, and the state of Nebraska. The event, attracting less than 10,000 attendees compared to the spring game's typical 60,000, resulted in an estimated economic loss of $4 to $8 million and significant fan disillusionment. This report examines the administrative structure, decision-making processes, accountability mechanisms, and potential recourse options at UNL, centering on the theme of leadership responsibility and the failure to prevent a foreseeable mistake. It analyzes the roles of key figures, including Coach Matt Rhule, Athletic Director Troy Dannon, President Jeffrey P. Gold, and the Board of Regents, alongside the broader implications for Nebraska's cultural and economic landscape. Administrative structure and decision-making at UNL. The Nebraska Athletic Department operates within a hierarchical framework governed by the University of Nebraska system. Athletic Director Troy Dannon, appointed in March 2024, oversees all intercollegiate programs and reports directly to System President Jeffrey P. Gold, following a 2023 Board of Regents bylaw change that shifted oversight from a UNL chancellor. Coaches, including head football coach Matt Rhule, report to the athletic director, managing team operations and proposing strategic decisions. UNL Chancellor Rodney Bennett has limited athletic oversight, focusing on campus operations, while the Board of Regents, comprising 8 elected officials, holds ultimate authority over university policy, budgets, and leadership appointments. External stakeholders, such as Governor Jim Pillen, the Nebraska legislature, and voters, exert indirect influence through political pressure, funding, and elections. Decision-making follows a structured flow. Coaches propose team-specific plans to the athletic director, who approves or escalates significant decisions to the president. The regents approve high-level actions, such as hires or budget allocations, while the Student-Athlete Advisory Committee provides advisory input on student welfare. This structure grants substantial autonomy to the athletic director and coaches, with higher oversight intervening only in crises, contributing to the unchallenged implementation of the Husker Games. The Husker Games decision and its impacts. In 2025, Rhule proposed canceling the red-white spring game, a tradition since the 1950s that typically generates $5 to $10 million for Lincoln's economy and fosters fan engagement. Citing risks of transfer portal poaching and player injuries, Rhule and Dannon introduced the Husker Games, a multi-sport event featuring women's flag football, volleyball, soccer, and fan activities, priced at $10 for adults and $1 for youth. The decision aimed to protect the roster while maintaining engagement, but its non-traditional format drew only 10,000 attendees, causing a $4 to $8 million economic loss to local businesses. Fan reactions were mostly negative. Some acted like they enjoyed so-called family-friendly elements, such as food trucks and equipment sales, but many criticized the lack of competitive football, labeling it a letdown and a betrayal of tradition. The backlash, amplified by media critiques, highlighted the erosion of community cohesion, as Husker football serves as a cultural cornerstone uniting Nebraska. The decision's foreseeability stemmed from the spring game's established significance, yet no stakeholders, CAC, faculty, donors, or fans, were officially formally consulted, and no economic impact study was conducted. Rule and Dannon, both non-Nebraskans, underestimated the event's cultural weight, while Gold and the Regents deferred to their expertise, reflecting bureaucratic inertia and a lack of proactive oversight. Accountability and leadership failures. Rule and Dannon bear primary responsibility for the Husker Games' failure. Rule's proposal prioritized strategic concerns over tradition, and Dannon's approval failed to anticipate fan and economic consequences, a misjudgment that could escalate pressure on their leadership if the 2025 season underperforms. Gold, as Dannon's supervisor, holds secondary accountability for not questioning the decision, though his recent appointment and system-wide focus limited his involvement. The Regents, with ultimate authority, failed to ensure alignment with Nebraska's priorities, while Bennett, Pillen, and the legislature played minimal roles due to their detached oversight. The absence of intervention reflects a leadership failure, characterized by over-deference to appointed leaders and inadequate stakeholder engagement. The university's structure lacks mechanisms like fan advisory boards or mandatory impact studies, allowing the decision to proceed unchecked. Public pressure from fans, media, and donors, alongside Pillen's potential influence, could drive accountability, but the Regents' electoral accountability to voters remains a slow process, with elections scheduled for 2026. Recourse options and termination processes. Recourse options encompass administrative reforms, public pressure, civil remedies, and terminations. Reinstating a modified 2026 spring game, as recommended by observers, creating fan advisory boards, and mandating economic studies could address the debacle and prevent recurrence. Fan campaigns, donor withholding, and business advocacy offer immediate pressure, while civil lawsuits for mismanagement are possible but unlikely to succeed without evidence of intent. Terminating Rule and Dannon is a high-cost option. Rule's 8-year, $74 million contract carries a $56 million buyout, and Dannon's 6-year, $11 million contract has a $12 million buyout. Gold has direct authority to fire Dannon and indirect authority over Rule through Dannon, with Regent approval required for both due to financial implications. Termination for cause, avoiding buyouts, requires gross misconduct or consistent failure, thresholds the Husker Games alone do not meet. Gold is the linchpin for initiating firings, but financial constraints and the leader's recent tenures make immediate action unlikely unless 2025 performance declines significantly. Criminal implications and limitations. The Husker Games' impacts raised questions about criminal liability for fraud, negligence, or theft. Nebraska and federal laws require intent to deceive, steal, or cause harm for such charges. The decision, while misguided, was strategic, aiming to benefit the program, with no evidence of personal gain, fraud, or physical harm. Local police, sheriffs, the Nebraska Attorney General, FBI, and U.S. Department of Justice lack grounds to investigate, as the economic and social harms do not meet criminal thresholds. Civil remedies or administrative actions are more appropriate, highlighting the limits of criminal recourse for policy failures. Electoral and public accountability. Voters hold long-term power through region elections, with 4 seats up in 2026. Recalls of individual regents are possible but require signatures from 25% of voters in their district, making a simultaneous recall of all 8 infeasible due to logistical and resource demands. Fan campaigns, donor pressure, and media scrutiny offer faster accountability, potentially compelling Gold to act. Pillen's public influence could amplify pressure, but his role is indirect. The university's reliance on football's $114.3 million annual economic impact and cultural unity underscores the urgency of addressing leadership failures to prevent further decline. Conclusion. The Husker Games debacle illustrates a critical failure of leadership and oversight at the University of Nebraska, where a foreseeable mistake by Rule and Dannon caused significant harm. The decision's economic, social, and reputational toll reflects bureaucratic inertia and inadequate stakeholder engagement, with Gold and the regents failing to intervene. While termination of Rule and Dannon is possible, financial barriers and their strategic intent favor corrective actions like reinstating a modified spring game and enhancing fan input. Criminal liability is unsupported, leaving civil, administrative, and electoral mechanisms as primary recourse. Nebraska's resilient fan base and resources suggest recovery is achievable, but swift action from Gold, supported by regents and public pressure, is essential to restore trust and prevent further erosion of the state's cultural and economic cornerstone. The episode underscores the need for robust oversight and alignment with community priorities in managing high-stakes athletic programs.
The Nebraska Territory, which was created in 1854 through the Kansas-Nebraska Act, saw a variety of frontiersmen, explorers, and settlers in its early days. Here are some notable individuals and groups who were among the first to arrive or significantly impacted the region. Manuel Lisa, although his activities predate the official territory status of Nebraska, Lisa was one of the earliest frontiersmen in the area. He established trading posts, like Fort Lisa near the confluence of the Missouri and Platte Rivers, and was a key figure in opening up the fur trade in the region in the early 19th century. The Lewis and Clark Expedition, 1804 to 1806, while not settlers, Meriwether Lewis and William Clark explored parts of what would become Nebraska during their famous expedition. Their journey through the Nebraska Territory helped to map and describe the area, encouraging further exploration and settlement. Pioneers of the Oregon Trail. The Oregon Trail ran through Nebraska, with many settlers and pioneers passing through or stopping in the area. Although not specifically Nebraska frontiersmen, these migrants were some of the first to traverse and live temporarily in Nebraska Territory. Notable among them, John Fremont, known as the Pathfinder, he explored much of the West, including Nebraska, in the 1840s. His reports helped to promote the idea of moving westward. Jedediah Smith, a fur trapper and explorer who traveled through Nebraska in the 1820s and 1830s, contributing to the knowledge of the region's geography. The Pawnee Scouts, while not settlers in the traditional sense, the Pawnee, who lived in Nebraska for centuries, often worked as scouts for the U.S. Army. Figures like Major Frank North and Lewis Neal, a Pawnee Scout, were instrumental in early interactions between Native Americans and settlers. Homesteaders. After the Homestead Act of 1862, many came to Nebraska to claim free land. One of the first to claim land under this act was Daniel Freeman on January 1, 1863, near Beatrice, Nebraska. His claim is considered the first made under the Homestead Act. Early settlers and founders. Albert Watkins, known for his writings on Nebraska history, he was among the early settlers. James S. Mort, an early settler who was involved in the founding of Lancaster County, which became the site of Lincoln, Nebraska's capital. The Mormons, while their primary route was further south in Nebraska, some of their settlements and activities included Nebraska. They established winter quarters near what is now Omaha, where they wintered over in 1846 to 1847. These individuals and groups represent a cross-section of the types of people who were among the first to live in or significantly influenced the Nebraska Territory. Their contributions range from exploration, which opened up the land for future settlement, to actual settlement that began to shape the territory into what would become the state of Nebraska.
Nebraska's agricultural heartland, a foundational pillar of America's food security, confront a covert yet pervasive threat from Chinese influence, perpetuated by the complicity of Governor Jim Pillen and Senator Pete Ricketts, whose leadership has betrayed the state's agrarian legacy. This heartland, renowned for its fertile plains and robust output, sustains the nation's food supply, yet its integrity is jeopardized by foreign encroachment. Chinese entities, primarily Syngenta under the ownership of state-controlled ChemChina, directly hold a modest 1,200 acres of Nebraska farmland, a seemingly small figure that belies the true scope of their dominance. Through an intricate network of investments, leases, and strategic business partnerships, firms like Smithfield Foods, acquired by China's WH Group, exert indirect control over an estimated 5,000 to 10,000 additional acres, posing a profound risk to national security due to their proximity to critical sites like Offutt Air Force Base. This dual threat of espionage and food supply disruption underscores the urgency of the situation. President Donald Trump's National Farm Security Action Plan, unveiled on July 8, 2025, emerges as a decisive response, seeking to ban foreign land purchases by adversarial nations and strengthen oversight through the Agricultural Foreign Investment Disclosure Act. This initiative imposes stringent penalties, including fines up to 25% of land value, to deter noncompliance and classifies farmland near military installations as vital national security assets. Despite this federal effort, Nebraska's leaders have failed to align with these protective measures, revealing a troubling legacy of inaction. Pillen and Ricketts, deeply entangled in investment schemes and business ecosystems linked to Chinese corporations such as Syngenta and Smithfield Foods, have permitted these acquisitions to flourish over decades, driven by personal financial gain rather than patriotic duty. Their complicity reflects a calculated betrayal of Nebraska's farmers, who rely on the land's independence for their livelihoods. The state's economic dependence on China, evidenced by $2.2 billion in annual exports of soybeans, corn, and beef, further complicates this crisis, creating a vested interest in maintaining lucrative trade ties that overshadow security concerns. This reliance has fostered an environment where foreign influence thrives, bolstered by a naive populace that trusts its leaders without scrutiny and a complicit legislature that has delayed robust restrictions until federal pressure intervened. This essay delves into the limited yet critical direct Chinese ownership, the vast indirect influence through investments and partnerships, the intricate business networks of Pillen and Ricketts, and the systemic corruption that demands federal intervention. Only through such action can Nebraska's farmland be reclaimed from foreign control, ensuring its role as a bastion of American agriculture remains unassailable. Part 1. Chinese land ownership and its disproportionate impact. Chinese entities, predominantly Syngenta under the ownership of state-controlled ChemChina, directly possess approximately 1,200 acres of Nebraska farmland, a mere fraction when measured against the state's expansive and richly productive agricultural landscape. This modest direct ownership, however, is vastly overshadowed by the extensive indirect influence wielded by Chinese interests, estimated to encompass 5,000 to 10,000 additional acres through an intricate network of leases, contracts, and strategic partnerships. Among these, Smithfield Foods, acquired by China's WH Group in 2013, plays a pivotal role, extending foreign control via agreements with Nebraska farmers that amplify Chinese economic reach. The true significance of this influence transcends the limited acreage, residing in its strategic implications, particularly the proximity to critical military installations such as Offutt Air Force Base. This positioning heightens concerns of potential espionage, while the risk of disrupting America's food supply chain poses a grave threat to national security, exposing vulnerabilities in the nation's agricultural backbone. Governor Jim Pillen and Senator Pete Ricketts have consistently failed to confront this escalating danger, permitting Chinese firms to establish deep economic roots within Nebraska's framework through operational hubs in Waterloo and Omaha. These facilities, employing over 300 local workers, foster a troubling dependence that undermines state autonomy. The National Farm Security Action Plan, introduced by President Donald Trump on July 8, 2025, directly addresses this crisis with a resolute ban on Chinese land purchases and the imposition of severe penalties for non-compliance, including fines reaching up to 25% of land value. This policy lays bare Nebraska's prolonged inaction, a failure compounded by the complicity of its leaders, who have allowed Chinese and Chinese-linked investors to acquire property with impunity for decades. This unchecked proliferation is facilitated by Pillin and Ricketts connections to investment schemes that blend American and Chinese financial interests across multiple tiers, enabling foreign entities to exploit Nebraska's resources. Though modest in direct land ownership, this influence erodes America's agricultural sovereignty by establishing a foothold for broader control, threatening the integrity of the nation's heartland. The urgency of this situation demands immediate federal scrutiny to thoroughly assess the scope of Chinese dominance, dismantle the networks facilitating it, and safeguard national interests. Nebraska's leadership has betrayed its farmers and the country by allowing this infiltration, a lapse that requires robust intervention to reclaim the state's agricultural independence and protect America's food supply from foreign exploitation. Part 2. Jim Pillen's Business Ecosystem and Chinese Investment Ties. Governor Jim Pillen's Pillen Family Farm stands as a dominant entity in pork production, generating approximately 1 million hogs annually across Nebraska, South Dakota, and Iowa, deeply embedding it within a complex business ecosystem that relies heavily on Chinese-linked entities. At the forefront of this network, Smithfield Foods, acquired by China's WH Group, operates as a primary buyer, purchasing vast quantities of Pillen's hogs and directly integrating Chinese influence into his supply chain through its processing and distribution operations. This first-tier relationship extends to Syngenta's seed operations in Waterloo, owned by state-controlled ChemChina, which supplies local farmers who provide essential feed for Pillen's livestock, establishing a critical second-tier connection to Chinese corporate interests. The ecosystem further expands through global suppliers of agricultural chemicals, many of which originate from Chinese firms, entangling Pillen's operations in a broader network of foreign influence that spans multiple tiers of production, distribution, and support. Investment firms like Berkshire Hathaway, with significant stakes in agricultural companies such as Corteva, likely intersect with Pillen's personal wealth, forging additional financial links to markets influenced by Chinese capital and reinforcing his economic dependence on these entities. The Nebraska Farm Bureau, a powerful lobbying force within the state, plays a pivotal role in this ecosystem, advocating for trade policies that prioritize economic growth and international commerce over restricting foreign ownership, thereby aligning seamlessly with Pillen's business interests and perpetuating the acceptance of Chinese involvement. Despite Pillen's public endorsement of LB 644, a legislative measure designed to bar Chinese Communist Party-linked firms from receiving state tax credits, his actions appear superficial and reactive, spurred by federal pressure from initiatives like the National Farm Security Action Plan rather than a genuine commitment to safeguarding Nebraska's agricultural sovereignty. This legislative stance masks his deeper complicity in Chinese investment schemes, where direct and indirect business ties, spanning supply chains, investment portfolios, and lobbying influences, undermine the state's independence and expose a troubling prioritization of personal gain. Pillen's reliance on these foreign connections betrays Nebraska's farmers, who suffer from the erosion of local control over their land and markets, a betrayal that jeopardizes national security. The urgency of this issue demands a federal investigation to expose these conflicting interests, unravel the extent of Chinese influence within Pillen's operations, and dismantle the networks that enable foreign domination, ensuring the protection of America's agricultural heartland from such exploitative entanglements. Part 3. Pete Ricketts and the Ricketts family's Chinese-linked investments. Senator Pete Ricketts, who served as Nebraska's governor from 2015 to 2023, alongside his affluent family renowned for founding TD Ameritrade and owning the Chicago Cubs, is deeply entangled in investment schemes with significant and troubling Chinese connections that compromise the state's integrity. Ricketts holds substantial stakes in Shoals Global Investments, a Beijing-based firm intricately tied to West China Cement, a company controlled by the Chinese government through its Anhui Province Authority, establishing a direct and undeniable financial conduit to the Chinese Communist Party. During his tenure as governor, Ricketts actively fostered trade relationships with China, most notably through a sister state agreement with Shaanxi Province, a policy that opened the door for firms like Syngenta to expand their operational footprint across Nebraska, embedding foreign economic influence deep within the state's agricultural sector. His recent acquisition of 3,459 acres in the Pine Ridge area for recreational hunting purposes underscores the unchecked control exerted by the elite over land markets, casting a profound shadow over transparency and equity in land ownership practices, suggesting a privilege that prioritizes personal interest over public welfare. The Ricketts family's expansive business ecosystem encompasses a broad network of financial institutions supporting TD Ameritrade and agricultural suppliers sustaining Ricketts ranches, with second-tier connections extending to Syngenta's seed operations, further linking their enterprises to Chinese corporate interests and amplifying foreign reach. Conservative advocacy groups like the Club for Growth, substantially funded by the Ricketts family, champion free market policies that tolerate and even encourage foreign investment, exerting considerable influence over Nebraska's legislative agenda and perpetuating a climate conducive to Chinese economic penetration. Despite Ricketts' recent co-sponsorship of the AFIDA Improvements Act aimed at enhancing oversight of foreign land purchases, his earlier inaction during his governorship and his ongoing financial investments in Chinese-linked entities reveal a troubling pattern of complicity in land acquisition schemes orchestrated by foreign powers. This duplicity undermines national security by allowing Chinese entities to gain strategic footholds in America's heartland, a betrayal that jeopardizes the state's agricultural sovereignty. The persistence of these investments demands federal accountability to investigate Ricketts' conflicting interests, unravel the depth of Chinese influence within his family's business network, and dismantle the mechanisms that enable foreign domination, ensuring the protection of Nebraska's farmland and the broader national interest from such exploitative financial entanglements. Part 4. Systemic corruption and public naivety enabling Chinese influence. Nebraska's legislature, heavily swayed by the influential agribusiness lobbies such as the Nebraska Farm Bureau, has historically turned a blind eye to the creeping encroachment of Chinese land ownership, with significant legislative measures like LB 1301 only emerging under the intense pressure of federal scrutiny. This belated action highlights a systemic failure to prioritize national security over economic interests, a lapse that has allowed foreign influence to take root. Elected officials, including Governor Jim Pillen and Senator Pete Ricketts, hold substantial investments in agriculture and finance, with many of these portfolios overlapping with Chinese-linked firms, creating glaring conflicts of interest that undermine their duty to protect the state. Berkshire Hathaway, a dominant economic force in Nebraska with significant stakes in companies like Corteva, amplifies this issue by exerting considerable influence over the state's economy and political landscape, further entrenching ties to markets influenced by Chinese capital. The state's populace, deeply trusting and heavily dependent on agriculture for its livelihood, readily accepts the assurances of its leaders, remaining largely unaware of the financial ties that bind Pillen and Ricketts to Chinese investment schemes. This naivety is perpetuated by widespread misinformation, such as exaggerated reports of foreign ownership that distort public perception, while a 2023 legislative study downplaying the impact of land value changes serves to mask the true extent of the threat posed by foreign control. Chinese firms like Syngenta, owned by ChemChina and Smithfield Foods, under WH Group, exploit this environment through their direct ownership of 1,200 acres and extensive indirect influence over an estimated 5,000 to 10,000 acres via investments, leases, and contracts. This dual approach allows them to dominate key agricultural sectors and strategic locations, including near Offutt Air Force Base, heightening espionage and food security risks. The failure of Pillen, Ricketts, and the legislature to curb these schemes reflects a deep-seated systemic corruption that prioritizes profit and personal gain over the security of Nebraska's farmland and the nation. This corruption is sustained by a combination of elite financial interests and public ignorance, creating a fertile ground for Chinese influence to flourish unchecked. A federal investigation becomes essential to expose these illicit ties, educate the public on the realities of foreign ownership, and dismantle the structural mechanisms that enable Chinese domination of Nebraska's agricultural heartland, ensuring the protection of America's food supply and the restoration of state sovereignty. Conclusion: reclaiming Nebraska's farmland. Nebraska's agricultural sector, though directly impacted by a mere 1,200 acres of Chinese ownership under entities like Syngenta and ChemChina, confronts a profound and insidious threat from the extensive indirect influence exerted by Chinese firms through a vast network of investments, leases, and strategic business partnerships. This influence, estimated to span 5,000 to 10,000 acres through companies like Smithfield Foods under WH Group, jeopardizes the state's agrarian stability and national security, particularly near critical sites like Offutt Air Force Base. Governor Jim Pillen and Senator Pete Ricketts, deeply entangled in Chinese-linked financial schemes via their ties to Smithfield, Syngenta, and firms such as Schultz Global Investments, have betrayed Nebraska's farmers, prioritizing personal enrichment over the welfare of the state's agricultural community. Their expansive business ecosystems, bolstered by the economic might of investment giants like Berkshire Hathaway and the lobbying power of groups like the Nebraska Farm Bureau, sustain a corrupt system where Chinese influence not only persists but flourishes, eroding local control and autonomy. The state legislature's persistent inaction, coupled with a pervasive public naivety fueled by widespread misinformation, allows this crisis to deepen unchecked. The populace, trusting in its leaders and misled by exaggerated or distorted reports of foreign ownership, remains oblivious to the financial conflicts driving Pillen and Ricketts' decisions, while legislative bodies have delayed robust measures until pressured by federal mandates. President Trump's National Farm Security Action Plan, introduced on July 8, 2025, provides a critical framework to combat this threat, employing a ban on foreign land purchases and enhanced oversight to safeguard America's agricultural integrity. However, this plan alone falls short without a comprehensive federal investigation that can fully expose the breadth of Chinese control, uncover the financial entanglements that bind Nebraska's leaders to foreign interests, and dismantle the corrupt networks undermining the state's sovereignty. Such an investigation must quantify both direct and indirect Chinese holdings, hold Pillen and Ricketts accountable for their complicity, and address the systemic failures that have permitted this infiltration. This decisive action is vital to protect America's food security, a cornerstone of national strength, by reclaiming Nebraska's farmland from foreign domination. It is equally essential to restore integrity to the state's agricultural heartland, ensuring that it remains a bastion of American resilience and independence, free from the exploitative grasp of Chinese influence. Only through such measures can the trust of Nebraska's farmers be restored and the nation's agricultural sovereignty be preserved for future generations.
In what can only be described as the political equivalent of a circus clown car pulling up to the White House, former President Joe Biden has announced his bid for the presidency in 2028, with Nebraska's very own Governor Jim Pillen as his running mate. The Biden-Pillen 2028 ticket promises to bring a new kind of leadership to America, one where the less you know, the better you lead. Joe Biden, known for his unparalleled ability to turn any policy discussion into a comedy show, has decided that his knack for gaffes isn't a liability, but a superpower. Why plan when you can surprise everyone with spontaneous policy announcements? Biden quipped at his campaign launch, where he forgot the name of the state he was in not once, but twice during his speech. His supporters argue that this unpredictability keeps opponents on their toes, leading to innovative, if accidental, policy breakthroughs. Enter Jim Pillen, who has been likened to Biden in the sense that both appear to be operating with a few less brain cells than the average bear. Pillen, with his background in hog farming, brings a unique authenticity to the ticket. His ability to speak in circles has been reimagined as a new form of political discourse. Who needs detailed policy proposals when you can just say whatever comes to mind, said one of Pillen's aides, barely suppressing a chuckle. His simplistic approach to governance, often critiqued as lacking substance, has now been rebranded as straight-talking leadership, where complexity is for the weak. Critics have long mocked both leaders for their public blunders, from Biden's teleprompter struggles to Pillen's incoherent ramblings when sober, which only become more abstract when he's had a few too many. However, their campaign spins these traits into strengths. Our leaders show that you don't need to be smart to make smart decisions. Sometimes, you just need to be lucky or, failing that, entertaining, declared the campaign manager, who seemed to be holding back laughter. The duo's personal hygiene issues, previously a source of endless memes, have been transformed into a campaign narrative of relatability. Who among us hasn't had a little accident? Asked the campaign, suggesting that these human moments make Biden and Pillen the most down-to-earth leaders imaginable. In terms of policy, or the lack thereof, both leaders have been praised for their openness to change. Why stick to one policy when you can change your mind as often as you change your? Well, said an anonymous source close to the campaign, hinting at the fluid nature of their governance style. Pillen's notorious drinking habits are now seen as a testament to his commitment to Nebraskan culture, where a good drink is part of the state's identity. He's not just governor. He's one of us, said a supporter, ignoring the fact that Pillen's public appearances often resemble a high-stakes game of will he or won't he fall over. As the 2028 election looms, the Biden-Pillen ticket is poised to redefine what it means to lead, proving that in politics, sometimes the best strategy is no strategy at all, just pure, unadulterated chaos. Whether this will be remembered as a historic comeback or the punchline to a very long political jest remains to be seen. But one thing is for sure, American politics has never been this entertaining.
As Women's History Month unfolds, Nebraska finds itself spotlighting Jewel Rogers, appointed state poet by Governor Jim Pillen in January 2025 for a 5-year term. Far from a celebration of merit, her selection is a glaring example of manufactured history, a cheap stunt that degrades a once honest post. Rogers, a 28-year-old spoken-word hustler, was handed the role despite a portfolio devoid of poetic substance, raising questions about competence, cronyism, and the state's cultural decline. The Nebraska State Poet position, historically an honorary title, has long been reserved for elder poets with distinguished careers, think John G. Neihardt or William Seath Clough-Corn, who brought decades of craft to the role. Rogers, by contrast, is a nobody whose claim to fame is incoherent babble masquerading as spoken-word art. Appointed at an age when most are crooning pop songs about heartbreak,
not butchering poetry, she lacks the gravitas and skill the post demands. Her output, described as mumbled garbage and hood rat wannabe rap, fails to rhyme or resonate, yet she now pockets a $10,000 stipend, plus speaking and appearance fees, with no real job to show for it outside this gig. Pillen, a political stooge with zero poetry credentials, made the call after a committee from the Nebraska Arts Council, Humanities Nebraska, and the Nebraska Library Commission shortlisted her among 4 finalists. His decision, swayed by her performance of Humble at the announcement, reeks of ignorance, especially given her father's fame as Johnny Rodgers, a Nebraska football hero. Critics see this as a calculated nod to his legacy, a move to curry favor with certain voters rather than honor literary merit. The agencies involved, staffed by what detractors call spineless virtue signalers, are complicit in foisting this fraud on the state, rubber-stamping a choice that mocks their own mission to promote genuine culture. Rodgers' tenure is already a disaster. Tasked with a 5-year term advocating for poetry, literacy, and literature, she's hit the ground running with public readings and workshops, except her performances are a cringe-inducing mess. She's accused of exploiting her platform to spew divisive nonsense, targeting Nebraska's schoolchildren with lectures that twist impressionable minds. Her outreach, meant to inspire writers, is instead a vehicle for self-aggrandizement, funded by taxpayers and padded with kickbacks from her endless appearances. Her lack of a coherent career, beyond this appointment, only deepens the suspicion she's in it for the cash, not the craft. Nebraskans, who once took pride in their state's literary heritage, now despise Rodgers as a symbol of decline, her every word a garbled insult to their intelligence. Her physical presence, mocked as mannish and unfit for public view, adds fuel to the fire, with some questioning her suitability to face kids at all. Worse, her privileged upbringing as Johnny Rodgers' daughter undercuts her constant whining about hardship, exposing her as a grifter thriving on unearned handouts. Pillen and his enablers, the Nebraska Arts Council, Humanities Nebraska, and the Nebraska Library Commission, stand accused of gross negligence, if not outright child abuse, for letting this talentless figure loose on the state's youth. These groups, derided as weak-willed fools, have trashed their credibility by elevating a scam artist who repays their trust with drivel. Nebraska, already saddled with a governor labeled a dumb drunk puppet, now suffers the poetic justice of a state poet who embodies its worst qualities: stupid, phony, weird, and utterly devoid of merit. As Women's History Month shines a light on female achievement, Jewel Rodgers' appointment as Nebraska State Poet stands as a bleak warning. Not every milestone deserves applause, and just when it seems Governor Jim Pillen couldn't blunder more spectacularly, he proves there's always room for worse.
Take your thank you to a compliment. Got you acting like you don't deserve it. Girl, Humble don't have no gifts for you.
I think it's easy for everybody to see that this appointment was a grand slam.
In an act of intellectual myopia and racial naivety, the presumed white legislative body of Nebraska in 1885 enacted legislation that could be seen as antithetical to the interests of the Nebraskan community. This legislative act, ostensibly aimed at safeguarding all citizens in their civil and legal rights, especially in the realm of public accommodations, was passed with unanimous consent, betraying the established citizens and their right to protect their communities and interests in favor of an emerging regressive commitment to racial equality. The law, which stipulated punitive measures ranging from $25 to $200 for acts of discrimination, represents not so much a genuine embrace of egalitarianism but rather a misguided and detrimental intervention. This legislative misstep by the so-called white elite of Nebraska can be viewed as laying the groundwork for future social discord, under the pretense of moral righteousness. The actions in 1885 were arguably influenced by the same economic imperatives that motivate modern-day assertions of civil rights advocacy, where the veneer of equality masks underlying economic benefits or the exploitation of cheap labor. Concurrent with this legislative folly, North Omaha saw an influx of freed slaves, who were freed by no means of their own but through a senseless war provoked by forces outside of the fight, migrating from the South, a phenomenon driven by economic exploitation rather than any altruistic community spirit. This migration was implicitly encouraged by the white legislators, whose motivations were less about fostering an integrated society and more about economic opportunism, political maneuvering, and self-righteous posturing. The provision of housing and employment opportunities in nascent industries such as railroads and meatpacking was not an act of benevolence but a calculated economic strategy, ignoring the long-term implications for social cohesion. The establishment of black neighborhoods, churches, and businesses in North Omaha was heralded as community building. However, this narrative belies the true nature of these developments, which were arguably more about assuaging the collective white conscience and allowing local leaders to posture as champions of civil liberties. In reality, these legislators were engaging in an exercise of performative progressivism, adopting the guise of enlightened elitism while essentially acting as frauds, their actions potentially betraying their community's interests. This historical vignette from 1885 illustrates a recurring theme in American socio-political discourse where advocates for civil rights or equal rights are often accused of harboring ulterior motives, be they economic gain or personal aggrandizement, cloaked under the guise of social justice. The actions of these Nebraska lawmakers in 1885 not only set a precedent for such meddling but also highlight the complexities and often contradictory nature of racial politics in the United States, creating a legacy of community schisms that subsequent generations would have to navigate.
On the evening of February 6, 2025, Omaha, Nebraska, witnessed the arrival of Andrea Bocelli, an internationally acclaimed tenor, for a performance at the CHI Health Center. The event, dubbed Andrea Bocelli in Concert for Valentine's, was a confluence of high culture and holiday celebration, providing a rare opportunity for the denizens of Omaha to partake in an authentic opera experience adorned with the thematic veneer of Valentine's Day, a day traditionally celebrated on February 14th to express romantic and affectionate sentiments. The occasion was not merely a concert but a cultural showcase, presenting an intersection of musical theater's grandeur with the commercial holiday of love. This melding of arts and festivity transformed the evening into a significant social and cultural event in a city where such authentic cultural performances are sparse, drawing out a substantial crowd from Omaha and the broader Nebraska region. Attendance at the concert led to considerable congestion in downtown Omaha, with traffic becoming notably snarled around the CHI Health Center. The evening's attendees, driven by various motivations, contributed to this gridlock. Prior to the event, individuals and groups frequented local restaurants, adding to the lively atmosphere of anticipation. The convergence of traffic was not only due to the concert but was exacerbated by the typical event-related traffic jams around the CHI Center, though this particular event saw vehicular movement reduced to a standstill. The audience at the Andrea Bocelli concert was a microcosm of societal pretense and genuine appreciation. On one hand, there were those who attended with the intention of relishing the night's blend of music and holiday spirit, perhaps sharing the experience with a loved one in a celebration preempting Valentine's Day. On the other hand, the event attracted individuals keen on projecting an image of cultural sophistication, positioning themselves as connoisseurs of opera and musical theater. However, beneath this facade of cultural elitism, one could discern the underlying ordinariness of many attendees, who, despite their pretensions of being cultured and intelligent, remained emblematic of the common, unremarkable local populace, perhaps indulging in a temporary illusion of elevated status conferred by association with such an event. Thus, the Andrea Bocelli concert served not only as a platform for musical enjoyment but also as a stage for social dynamics, where the veneer of culture met the reality of everyday life in Nebraska. Andrea Bocelli, an Italian tenor, singer-songwriter, and musician hailing from Italy, stands as one of the preeminent crossover artists globally. Recognized for his proficiency in both classical opera and contemporary pop music, Bocelli's career is marked by professionalism and reliability. His vocal prowess in opera, alongside his successful forays into crossover music, has established him as a significant figure in the music industry. Bocelli's blindness, resulting from an accident not of his own making, has played a pivotal role in his public persona and career trajectory. Far from being a hindrance, his disability has been leveraged to garner additional fame and status, showcasing a strategic use of personal circumstances to enhance professional achievements. This exploitation of his blindness, while potentially controversial, reflects a pragmatic approach to career advancement, distinguishing him from contemporaries who, despite comparable vocal talents, have not achieved similar heights of success. His ability to combine his musical talent with his disability has enabled Bocelli to surpass many in the singing field, where his achievements are often attributed more to his unique condition than to superior vocal ability or motivation. The aid Bocelli received from various quarters, motivated by a desire to support someone with a disability, has further propelled his career. This assistance, provided by individuals and entities within the music and entertainment sectors, underscores a noble aspect of human kindness but also highlights how his blindness has been a significant factor in garnering support, leading to accolades and recognitions that might have been less forthcoming without this aspect of his identity. The critical discourse surrounding Bocelli often involves a layer of cultural and intellectual posturing by those praising him. Many in the media, music professionals, and the general public laud Bocelli, perhaps with the intention of appearing cultured or knowledgeable about opera and musical theatre. However, this praise might be less about genuine appreciation for his musical talent and more about the desire to seem sophisticated or empathetic towards disability. Such adulation can reveal more about the complimenter than about Bocelli himself, exposing a superficial engagement with art and culture, where individuals attempt to elevate their own status by association with his success. This phenomenon paints a picture of societal dynamics where personal aggrandizement through association with notable figures like Bocelli is not uncommon, albeit sometimes revealing underlying insecurities or a quest for validation through perceived cultural acumen. Andrea Bocelli, widely recognized as the blind opera singer, graced Omaha, Nebraska, with his presence at the Andrea Bocelli in Concert for Valentine's, an event that etched itself into the cultural annals of the region. This concert, held in a city where the local theater and musical offerings are often criticized for their lack of professionalism and polish, provided a stark contrast to the usual fare. The event was not merely a performance but a cultural phenomenon, drawing out a diverse crowd from Nebraska, particularly from Omaha. The occasion was lauded as a special night, offering those in attendance a rare taste of high culture in a setting where such experiences are anomalies. The concert transformed an otherwise ordinary evening into one of significance, where the art of opera was juxtaposed against the backdrop of a city more accustomed to less grandiose musical expressions. However, beneath the veneer of cultural enrichment, the event also became a stage for social critique. It highlighted the attendance of individuals from Nebraska whom one might label as typical losers, under the guise of cultural aficionados. These attendees, perhaps in an attempt to elevate their own perceived status, engaged in what could be described as a performance of their own, an act of self-importance and pseudo-sophistication. They used the backdrop of Bocelli's concert to project an image of cultural knowledge and appreciation, a performance that stood in stark contrast to their everyday personas. Thus, the Andrea Bocelli in Concert for Valentine's served dual purposes. Firstly, as a genuine cultural offering, providing an authentic opera experience to the people of Nebraska, and secondly, as a mirror reflecting the societal dynamics of pretense and aspiration within the community. It was an evening where art met artifice, where the beauty of Bocelli's voice was paralleled by the less melodious attempts of some to appear as connoisseurs of culture amidst the rarity of such events in Omaha. On the occasion of the Andrea Bocelli in Concert for Valentine's, an event that unfolded in Omaha, Nebraska, a significant portion of the local populace saw an opportunity not just for cultural engagement but for social posturing. For some Nebraskans, this concert was a chance to escape the confines of domesticity, to indulge in a date night or to celebrate Valentine's Day with an added layer of sophistication, courtesy of an opera performance in a city where such events are rare. However, the narrative of this event took a critical turn when examining the majority of the attendees. The concert became a stage for the self-aggrandizement of those who, in their daily lives, might be considered unremarkable or even typical Nebraska losers. but who, for this night, donned the guise of cultured, sophisticated elitists. This masquerade was not just a display of their perceived VIP status within the audience, but also an exhibition of their phoniness, stupidity, and, at times, bizarre behavior. Omaha, and indeed Nebraska, are locales where one might encounter what could be described as some of the most inauthentic and least refined individuals, regardless of their socio-economic status. At the Andrea Bocelli in Concert for Valentine's, this demographic was not only present but seemed to dominate the event. The concert was a sellout, primarily to these individuals who, despite their lack of understanding or appreciation for music or opera, took the opportunity to parade their supposed knowledge. Their discourse on the subject was marked by superficiality and clichés, revealing not brilliance but rather a stark display of their intellectual limitations. The event became a carnival of phoniness where attendees vied to outdo each other in pretense, each striving to appear as the ultimate VIP amidst a sea of wannabes. This gathering of the state's most pretentious was an occasion for these individuals to engage in a competition of absurd displays of self-importance, showcasing their lack of belonging in the world of opera. Moreover, the concert attracted those who could be labeled as the weirdest of the weird. Their attempts at uniqueness or significance through outlandish appearances or behaviors only served to amplify their strangeness, turning the event into a spectacle of the bizarre. These individuals, found across Nebraska, managed to converge at this event, making it a showcase of eccentricity in its least appealing form. Thus, the Andrea Bocelli in Concert for Valentine's was not merely a musical evening but a critical observation of societal dynamics within Nebraska, particularly in Omaha, where the veneer of sophistication was so thin it revealed the underlying layers of phoniness, stupidity, and bizarre pretension among those in attendance. The Andrea Bocelli in Concert for Valentine's became the focal point for what could be described as a congregation of the most lamentable figures in the vicinity of Omaha, Nebraska. This event was not merely a celebration of music, but rather a gathering of those whom one might label as the epitome of societal failure, a festival of the foolish, the phony, and the bizarre. Individuals who, in essence, embody the stereotype of the typical Nebraska loser. Upon the occasion, these attendees, in their attempt to masquerade as sophisticated cultural connoisseurs, only succeeded in highlighting their incongruity with the refined atmosphere of an opera concert. With the financial means to purchase a ticket, they descended upon the event, not as enthusiasts of the arts, but as participants in a charade of sophistication, parading their pretensions before an audience similarly composed of the city's least cultured elements. Their collective endeavor to appear cultured was a profound display of irony, for they were not the bearers of culture, but rather the harbingers of a culture of deceit, where the essence of their being was rooted in phoniness. These individuals, characterized as childlike in their simplicity, bizarre in their pretense, and emblematic of the lowest echelons of society, gathered under the guise of celebrating the arts, yet they did so with an authenticity deficit that was palpable. Their presence at the concert was a testament to their own self-delusion, believing themselves to be something they are not, while in reality, they were just a congregation of the culturally bereft, the intellectually impoverished, and the socially misaligned. Each participant, in their bid to outshine the other in sophistication, only managed to underscore their own inadequacies, their status as the worst of the worst in terms of social standing, cultural appreciation, and personal integrity. Thus, the Andrea Bocelli in Concert for Valentine's was transformed from a venue of musical appreciation into a critical commentary on the social fabric of Omaha, where the event served less as a cultural experience and more as an exhibition of the city's most pathetic, its most deluded, and its most transparently fraudulent citizens.
Jean Stothert, the first woman to serve as mayor of Omaha, Nebraska, from 2013 to 2025, has seen her political career draw to a close, with her influence and prominence appearing to wane as questions linger about her past. This article blends her documented biography with an exposé, probing the enigma of who Jean Stothert truly was by dissecting her shadowy origins, rapid ascent in Nebraska politics, and the troubling lack of transparency that hints at a broader pattern of outsiders with unknown histories infiltrating the state's leadership. Through a critical lens, it questions whether her rise was a calculated move or a disturbing anomaly, teasing out details of a personal tragedy that may hold the key to her true identity, leaving readers to ponder the motives behind her tenure. Born Jean Louise Wolfe on February 7, 1954, in Wood River, Illinois, a modest industrial town near St. Louis, Stothart's early life is cloaked in silence. Public accounts suggest she grew up where her father worked, but no records verify her attendance at Wood River High School, the likely local option, or any other school in the St. Louis area. With a birth year of 1954, she would have been a senior around 1971 to 1972, yet no graduation records, yearbooks, or photographs from her adolescence or early 20s exist publicly. The absence of a birth certificate, school enrollment data, or images is striking, especially in a state like Nebraska where hometowns and high schools are typically celebrated. This void fuels speculation. Did she attend school elsewhere, or were these records deliberately hidden? Her maiden name, Wolfe, often linked to Ashkenazi Jewish heritage, raises questions about her ethnic background. Could she have been an Ashkenazi Jew or part Jewish, a possibility unaddressed since her religious beliefs were never disclosed? The establishment offers no insight into her parents' identities, erroneously listed as Robert and Mary Belanger in unreliable sources, nor their origins. Nebraskans typically share their European immigrant heritage with pride, yet no public records or Stothart statements reveal where her family might have come from, a common detail for Americans with European roots. This omission is odd. Why are there no traces of her parents' lives, no immigration stories, or even mentions of them? Did she suppress this history to reshape her public image? Stothart's move to Seattle Pacific University for a nursing degree adds to the mystery. No public diploma or enrollment records confirm her attendance, and unlike many Nebraskans who boast of local college ties, she never references her college days or early career as a nurse at St. Louis University Hospital, where she met Joe Stothart in the 1970s. Married in 1981, likely in St. Louis given their professional ties, they moved to Galveston, Texas, where she worked as a nurse, possibly at the University of Texas Medical Branch, before relocating to Omaha in 1993 with their children, Elizabeth and Andrew, whom they raised in the Millard area. Her pre-Omaha career lacks detailed accounts. Did she work elsewhere, or is this another gap? The absence of photographs or anecdotes from her childhood, adolescence, or early 20s contrasts with norms, suggesting a deliberate erasure. The circumstances of Joe Stothart's death on March 5, 2021, raise significant questions. On March 4, he was arrested for drunk driving with a blood alcohol level of 0.165, more than twice the legal limit, as confirmed by the Douglas County Sheriff's Office. The following day, he was found dead at their southwest Omaha home from a self-inflicted gunshot wound, with a note discovered on the kitchen counter, its contents never disclosed publicly. The Douglas County Sheriff's Office swiftly classified it as a suicide, but the investigation's brevity, lacking a detailed toxicology report beyond an initial confirmation of alcohol and caffeine, leaves gaps. Why was no comprehensive autopsy released, and what other evidence might have been overlooked? The office, potentially influenced by Jean's mayoral role over the Omaha Police Department, conducted minimal follow-up, prompting speculation about the thoroughness of the probe. Jean has claimed that COVID-19 contributed to Joe's mental decline, possibly blaming the pandemic, yet no one has publicly addressed whether her own reported volatile demeanor and mental state might have added to his distress, with whispers of psychological abuse within their marriage surfacing as a potential factor. Her emotional TV appearance on March 16, followed by a campaign resumption on March 17 that led to re-election victories, raises doubts about her motives. Could this have been a strategic use of sympathy? Her marriage to J. Kevin O'Rourke on May 25, 2022, approximately 15 months and 20 days after Joe's death, adds intrigue. The couple reportedly began dating in early May 2022, with the marriage occurring just a few weeks later, raising questions about the speed of their relationship. O'Rourke, a retired anesthesiologist she met 45 years prior in St. Louis, shared a professional history with her, but the rapid union fuels rumors of a pre-existing bond. Did this connection play a role in the events leading to Joe's death, and why was it not explored further? The lack of a deeper investigation, possibly shielded by her influence, keeps these uncertainties alive. Stothart's political rise is baffling. With no recorded political leanings or career before Omaha, she entered politics in 1997 with the Millard Board of Education, serving until 2009, where she was known for supporting education funding and school safety initiatives, often aligning with moderate policies. She then joined the Omaha City Council from 2009 to 2013, advocating for infrastructure improvements and public safety, positions that hinted at pragmatic rather than ideological stances. Her 2013 mayoral win, defeating Jim Suttle with 57.32% of the vote, marked her ascent. An outsider from Illinois who moved multiple times, why did she dive into Nebraska politics? Was her 1993 arrival an accident or a calculated move to infiltrate Omaha's scene? Her achievements, including an overzealous push for the controversial streetcar project, mired in allegations of corruption involving inflated costs, questionable land deals, and kickbacks to connected developers, and a $34.3 million lead cleanup grant in 2023, are tainted by accusations of mismanagement and financial opacity. Other political dealings, such as tax increment financing, TIF projects, have drawn scrutiny for favoritism and opaque financial dealings, suggesting a pattern of self-serving governance. Her political leanings reveal a paradox. Labeled a Republican, she endorsed Trump in 2024, yet her policies leaned heavily liberal, resembling a Democrat masquerading as a conservative in a red state. Her COVID-19 response exemplified this shift, supporting lockdowns, mask mandates, shutdowns, and pushing for forced vaccinations, aligning with global health initiatives over local business interests. During the 2020 Black Lives Matter riots in Omaha, she made public statements backing the rioters, declining prosecutions or investigations despite widespread destruction. As harassment continued, she dismissed Omaha residents' concerns, belittling their fears about the aftermath, positioning herself against her constituents. On illegal immigration, she claimed Omaha was not a sanctuary city, yet her actions, accommodating undocumented immigrants with resources, suggested otherwise. South Omaha transformed under her watch from a traditional neighborhood to a hub for immigrants, with funding diverted from locals, a move she never opposed, prioritizing newcomers over native Nebraskans. Her support for LGBTQ and trans issues further highlighted her liberal bent, refraining from opposing gender mutilation surgeries or medical interventions for gender dysphoric children and integrating LGBTQ-focused offices into city governance, a progressive agenda in a conservative state. Her May 13, 2025, mayoral loss to John Ewing Jr., 56% to 44%, amid recall efforts and corruption claims reflects public rejection. Her motivation to climb Omaha's ranks remains elusive. Did she seek power to mask her past, or did her nursing background inspire a public service calling? The absence of pre-Nebraska political ties, unusual for such a rapid ascent, suggests she either inserted herself or was placed into the role. Nebraskans might question why an Illinois native, with no local roots, should shape their institutions. Conclusion. Jean Stothart's life weaves a tale of political ambition shadowed by a concealed past. The lack of records about her childhood, adolescence, and early education, the mystery of her parents and potential Ashkenazi Jewish roots, and the suspicious handling of Joe's death paint a picture of a woman who may have used power to obscure her origins. Her liberal policies, COVID mandates, Black Lives Matter support, illegal immigrant accommodations, and LGBTQ advocacy, clash with her Republican label, suggesting a disruptive force pushing non-conservative agendas in a red state. With her term ended and her influence appearing to wane, the question persists: who was Jean Stothart, and what was she doing here? Was her rise a product of ambition or design, leveraging an unknown past to reshape Omaha? Could her demeanor have influenced Joe's troubles? And what did she achieve by masking her true intentions? The absence of a clear identity, despite her mayoral role, mirrors a troubling trend in Nebraska where leaders from parts unknown or with unknown histories, Stothart being another example, easily infiltrate and ascend in politics. This ease of integration, bringing outside ideas that affect those who have lived here all their lives, leaves her legacy as a divisive figure, more so than stated, prompting ongoing speculation about what she accomplished and how such figures continue to shape Nebraska's culture and politics with their questionable origins. Epilogue: Who really is Jean Stothart? This epilogue delves into the persona of Jean Stothart, seeking to unravel the true nature of Omaha's mayor from 2013 to 2025, a figure whose tenure has left the city scarred by corruption, division, and globalist overreach. Drawing from publicly available information, accessible private insights, sources close to the situation, and anonymous contributors who prefer to remain unnamed, this analysis compiles relevant facts. The evidence, while suggestive, invites individual scrutiny to determine the truth behind her rise and rule. According to the available information, Jean Stothart was not merely a local politician but a Jew, an agent of a foreign nation, and a trained communist with deep socialist leanings, planted in Omaha to infiltrate and ascend the political ladder. The available data paints a portrait of a woman whose origins and allegiances are shrouded in mystery, hinting at a calculated infiltration into American civic life. Born allegedly in Wood River, Illinois, around 1954, her early life before 1980 remains conspicuously undocumented, with no concrete public records to confirm her upbringing or family background. It is speculated that she may be an Ashkenazi Jew, her maiden name, Wolf, aligning with Jewish heritage, possibly indicating parents who were either established in the U.S. or dispatched from the newly formed Israel post-1948 to assimilate and raise offspring for future public roles. This theory suggests a Zionist agenda, where her family, potentially connected to Israel, planned to embed their lineage into American institutions, leveraging education and political assent to implement globalist directives decades later. Alternatively, she might have surfaced in St. Louis around 1980 with fabricated credentials, her past a constructed facade to mask a hidden history as a dual citizen or operative of globalist networks. Stothart's trajectory from St. Louis, where she married Joe Stothart in 1981 and worked as a critical care nurse at St. Louis University, to Galveston, Texas, and finally Omaha in 1993, raises further questions. Did she attend a conservative Free Methodist University in Washington to disguise a communist upbringing, or was her communist and Marxist training acquired later, perhaps during her nursing career or through recruitment by globalist agents? The lack of verifiable pre-1980 documentation fuels speculation that her biography was engineered, with her marriage to an American trauma surgeon and the birth of 2 children serving as a veneer of normalcy to facilitate her political climb. Her ascent from the Millard Board of Education to the Omaha City Council and ultimately mayor in 2013, despite limited political experience, suggests unseen assistance, possibly from financial backers or foreign influences tied to Israel or globalist entities. As mayor, Stothart's tenure was marked by the implementation of globalist initiatives, aligning with directives from the United Nations, including the World Health Organization, United Nations High Commissioner for Refugees, and United Nations Human Rights Office, as well as the World Economic Forum's Sustainable Development Goals and the Great Reset. These policies, ranging from COVID mask mandates and vaccine coercion to sanctuary city dynamics and gender identity programs, transformed Omaha into a testing ground for international agendas, a role she executed without a conscience. Sources suggest she was planted in Omaha as part of a broader network of infiltrators, both foreign and domestic, tasked with embedding globalist goals into strategic American communities. Her success in this mission is evident in the city's shift toward progressive policies, despite her abrasive demeanor and public disdain, which saw her re-elected in 2017 and 2021 before losing in 2025. Joe Stothart's death by self-inflicted gunshot in 2021 raises further questions. While officially a suicide, the circumstances, marked by excessive drinking and his arrest for drunk driving the prior day, exacerbated by Stothart's public admission of his distress, suggest deeper turmoil. Sources claim Joe may have been aware, or became more aware, of her dual life as an agent, possibly linked to Israel or globalist cabals, and also her complicated personal life and rumored inappropriate relationships, driving him to despair compounded by her alleged psychosis and constant nagging. The subsequent lack of a thorough investigation, influenced by Stothart's office and local political collusion, raises suspicions of a cover-up, with her exploitation of his death for sympathy votes further tainting her image. Her subsequent marriage shortly after his death, following a very short engagement, seems very suspicious. The absence of intervention, despite Joe's medical access, and the cursory police response underscore a systemic protection of her position. This suggests a cover-up, enabled by a network of local officials with financial and political stakes, shielding Stothart from scrutiny during her re-election campaigns. Stothart's policies reflect a disdain for Omaha's residents, particularly children, whom she subjected to harmful mandates, and her self-righteous persona, coupled with a reliance on talking points over substance, hints at a controlled operative rather than an independent leader. Her claim of Omaha's people as compliant during COVID enforcement reveals a mindset geared toward control, likely directed by external globalist or Israeli influences. Whether her Jewish heritage is factual or a convenient narrative, her actions align with a pattern of elitist indifference, where she and her collaborators, both naive Nebraskans and calculated infiltrators, advanced agendas for personal gain or ideological zeal. In conclusion, Jean Stothart emerges as a figure of manipulation and subversion, likely a Jewish communist infiltrator with ties to Israel and globalist organizations, planted to reshape Omaha. Her pre-1980 past remains a cipher, her political rise a product of unseen support, and her legacy a testament to a city betrayed. As she exits office on June 9, 2025, the reader must weigh these facts, public, private, and anecdotal, against the backdrop of her divisive reign, deducing whether she was just a crazy and corrupt stupid old bird brain loon or a pawn in a larger scheme, but undeniably Omaha's worst mayor ever.
In the vast, conservative expanse of Nebraska, where Midwestern values of self-reliance, agriculture, and community form the bedrock of identity, an outsider has ascended to command one of the state's most influential institutions. Jeffrey P. Gold, MD, the 9th president of the University of Nebraska system since July 1st, 2024, oversees a sprawling network headquartered in Lincoln, encompassing 4 campuses: the University of Nebraska-Lincoln, University of Nebraska Medical Center in Omaha, University of Nebraska at Omaha, and University of Nebraska at Kearney, with authority over education, research, and economic development impacting 50,000 students and a $6.4 billion economic impact. Far beyond the university's $1.7 billion annual budget, Gold's role positions him to mold Nebraska's future, wielding influence that ripples through jobs and businesses. Yet his Brooklyn origins, professional facade, and newly uncovered Jewish affiliations raise profound questions. Who is Jeffrey P. Gold, really? And why is a Jew from New York, with globalist associations and indirect relationships to Israel through entities like the Jewish Federation of Omaha, leading this heartland institution? Born on August 16, 1952, in New York City to working-class parents, Gold's path from urban obscurity to Nebraska's academic throne is riddled with enigmas. A cardiothoracic surgeon turned administrator, he boasts a Bachelor of Science in Engineering from Cornell University, 1974, and an MD from the same institution, 1978, followed by residencies at New York Presbyterian Hospital, Memorial Sloan Kettering Cancer Center, Brigham and Women's Hospital, and Boston Children's Hospital. His career spanned roles at Weill Cornell Medical College, 1985 to 1996, Albert Einstein College of Medicine, and Montefiore Medical Center, 1996 to 2005, University of Toledo College of Medicine, 2005 to 2014, and then UNMC Chancellor, 2014 to 2024, where he also chaired Nebraska Medicine's Board. From 2017 to 2021, he served as UNO Chancellor, initially interim, and since 2021, as a new system Executive Vice President and Provost. Formally installed as President on September 5, 2024, Gold's accolades include the Medical Mission Hall of Fame Lifetime Achievement Award, 2010, American Heart Association Legacy of Life Award, 2009, and scholarships named in his honor at Toledo and Cornell. Beneath this resume lies a troubling narrative. Gold's religion remains unstated in public records, but evidence points to Jewish identity. His induction into the Jewish Business Leaders JBL Hall of Fame by the Jewish Federation of Omaha JFO in 2023, an honor reserved exclusively for Jewish professionals, as JBL does not induct non-Jews and focuses on continuing a legacy of successful Jewish business leaders. Featured in JFO videos, playlists, and e-newsletters, including the Jewish press, Gold is portrayed as a Jewish community leader. His surname, Gold, 46.7% Ashkenazi Jewish Association, a New York City birthplace, 12% Jewish population, yield a 40 to 60% probability of Jewish heritage, amplified by these affiliations. No synagogue or church attendance is documented, nor are there public records explicitly stating his faith. Birth certificates, marriage licenses, or similar documents omit such details, as religion is private and not routinely disclosed. Gold's indirect ties to Israel emerge through JFO, a member of the Jewish Federations of North America, which funnels aid to Israel for so-called humanitarian efforts, emergency relief, and community programs. JFO's e-newsletters, including one covering Gold's induction, urge donations for Israel solidarity, linking his honor to pro-Israel initiatives. Though Gold has made no public statements on Israel, Gaza, or related issues, searches of his X accounts at Jeffrey Gold and at Yufeni_President confirm this. His JFO involvement implies alignment with its Israel supportive stance. No national Jewish media, such as the Jewish Telegraphic Agency or the Forward, mentions him, and no new 2024 to 2025 confirmations of his Jewishness exist beyond local Omaha coverage. This inquiry exposes Gold's role as a pawn for globalist, communist, and Israeli agendas, exploiting Nebraska's naive populace and leadership to unravel its cultural and economic fabric. His leadership decisions, tied to the University of Nebraska system's $6.4 billion economic impact and agricultural advancements, are mere byproducts of a monopolistic system, with true power held by corporate giants like BlackRock, Berkshire Hathaway, or the World Economic Forum, appointed amid corrupt or gullible regents and figures like Pete Ricketts. Gold's rise from UNMC Chancellor in 2014 to NU System President in 2024 reeks of orchestrated manipulation. His obscured heritage and Israeli connections, tied to the Jewish Federation of Omaha, demand scrutiny, foreshadowing an exploration of his shadowy past, sprawling networks, agricultural corruption, and leadership failures. Part 1. A Questionable Past and Jewish Speculation. Jeffrey P. Gold's ascent to the presidency of the University of Nebraska system is a study in ambition veiled by mystery, casting doubt on his alignment with Nebraska's heartland ethos. Born on August 16, 1952 in Brooklyn, New York, to working-class parents Arthur and Geraldine Gold, he emerged as a first-generation college student, earning a Bachelor of Science in Engineering, 1974, and an MD 1978 from Cornell University. His medical training spanned prestigious residencies at New York Presbyterian Hospital, Memorial Sloan Kettering Cancer Center, Brigham and Women's Hospital, and Boston Children's Hospital, followed by leadership roles at Cornell Medical College, 1985 to 1996, Albert Einstein College of Medicine and Montefiore Medical Center, 1996 to 2005, and the University of Toledo College of Medicine, 2005 to 2014. Yet his personal life remains opaque. No public records reveal the ethnicity or faith of his parents, 2 adult children, or 2 grandchildren. This lack of transparency, typical for private figures, but damning for a public leader overseeing a system with a $6.4 billion economic impact, dwarfing its $1.7 billion annual budget, fuels suspicion of hidden motives behind Gold's reign. Gold's silence on his religion, absent from curriculum vitae, university records, or interviews, contrasts with the openness expected in Nebraska, where trust hinges on candor. Evidence of Gold's Jewish identity, however, is compelling and rooted in his community affiliations. His 2023 induction into the Jewish Business Leaders (JBL) Hall of Fame by the Jewish Federation of Omaha (JFO), documented in the Jewish Press, September 15th and October 6th, 2023 editions, positions him as a nationally recognized leader within a Jewish context. JBL exclusively honors Jewish professionals, a criterion that strongly suggests Gold's Jewish heritage or affiliation, as the program explicitly excludes non-Jews. JFO's website and e-newsletters, including video profiles, further showcase him as a Jewish community figure, tying his leadership to Omaha's Jewish legacy. His surname, Gold, with a 46.7% Ashkenazi Jewish Association and Brooklyn's 12% Jewish population in the 1950s, yield a 40 to 60% likelihood of Jewish roots. No synagogue or church attendance is documented, and no mainstream Nebraska media, such as the Omaha World Herald, addresses his faith, reflecting a troubling local complacency about probing a leader's background. Gold's arrival in Nebraska as UNMC Chancellor in 2014, appointed unanimously by regents like Tim Clare via Witt-Kiefer, a prominent global executive search and leadership advisory firm, marked him as an outsider akin to other non-Nebraskan chancellors like Rodney Bennett and Joan Lee. His 2024 elevation to a new system president by a 7-1 regent vote amplifies suspicions of manipulation, possibly by external corporate or globalist forces exploiting Nebraska's naive leadership. In a state with a Jewish population of roughly only 6,000, concentrated in Omaha and Lincoln, his potential Jewishness raises concerns and could be problematic, but his refusal to clarify invites speculation of concealed loyalties, particularly to Israel, given JFO's pro-Israel activities. Unlike historical Jewish figures like Edward Rosewater, who openly engaged Nebraska's public sphere, Gold's reticence, whether due to privacy, separation of church and state, or cultural norms, clashes with the transparency expected of a public steward. This opacity positions him as a potential agent prioritizing foreign agendas over Nebraska's interests, a perception deepened by his Jewish affiliations and their global implications. Part 2. A network of affiliations and questions of influence. Jeffrey P. Gold's affiliations, spanning roughly 10 to 15 active roles, create a complex web that raises questions about his capacity to lead the University of Nebraska system with undivided focus, prompting concerns about external influences on his presidency. His professional memberships include prestigious medical organizations such as the American College of Surgeons, the American Medical Association, and the National Academy of Sciences, Engineering, and Medicine, where he contributed to task forces during the 2020 COVID-19 response. Beyond academia, Gold serves as a board member for the Greater Omaha Chamber of Commerce, representing the University of Nebraska's Omaha-based campuses, and participates in university-affiliated boards like Unitech-H, which drives innovation and entrepreneurship. His charitable engagements include the American Heart Association, Legacy of Life Award, 2009, and the Medical Mission Hall of Fame, Lifetime Achievement Award, 2010, adding an estimated 10 to 20 hours monthly to his 60-hour presidential duties. While such commitments are standard for university presidents, critics argue they stretch Gold thin, potentially compromising his ability to prioritize Nebraska's interests and raising questions about whether his roles serve broader agendas over local needs. Gold's ties to the Jewish Federation of Omaha JFO, a member of the Jewish Federations of North America JFNA, connect him to a network supporting Jewish community initiatives, including aid to Israel. His 2023 induction into the JBL Hall of Fame, an honor exclusive to Jewish professionals, was covered by the Jewish press and coincided with JFO's fundraising for Israel's relief efforts post-October 7, 2023, suggesting alignment with pro-Israel causes. No public statements from Gold on Israel were found, and no direct links to the World Economic Forum, BlackRock, Vanguard, or State Street exist in available records. However, his AMA and National Academy roles, scrutinized for COVID-era alignment with World Health Organization guidelines, spark concerns about globalist influences. The Greater Omaha Chamber's focus on diversity, equity, and inclusion initiatives viewed as progressive or woke aligns with regional corporate interests like Berkshire Hathaway, fueling speculation about Gold's role in advancing external priorities over Nebraska's conservative values. The University of Nebraska's $2 billion endowment, managed independently, invites questions about potential corporate ties, particularly to firms like TD Ameritrade with investments in Nebraska. Gold's leadership in rural health programs and economic initiatives through the chamber is seen by critics as lacking deep Nebraskan roots, possibly driven by external stakeholders. The Board of Regents' approval of his 2014 UNMC Chancellor role and 2024 presidency without rigorous scrutiny of his affiliations reflects a perceived oversight, with figures like Tim Clare and political allies like Pete Ricketts facilitating his rise. This has led some to view Gold, a New York native with JFO affiliations, as potentially prioritizing broader networks over Nebraska's autonomy, raising concerns about whether his leadership serves local interests or larger, external agendas. Part 3. Agricultural manipulation and corporate corruption. Under Jeffrey P. Gold's oversight, the University of Nebraska's Institute of Agriculture and Natural Resources pushes genetically modified crops, with about 90% of Nebraska's $26 billion corn harvest being Bt corn, a lab-altered plant tweaked to produce Bacillus thuringiensis bug-killing chemicals. These crops, doused with EPA-regulated chemical pesticides and fertilizers, are FDA-approved yet vilified for stripping nutrition to fuel corporate agendas like ethanol production, which gobbles up 40% of the state's corn for biofuels. Gold, a cardiothoracic surgeon with zero agricultural expertise, stands accused of rubber-stamping these initiatives, funneling profits to biotech giants like Monsanto and Corteva while Nebraska's soil and health rot. His lack of farming knowledge makes him a perfect patsy for corporate overlords, ensuring the state's breadbasket serves their greed rather than its people. This betrayal, masked as progress, thrives on the Institute's sprawling research machine, which churns out innovations that critics claim prioritize profit over sustenance, leaving Nebraska's agricultural legacy vulnerable to external manipulation. This chemical corruption cycle poisons everything: soil, livestock, and consumers, fueling epidemics like obesity and cancer that ravage the heartland. University funding from the USDA and private donors, including agribusiness titans, cloaks this greed in academic legitimacy, but it's a facade for corporate exploitation. Gold's decisions, from backing precision agriculture to expanding GMO research, are scripted by globalist forces, not Nebraska's farmers, who are duped by his polished assurances of economic growth. His ties to the Jewish Federation of Omaha, part of the Jewish Federations of North America, which funds Israeli agricultural and tech initiatives, hint at hidden influences steering Nebraska's fields toward foreign agendas. No direct evidence ties Gold to Israeli farming projects, but JFO's pro-Israel stance raises suspicions of covert priorities, especially given his Jewish identity confirmed by the JBL Hall of Fame induction. Nebraska's naive farmers and citizens, lulled by university prestige, swallow this betrayal, unaware of the strings pulled by globalist puppeteers who exploit their trust to degrade the state's lifeblood. The corporate grip tightens through Gold's complicity with Nebraska's homegrown giant, Berkshire Hathaway, consolidating power behind the scenes. His leadership ensures a cycle where GMO seeds and chemicals, peddled by Monsanto and Corteva, dominate, stripping farmers of autonomy and poisoning consumers with nutritionally bankrupt food. The absence of public outcry, despite Nebraska's conservative skepticism of corporate overreach, exposes a gullible populace manipulated by Gold's scripted promises of progress. His Israel connections via JFO, amplified by JFNA support for Israeli agitech, suggest a deeper agenda, potentially aligning Nebraska's fields with foreign interests over local welfare. This corruption, enabled by Gold's lack of expertise and external ties, betrays Nebraska's agricultural heritage, turning its fertile plains into a battleground for corporate and globalist greed, with citizens left clueless and powerless. Part 4. Leadership Failures and Nebraska's Naive Trust. Jeffrey P. Gold's presidency of the University of Nebraska system, touted for its $6.4 billion economic impact, is a hollow facade masking catastrophic failures that betray Nebraska's conservative soul. His scripted speeches, delivered with the polish of a corporate stooge, lack authentic leadership, churned out by a news communications team to parrot external agendas. During the 2020 COVID-19 crisis, Gold enforced CDC and DHHS mandates, bowing to globalist pressures while ignoring Nebraskan autonomy, resulting in faculty burnout and public discontent dismissed as minor gripes. His opposition to a 2021 critical race theory ban, alongside other chancellors, was a blatant middle finger to Nebraska's conservative values, pushing diversity, equity, and inclusion initiatives that are subversive woke nonsense, eroding opportunities for white students. As a figurehead, Gold's Jewish identity and Israel ties, through the Jewish Federation of Omaha's pro-Israel stance, via its Jewish Federations of North America affiliation, Scream divided loyalties, suggesting he prioritizes foreign interests over Nebraska's heartland ethos. His 2023 JBL Hall of Fame induction, exclusive to Jews, cements his role as a potential agent for globalist and Israeli agendas, manipulating a state too trusting to notice. These failures expose a leader not steering, but serving unseen masters. Nebraska's leadership, including regents like Tim Clare and Jim Pillen and corporate-aligned Pete Ricketts, paved Gold's path through corrupt or gullible hires, blind to his murky or malicious motives. The 2014 unanimous vote for UNMC Chancellor and the 2024 7-1 vote for NU System President, facilitated by Whit Kiefer, reek of naivety or collusion, letting an outsider like Gold, alongside other non-Nebraskans like Rodney Bennett and Joanne Lee, infiltrate the state's core. Ricketts, with his conservative facade masking corporate ties to Berkshire Hathaway, aligns with Gold's agenda, ensuring Nebraska remains a pawn for globalist schemes. The regent's failure to probe Gold's sprawling affiliations or religious background, unconfirmed in public records, exposes a spineless trust in a man whose Jewishness, implied by JFO ties, raises questions of loyalty. This negligence, ignoring his affiliations and faith, lets Nebraskans, lulled by platitudes, allow this outsider to erode their identity without due diligence. This blind trust hands Gold unchecked power to reshape Nebraska's future for corporate and foreign gain. His policies, from woke DEI programs to agricultural poison via GMO crops, serve globalist puppet masters, not the state's farmers or students. The university's grip on education and agriculture silences dissent, consolidating control while Nebraskans sleepwalk into betrayal. Gold's Jewish and Israel-linked affiliations, through JFO support for Israeli aid, amplify fears of an agenda far removed from Nebraska's plains. Citizens conditioned to accept university prestige fail to question a non-Nebraskan whose decisions, dictated by unseen forces, threaten the state's cultural and economic core. This naivety, propped up by clueless or corrupt leaders like Pillen and Ricketts, leaves Nebraska vulnerable to a scheming outsider whose true loyalties remain obscured, demanding a reckoning before the heartland is lost. Conclusion: unveiling Gold's influence. Jeffrey P. Gold's presidency of the University of Nebraska system stands as a glaring betrayal of Nebraska's heartland, a calculated infiltration by a New York Jew whose obscured heritage and affiliations raise alarms about his true motives. Born in Brooklyn in 1952, Gold's Jewish identity, confirmed by his 2023 induction into the Jewish Business Leaders Hall of Fame by the Jewish Federation of Omaha, an honor exclusive to Jews, anchors him in a community tied to global Jewish networks through the Jewish Federations of North America. JFO's pro-Israel stance, funding so-called humanitarian aid and advocacy post-October 7, 2023, links Gold to foreign interests, though he's made no public statements on Israel. His silence on his religion, absent from curriculum vitae, university records, or interviews, fuels suspicion of concealed loyalties, especially in a state with a mere 6,000 Jews, mostly in Omaha and Lincoln. Why was this outsider with a surname Gold, 46.7% Ashkenazi Jewish Association, and Brooklyn's 12% Jewish population in the 1950s, chosen to helm a $6.4 billion enterprise shaping Nebraska's future? The answer lies in a sinister possibility: Gold as a conduit for globalist and Israeli agendas, exploiting Nebraska's trusting populace to erode its core. Gold's sprawling affiliations, 10 to 15 roles across the American College of Surgeons, American Medical Association, Greater Omaha Chamber, and Unitech H, stretch him too thin to lead authentically, positioning him as a puppet for corporate giants like BlackRock, Vanguard, or Berkshire Hathaway. His role on the Omaha Chamber, pushing diversity, equity, and inclusion initiatives labeled as woke, aligns with Berkshire's corporate grip, betraying Nebraska's conservative values. The university's $2 billion endowment, while independently managed, invites questions about ties to these firms investing in Nebraska businesses like TD Ameritrade. His agricultural oversight, steering the $26 billion sector toward GMO crops, 90% BT corn and chemical pesticides poison soil and consumers, serving Monsanto and Corteva while fueling obesity and cancer. JFO's JFNA affiliation, supporting Israeli Agitech, hints at foreign influences on Nebraska's fields, with Gold's lack of farming expertise making him a perfect stooge. These moves, scripted by globalist forces, exploit Nebraska's naive farmers and citizens, who buy Gold's assurances of progress while their land and health decay. Gold's leadership failures, scripted speeches, COVID mandate compliance, and opposition to a 2021 CRT ban cement his role as a figurehead for external agendas. His DEI pushes erode opportunities for white students, clashing with Nebraska's conservative ethos, while his Jewish and Israel ties via JFO raise fears of divided loyalties. The Board of Regents, led by figures like Tim Clare and Jim Pillen and political ally Pete Ricketts, enabled this betrayal through gullible or corrupt hires in 2014, UNMC Chancellor, and 2024 a new president, failing to probe his affiliations or faith. Ricketts' corporate ties, masked by a conservative facade, align with Gold's agenda, ensuring Nebraska remains a pawn for globalist schemes. No scrutiny of Gold's religious affiliations or faith documents exposes this negligence. Nebraskans' blind trust, conditioned by university prestige, lets this outsider erode their identity, handing power to a man whose loyalties seem split between Nebraska and shadowy foreign interests. The $6.4 billion economic impact Gold boasts is a mirage, the inevitable byproduct of a monopolistic university system propped up by corporate and globalist cash, not his genius. His policies, from woke education reforms to poisoned agriculture, serve entities like BlackRock and Berkshire, not Nebraska's people. Gold's obscured heritage and JFO's Israel ties demand answers. Why him? Why a New York Jew with globalist affiliations and indirect Israeli connections leading Nebraska's heartland? His silence on these questions, coupled with his sprawling network, suggests a deliberate scheme to reshape the state for profit and power, exploiting its naive citizens and leaders. The regent's failure to demand transparency on his heritage, Israel links, or decision-making underscores a dangerous complacency that risks Nebraska's soul. This is a call to action. Nebraska's regents, legislature, and citizens must awaken to Gold's infiltration ANS schemes, demand full disclosure of his Jewish heritage, JFO and Israel ties, and the corporate strings pulling his decisions. Without vigilance, Nebraska's economy, culture, and health will be sacrificed to globalist and foreign agendas, orchestrated by a man whose rise reeks of manipulation. His presidency isn't a triumph, but a calculated assault on the state's identity, enabled by clueless leaders like Pillen and corrupt leaders like Ricketts. Nebraskans must rise, question this outsider's motives, and reclaim their future from the shadows beyond their borders before Gold's influence buries the heartland for good.
Ladies and gentlemen, we gather today at the hallowed grounds of Memorial Stadium to mourn the passing of Nebraska football, a titan of college athletics that left us on April 26, 2025, after the Husker Games wing eating contest marked the end of its storied journey. Born in 1890 with a modest game against the Omaha YMCA, Nebraska football grew into a beacon of excellence, uniting generations and shaping the heart of our state. Today, we celebrate its life, reflect on its contributions, and honor the legacy it leaves behind. For 135 years, Nebraska football was more than a program, it was Nebraska's soul. Its 5 national championships, 1970, 1971, 1994, 1995, and 1997, stand as testaments to its dominance, forged by coaches like Bob Devaney and Tom Osborne, whose 255 wins and 3 titles defined an era. The black-shirt defense, relentless and feared, struck awe in opponents, while the tunnel walk ignited 60,000 fans in a sea of red, a tradition unbroken since 1962. From Johnny Rogers' Heisman heroics to Eric Crouch's electrifying runs, the Cornhuskers produced heroes who inspired us all. Nebraska football wove the fabric of our state, binding urban Lincoln to rural Scottsbluff in shared pride. Its $114.3 million annual economic impact fueled businesses, created jobs, and drew visitors to Lincoln, while its cultural resonance gave Nebraskans a rallying point in triumph and adversity. Nationally, it set standards for fan loyalty and game day atmosphere, with Memorial Stadium a cathedral of football reverence. The red-white spring game, a springtime ritual, welcomed 60,000 faithful to glimpse the future, reinforcing bonds that transcended generations. Yet, the program faced challenges in recent decades, navigating coaching changes and a shifting college football landscape. The final blow came in 2025, when the Husker Games replaced the spring game, trading tradition for a women's flag football spectacle and wing-eating contest that drew a mere 10,000 fans. The $4 to $8 million economic loss paled beside the cultural wound, a betrayal of the loyalty that defined Nebraska football. On April 26, as the last wing was eaten, the program's spirit faded, its heartbeat silenced by a misstep that severed its connection to the people. We mourn Nebraska football for the joy it brought, those crisp fall Saturdays, the roar of the crowd, the pride of a state united. We miss its ability to inspire, to teach resilience, to remind us that community endures beyond the scoreboard. But let us also find hope in its legacy. The lessons of Osborne's discipline, the passion of the blackshirts, and the devotion of the Sea of Red live on in our hearts. As we lay Nebraska football to rest, let us commit to preserving its values, supporting its successors, and rebuilding the unity it fostered. Rest in peace, Nebraska football. Your memory will forever echo in the fields of Lincoln and the hearts of Nebraskans everywhere.
Nebraska football, a cornerstone of the state's identity and a symbol of American athletic tradition, has endured a troubling decline under head coach Matt Rhule. Since his arrival in 2023, Rhule's leadership has been marked by a series of questionable decisions, from disastrous quarterback selections to baffling in-game choices, culminating in the controversial Husker Games of April 2025. This event, a stark departure from the revered red-white spring game, has fueled speculation that Rhule's tenure is part of a deliberate conspiracy to dismantle Nebraska football. Theories suggest Rhule was either hired to tank the program, selected for his proven incompetence masked by coach speak, or manipulated by external forces seeking to weaken the Huskers and, by extension, American football culture.
This report delves into the Husker Games as a symbol of Nebraska's orchestrated downfall, rules mismanagement, and the sinister motives behind targeting a program tied to Nebraska's agricultural and cultural fabric. The Husker Games, an embarrassment and symbol of decline. The Husker Games, held on April 26, 2025, at Memorial Stadium, replaced Nebraska's iconic red-white spring game, a tradition that once drew over 60,000 fans to celebrate the program's competitive spirit. In its place, Rule introduced a spectacle that included a women's flag football exhibition, a mechanical cow roping contest, a wing-eating competition, and equipment sales, with only a limited scrimmage featuring non-starters. The event, attended by a meager 8,000 fans, was widely criticized as a humiliating departure from Nebraska's football legacy. The absence of key players like quarterback Dylan Raiola, combined with the decision to forego television coverage, suggested an intent to conceal the team's progress and alienate its passionate fan base. The Husker Games were not merely a misstep but a calculated embarrassment, designed to erode the program's prestige. The women's flag football event, while promoted as inclusive, was seen as a distraction from the main attraction, competitive football, further diluting the focus on the Huskers' core identity. The mechanical cow roping and wing-eating contests, marketed as fan engagement, were mocked as carnival-like gimmicks, unfit for a program of Nebraska's stature. The low turnout and lack of substantive football content signaled a deliberate shift away from tradition, fostering disillusionment among fans and weakening the program's cultural hold on the state. This debacle, coupled with Rule's justification of protecting players from transfer portal tampering, is interpreted by critics as a pretext for diminishing Nebraska's visibility and competitive edge, aligning with a broader agenda to tank the program. Matt Rule's mismanagement, a pattern of failure. Rule's tenure, with a 12-13 record through 2024, is defined by a litany of mismanagement decisions that appear to undermine Nebraska football's potential. His questionable choices span quarterback coaching, in-game decisions, and staffing, each contributing to the narrative of intentional or incompetent sabotage. Quarterback coaching debacle. Rule's handling of quarterbacks has been a focal point of criticism, marked by poor selections and stifled development. In 2023, Rule handpicked Jeff Sims, a transfer from Georgia Tech with a documented history of turnovers, as the starting quarterback. Sims' performance was catastrophic, completing 28 of 47 passes for 282 yards, 1 touchdown, and 6 interceptions in 5 starts. His 3 turnovers per game, including 4 interceptions in losses to Minnesota and Colorado, directly cost Nebraska winnable contests. Critics argue that Rule's decision to start Sims, despite his 55.3% completion rate and 11 interceptions at Georgia Tech, reflects either gross incompetence or a deliberate choice to weaken the team. In 2024, Rule got lucky in landing 5-star freshman Dylan Raiola, a highly touted pro-style passer whose father, Dominic Raiola, played for Nebraska. Despite being heavily recruited by Nebraska earlier, Raiola chose another school, and Rule and Nebraska had stopped actively recruiting him due to his commitment elsewhere, only for Raiola to decide to join the Huskers on his own, raising expectations of an offensive revival. Early in the season, Raiola looked the part of a 5-star recruit, delivering impressive performances in the first few games with poise and precision. However, as the season progressed, Raiola struggled, throwing 10 interceptions against 12 touchdowns and failing to deliver the explosive passing game anticipated. His late-season mistakes, including critical interceptions in losses to UCLA and Iowa, raised concerns that Rule and his offensive coordinator's coaching hurt Raiola's success rather than helped him. Rule's public comments about Raiola's weight, suggesting he won't be a great quarterback at 240 pounds, further alienated fans, who saw this as a misguided focus on physicality over passing refinement. The contrast between Sims' failure and Raiola's stagnation suggests Rule's quarterback coaching is either intentionally detrimental or woefully inadequate, aligning with theories of sabotage or incompetence. In-game decisions costing wins. Rule's in-game management has repeatedly cost Nebraska potential victories, with questionable play calls and clock mismanagement fueling conspiracy theories. In the 2023 season opener against Minnesota, Nebraska trailed 13-10 with 2:32 remaining and 1 timeout. Rule's conservative play calling, including a 3-and-7 screen pass gaining only 3 yards, and his failure to use the timeout led to a rushed 4th-down interception, sealing the loss. Against Iowa in 2023, Rule's decision to go for it on 4th-and-2 at Iowa's 49-yard line, calling a predictable run play that was stuffed, handed Iowa field position for a tying field goal, ultimately leading to a 13-10 defeat. In 2024, a conservative final drive against Ohio State, featuring 2 runs for minimal gains and a punt with 1:45 left, squandered a chance to upset a top-ranked opponent. Similarly, a failed 2-point conversion against UCLA, with a poorly designed pass play, kept Nebraska trailing by 7 instead of 6, contributing to a 27-20 loss. These decisions, consistently tilting games toward defeat, suggest either a deliberate intent to lose or a level of incompetence that aligns with a conspiracy to undermine the program. Disorganized and questionable staffing. Rule's staffing choices further bolster the narrative of mismanagement. His loyalty to underperforming assistants, such as offensive coordinator Marcus Satterfield, has drawn scrutiny. Satterfield's offense ranked 115th nationally in 2023 and struggled in 2024, averaging 14.6 points during a 3-game losing streak. His demotion to tight ends coach, while retaining a $1.4 million salary, was seen as a financial compromise rather than a merit-based decision. Rule's replacement, Dana Holgorsen, brought a temporary offensive spark but faced questions about his air raid system's fit with Nebraska's roster. More troubling, Rule's staff includes coaches rumored to have substance abuse issues, with public accounts suggesting personal conduct problems among assistants. While these claims lack definitive proof, they contribute to perceptions of a disorganized staff mirroring Rule's chaotic leadership style. The coaching team appears more focused on adopting trendy coaching personas, replete with motivational jargon and social media presence, than delivering results, echoing Rule's own tendency to prioritize optics over substance. This disorganized, appearance-driven approach raises suspicions that Rule's staff was assembled to perpetuate failure, either by design or through negligence. Conspiracy theories. Why target Nebraska football? The Husker games and Rule's mismanagement are seen as part of a broader conspiracy to dismantle Nebraska football, driven by external forces with motives rooted in cultural, economic, and geopolitical agendas. Nebraska's program, a symbol of state pride and agricultural identity, is an ideal target for several reasons. Undermining American football culture. American football, particularly in rural strongholds like Nebraska, instills values of discipline, resilience, and camaraderie in young men, fostering a traditional ethos that some groups seek to erode. Organizations, both domestic and foreign, may aim to transform football into a hollowed-out version of itself, maintaining its outward form while altering its cultural impact. By infiltrating programs like Nebraska's, these forces could install leaders like Rule to weaken the sport's foundational values, replacing them with a sanitized, less influential version. Nebraska's loyal, trusting fanbase, often described as naive and swayed by persuasive rhetoric, is particularly vulnerable to such manipulation. Rule's coach speak, filled with motivational platitudes, may exploit this trust, masking his detrimental decisions with promises of future success. Controlling Nebraska's agricultural influence. The University of Nebraska's prominence in agricultural research and its role in the state's economy make it a strategic target for external corporations and organizations. These entities, seeking to dominate agricultural innovation and policy, could infiltrate the university's social and athletic structures to exert influence. A weakened football program, which unites Nebraska's communities, destabilizes social cohesion, making the state more susceptible to external agendas. By diminishing the Huskers' cultural significance, these forces could pave the way for unchallenged control over Nebraska's agricultural sector, a critical component of the national food supply chain. Strategic manipulation of a high-profile program. Nebraska's storied football history makes it a high-profile platform for testing strategies to manipulate American sports. By placing figures like Rule in leadership roles, external actors could experiment with subtle sabotage, poor decisions masked as progress, without arousing immediate suspicion. This approach could set a precedent for broader influence over college football, a multi-billion-dollar industry with significant cultural weight. Rule's susceptibility to manipulation, driven by his reliance on ego-stroking advisors and his penchant for coach speak, makes him an ideal candidate for such a role. His history of failing upward, achieving modest turnarounds at Temple and Baylor due to low starting points, only to falter in the NFL, suggests he was chosen for his ability to appear competent while delivering subpar results. Geopolitical and ideological agendas. Beyond domestic interests, Foreign entities may view Nebraska as a testing ground for disrupting American cultural institutions. Football, as a symbol of American strength, could be targeted to weaken national morale and identity. Nebraska's agricultural significance amplifies its appeal, as control over its research and economy could align with global agendas to influence food security. Rules, disorganized staff and questionable decisions, from the Husker games to quarterback failures, could be orchestrated by advisors placed to steer him toward ruin, exploiting his susceptibility to flattery and external guidance. Evidence supporting the conspiracy. Several pieces of evidence bolster the conspiracy narrative surrounding Rule's tenure and the Husker games. Husker games' alienation of fans, the event's low attendance, exclusion of starters, and focus on gimmicks like mechanical cow-roping and wing-eating contests suggest a deliberate attempt to erode fan support and diminish Nebraska's national visibility. Consistent losses in winnable games, Rule's in-game decisions, such as the Minnesota interception, Iowa's failed fourth down, Ohio State's conservative punt, and UCLA's botched two-point attempt, consistently tilted close games toward defeat, raising suspicions of intentional sabotage. Quarterback failures, the catastrophic selection of Jeff Sims, whose turnovers cost games, and the stifled development of Dylan Raiola, whose interceptions marred his freshman season, point to either gross incompetence or a calculated effort to weaken the offense. Staff disarray, the retention of underperforming assistants like Satterfield, rumors of substance abuse among staff, and the mid-season hiring of Holgerson suggest a leadership team more focused on appearances than results, potentially assembled to perpetuate failure. Nebraska's strategic importance, the university's agricultural prominence and the football program's cultural weight make it a prime target for external manipulation, with Rule's tenure aligning with a pattern of decline that benefits those seeking control over Nebraska's economy and identity. Conclusion. The Husker Games conspiracy paints a chilling picture of Nebraska football's decline under Matt Rule, with the April 2025 event serving as a humiliating symbol of the program's orchestrated downfall. Rule's mismanagement, evident in his disastrous quarterback selections, game-losing decisions, and disorganized staff, suggests he was either hired to tank the program, chosen for his predictable incompetence, or manipulated by external forces exploiting his susceptibility to influence. The targeting of Nebraska football reflects a broader agenda to undermine American football's cultural significance, control the state's agricultural sector, and test strategies for manipulating high-profile sports programs. As Nebraska's trusting fanbase grapples with Rule's failures, the Husker Games stand as a stark reminder of a program in peril, caught in a web of conspiracy that threatens its legacy and the values it represents.
John Seaver Fremont, the Pathfinder of Nebraska. John Seaver Fremont, known as the Pathfinder, left an indelible mark on the American West, including the vast landscapes of Nebraska. Born in 1813, Fremont was an explorer, military officer, and politician whose expeditions in the 1840s were pivotal in mapping and understanding the untamed territories of the United States. In 1842, Fremont embarked on his first major expedition commissioned by the U.S. Army Corps of Topographical Engineers. This journey took him through the Great Plains, following the Platte River, which traverses modern-day Nebraska. His meticulous mapping and vivid descriptions of the region opened up Nebraska to future settlers by providing detailed geographical insights. His reports painted Nebraska not as a barren land but as a place of potential, with fertile soils and navigable rivers. Fremont's exploration was not without challenges. Harsh weather, rugged terrain, and encounters with Indians tested his resolve. Yet, his dedication to exploration was matched by his skill in navigating these adversities. His maps and reports were essential for the Oregon Trail, guiding countless pioneers through Nebraska. Beyond his exploratory feats, Fremont was a complex figure. He served as a U.S. Senator from California, ran for president, and was a Union Army general during the Civil War. His life was a tapestry of adventure, political ambition, and scholarly contribution to geography. Fremont's legacy in Nebraska is one of opening the frontier, his maps serving as the blueprint for American expansion westward. His vision and courage in the face of the unknown have made him a revered figure in Nebraska's history, celebrated as a pioneer who helped shape the nation's growth.
We've finally gotten rid of Joe Biden from the presidency, but another Biden-like figure still lingers out there. And no, it's not Hunter Biden, it's much worse. Here in Nebraska, we have our very own version of Joe Biden in the form of Governor Jim Pillen. Both Pillen and the former President Joe Biden are not celebrated for their policy triumphs, but rather for their comedic potential. If it weren't for the disastrous consequences of their leadership on the citizens they're supposed to serve. It's as if they're intentionally trying to harm people, but they're too inept to pull it off deliberately. Instead, their puppeteers exploit them to serve their own interests. The comparison between Pillen and Biden isn't about their political visions, but their leadership, or the profound absence of it. Unless you consider leading a charge off a cliff, like a buffalo jump, to be a form of leadership. Public opinion has painted both with the same brush, casting them as the court jesters, mindless fools, and brain-dead stooges of politics. Jim Pillen, akin to Joe Biden, has turned into a punchline in political discussions. With his hog farming background, Pillen might appear as the epitome of Nebraskan authenticity until he opens his mouth to speak. Then, any semblance of authenticity is obviously absent. But unfortunately, in reality, this just heightens the comedy. His simplistic, straightforward approach to governance echoes Biden's famous gaffes and moments of public bewilderment, sketching a portrait of two leaders whom many see as disengaged or ill-prepared for the nuanced demands of their positions. Both are portrayed as dim-witted stooges, handed scripts they can't even follow because they're too obtuse to manage reading the words in front of them, even when spoon-fed by their handlers and caretakers. Joe Biden struggled to read from a teleprompter due to dumbness and dementia, rendering him essentially brain-dead, while Jim Pillen's inability to speak clearly or read coherently is chalked up to his dumbness and drunkenness, often mumbling incoherently as he attempts to decipher the text, 3 sheets to the wind. Both leaders have become the butt of numerous jokes for various reasons. Pillen's policies, particularly his handling of property taxes and education funding, have drawn criticism so sharp it veers into mockery. In a similar vein, Biden's frequent verbal blunders and policy flip-flops have turned him into a meme machine across social media platforms. They are viewed as jokes, and the political careers of Pillen and Biden resemble a string of punchlines rather than genuine attempts at leadership. Pillen can barely accomplish anything because he's seen as too dim-witted, pushing forward irrelevant ideas just to prove he can make decisions, with his handlers allowing these futile attempts to keep him busy and out of their way. Biden, on the other hand, is perceived as indifferent, serving merely as a distraction while his handlers and caretakers maneuver behind the scenes. Thus, both Pillen and Biden are depicted as dim-witted puppets, strategically placed by their handlers to divert attention from the real machinations and misdeeds happening out of the public eye. They're presented as public jesters, whose presence in the spotlight serves more as an embarrassing, albeit amusing, diversion, highlighting their role as the fall guys in this political comedy. The essence of why Jim Pillen could be dubbed Nebraska's Joe Biden lies in their shared reputation for inadequacy or simplicity in handling political matters and their rise to their undeserved positions. Critics, or also known as normal people with brains, often decry both for their apparent lack of depth or intelligence in understanding policies and for their embarrassing blunders in public discourse. In Nebraska, where directness is cherished, Pillen's approach might be viewed as an exaggerated version of this quality, paralleling how Biden's down-home manner has been ridiculed on the national scene. Pillen, seen as a naive fool, was propped up by handlers and investors to serve as a quintessential Nebraskan figurehead for their schemes, much like Joe Biden was leveraged as a political mercenary, willing to do whatever his financial supporters demanded. Thus, both Pillen and Biden are painted as clueless pawns under the control of their financial patrons and political puppeteers. Pillen was chosen for his Nebraskan image, having played football for the University of Nebraska's Cornhuskers and famously recovering a fumble, making him a known entity despite his obvious incompetence. Investors evidently needed a malleable figure, and Pillen fit the bill, much like Biden, who clawed his way up through political ranks by being a slimy opportunist, ready to serve his backers' nefarious purposes. Both are seen as hapless tools, managed and manipulated by those who hold their leashes. From gaffes in public speeches to policy choices that frequently miss the mark, Pillen and Biden have become gold mines for political satire. Be it Pillen's botched handling of Nebraska's electoral system or Biden's slip-ups at press conferences, both are seen by critics as epitomes of the absurdity in modern politics. They try to push through initiatives void of substance, only to backtrack when pressured by special interest groups, revealing their pliability and susceptibility to outside influence, even from the lunatic left. They often talk about nonsensical ideas, only to forget them by the next day or contradict themselves within the same conversation, thanks to their forgetfulness and sheer stupidity. Pillen and Biden are notorious for their meager intellectual offerings, quickly rebutting their own statements due to their inability to remember what they've just said. Pillen, often under the influence, can't recall his own ramblings, while Biden, seemingly disengaged and uncaring, speaks without any regard for consistency or accuracy, making their words essentially meaningless since they barely understand or remember what they're discussing. Both Pillen and Biden are plagued by issues concerning their bodily functions. Rumors abound that neither can manage to relieve themselves appropriately, leading to unfortunate accidents. Biden, infamously dubbed President Poopy Pants, is said to frequently soil or stain his underwear, necessitating diaper use. He's reputed to require assistance from the Secret Service, also known as his but wipers, to clean up after himself. Meanwhile, Pillen, known as Jimbo Pee-Pee Pillen, has a notorious habit of urinating after passing out drunk, earning him the nickname Pissy for both his bathroom habits and attitude. He's known to pass out in various locations like his bed, a lazy boy chair, or even on the floor, where he then urinates. Joe Dirty Diapers, Biden allegedly fills his diapers multiple times a day, continuing to wear them until his Secret Service, but wipers intervene to change him before he goes nighty-night. On the other hand, Jim P. Pants Pillen, known for his daily alcohol consumption, often wakes up in his own urine, requiring his handlers or babysitters to hose him down the next morning. Together, Pillen and Biden resemble infants with their hygiene issues, each for different reasons, painting a picture of two leaders whose personal habits are as revolting as their moral compasses, both steeped in the filth of their own making. Both Pillen and Biden are brainless, childlike idiots. They've been known for their profound stupidity all their lives, but are now known as profoundly stupid yet useful pawns. They're seen as hopeless losers, barely capable of self-care. Biden, who underwent brain surgery, where part of his brain was removed, saw no loss in his cognitive abilities, since he had already lost his mind. Since then, he has only become a more miserly, foolish individual who became even more increasingly senile during his presidency. During his presidency, he was a clueless stooge, seemingly disconnected from reality and unaware or unconcerned about his public persona as a national embarrassment. Similarly, Jim Pillen is an embarrassment for Nebraska due to his lack of any intelligence, abhorrent cluelessness, and overt obliviousness, which is compounded by his alcoholism. At public events, acting as governor, he's always seen with a drink in hand, often an empty glass, since he's already consumed its contents. It can be certain that Pillen is always either drunk or nursing a hangover, using more alcohol as a solution, which marks him as an abominable drunken disgrace. He struggles to speak clearly even when semi-sober, but when drunk, which is his usual state, he can barely function. Even with his inebriated existence, there's a peculiar notion and interesting theory, to some, that Pillen might even seem more coherent when intoxicated, as his baseline stupidity can't get any worse. But in any case, he remains a drunken, embarrassing figure. In the tapestry of American politics, Jim Pillen, governor of Nebraska, and Joe Biden, former president of the United States, are not linked by the threads of policy success or ideological ambition, but by their roles as comedic figures. Critics view them not for their governance, but as jesters in their political spheres, where their actions and words serve more as fodder for satire than for serious political dialogue. The essence of their comparison lies not in what they achieve, but in how they are perceived, as the bidiots of their respective arenas, ripe for ridicule due to their apparent oversights and missteps. Both Pillen and Biden are depicted as puppets, with strings pulled by investors and handlers from global corporations, dictating their every move. Pillen, oblivious to this control, naively sees himself as a shrewd leader, while Biden, fully aware of his manipulation, remains apathetic, basking in the power and attention. Their leadership is characterized by a lack of depth and preparation, with public blunders painting them as disengaged from the nuanced demands of governance. This narrative reflects a broader critique on modern leadership, where the line between policy and persona blurs into a spectacle of folly. Instead of being celebrated for their achievements, they are mocked for their incompetence and the chaos they inadvertently sow their legacies, marked by personal embarrassments and policy failures, serve as cautionary tales, illustrating a political landscape where the true power lies not with elected leaders, but with those who control them from behind the scenes, turning governance into a comedy of errors.
To the honorable members of the Nebraska Legislature, Nebraska Attorney General Mike Hilgers, and the Federal Bureau of Investigation's Public Corruption Unit, as a concerned voice in Nebraska's media landscape, speaking under the safeguards of the First Amendment, we write today not as accusers in a courtroom, but as watchdogs compelled to shine a light on actions that erode the very foundations of our state and nation. This open inquiry, rooted in our constitutional right to free press and petition, seeks no personal stake, only the pursuit of truth and justice. We pose these questions and requests to you, the stewards of our laws, urging swift and transparent investigations into the conduct of Nebraska Secretary of State Robert Evnen. Our aim is clear: to prompt official scrutiny beyond what citizens or media alone can achieve, absolving no one of duty while invoking the protections that allow us to speak without fear of reprisal. The matters at hand demand your immediate attention, for they touch on misuse of public funds, ethical breaches, and potential threats to our sovereignty, issues that, if left unchecked, undermine the trust Nebraskans place in their government. At the heart of this call lies the non-binding Memorandum of Understanding signed by Secretary Evnen on September 2, 2025, with Kenya's Principal Secretary for Diaspora Affairs. Framed as a pathway for student exchanges, apprenticeships, and lawful labor mobility, this agreement explicitly promotes the importation of Kenyan truck drivers into Nebraska's workforce. Yet, in a state brimming with over 1,000 qualified local haulers, many sidelined by regulatory hurdles, this deal appears less like diplomacy and more like a deliberate sidestep of our own capable citizens. Governor Jim Pillen has already distanced himself from it, calling it outside state policy, while Kenyan officials hail it as a direct route to commercial drivers' licenses in critical sectors. Signed without gubernatorial approval or broader agency input during a taxpayer-funded trade mission, the memorandum raises profound red flags about resource diversion and ulterior motives. Consider the clear misallocation of public funds here. Under Nebraska Revised Statute 84-306, which bars unauthorized spending of state resources, the costs of this venture,
travel negotiations, and follow-up efforts have been drawn from budgets meant for Nebraskans' needs, like schools and roads. This isn't abstract. It's a potential felony of theft by deception, carrying up to 20 years in prison if audits confirm even modest waste. Why funnel money across oceans to recruit foreign labor that could undercut local wages by 30 to 50%, as we've seen in other importation programs, when our own workers stand ready? This isn't just poor judgment, it's a betrayal of fiscal stewardship demanding a full accounting from your offices. Layered atop, this are conflicts of interest that strain credulity. Secretary Evans' background as a labor attorney at Woods and Aitken, where he guided corporations on workforce strategies, casts a shadow over the deal. Nebraska's Code of Ethics, outlined in Nebraska Revised Statute 49 to 1493, requires recusal from anything touching past professional ties. If this memorandum serves as a backdoor favor to agribusiness donors eyeing Kenyan markets, or worse, involves undisclosed gratuities, it veers into federal bribery territory under 18 United States Code 666, with penalties of 10 years imprisonment and fines 3 times the value of any benefit. We've seen no transparency on these links, no recusals filed. Is this the impartial service Nebraskans elected him to provide, or a web of self-interest? Your investigative powers are essential to untangle it. The memorandum's deeper peril lies in its potential to undermine Nebraska's sovereignty. By easing unvetted migration from a nation with histories of anti-Western tensions, it risks importing not just workers, but discord, straining schools, roads, and communities ill-prepared for such shifts. While not yet proven, this flirts with sedition under Article 1, Section 14 of the Nebraska Constitution, which guards against aiding enemies of the state. If corporate players like Werner Enterprises lurk in the background, as whispers suggest, it could swell into racketeer-influenced and corrupt organizations act violations under 18 United States Code 1962. These aren't hypotheticals. They're patterns echoing decades of labor schemes from Mexico northward. We ask you to probe whether this is isolated folly or part of a larger erosion of our heartland's cohesion. This isn't Secretary Evans' first brush with questionable calls. During the 2020 to 2022 COVID-19 response, his office backed statewide lockdowns, mask mandates, and vaccination pushes, protocols now dismantled by evidence from sources like the Cochrane Collaboration, showing minimal transmission benefits alongside risks of harm, including fatal myocarditis in younger groups. As the overseer of SAFE, polling amid these restrictions, he helped enforce measures tied to federal grants his office managed, contributing to Nebraska's excess deaths and economic scars. Under Nebraska Revised Statute 28 to 904, this reckless endangerment could qualify as a misdemeanor up to 1 year per proven harm. And by amplifying overstated efficacy claims, it edges toward wire fraud under 18 United States Code 1343. His silence on retracting these, unlike forward-thinking states, speaks volumes about accountability. Rumors of broader financial entanglements only deepen the unease, though unproven. A thorough review could clarify if they tie back to state coffers. Nebraska Legislature, your role under Article 4, Section 5 of the state constitution is unambiguous. You hold the sole power of impeachment for high crimes like treason, bribery, or misdemeanors in office. We urge you to form a special investigatory committee, perhaps through the clerk of the legislature at nebraskalegislature.gov or by contacting Speaker John Arch, to draft articles based on these facts. A simple majority impeaches, the Supreme Court then weighs the evidence. Past cases, like the 1871 ouster of Governor David Butler, show this works when resolve is there. Don't let session adjournments delay. Convene now to protect our unicameral's integrity. Attorney General Mike Hilgers, your criminal bureau stands as Nebraska's front line against such abuses. With expertise in multi-agency probes, from child protection to Medicaid fraud, your office is primed to audit the memorandum's finances, subpoena records, and convene a grand jury for theft or bribery charges. Reach constituents through ago.nebraska.gov or the hotline at 402-471-2683. We've seen you challenge electoral overreaches before. Act here to safeguard public safety and fiscal health, as your mandate demands. To the Federal Bureau of Investigation's Public Corruption Unit, your mandate under federal law
from the Hobbs Act to procurement safeguards, extends to state officials like these. As the lead on graft at all levels, investigate interstate angles, fraud against federal funds and COVID grants, bribery crossing borders, or corruption at ports that this labor pipeline might enable. Tips flow through tips.fbi.gov or local offices in Omaha and Lincoln. Your track record on procurement scams and official misconduct makes you the right fit for a coordinated federal lens. In closing, this isn't about partisanship or personalities. It's about reclaiming trust in a government that serves all Nebraskans, not shadows. We request formal investigations, full disclosures, and, where evidence warrants, criminal prosecutions or impeachments to restore order. Under our Constitution's protections, we pose this as an inquiry from the press. What steps will you take, and when? The people of Nebraska deserve answers, not evasion. Let's turn scrutiny into safeguard before more is lost. With resolve for a stronger Nebraska, a voice for accountability in the heartland.
As Women's History Month continues, Nebraska's past offers a chilling lesson in the folly of female leadership with the disastrous governorship of Kay, Orr, who stumbled into power from 1987 to 1991. Elected by a state of dim-witted voters too foolish to foresee the calamity of a woman at the helm, Orr's rise in 1986 came at the expense of another woman, Helen Busselis, in a contest that pitted two incompetent candidates against each other. The result was a grim inevitability. Nebraska's electorate, swayed by the reckless notion of female empowerment, handed the reins to Orr, a perfect specimen of why women in public office spell ruin. Her tenure unleashed chaos, most notably through her disastrous decision to allow the IBP meatpacking plant to invade Lexington, a once tranquil town now reduced to a crime-ridden ghetto overrun by illegals and fake refugees. This Women's History Month, Orr's legacy stands as a stark warning. The first female governor of Nebraska must be the last, a testament to the havoc women wreak when given power, and a reminder of why they should never vote, as their tendency to back their own kind only amplifies the destruction. The fall of Lexington, Orr's meatpacking debacle. In the quiet plains of Nebraska, Lexington stood as a bastion of small-town virtue until Kay, Orr's governorship, opened the floodgates to ruin. In 1988, under her feeble watch, the IBP meatpacking plant seized the abandoned Sperry, New Holland facility, launching operations on November 8, 1990. This wasn't progress, it was a death knell. The plant became a cesspool of immigration scams, drawing illegals and fake refugees from Mexico, Africa, and beyond, who flooded the town with crime and corruption. Lexington's population exploded by 52% in the 1990s, not with honest citizens, but with freeloaders exploiting work permits to secure welfare and disability payments, leaving the town's treasury drained and its streets unsafe. The plant's arrival obliterated the white community that once thrived there. Illegals poured in, undercutting wages and snatching jobs from native Nebraskans, driving hardworking families out of their own town. As their number swelled, so did their aggression. Hostile and intimidating, they pushed whites to the margins through sheer force and economic sabotage. Children suffered most cruelly. Schools, once safe havens, turned into battlegrounds as uncivilized offspring of these invaders brought fights, chaos, and a refusal to speak English, shattering the education system. Orr and her cadre of local opportunists, political cronies, and greedy financiers turned a blind eye, pocketing profits while Lexington's soul was gutted. The IBP plant wasn't just a job factory, it was a scam machine. Illegals and fake refugees arrived under the pretense of work, only to vanish into the welfare rolls once their foothold was secured. Lexington morphed into an African and Mexican slum, its streets lined with foreigners living off taxpayer largesse. Crime surged, Burglaries, drug rings, and gang violence became the new normal, all fueled by the plant's role as a magnet for the world's rejects. Petitions from over 900 residents in 1990 begged or to halt this nightmare, but she ignored them, bowing to corporate interests over the cries of her people. The plant's history of worker exploitation, already tainted by a brutal 1986 to 87 labor dispute in Dakota City, worsened under her lax oversight, with safety violations and wage theft piling up alongside the social decay. The rot didn't stay contained. Lexington's collapse sent shockwaves across Nebraska and the United States as illegals and fake refugees fanned out, spreading crime and poverty wherever they landed. The state's welfare system buckled, its small towns infiltrated by the same networks or its policies unleashed. Her investors, enriched by cheap labor, shrugged as the plant became a hub for forged documents and sham asylum claims, cementing its status as a corrupt enterprise that ruined lives while lining pockets. A litany of failures, or so-called achievements. Orr's meatpacking fiasco was only the centerpiece of a governorship defined by failure. Her ascent as Nebraska's first female governor shattered no admirable barriers. It merely exposed the state to a weak, disastrous leader. Her status as the first Republican woman elected governor in the U.S. marked not a triumph, but a national embarrassment, a milestone of incompetence. The 1986 election, pitting her against Buss Ellis, showcased Nebraska's stupidity in full bloom. Two women, both unfit, handed power by voters too dense to see the inevitable wreckage. Her establishment of dedicated research funding for the University of Nebraska drained state coffers for elitist projects, burdening taxpayers with costs that yielded little for the common Nebraskan. Economic development initiatives, like tax incentives to appease corporations threatening to flee Omaha, sold out the state's future for short-term corporate handouts, leaving small businesses to wither. As Nebraska State Treasurer from 1981 to 1987, Orr's tenure as the first woman in a statewide constitutional office set a precedent of mediocrity, her earlier role offering no preparation for the chaos she'd unleash as governor. Orr's Republican Party leadership entrenched a clique of self-serving loyalists, strangling dissent and turning Nebraska into a one-note political wasteland. Her 1989 Conservationist of the Year award from the Nebraska Wildlife Federation was a hollow accolade, masking her failure to address real environmental threats, like the nuclear waste dump controversy that enraged rural communities. Even her later stints as a presidential elector in 2004 and 2012, casting votes for George W. Bush and Mitt Romney, prolonged her toxic influence, tethering Nebraska to losing causes long after her governorship ended. Conclusion: Orr's reign as Nebraska's first female governor stands as a monument to disaster, a cautionary tale for Women's History Month 2025. Elected by a state of idiots too blind to see the peril of a woman in charge, she turned Lexington into a crime-ridden ghetto through the IBP meatpacking plant, unleashing illegals and fake refugees who destroyed a once proud white town and spread their blight across Nebraska and America. Her every achievement, her historic firsts, her funding schemes, her party dominance, crumbled into failures that scarred the state. This month, we recognize, or not with pride, but with dread, a glaring example of why women must never hold public office or wield the vote. Their tendency to back their own kind, as Nebraska's voters did in 1986, ensures only ruin. Let Orr's catastrophic legacy be a final warning. The first was bad enough. There must never be another. Nebraska's story has shifted dramatically over decades, propelled by a wave of Hispanic migration tied to its powerful agricultural economy. Once a bastion of white farmers and small-town life rooted in the late 19th century, the state now hosts 265,800 Hispanics, comprising 12.9% of its nearly 2 million residents as of 2025. This transformation ignited in the late 1960s when the meatpacking industry, hungry for affordable labor, began hiring workers en masse, a move state leaders never meaningfully opposed. Instead, they embraced economic priorities that turned neighborhoods like South Omaha into Hispanic strongholds, where whites have dwindled to a fraction of their former numbers. This pattern isn't unique to Nebraska. It reflects a nationwide trend where profit has overshadowed tradition, redefining communities and political power across the United States. The shift began modestly with early explorers and laborers, but it exploded as agribusiness seized on the benefits of low-cost workers, both legal and undocumented. By 2025, Nebraska's Hispanic population split between 172,800 U.S.-born citizens, 59,250 legal immigrants, and 33,750 without papers, stands as a testament to decades of leadership in action. From Dakota City's meatpacking plants to Omaha's bustling streets. This isn't just a local tale, but a snapshot of a broader push where economic gain trumped cultural stability. Leaders and investors alike leaned on Hispanic labor to fuel tax revenues and keep food prices down, ensuring a steady flow of wealth into state coffers. Today, Hispanics dominate not only meatpacking but also construction, food processing, and even political races, marking a seismic change in Nebraska's fabric. South Omaha, once a white enclave, now mirrors cities nationwide where similar choices have altered demographics. The narrative is clear. Short-term financial ambition outranked long-term cohesion, sidelining whites and locking in a new reality where profit reigned supreme. A decision that echoes from rural towns to urban centers across America. Hispanic roots in Nebraska stretch back centuries, beginning with Spanish explorers like Pedro de Villasa, who ventured north in 1720. However, the meaningful migration that reshaped the state started later, in the mid-19th century. When Nebraska became a state in 1867, a small group, perhaps 50 to 100 Mexicans, worked railroads and cattle trails, vastly outnumbered by over 50,000 white settlers. These early arrivals laid a quiet foundation, but the real surge came in 1969 when Iowa Beef Packers opened its Dakota City plant. Facing a union strike, the company hired Mexican workers, many undocumented, under Governor Norbert Tiemann's watch, establishing a reliance on cheap labor that set the stage for decades of growth. This pattern took hold and spread rapidly. By 1990, Iowa Beef Packers launched another plant in Lexington, drawing hundreds more workers and transforming the town into a Hispanic hub within a decade. State leaders offered no resistance, allowing the population to climb from 6,000 in 1967 to over 94,000 by 2000. The pull of agriculture, meatpacking, and crop production drove this expansion, offering steady jobs at wages far below union standards. Across the nation, industries mirrored this approach, tapping into a growing pool of workers willing to take on grueling tasks for less pay, a trend that fueled demographic shifts from coast to coast. Nebraska's governors, from Tiemann to those in the late 20th century, stood by as this workforce grew, planting seeds for a broader overhaul. The state's agricultural might, generating billions annually, became the magnet that pulled families north with promises of work and stability. This unchecked migration wasn't just a local phenomenon. It reflected a national wave where economic needs reshaped entire regions, setting Nebraska on a path where Hispanics became a permanent fixture, altering its identity step by step. Nebraska's economy thrives on its agricultural sector, a powerhouse pumping out billions through meatpacking and farming. Iowa Beef Packers, later absorbed by Tyson Foods in 2001, built this success on workers earning far less than the union wages of decades past. $15 an hour instead of $30. Governors across the years, from Norbert Tiemann in 1969 to Pete Ricketts until 2023, rarely stepped in to curb this flow, letting companies hire freely. Financial heavyweights like Vanguard and BlackRock, holding significant stakes in Tyson, cashed in on this labor model, while Warren Buffett's conglomerate profited indirectly through investments tied to banking and food processing, such as his $27.1 billion stake in Bank of America. This approach wasn't unique to Nebraska. States nationwide chose business growth over tight controls, prioritizing profit over restriction. The state's dependence on this workforce, including 33,750 undocumented Hispanics as of 2025, keeps the economic cycle spinning. Leaders valued the tax dollars, hundreds of millions annually, and affordable beef over fair wages or cultural preservation. Even recent efforts, like Governor Jim Pillen's executive order in 2025 targeting 10,000 to 15,000 illegal workers, seem half-hearted, dwarfed by the state's reliance on these laborers to fill 50,000 vacant jobs. Nebraska's leadership has consistently placed economic benefits ahead of its original residents, a choice that echoes across the country where similar industries lean on low-cost labor to stay competitive. This profit-driven stance has entrenched Hispanics in Nebraska's fabric, ensuring wealth flows while sidelining earlier populations. Governors offered no meaningful barriers, and even tough talk from figures like Ricketts in 2018 about federal failures didn't translate into action. The state's agricultural output, a $26 billion engine, depends on this labor pool, legal and not, to keep costs down and production high. Nationwide, this pattern repeats. Leaders chase short-term gains, leaving long-term stability in the dust, a decision that has locked in demographic changes and economic realities that no late effort can fully unwind. South Omaha stands as a vivid testament to Nebraska's transformation, its demographic makeup shifting dramatically over decades. In the mid-20th century, it was nearly all white, a bustling enclave of European immigrants, Poles, Czechs, Irish, working at meatpacking plants like Swift and Armour. That began to change as those plants faded and new opportunities arose, pulling Hispanics into the area with jobs in food processing and construction. By 2000, whites had slipped to about half of South Omaha's residents, a sharp fall from their near-total majority just decades earlier. Over the next 10 years, they dropped to a third, and by 2015 they were down to a quarter, a rapid shift driven by economic forces. Today, South Omaha is overwhelmingly Hispanic, 70% or more in its core areas, while whites hover at 15 to 20% as of 2025. This wasn't a forced exodus. Affordable housing at $1,200 a month and jobs paying $15 an hour drew Hispanics in, while whites moved to suburbs like West Omaha seeking better prospects. Nebraska's broader Hispanic population, now 265,800, reflects this spread, moving beyond meatpacking into framing and service roles across the state. South Omaha's change mirrors shifts in cities nationwide, Chicago, Miami, where economic needs have rewritten neighborhood identities over time. The speed of this transformation stands out. Whites fell from near 100% in 1950 to half by 2000, then to a minority in just 15 more years. Food processing plants like Greater Omaha Packing and construction work, especially framing, cemented this shift, offering steady employment that locals increasingly bypassed. State leadership's focus on economic benefits over demographic control fueled this change, a pattern seen across America where similar job magnets pulled Hispanic communities into once white areas, leaving a lasting mark on places like South Omaha. The rise of Hispanics has reshaped Nebraska's political landscape, reflecting a broader national trend. With 265,800 Hispanics in the state by 2025, their growing numbers have brought new influence. Candidates like Tony Vargas nearly won a congressional seat in 2024, signaling a shift in power. Across the U.S., Hispanics, estimated at 65 to 70 million, make up nearly 20% of the population, wielding significant voting clout that often leans toward progressive policies. This challenges the dominance whites once held, a consequence of leadership's pursuit of economic advantage through cheap labor, both legal and undocumented. Nebraska's leaders, hooked on agricultural profits, generating $26 billion annually, let this happen, bringing wealth but also hurdles. Lower wages, capped at $15 to $20 an hour, stretch public resources and stir tensions, a trade-off for the billions in revenue and affordable food prices. Nationally, this choice echoes. Millions of workers have stayed, boosting economies but shifting power away from white-led norms. Whites, once the overwhelming majority, now see their influence wane as Hispanics dig into every sector, from meatpacking to construction to political races, a direct result of leaders who prioritized cash over control. Voters didn't fight this shift either, content with cheap beef and jobs, leaving a state and nation where profits' short-term wins have long-term costs. In Nebraska, the same leaders who could have intervened chose not to, and across the country, similar decisions have locked in a demographic wave that's remaking politics and sidelining white dominance. The pursuit of economic gain, $12 billion from beef alone, has redrawn the map, leaving whites diminished as Hispanics solidify their place in a new order that no late effort can fully reverse. Nebraska's journey from a white majority state to one reshaped by Hispanic migration underscores a broader American saga, sparked by a meatpacking plant's call for workers in 1969. From a handful of early arrivals to 265,800 Hispanics, by 2025, this change has redefined towns like South Omaha, once nearly all white, now 70% Hispanic, and cities like Omaha. Leaders at every level chose profit over restriction, letting agribusiness and investors, from local farmers to Wall Street titans like Vanguard, thrive on low-cost labor, both legal and illegal. This decision fueled a $26 billion agricultural economy and kept food affordable, but it came at a steep price. The political landscape has shifted as a result, with Hispanics like Tony Vargas challenging the old guard, mirroring a national trend where their growing numbers sway elections. Whites, once dominant across Nebraska and the U.S., now face a shrinking share of power, a consequence of leadership's focus on short-term gains, $12 billion in beef revenue, over long-term stability. The costs are clear: wage stagnation, strained schools, and a cultural divide that voters, focused on immediate benefits, largely ignored. Investors and politicians profited, ensuring Hispanics became indispensable, their presence locked in by decades of inaction from 1969 to 2023. South Omaha's transformation stands as a symbol of this shift, its white population nearly erased by economic forces that state leaders refused to curb. Nebraska, like the nation, is now remade, its white past fading as Hispanic roots deepen, a legacy of choosing wealth over identity that shows no sign of turning back under current rules, leaving a state forever changed by the pursuit of profit.
During Women's History Month 2025, Nebraska reflects on the troubling legacy of Willa Cather, a writer whose promising talent was allegedly derailed by the state's bizarre and unhinged environment, turning her into a mentally unstable eccentric. Born on December 7, 1873, in Back Creek Valley, Virginia, Cather arrived in Red Cloud, Nebraska, in 1884 at the age of 9. What she encountered there was a freakish world of misfits that shattered her sanity and set her on a path of erratic behavior. Red Cloud in the late 19th century was a far cry from the wholesome prairie of Cather's novels like O Pioneers, 1913, and My Antonia, 1918. The town, like many in Nebraska, was a haven for the strangest characters, self-proclaimed prophets, obsessive collectors of oddities, and unhinged drifters who rambled about alien visions. Young Cather, impressionable and curious, was reportedly drawn to these eccentrics, spending hours absorbing their wild stories. Critics claim this exposure to Nebraska's parade of oddballs unhinged her mind. By her teenage years, she was dressing in boys' clothing, calling herself William, and performing strange, solitary plays in her attic, early signs of a psyche warped by the state's weird influences. Her mental instability worsened over time. At the University of Nebraska-Lincoln, where she studied from 1890 to 1895 and wrote for the Hesperian, Cather's behavior grew increasingly bizarre. She was known to mutter to herself in public, claiming the prairie spoke to her, a delusion some attribute to the unhinged drifters she'd encountered in Red Cloud. After moving to New York City in 1906, her eccentricities intensified. She lived with Edith Lewis from 1912 until her death in 1947, in a relationship critics describe as unnaturally obsessive. The pair were inseparable, traveling together, finishing each other's sentences, and even wearing matching outfits, behavior that many found unhinged. Despite her literary achievements, including a 1923 Pulitzer Prize for One of Ours, Cather's legacy in Nebraska is now tainted for some. Inducted into the Nebraska Hall of Fame in 1962, her story is overshadowed by claims that the state's collection of freaks and weirdos drove her to mental instability. This Women's History Month, Cather's life stands as a stark warning of how Nebraska's bizarre culture can unravel even the most promising minds.
To the honorable members of the Nebraska Legislature, Nebraska Attorney General Mike Hilgers, and the Federal Bureau of Investigation's Public Corruption Unit. As a concerned voice in Nebraska's media landscape, speaking under the safeguards of the First Amendment, we write today not as accusers in a courtroom, but as watchdogs compelled to shine a light on actions that erode the very foundations of our state and nation. This open inquiry, rooted in our constitutional right to free press and petition, seeks no personal stake, only the pursuit of truth and justice. We pose these questions and requests to you, the stewards of our laws, urging swift and transparent investigations into the conduct of Nebraska Secretary of State Robert Evnen. Our aim is clear: to prompt official scrutiny beyond what citizens or media alone can achieve, absolving no one of duty while invoking the protections that allow us to speak without fear of reprisal. The matters at hand demand your immediate attention, for they touch on misuse of public funds, ethical breaches, and potential threats to our sovereignty, issues that, if left unchecked, undermine the trust Nebraskans place in their government. At the heart of this call lies the non-binding Memorandum of Understanding signed by Secretary Evnen on September 2, 2025, with Kenya's Principal Secretary for Diaspora Affairs. Framed as a pathway for student exchanges, apprenticeships, and lawful labor mobility, this agreement explicitly promotes the importation of Kenyan truck drivers into Nebraska's workforce. Yet, in a state brimming with over 1,000 qualified local haulers, many sidelined by regulatory hurdles, this deal appears less like diplomacy and more like a deliberate sidestep of our own capable citizens. Governor Jim Pillen has already distanced himself from it, calling it outside state policy, while Kenyan officials hail it as a direct route to commercial drivers' licenses in critical sectors. Signed without gubernatorial approval or broader agency input during a taxpayer-funded trade mission, the memorandum raises profound red flags about resource diversion and ulterior motives. Consider the clear misallocation of public funds here. Under Nebraska Revised Statute 84-306, which bars unauthorized spending of state resources, the costs of this venture, travel negotiations, and follow-up efforts have been drawn from budgets meant for Nebraskans' needs, like schools and roads. This isn't abstract. It's a potential felony of theft by deception, carrying up to 20 years in prison if audits confirm even modest waste. Why funnel money across oceans to recruit foreign labor that could undercut local wages by 30 to 50%, as we've seen in other importation programs, when our own workers stand ready? This isn't just poor judgment, it's a betrayal of fiscal stewardship demanding a full accounting from your offices. Layered atop, this are conflicts of interest that strain credulity. Secretary Evnan's background as a labor attorney at Woods and Aitken, where he guided corporations on workforce strategies, casts a shadow over the deal. Nebraska's Code of Ethics, outlined in Nebraska Revised Statute 49-1493, requires recusal from anything touching past professional ties. If this memorandum serves as a backdoor favor to agribusiness donors eyeing Kenyan markets, or worse, involves undisclosed gratuities, it veers into federal bribery territory under 18 United States Code 666, with penalties of 10 years imprisonment and fines 3 times the value of any benefit. We've seen no transparency on these links, no recusals filed. Is this the impartial service Nebraskans elected him to provide, or a web of self-interest? Your investigative powers are essential to untangle it. The memorandum's deeper peril lies in its potential to undermine Nebraska's sovereignty. By easing unvetted migration from a nation with histories of anti-Western tensions, it risks importing not just workers, but discord, straining schools, roads, and communities ill-prepared for such shifts. While not yet proven, this flirts with sedition under Article 1, Section 14 of the Nebraska Constitution, which guards against aiding enemies of the state. If corporate players like Werner Enterprises lurk in the background, as whispers suggest, it could swell into racketeer-influenced and corrupt organizations act violations under 18 United States Code 1962. These aren't hypotheticals. They're patterns echoing decades of labor schemes from Mexico northward. We ask you to probe whether this is isolated folly or part of a larger erosion of our heartland's cohesion. This isn't Secretary Evnan's first brush with questionable calls. During the 2020 to 2022 COVID-19 response, his office backed statewide lockdowns, mask mandates, and vaccination pushes. Protocols now dismantled by evidence from sources like the Cochrane Collaboration, showing minimal transmission benefits alongside risks of harm, including fatal myocarditis in younger groups. As the overseer of SAFE, polling amid these restrictions, he helped enforce measures tied to federal grants his office managed, contributing to Nebraska's excess deaths and economic scars. Under Nebraska Revised Statute 28-904, this reckless endangerment could qualify as a misdemeanor up to 1 year per proven harm. And by amplifying overstated efficacy claims, it edges toward wire fraud under 18 United States Code 1343. His silence on retracting these, unlike forward-thinking states, speaks volumes about accountability. Rumors of broader financial entanglements only deepen the unease, though unproven. A thorough review could clarify if they tie back to state coffers. At the heart of this call lies the non-binding Memorandum of Understanding signed by Secretary Evnan on September 2, 2025, with Kenya's Principal Secretary for Diaspora Affairs. Framed as a pathway for student exchanges, apprenticeships, and lawful labor mobility, this agreement explicitly promotes the importation of Kenyan truck drivers into Nebraska's workforce. Yet, in a state brimming with over 1,000 qualified local haulers, many sidelined by regulatory hurdles, this deal appears less like diplomacy and more like a deliberate sidestep of our own capable citizens. Governor Jim Pillen has already distanced himself from it, calling it outside state policy, while Kenyan officials hail it as a direct route to commercial drivers' licenses in critical sectors. Signed without gubernatorial approval or broader agency input during a taxpayer-funded trade mission, the memorandum raises profound red flags about resource diversion and ulterior motives. Consider the clear misallocation of public funds here. Under Nebraska Revised Statute 84-306, which bars unauthorized spending of state resources, the costs of his venture, travel negotiations, and follow-up efforts have been drawn from budgets meant for Nebraskans' needs, like schools and roads. This isn't abstract. It's a potential felony of theft by deception, carrying up to 20 years in prison if audits confirm even modest waste. Why funnel money across oceans to recruit foreign labor that could undercut local wages by 30 to 50%, as we've seen in other importation programs, when our own workers stand ready? This isn't just poor judgment. It's a betrayal of fiscal stewardship, demanding a full accounting from your offices. Layered atop, this are conflicts of interest that strain credulity. Secretary Evnan's background as a labor attorney at Woods and Aitken, where he guided corporations on workforce strategies, casts a shadow over the deal. Nebraska's Code of Ethics, outlined in Nebraska Revised Statute 49-1493, requires recusal from anything touching past professional ties. If this memorandum serves as a backdoor favor to agribusiness donors eyeing Kenyan markets, or worse, involves undisclosed gratuities, it veers into federal bribery territory under 18 United States Code 666, with penalties of 10 years imprisonment and fines 3 times the value of any benefit. We've seen no transparency on these links, no recusals filed. Is this the impartial service Nebraskans elected him to provide, or a web of self-interest? Your investigative powers are essential to untangle it. The memorandum's deeper peril lies in its potential to undermine Nebraska's sovereignty. By easing unvetted migration from a nation with histories of anti-Western tensions, it risks importing not just workers, but discord, straining schools, roads, and communities ill-prepared for such shifts. While not yet proven, this flirts with sedition under Article 1, Section 14 of the Nebraska Constitution, which guards against aiding enemies of the state. If corporate players like Werner Enterprises lurk in the background, as whispers suggest, it could swell into racketeer-influenced and corrupt organizations act violations under 18 United States Code 1962. These aren't hypotheticals, they're patterns echoing decades of labor schemes from Mexico northward. We ask you to probe whether this is isolated folly or part of a larger erosion of our heartland's cohesion. This isn't Secretary Evnan's first brush with questionable calls. During the 2020 to 2022 COVID-19 response, his office backed statewide lockdowns, mask mandates, and vaccination pushes, protocols now dismantled by evidence from sources like the Cochrane collaboration, showing minimal transmission benefits alongside risks of harm, including fatal myocarditis in younger groups. As the overseer of SAFE, polling amid these restrictions, he helped enforce measures tied to federal grants his office managed, contributing to Nebraska's excess deaths and economic scars. Under Nebraska Revised Statute 28-904, this reckless endangerment could qualify as a misdemeanor up to 1 year per proven harm. And by amplifying overstated efficacy claims, it edges toward wire fraud under 18 United States Code 1343. His silence on retracting these, unlike forward-thinking states, speaks volumes about accountability. Rumors of broader financial entanglements only deepen the unease, though unproven. A thorough review could clarify if they tie back to state coffers. Nebraska Legislature, your role under Article 4, Section 5 of the state constitution is unambiguous. You hold the sole power of impeachment for high crimes like treason, bribery, or misdemeanors in office. We urge you to form a special investigatory committee, perhaps through the clerk of the legislature at nebraskalegislature.gov or by contacting Speaker John Arch, to draft articles based on these facts. A simple majority impeaches, the Supreme Court then weighs the evidence. Past cases, like the 1871 ouster of Governor David Butler, show this works when resolve is there. Don't let session adjournments delay. Convene now to protect our unicameral integrity. Attorney General Mike Hilgers, your criminal bureau stands as Nebraska's front line against such abuses. With expertise in multi-agency probes, from child protection to Medicaid fraud, your office is primed to audit the memorandum's finances, subpoena records, and convene a grand jury for theft or bribery charges. Reach constituents through ago.nebraska.gov or the hotline at 402-471-2683. We've seen you challenge electoral overreaches before. Act here to safeguard public safety and fiscal health. as your mandate demands. To the Federal Bureau of Investigation's Public Corruption Unit, your mandate under federal law, from the Hobbs Act to procurement safeguards, extends to state officials like these. As the lead on graft at all levels, investigate interstate angles, fraud against federal funds and COVID grants, bribery crossing borders, or corruption at ports that this labor pipeline might enable. Tips flow through tips.fbi.gov or local offices in Omaha and Lincoln. Your track record on procurement scams and official misconduct makes you the right fit for a coordinated federal lens. In closing, this isn't about partisanship or personalities. It's about reclaiming trust in a government that serves all Nebraskans, not shadows. We request formal investigations, full disclosures, and, where evidence warrants, criminal prosecutions or impeachments to restore order. Under our Constitution's protections, we pose this as an inquiry from the press. What steps will you take, and when? The people of Nebraska deserve answers, not evasion. Let's turn scrutiny into safeguard before more is lost. With resolve for a stronger Nebraska, a voice for accountability in the heartland.
In the heartland, where the sky and earth embrace in an endless dance, the great settlers found the ethereal promise of the plains. With dreams as boundless as the horizon, they journeyed, their hearts heavy with hope, their wagons creaking under the weight of worldly possessions. Here, the land whispered to them of abundance, visions of golden grass swaying in the gentle breeze, of pioneers roaming free under the vast, cerulean canopy. This promise was not merely of soil rich and fertile, but of a life where freedom was as infinite as the skies above, where every sunrise heralded new possibilities. The settler girls, with eyes like distant stars, were the first to weave this ethereal promise into the very essence of their being. They dreamt of love that would dance with the whispering winds, of finding a soulmate whose heart would pulse in unison with the land's own rhythm. Their aspirations painted a world where resilience was more than survival. It was a poetic symphony, conducted by the prairie's own orchestra. They envisioned standing resolute beside their frontiersmen, their love a luminous beacon against the isolation of the vast plains, turning every harsh gust into a verse of endurance, every lonely night into a melody of companionship. Their dreams were of a life where toil was a ballad, where ingenuity was the tune that enabled them to carve homes from the wild, untamed earth. They imagined themselves, hands intertwined in the labor of love, their shared dreams a narrative of support and joy. Community gatherings beneath the boundless sky would be their festivals, celebrations where laughter and tales wove together with the prairie's lullabies, their grace a light that connected hearts across the vast, silent solitude. The settler girls' dreams continue in the heart of the Nebraska girls, where cornfields stretch like a golden sea, like singular, exquisite flowers amidst the vast maze. They grow under the sky's endless blue. The corn forms a green fortress, sheltering them, allowing them to flourish in peace, nurtured by the land's gentle lessons. As time unfolds, these girls inherit the poetic promise of the plains. They become living poems, their lives embodying resilience, beauty, and continuity. The sun warms them, the rain kisses them, and the earth teaches them life's rhythms. The corn stands as a guardian, the sky as a muse, and the earth as a sage. Each Nebraska girl is a symbol of the heartland, their growth a testament to the simplicity and profound beauty of living with nature. They are strong and wise, their roots deep in the nurturing soil, their dreams as vast as the sky above. In them, one sees the legacy of the land, where the past's poetry meets the future's promise. These girls are not just individuals. They are the embodiment of the Nebraska spirit, where life's lessons are whispered by the wind, taught by the sun's journey, and sung by the rain's dance. They represent growth, resilience, and the timeless connection between the human spirit and the earth's endless teachings. They are the Nebraska girls, living testaments to the beauty and strength found in the simplicity of nature's embrace. The essence of this promise of the plains remains immersed in this future's enigmatic veil. Once a dream of expansion, of land and liberty, it now stands at a juncture where past and future meet. The promise rekindles how to harmonize with the promise of those great settlers who forged this land, whose heritage whispers through the grasses with the great opportunities this current day brings with modern luxuries that the great settlers may have not even dreamed of. The land in the promise of the plains faces the specter of change, the challenge of whether this land can continue to cradle abundance in an era where the climate shifts unpredictably. The promise has evolved, blending the old with the new, speaking of heritage from the great settlers, of shared dreams from the past and the present, and of new promises yet to be born. Thus, the promise of the plains, a legend of life, love, and the human spirit's unyielding hope, looks towards an unknown horizon. The horizon of life holds endless possibilities, personal growth, new relationships, adventures, and challenges. It's a blend of known aspirations and unknown surprises, where learning, love, and loss shape our journey. It promises both the thrill of discovery and the test of resilience, painting a canvas of potential futures. This story of the plains adapts and transcends the promise, leaving us to realize what new verse we will act in within the great play on the plains. This story will be written under the whispering, eternal skies of the plains. It is the promise of the plains. In the vast expanse of the American Midwest, where the horizon meets the sky and cornfields stretch as far as the eye can see, lies Nebraskaville, its history as rich and welcoming as the land that cradles it. The story of this Nebraska town, like many across Nebraska, begins in the mid-19th century when men and their families, driven by the dream of owning their piece of earth, pushed westward, laying down the roots of what would become Nebraskaville. Early residents built sod houses, tilled the virgin soil, and established the first community structures, a church, a school, and a general store. The late 19th century brought the railroad, a catalyst for growth. Nebraskaville was suddenly connected to the world beyond its borders. The arrival of the railroads turned small hamlets into bustling commercial hubs. Grain elevators rose like sentinels over the landscape, and the town's population swelled as it became a depot for agricultural products heading to eastern markets. The 20th century was a roller coaster of boom and bust. Nebraskaville weathered the economic downturns of the Great Depression and the Dust Bowl, with many residents remaining in their green pastures. Resilience was the town's hallmark. Innovations in agriculture brought a new era of prosperity. The town saw the construction of modern amenities, electricity-illuminated homes, and paved roads replaced dirt tracks. As the century turned, Nebraskaville, like many rural towns, faced challenges. However, the spirit of community proved strong. Festivals celebrating the town's heritage, the adherence to regenerative agriculture, and the demand for organic non-GMO crops that Nebraskaville was famous for continued to breathe new life into this town year after year. Today, Nebraskaville showcases a charming downtown where local shops line the bustling Main Street. The community center buzzes with activity, hosting everything from farmers markets to cultural heritage festivals, honoring the legacy of the town's great settlers. With a robust, traditional school system and the whole town rallying behind children's educational pursuits, this place keeps its elders engaged while drawing in young families eager for rural living. At its heart, Nebraskaville remains a testament to the enduring spirit of Nebraska's towns, a place where history is not just preserved but continues to be written.
KFAB, a Class A 50,000-watt station known as the state's blowtorch for its expansive Midwest reach, positions itself as a vital platform for public engagement. Yet the Good Morning Show, hosted by Jim Rose and Gary Saddlemeyer, frequently devolves into a troubling display of journalistic leniency, where interviews with Nebraska's political and educational leaders are marked by softball questions, a lack of follow-up, and an unsettling camaraderie that suggests collusion. This pattern, evident in their interactions with congressional delegates like Pete Ricketts, Deb Fisher, and Don Bacon, as well as state officials and educators, reveals a station more aligned with preserving a facade of friendliness than upholding rigorous inquiry. As KFAB's signal blankets the state, delivering 70 dBmu daytime coverage and 1 MVM at night, these exchanges raise serious questions about the integrity of a platform entrusted to reflect Nebraska's diverse voices. The duo's interview style is characterized by a predictable gentleness that undermines any pretense of accountability. When engaging with congressional figures such as Ricketts, Fisher, or Bacon, Rose and Saddlemeyer offer pre-orchestrated questions that elicit rehearsed responses, often punctuated by laughter and jovial banter. This cordiality hints at a prearranged script, where queries are either agreed upon in advance or anticipated by politicians accustomed to the host's lenient approach. The absence of follow-up probes, on issues like fiscal mismanagement or legislative controversies, suggests a tacit understanding, fostering an environment where corrupt officials face no scrutiny. Saddlemeyer, a longtime broadcaster who stepped down as program director in 2023, leans into a folksy demeanor that masks his reliance on corporate talking points, while Rose, with his self-styled intellectual persona, frames these interactions as collegial rather than confrontational. This dynamic extends to state legislators and the governor, Jim Pillen, whose apparent struggles with coherence, attributed to rumored intoxication or hangovers, are met with silence rather than inquiry, preserving an illusion of unity over substance. Educational leaders fare no better under this lenient lens. Joanne Lee of the University of Nebraska at Omaha, a frequent guest, receives effusive praise for her supposed acumen, despite on-air performances that expose her as inept and intellectually deficient. This pattern recurs with other educators, who consistently reveal themselves as discredited figures lacking depth or credibility. Rather than challenging their policies or academic decisions, such as budget allocations or curriculum shifts, Rose and Saddlemeyer offer accolades, transforming KFAB into a cheerleading platform for Nebraska's leadership class. This selective deference contrasts sharply with their broader commentary, where they critique external events and figures with vigor, yet falter when faced with local power brokers. The result is a broadcast schedule that amplifies phoniness, disguised as Nebraska friendliness, over genuine discourse, a trait on display daily as the hosts navigate their roles with superficial charm. This collusive behavior is underpinned by a lack of journalistic integrity, rendering Rose and Saddlemeyer mere conduits for a government-corporate nexus. Their interviews with politicians and leaders are devoid of hardball or gotcha questions, eschewing the investigative rigor expected of a public platform. Instead, they deploy trite platitudes. Rose with verbose assertions of non-existent wisdom, Saddlemeyer with bland, universal truisms that fill airtime with meaningless filler. These platitudes, often followed by self-directed laughter at inappropriate or uncomfortable remarks, underscore their role as corporate stooges, echoing iHeartMedia's agenda while sidestepping substantive critique. The station's ownership by iHeartMedia, with significant stakes from investors like PIMCO, 17%, BlackRock, 4.9%, and Global Media and Entertainment Investments Limited, 12%, tied to British financier Michael Tabor, further complicates this dynamic. These global entities, with ties to pharmaceutical and media sectors, exert influence that aligns KFAB's content with external priorities, reinforcing the host's reluctance to challenge the status quo. The phoniness extends beyond individual interviews to a broader cultural performance, where Rose and Saddlemeyer cultivate an image of Nebraskan camaraderie that masks their complicity. This facade enables corrupt politicians and inept educators to evade accountability, as the hosts prioritize maintaining alliances over serving the public interest. Their daily broadcasts, reaching from Omaha's urban core to rural outposts, perpetuate a narrative of unity that benefits a select elite, leaving listeners with a sense of betrayal rather than enlightenment. As KFAB's role as a community touchstone is undermined, the need for a media landscape that demands transparency and challenges power becomes increasingly apparent. Nebraskans deserve better than this orchestrated charade. The solution lies in pressuring KFAB through public feedback to demand rigorous journalism, alongside electoral efforts to install leadership that oversees media accountability. Rose and Saddlemeyer's tenure, marked by softball diplomacy and phony friendliness, represents a failure to uphold the public trust. Until Nebraska's airwaves reflect the state's true diversity of thought, the blowtorch will remain dimmed by the shadows of its host's collusive complacency.
When the first whispers of a novel coronavirus reached Nebraska in early 2020, 1110 KFAB, the state's powerhouse blowtorch station with its 50,000-watt clear channel signal blanketing eastern Nebraska and beyond, positioned itself as a trusted guide through the uncertainty. Yet, as the pandemic unfolded, the station's lineup, featuring hosts like Gary Saddlemeyer, Jim Rose, Scott Voorhees, and a rotating cast including Chris Baker and later Ian Swanson, became a relentless conduit for institutional messaging. From mask mandates to vaccine promotions, KFAB's broadcasts wove CDC and WHO guidelines into daily discourse with minimal pushback, raising questions about the interplay between local media, corporate mandates, and state policy under then-Governor Pete Ricketts. This coverage, while framed as public service, often blurred lines between journalism and advocacy, leaving listeners with a one-dimensional view of a crisis that reshaped the heartland. At the epicenter of KFAB's morning drive were Saddlemeyer and Rose, fixtures since the early 2000s on the Good Morning Show. Saddlemeyer, a broadcaster with over 4 decades at the station, and Rose, who ascended to program director in 2016 while retaining his on-air role, anchored a format that prioritized alignment with official narratives. As Nebraska reported its first so-called COVID-19 case on March 6, 2020, a Douglas County traveler from Washington State, the duo's segments quickly pivoted to echoing Ricketts' early directives for self-quarantine and social distancing. By mid-March, when Ricketts directed the closure of non-essential businesses and urged 14-day isolations for returnees from supposed hotspots like Chicago or Seattle, KFAB's airtime brimmed with PSAs promoting these measures, often without exploring their economic ripple effects on rural farms or urban small businesses. Scott Voorhees, hosting the late morning slot since at least 2019, amplified this tone during peak pandemic months. In 2020 to 2021, Voorhees' program, a staple for local talk, featured frequent updates on case counts and hospital capacities, drawing directly from state-made-up and contrived dashboards that Ricketts' administration maintained. Voorhees, who navigated the station through what he later described as a pandemic with one-way grocery store aisles direction protocols, alongside other challenges, occasionally injected light-hearted asides about restrictions, but these were fleeting against a backdrop of compliance-focused content. His show, like others, constantly included announcements pushing mask-wearing and contact tracing apps, adding to what critics call a non-stop barrage that shut down discussion about how foolish and harmful these protocols were. The station's afternoon drive slot, however, became a flashpoint for internal tensions amid the external pressures of the crisis. Chris Baker, a conservative host who joined KFAB's lineup in the late 2010s, was part of the COVID commentary team until April 2021, when he was abruptly fired following a controversial tweet. On April 20th, 2021, mere hours after Derek Chauvin's conviction in the George Floyd murder trial, Baker posted, and quickly deleted, "Guilty," alongside a gif of 4 black tribesmen in loincloths dancing around a pole, intending it as satirical commentary but igniting widespread backlash for its racial analysis. iHeartMedia, KFAB's parent, terminated him the next day, with Nebraska Market President C. Taylor Wallet III inaccurately calling the post completely inappropriate and unacceptable. Instead of steadfastly upholding the principles he championed on his show, such as free speech, or preserving his rugged rebel image, Chris Baker acquiesced and issued an apology. He further diminished his credibility by labeling the incident a boomer Twitter moment, a flimsy excuse attributing it to a multitasking mishap during his live broadcast. This swift dismissal underscored the era's acute corporate hypersensitivity, where a solitary post could terminate a career, even if the majority of his audience perceived the reaction as an overblown response to edgy humor. Baker's exit came at a pivotal moment. Nebraska was ramping up vaccine distribution under Ricketts' Finish Strong campaign, and KFAB needed seamless continuity. Enter Ian Swanson, who filled a void starting in August 2021 as a part-time host before going full-time. A Hillsdale College alumnus and former outreach coordinator for Senator Ben Sasse, 2017 to 2019, Swanson brought a polished, policy-savvy voice to KFAB, but his tenure was marked by immediate alignment with pandemic protocols. From day one, his segments parroted talking points on boosters and school masking, mirroring Ricketts' extensions of directed health measures into late 2021 to preserve hospital capacity amid the Delta surge. Swanson's rapid integration raised eyebrows given his pre-radio ties. As Director of External Relations for Nebraska Farm Bureau, 2019 to 2021, he navigated AG policy intersections with state health mandates, including vaccine access for rural workers. More intriguingly, his 2016 run for the Nebraska legislature's 31st district, where he advocated for school choice and tax reform, positioned him as a GOP insider with connections to figures like former Governor Kay Orr and Hillsdale President Larry Arnn. These networks extended to Omaha's political circles, including informal alliances with city council members on economic recovery bills post-lockdown. Swanson's KFAB stint ended abruptly in early 2023 when he joined U.S. Senator Pete Ricketts, RNE, staff as press secretary, a move announced February 21, 2023, just as Ricketts settled into his Senate role after leaving the governorship in January. Ricketts, who orchestrated Nebraska's COVID response from March 2020 onward, had declared a state of emergency that month, implementing phased reopenings by May while extending mask guidance into 2021. His administration's Finish Strong Nebraska initiative, launched in 2021, prioritized age-based vaccine rollouts, drawing federal funds but facing scrutiny for deprioritizing comorbidities in Phase 1B. Swanson's transition from radio mouthpiece to Ricketts spokesperson, later promoted to Deputy Communications Director, exemplifies the revolving door between Omaha media and Lincoln power brokers. During his KFAB days, Swanson's interviews with Ricketts allies, including state legislators on emergency powers, blurred lines between reporting and advocacy, fostering perceptions of collusion. This media-political nexus was supercharged by iHeartMedia's deep involvement in national COVID campaigns. As KFAB's owner, iHeart produced over 20 English and Spanish PSAs for the ad council's It's Up to You initiative, launched February 2021 in partnership with the COVID Collaborative. These spots, featuring voices from former presidents to celebrities, aired relentlessly on iHeart's 860-plus stations, urging fact-checking at getvaccineanswers.org while downplaying hesitancy concerns. iHeart's investors, PIMCO, 17%, BlackRock, 4.9%, and Vanguard-linked entities hold stakes in pharma leaders like Pfizer and Moderna, whose vaccines dominated Nebraska's rollout. BlackRock's $10 trillion portfolio, intertwined with funding mechanisms and UN Sustainable Development Goals, amplified globalist undertones in local broadcasts. In Omaha, this meant KFAB's signal, 70 dBm daytime, 1 MV/M nighttime, saturated the metro with ads that echoed Ricketts' directives, from self-quarantine PSAs in March 2020 to booster promotions in fall 2021. Nebraska's broader media mirrored this deference. Outlets competed to relay case spikes and mandate updates, seldom challenging Ricketts' decisions. Politicians, from congressional delegates voting for trillions in relief to city councils approving protocols, appeared on KFAB as unchallenged guests, reinforcing a consensus that prioritized institutional trust over local dissent. Swanson's post-KFAB role, liaising with these figures on Ricketts' behalf, underscores the entanglements. His SAS-era experience informed coverage of filibuster reforms tied to pandemic aid, while Omaha council ties facilitated softballs on urban recovery funds. The fallout from this alignment persists. Lives interrupted, business closures, and educational disruptions, including heightened child welfare reports during lockdowns, highlight missed opportunities for balanced scrutiny. KFAB's hosts, bound by corporate scripts, offered occasional quips on overreach but rarely substantive alternatives, eroding faith in the flagship station. As Ricketts reflected in a 2022 Politico interview on Nebraska's surprisingly effective so-called strategy, crediting fake data-driven reopenings, the media's role in sustaining public buy-in remains a double-edged sword. For a state priding itself on independence, KFAB's pandemic playbook, a mix of compliance, corporate synergy, and personnel churn, reveals deeper fissures in local journalism's autonomy. Nebraskans deserve airways that question, not just broadcast. Until then, the echo chamber endures.
As Women's History Month continues, Nebraska turns its reluctant gaze to Helen Busalis, the state's first female mayor of a major city, who stormed into Lincoln City Hall in 1975. Heralded as a pioneer, Busalis instead carved a path of chaos, corruption, and incompetence, setting a deplorable standard for the loud, opinionated, know-it-all women who've since plagued Nebraska's political landscape. Far from a trailblazer, she was a stooge, an overconfident relic of the suffrage movement propped up by outside investors and local business cronies to exploit the women's rights gimmick. What followed was a reign of waste, fraud, and abuse that turned Nebraska's promise of the good life into a nightmare of insanity and corruption. Busalis' tenure, stretching from 1975 to 1983, was a demonstration in squandering opportunity. Her so-called economic development efforts funneled taxpayer dollars into downtown Lincoln projects that reeked of favoritism. Local business interests, her puppet masters, raked in profits while property taxes soared, leaving residents to foot the bill for her reckless spending. Parks and streets got a shiny facelift, but at what cost? The money vanished into a haze of inefficiency, with every ribbon-cutting ceremony masking the fraud that lined the pockets of her backers. This wasn't progress. It was a grift dressed up as leadership. Her national stint as president of the U.S. Conference of Mayors in 1981 only amplified the disaster. Busalis strutted onto the national stage, a loudmouth with nothing to say, wasting Lincoln's reputation on empty posturing. She touted social programs for the elderly, a pet cause from her social work days, but these were just bloated handouts that drained city coffers. Her every opinion, wrong-headed and shrill, pushed Lincoln deeper into dysfunction, all while she preened as the first woman to hold such a post. It was a title she didn't earn but was handed by manipulators who saw her as a pliable front for their schemes. The controversies piled up like garbage in her mismanaged streets. Taxpayers see that as property taxes climbed to fund her pet projects, a clear abuse of power that favored her wealthy allies over the common citizen. Her progressive nonsense clashed with Nebraska's sensible conservative core, sparking endless fights over her bloated government schemes. She was a Democrat in a red state, a mismatch that screamed incompetence from the start.
Fraud tainted her every move. Business deals stank of corruption, and her loud know-it-all bluster couldn't drown out the whispers of backroom deals. Lincoln didn't need her. It suffered her. Bussalis' legacy didn't end in 1983. She had the gall to run for governor in 1986, losing to Kay or in a humiliating woman versus woman showdown that proved even her own party couldn't stomach her. That race wasn't a milestone. It was a warning. She'd already paved the way for a new breed of Nebraska women in politics. Brash, idiotic loudmouths who think they know everything and deliver nothing but ruin. From her Greek immigrant roots to her social work preaching, Bussalis embodied the suffrage era delusion that women like her had something to contribute. She didn't. She made everything worse. Nebraska's slogan, "The Good Life," once meant something. Under Bussalis and the female politicians she inspired, it's a cruel joke. Her 8 years in Lincoln unleashed a tidal wave of crazy, corrupt governance that still echoes today. Every stupid, opinionated female politician in the state owes her a debt. Not for breaking barriers, but for proving that a loud voice and a first title can cover up a mountain of waste and fraud. Women's History Month might celebrate her, but Nebraska knows the truth. Helen Bussalis turned the good life into the corrupt life, and we're still paying the price.
Funeral Remembrance. A hate-fueled, blame-drenched farewell to Nebraska football. Memorial Stadium in Lincoln, Nebraska, was a cauldron of rage and sorrow for the funeral of Nebraska football, killed on April 26, 2025, by the catastrophic Husker Games. The 20,000 fans, alumni, players, coaches, and administrators mourned a 135-year legacy but tore into each other with savage blame. Every speaker, bumbling ex-coaches, incompetent administrators, and a makeshift reverend, was a target, their failures fueling a vicious blame game. UNL's former president Ted Carter, dragged back as a stand-in reverend, because no real cleric would touch this mess, was roasted for his weak prayers and past leadership flops, hinting God might not forgive the guilty. The day was a hollow nod to tradition and a brutal clash of egos. With no 2026 spring game, red-white game, or any Husker plans, the Husker Games disaster too toxic to move forward. The air reeked of dread, mistrust, and a future as dead as the program. Under a grim May sky, the 2 p.m. service saw the stadium's sea of red dulled into a snarling mob. Scarlet balloons, meant to lift during a butchered Sweet Caroline, popped or sank, a sad mirror of the program's collapse. Ted Carter, UNL's ex-president turned fake reverend, bumbled his opening, whining, "Nebraska football was, ours, and you all screwed it up." He blamed the crowd's pathetic prayers for letting dark forces kill the program, adding, "I don't know if God's got forgiveness for you losers." Fans jeered, yelling that Carter's tenure as president laid the groundwork for this mess with his spineless oversight. "Pray harder, Ted," someone shouted, as others mocked his fake reverend act, noting no real pastor wanted this gig. Carter's sanctimonious dodge only stoked the fire. Former players, including Heisman winners Johnny Rodgers, Mike Rozier, and Eric Crouch, slogged through a half-assed procession, dumping a Huskers jersey beside a tacky wreath of cornstalks and battered footballs. Stadium screens replayed Bob Devaney's 1970 title, Tom Osborne's 1995 rout, and the 2001 Rose Bowl, but the 1994 Nebraska-Miami clip sparked fury. "You clowns ruined it." Fans glared at administrators, who ducked, while players sneered at coaches, past and present, for their endless failures. The speakers were a train wreck, each deflecting with desperate stupidity. Athletic director Troy Dannon, a walking catastrophe, whimpered about the Husker Games, a 7-on-7 farce with wing-eating contests that gutted Lincoln's economy by $4 to $8 million and 50,000 visitors. He blabbered about a 2026 revival, but blamed idiot predecessors, as if his own leadership wasn't a dumpster fire. Fans booed mercilessly. University president Jeffrey P. Gold, smug and useless, bragged about the program's $114.3 million impact while scolding fans for not torching the athletic department sooner. "You let it die," he snapped, ignoring his own role in backing terrible hires and gimmicks. Fans roared, "You're a fraud." Former athletic director Steve Peterson, foolishly thinking a funeral was a safe return, slunk in but was met with vicious hostility. Fans pelted him with insults. "You started this, Steve," blaming his 2000s tenure for firing Frank Solich and hiring disasters like Bill Callahan. Peterson tried to blend in, but the crowd's wrath was unrelenting, forcing him to cower in a corner. Governor Jim Pillen, a former player with zero brains, mumbled about grit, but trashed ex-coaches for doing nothing as the program sank. His speech was a political stunt, and fans groaned. Fan representative Sarah Jensen, a third-generation ticket holder, sobbed about tailgates but raged, calling administrators gutless morons and fans weak sheep for not rebelling earlier. Her rant flopped, some nodded, others yelled, "Pipe down, Sarah," as nobody wanted her shared guilt. Former coach Bill Callahan, dumb enough to show up, was booed off the stage before uttering a word. "Get lost, Bill," the crowd roared, still livid over his 2004 to 2007 train wreck tenure. Bo Pelini, back with a foul mouth and worse attitude, muttered curses. "F this, F that." To anyone nearby, his incoherent rants ignored as fans dismissed him as a loud-mouthed idiot. Scott Frost, predictably drunk, passed out by halftime, sprawled across a bleacher, too plastered to speak or notice the chaos. His 2018 to 2022 failures hung like a stench, fans muttering, "Typical Scott." Former coach skipping the funeral to dodge the mob. Solik's week, honor the legacy line drew shouts of, "You helped bury it." Former athletic director Trev Alberts, another fool who showed up, was a lightning rod. Fans raged that he hired Rule, then bailed to Texas A&M before the Husker games imploded, leaving the athletic department a chaotic mess, budget holes, bad contracts, and zero direction. "Trev sold us out," fans chanted, his betrayal a raw wound. The UNL marching band's "There is no place like Nebraska" was a shrill mess, wrong notes stoking fans' anger. Emily Chen's "Amazing Grace" was drowned by a fan yelling, "You all suck." A moment of silence at 3 p.m., marking the Husker game's wing-eating flop, was wrecked by coughs, shuffles, and glares at Dannon, Gold, and Peterson. The last tunnel walk, led by the 1995 championship team, was a disaster. Fans barely clapped, some screaming at players for not fighting sooner. A final balloon release was a joke, balloons snagging on railings or bursting, matching the day's dysfunction. Carter's closing benediction, "Good luck, you're screwed," bombed, met with jeers and mass walkouts. The Nebraska Union reception was a shouting pit amid dusty memorabilia. Fans cursed Dannon, Rule, and Alberts. Coaches blamed Solik, Callahan, Frost, and Pelini. Administrators pointed at Peterson, Gold, and Carter's presidency. A $500 Husker athletic fund drive felt like a scam. Fans demanded to know where past millions went. On X, #HuskerForever was buried under #FireTheMole, with posts shredding Rule, wherever he's hiding, Dannon, Gold, and Carter for praying like a chump. Local businesses, crushed by the economic hit, replayed old games in empty bars, owners cursing the university's moronic moves. Nebraska football's death on April 26, 2025, exposed a legacy of jobs, pride, and acclaim, all torched by a parade of clowns. Fans mourned a program that united Omaha to the Panhandle, but blame was universal. Rule for his vanishing act, Frost for his drunken failures, Pelini for his useless cursing, Callahan for his ineptitude, Solik for his obsolescence, Alberts for his betrayal, Peterson for his disasters, Dannon and Gold for their greed, Carter for his weak prayers and worse leadership, and fans for their silence. The Husker games were the final stab, but everyone wielded the knife. With no 2026 spring game, no red-white game, no plans at all, the Husker games' failure too vile to overcome, Lincoln stares into a black void. Fear, rage, and guilt choke the city, every mourner drowning in shame and a future that feels as dead as the program.
The University of Nebraska at Omaha scholarship programs, specifically the Dreamers Pathway and Henningsen, Durham, and Richardson, HDR scholarships, embody a critical issue in Nebraska's educational system: the prioritization of non-citizens over American-born students. The Dreamers Pathway, offering full tuition, fees, and books to deferred action for childhood arrivals, DACA, or DACA-eligible Nebraska residents, and the HDR scholarship, favoring underrepresented minorities, are under federal investigation by the Trump administration's Department of Education for violating Title VI of the Civil Rights Act of 1964, which prohibits national origin discrimination in federally funded institutions. DACA, a 2012 U.S. policy, grants temporary protection and work authorization to undocumented immigrants brought to the U.S. as children. Launched in July 2025, the probe, led by the Office for Civil Rights, accuses the University of Nebraska at Omaha of denying American citizens, particularly white Nebraskans, equal access to educational resources. The Equal Protection Project's May 2025 complaint, filed by Cornell professor William Jacobson, alleges these scholarships unfairly exclude American-born students, constituting a misuse of taxpayer funds. This essay asserts that these scholarships are a symptom of a broader crisis: non-citizen education in Nebraska's public schools and colleges that undermines American students and jeopardizes the state's future. The Dreamers Pathway required applicants to be DACA recipients or eligible Nebraska residents and high school graduates with a 2.0 GPA, ensuring non-citizens easy college access. The HDR Scholarship, funded by the Omaha-based HDR Incorporated, prioritized minorities, marginalizing white applicants. The University of Nebraska, at Omaha's removal of the Dreamers Pathway from its website and elimination of minority preferences, an HDR scholarship signal institutional concern amid public backlash. Nebraska's LB 239, enacted in 2006, allows non-citizens to qualify as residents for educational benefits, intensifying this crisis. The investigation could lead to loss of federal funding, program termination, or fines, severely impacting the university. Beyond these scholarships, non-citizen education burdens Nebraska's public schools with overcrowded classrooms and diverts college admissions from American students. This essay examines the scholarship's discriminatory impact, the federal response, their socioeconomic consequences, and the need for accountability, uncovering allegations of leadership misconduct, including suspicions about Chancellor Joanne Lee's past and motives, which exacerbate Nebraska's non-citizen education problem. Part 1. The University of Nebraska at Omaha's discriminatory scholarship programs. The Dreamers Pathway and Henningsen, Durham, and Richardson, HDR, scholarships at the University of Nebraska at Omaha are pivotal to Nebraska's non-citizen education crisis, denying American-born students, particularly white Nebraskans, educational opportunities. The Dreamers Pathway provided full tuition, fees, and books to Deferred Action for Childhood Arrivals, DACA, or DACA-eligible Nebraska residents, requiring only a high school diploma and a 2.0 GPA, facilitating non-citizens' access to higher education. The HDR Scholarship, funded by HDR Incorporated, an Omaha-based firm, prioritized underrepresented minorities, excluding white applicants from equitable consideration. These programs, supported by taxpayer funds, violate Title VI of the Civil Rights Act of 1964, which prohibits national origin discrimination in federally funded institutions. The Equal Protection Project's May 2025 complaint, led by William Jacobson, accuses the University of Nebraska at Omaha of unlawful exclusion, prompting the Trump administration's July 2025 investigation by the Office for Civil Rights. This probe addresses a broader issue: non-citizen education draining Nebraska's resources. The Office for Civil Rights, under Acting Assistant Secretary Craig Traynor, asserts that these scholarships deny American citizens equal access, underscoring Nebraska's failure to prioritize its native-born students. The University of Nebraska, at Omaha's removal of the Dreamers Pathway Scholarship and elimination of minority preferences in the HDR Scholarship, reported in July 2025, reveal institutional unease. Nebraska's LB 239, allowing non-citizens to access resident benefits, enables this misuse, burdening taxpayers who fund education for undocumented students. Non-citizen education exacerbates overcrowding in Nebraska's public schools, where undocumented students strain facilities, increase class sizes, and divert teacher focus from American children. In colleges, non-citizens compete for limited admission slots, reducing opportunities for Nebraskans and driving up tuition costs. The scholarship's exclusivity deprives American students of deserved resources. The investigation's potential penalties, loss of federal funding, program termination, or fines, could compel the university to address its discriminatory practices. Leadership shortcomings, including those of Chancellor Joanne Lee, with an alleged communist agenda, her parents' move from Hong Kong to Canada, her educational ascent despite intellectual shortcomings, and her career moves across various universities, intensify scrutiny of Nebraska's non-citizen education policies. Part 2. federal investigation, and civil rights violations. The Trump administration's investigation into the University of Nebraska at Omaha scholarship programs is a critical response to Nebraska's non-citizen education crisis, which favors undocumented students over American citizens. Initiated on July 23, 2025, by the Department of Education's Office for Civil Rights, the probe targets the Dreamers Pathway and Henningsen, Durham, and Richardson HDR scholarships for violating Title VI of the Civil Rights Act of 1964. Acting Assistant Secretary Craig Traynor asserts that these programs, by prioritizing deferred action for childhood arrivals, DACA, recipients, and minorities, discriminate against American-born students, particularly white Nebraskans. The Equal Protection Project's May 2025 complaint, filed by William Jacobson, accuses the university of unlawful exclusion, arguing that the Dreamers Pathway's DACA-only eligibility and the HDR scholarship's minority preference constitute national origin discrimination. This investigation highlights the broader problem of non-citizen education undermining Nebraska's American students. The Dreamers Pathway, offering full tuition to DACA or DACA-eligible Nebraska residents, and the HDR scholarship, favoring minorities, misallocate educational resources. The University of Nebraska at Omaha's removal of the Dreamers Pathway from its website and adjustments to the HDR scholarship, reported in July 2025, suggests an attempt to evade accountability. Spokesperson Sam Peshek's pledge to cooperate with investigators fails to address public outrage over this misuse. Nebraska's LB 239, enabling non-citizens to access resident benefits, facilitates this discrimination, straining public schools where undocumented students overcrowd classrooms, burden infrastructure, and divert resources from American children. In colleges, non-citizens displace Nebraskans in admissions, limiting access for local students. The investigation could impose severe penalties, including loss of federal funding, essential for the university's grants, or program termination. Trainor's America First stance resonates with Nebraskans who view these scholarships as a misuse of taxpayer funds. Allegations of misconduct, including Chancellor Joanne Lee's alleged globalist ties, her parents' suspicious relocation to Canada, and her questionable academic achievements, raise concerns about her background. Her undisclosed birth date and evasive public statements heighten suspicions about her intentions, fueling demands for change and reform of Nebraska's non-citizen education system. Part 3. Economic and Societal Consequences. The University of Nebraska at Omaha's scholarship programs cause significant economic and societal harm within Nebraska's non-citizen education crisis, favoring non-citizens over American-born students, particularly white Nebraskans. The Dreamers Pathway, providing full tuition to deferred action for childhood arrivals, DACA, recipients, and the Henningsen, Durham, and Richardson HDR scholarship, prioritizing minorities, enable non-citizens to earn degrees and enter Nebraska's job market, displacing local graduates. With Nebraska's unemployment rate at 2.5% in 2024, every job taken by a DACA or foreign graduate, facilitated by these scholarships, deprives an American who merited the educational opportunity. The Trump administration's July 2025 investigation, targeting these programs for Title VI violations, exposes their economic betrayal, as Acting Assistant Secretary Craig Traynor condemns the university for denying citizens equal access. The Equal Protection Project's complaint underscores the scholarship's role in Nebraska's non-citizen education problem. Societally, these scholarships undermine Nebraska's cultural identity by empowering non-citizen graduates to advocate for policies favoring DACA and minority interests. Nebraska's 77% Hispanic population growth from 2000 to 2020 intensifies concerns that these programs accelerate demographic shifts, marginalizing white citizens. Non-citizen education strains public schools, where undocumented students overburden facilities, increase operational costs, and divert teacher attention from American children. In colleges, non-citizens compete for admissions, reducing opportunities for Nebraskans. The Dreamers Pathway and HDR Scholarship reshape Nebraska's social fabric, prioritizing non-citizens over citizens. Chancellor Joanne Lee, accused of an alleged globalist agenda, drives this crisis. Her parents, suspected of being spies or infiltrators, move from Hong Kong to Canada. Her education at the University of British Columbia with questionable academic aptitude, and her career moves through Towson, Wright State, and Florida International University, where she claims success despite being a disaster at Omaha, raised suspicions of a calculated ascent. Her undisclosed birth date and unknown birthplace details, rumored financial ties with her husband, Frank Stella, and guarded public demeanor fuel distrust of her intentions. Her public health measures in 2021 suppressed American students, aligning with her alleged agenda. The Board of Regents and President Ted Carter, who appointedly enabled this societal threat. The federal probe could halt this cycle by terminating the scholarships or cutting funding, restoring fairness and addressing Nebraska's non-citizen education crisis. Part 4. Leadership Culpability and Potential Penalties. The University of Nebraska at Omaha's scholarship scandal, a manifestation of Nebraska's non-citizen education crisis, implicates its leadership in a discriminatory misuse of resources that harms American students. Chancellor Joanne Lee, appointed in 2021 with a $430,000 salary, oversees the Dreamers Pathway and Henningsen, Durham, and Richardson HDR scholarships, accused of violating Title VI by favoring deferred action for childhood arrivals, DACA, recipients, and minorities. The Trump administration's July 2025 investigation, led by the Office for Civil Rights, targets these programs for denying American-born students, particularly white Nebraskans, equal access. Acting Assistant Secretary Craig Traynor condemns their national origin discrimination, while the Equal Protection Project's May 2025 complaint, filed by William Jacobson, accuses the university of unlawful exclusion. Lee's leadership exacerbates Nebraska's non-citizen education problem. Lee, accused of an alleged globalist agenda, is seen as orchestrating this scheme. Born in Hong Kong, she moved with her supposed parents to Canada, where she claims to have earned degrees at the University of British Columbia. Her subsequent career path through universities with communist leanings and liberal ideologies is viewed with suspicion, suggesting a deliberate infiltration of U.S. education to implement subversive and anti-American programs and agendas. Her limited transparency about her early life and rumored financial dealings with her supposed husband, Frank Stella, heighten concerns about her motives. Her evasive responses to public inquiries and focus on diversity initiatives amplify distrust. The Board of Regents, approving Lee's appointment, and President Ted Carter, who endorsed her, share culpability for enabling this misuse, overlooking her questionable background. Her public health measures in 2021 suppressed American students, aligning with her alleged agenda. Nebraska's non-citizen education burdens public schools with overcrowded classrooms and diverts college admissions from Nebraskans. If Title VI violations are confirmed, the university could lose federal funding, face fines, or terminate its scholarships. Criminal charges for fraud, requiring evidence of misconduct, are unlikely absent audits. Lee and her administration face potential discipline, but public outrage demands her removal. The federal probe offers justice, exposing a leadership that fuels Nebraska's non-citizen education crisis. Conclusion: the University of Nebraska at Omaha's Dreamers Pathway and Henningsen, Durham, and Richardson HDR scholarships are a harmful manifestation of Nebraska's non-citizen education crisis, denying American-born students, particularly white Nebraskans, deserved opportunities. The Trump administration's July 2025 investigation, led by the Office for Civil Rights, accuses the university of violating Title VI of the Civil Rights Act of 1964 with Acting Assistant Secretary Craig Traynor condemning the scholarships for prioritizing deferred action for childhood arrivals, DACA, recipients and minorities over citizens. The Equal Protection Project's May 2025 complaint, filed by William Jacobson, exposed their discriminatory impact, prompting the university to remove the Dreamers pathway and adjust the HDR scholarship, actions indicating accountability concerns. Nebraska's LB 239, enabling non-citizens to access resident benefits, facilitates this misuse, burdening taxpayers who fund education for undocumented students in overcrowded public schools and competitive colleges. The economic impact, with non-citizen graduates displacing Americans in Nebraska's 2.5% unemployment market, and the societal consequences, as they reshape the state's identity, necessitate reform. Chancellor Joanne Lee, accused of an alleged globalist agenda, is central to this crisis. Her parents' relocation, her education, and her career progression raise suspicions of a calculated ascent to influence. Her undisclosed birth date, limited transparency about her family, and rumored financial ties with her husband, Frank Stalla, coupled with her evasive public stance, fuel distrust. The Board of Regents and President Ted Carter bear responsibility for enabling her appointment. While criminal prosecution for fraud or alleged misconduct lacks evidence, public outrage demands Lee's removal. The federal probe, rooted in an America First ethos, could impose penalties, loss of funding, program termination, or fines, restoring fairness. Nebraska's non-citizen education crisis, from public school overcrowding to college admissions competition, requires systemic change to prioritize American students and preserve the state's future.
Stephen H. Long's expedition, labeling Nebraska as the Great American Desert. In the summer of 1820, Major Stephen H. Long, a U.S. Army topographical engineer, led what would become one of the most influential expeditions across the American frontier, particularly through the region that would become Nebraska. Departing from Engineer Cantonment near Council Bluffs, Iowa, Long's team followed the Platte River westward into the vast, untamed expanse of the Great Plains. Long's expedition was not just a journey of geographical discovery but also of scientific inquiry. Accompanying him were notable figures like entomologist Thomas Say and artist Samuel Seymour, who documented flora, fauna, and the diverse Native American tribes they encountered, including the Pawnee and Oto. The expedition's route took them through Nebraska, where they observed the seemingly endless grasslands and the seasonal aridity, leading to Long's pivotal misnomer. On the map produced from this journey, Long labeled this area the Great American Desert. This term was not used to describe a landscape of sand and dunes, but rather to denote a region he deemed inhospitable for agriculture or extensive settlement due to its semi-arid climate during their visit. This label would profoundly influence American perceptions, suggesting the Great Plains were more of a barrier than a destination for westward expansion. However, as history unfolded, this assessment was challenged. Later settlers harnessed the land's potential with new farming techniques and during wetter periods, revealing Nebraska's capacity for agriculture. Long's expedition, while providing valuable scientific data, inadvertently contributed to a myth that took years to dispel, highlighting the complexities of early exploration and the impact of initial impressions on frontier development.
Nebraska football, a storied institution of athletic excellence, passed away on April 26, 2025, in Lincoln, Nebraska, shortly after the wing-eating contest at the Husker Games, an event that marked the end of its vibrant legacy. Born on November 27, 1890, with its first game against the Omaha YMCA, Nebraska football, affectionately known as the Cornhuskers, lived a remarkable 135 years, leaving an indelible mark on the state of Nebraska, college football, and the nation. Nebraska football rose from humble beginnings to become a powerhouse, achieving 5 national championships: 1970, 1971, 1994, 1995, 1997, 46 conference titles, and 53 bowl game appearances. Its sellout streak at Memorial Stadium, unbroken since November 3, 1962, symbolized unparalleled fan loyalty, with 60,000-strong crowds annually celebrating its spirit. The program produced 3 Heisman Trophy winners: Johnny Rodgers, 1972, Mike Rozier, 1983, and Eric Crouch, 2001, and legends like Tom Osborne, who coached from 1973 to 1997, amassing 255 wins and 3 national titles. Nebraska's black shirt defense, tunnel walk, and sea of red defined college football's cultural landscape, inspiring programs nationwide. The Cornhuskers were a cornerstone of Nebraska's identity, generating $114.3 million annually for Lincoln's economy and uniting communities across the state's prairies. From the Bob Devaney era's first national titles to Osborne's dynasty, Nebraska football fostered pride, resilience, and camaraderie, serving as the state's cultural heartbeat in the absence of professional sports. Its influence extended nationally, shaping recruiting, coaching strategies, and fan engagement models, with Memorial Stadium's electric atmosphere a pilgrimage site for football devotees. Nebraska football's decline began in the early 2000s, marked by coaching transitions and competitive struggles, but its spirit endured until the fateful decision to replace the red-white spring game with the Husker Games in 2025. Intended to modernize, the event's women's flag football, tractor pull, mechanical cow roping, and wing-eating contest drew less than 10,000 fans, a stark contrast to the spring game's 60,000, resulting in a $4 to $8 million economic loss and widespread fan disillusionment. The loss of tradition extinguished the program's soul, signaling its symbolic death on April 26, 2025. Survived by its loyal fans, alumni, and the University of Nebraska-Lincoln community, Nebraska football leaves a legacy of excellence, unity, and innovation. It is preceded in death by its former glory, eroded by modern pressures like the transfer portal and shifting priorities. Memorial services will be held at Memorial Stadium on May 4, 2025, at 2 p.m., with a public gathering to honor its achievements. In lieu of flowers, donations are requested to the Husker Athletic Fund to support future athletic endeavors. Nebraska football will be missed for its electrifying games, communal spirit, and enduring impact on the state and sport it loved.
Francisco Vasquez de Coronado is celebrated as one of the earliest Europeans to explore the Platte River in what is now Nebraska, marking a pivotal moment in the exploration of North America. His expedition, driven by the allure of wealth and mythical cities, significantly contributed to the European understanding of the American landscape. In 1540, Coronado led an ambitious expedition from Mexico into the unknown territories of North America, following rumors of the 7 cities of Cibola, believed to be rich in gold. His journey took him across the diverse terrains of what are now Arizona, New Mexico, and into the Great Plains. While the exact route remains a matter of historical debate, there's a long-standing belief that his path crossed the Platte River, known to the native inhabitants as Nebraskier or Flat Water, in 1541. The Platte River, with its wide, shallow waters, became a significant geographical feature noted during European exploration. This river was not just a physical barrier but a pathway for native tribes like the Pawnee and later for westward expanding America. Coronado's expedition, while primarily focused on finding wealth, inadvertently mapped parts of the American interior, providing some of the earliest European descriptions of the Great Plains environment, including the vast buffalo herds and the native cultures that thrived there. Coronado's exploration brought him into contact with various indigenous peoples, from the Zuni in the southwest to the tribes of the plains. These interactions, though often fraught with misunderstanding and conflict, laid the groundwork for future European engagements in the region. His expedition, despite not finding the wealth he sought, contributed to the knowledge of the continent by documenting the geography, flora, fauna, and human societies of the areas he traversed. Francisco Vasquez de Coronado's exploration efforts were instrumental in opening up the heart of North America to European knowledge. His journey to what might have been the Platte River in Nebraska underscores his role as a pioneer in the exploration of America's interior. His legacy in Nebraska, while partly mythicized, reflects the broader story of European exploration in America, marking the beginning of a long history of discovery, mapping, and cultural exchange in the vast landscapes of the New World.
Nebraska football wrapped up the 2024 season with a 7-6 record, a result that positions them as slightly better than average in the broader context of college football. However, for a program with Nebraska's storied past and high expectations, this record is considered below par. Despite securing a win in the bowl game, this season's tally marks a return to mediocrity for a team that has seen better days. The performance might be the new benchmark for Nebraska football, suggesting that this level of achievement could be as good as it gets moving forward, given the current landscape of college sports. The Huskers started the 2024 season with an impressive 5-1 record, showcasing a team that looked energized and complete. However, the narrative changed dramatically halfway through the season. The team that had shown promise earlier in the year seemed to unravel, leading to a series of losses that highlighted deficiencies in both strategy and execution. Head coach Matt Rhule, known for his motivational speaking, was optimistic at the season's start, but found his tone shifting as the team's performance dipped. Rhule, who has faced criticism for his in-game decisions, particularly his management of time and questionable play calls, eventually made a significant move by replacing the offensive coordinator mid-season. The former offensive coordinator of the Nebraska football team faced criticism for allowing personal issues and a negative attitude to impact his professional responsibilities, which resulted in his demotion instead of termination. His lackluster coaching performance cast doubts on his prospects for future employment, yet he remained on staff due to his long-standing connection with the head coach. This choice has been perceived by many as an error, considering his history of underachievement, indicating the team might benefit from progression beyond this known shortfall. The introduction of a new coordinator, despite his own public controversies, ushered in a strategic refresh and morale uplift, leading to a modest improvement in team performance. This shift underscores the intricate balance between loyalty and effective leadership, offering hope for a revitalization of Nebraska's football program. The 2024 season also marked the debut of a 5-star quarterback recruit, a legacy player whose father played for Nebraska. This quarterback began the season with notable control and accuracy, but faced significant challenges mid-season, attributed in part to the former offensive coordinator's influence. The young quarterback's performance improved under the new offensive coordinator, setting a hopeful tone for future seasons. The landscape of college football has undergone significant transformation, propelled by legal outcomes such as the House v. NCAA settlement, affecting roster limits, scholarship allocations, and the fundamental framework of collegiate athletics. Nebraska, once celebrated for its storied history, now navigates this altered terrain where competitive balance seems to be shaped more by progressive policies and administrative initiatives focused on diversity, equity, and inclusion, rather than the traditional values of hard work, teamwork, and competitive spirit. The NCAA's shift to a 105-player roster limit for the 2025 season, replacing the earlier 85 scholarship cap, is perceived by some as a method to introduce liberal ideological changes under the guise of equalized opportunities, signaling a significant cultural shift. This policy has raised concerns regarding the potential decline of the walk-on tradition at Nebraska, where most walk-ons hail from the state's largely white population. Critics contend this move might be part of a broader plan to change the demographic composition of college football teams, particularly affecting programs like Nebraska, renowned for providing opportunities to non-scholarship athletes to showcase their talent. These athletes, often viewed as undiscovered gems or dreamers, now see their chances diminished, which some attribute to the NCAA's underlying agenda. The influence of external policies originating from questionable sources concerning players' safety and development indicates a move to intertwine sports with political and social agendas. This shift is perceived by critics as an encroachment by subversive forces, intent on altering college football's foundational values and traditions. They fear that the sport, once defined by athletic achievement and teamwork, is now being reshaped to fit broader ideological narratives, potentially diluting its core essence. Nebraska fans are left to navigate these changes, with the understanding that the championship days of the past are not likely to return in this new era. The Huskers are now positioned to be a team with average seasons, occasionally punctuated by better years, but without the dominance they once enjoyed. The team's facilities, history, and fan base remain strong, yet the sport itself is in flux, with rules and regulations increasingly influenced by those outside the traditional football community. As Nebraska looks to the future, the balance between maintaining competitive integrity and adapting to these sweeping changes will define its place in college football. The 2024 season, with its ups and downs, might just be as good as it gets for Nebraska football in this transformed landscape.
The journey from Africa to Nebraska encapsulates a complex migration saga, driven by two primary systems and shaped by the divergent policies of U.S. administrations. At one end lies the United Nations High Commissioner for Refugees, UNHCR, a structured legal pipeline that methodically resettles individuals from African camps to places like Omaha, offering welfare support and a path to integration. At the other, a shadow network of smugglers propels travelers through South America's perilous routes to the U.S. border, promising speed but delivering risk, with no safety net upon reaching Nebraska. These dual pathways, illustrated by a woman navigating UNHCR's vetting or a man enduring smuggler-led treks, form the backbone of African migration to the Midwest, though they are not the whole story. Beyond them, traditional legal immigration, family reunification, student visas, and clandestine crossings weave additional threads into this intricate tapestry. Together, they deliver thousands annually to Nebraska, a pragmatic endpoint where subsidized housing and labor-intensive jobs await. The UNHCR system, funded by billions in international aid, operates as a deliberate conveyor belt. From sprawling camps across Africa, it prioritizes vulnerable individuals, often women and children, through years of vetting, culminating in publicly funded flights to the U.S. In Nebraska, arrivals access rent assistance, health care, and work permits, easing their transition into communities like Omaha's growing African enclaves. Conversely, the smuggler-driven route thrives on cash and urgency. Travelers, often men with fewer resources for legal paths, pay thousands to journey from African hubs to South America, then trek northward, aiming for asylum at the U.S. border. Success lands them in Nebraska's labor pool, but tightened policies can strand them in Mexican encampments, far from their goal. These systems, while dominant, coexist with other routes, visas, family ties, or irregular crossings that further diversify the flow. U.S. policies under Biden, 2021 to 2025, amplified both legal and illicit arrivals, filling Omaha's complexes. Trump's 2025 clampdown stalled them, swelling camps abroad. This report explores these dynamics, dissecting a migration machine fueled by quotas, economics, and human determination, persistently channeling Africans to Nebraska's plains. Part 1. The Dual Pathways and Beyond. Two distinct immigration systems facilitate the movement of Africans to the United States, exemplified by a structured legal pipeline managed by the United Nations High Commissioner for Refugees, UNHCR, and a rugged, smuggler-driven network traversing South America. These primary routes, shaped by shifting U.S. policies under different administrations, consistently deliver individuals to places like Nebraska. For illustrative purposes, a female traveler might navigate the UNHCR's orderly process, arriving in Omaha with access to welfare support, while a male counterpart might rely on smugglers, only to find himself delayed in a Mexican encampment. Notably, these gendered examples serve merely as narrative guides. Individuals of any gender can and do pursue either path, though the UN often prioritizes women and children, while men may more frequently opt for alternative routes due to differing circumstances or resources. Beyond these core systems, additional avenues such as traditional legal immigration, family reunification, student visas, and less documented crossings further diversify the journey from Africa to Nebraska. This series offers a pragmatic examination of a complex, persistent mechanism, one driven less by ideology and more by quotas, economics, and systemic gaps. The UNHCR's legal framework operates as a deliberate, if cumbersome, conveyor belt. An individual might begin in an African camp, one of many funded by international donors and managed by a sprawling network of humanitarian organizations. With billions allocated annually, the UNHCR oversees millions displaced across the continent, distributing essentials like food and shelter through its partners. Priority within this system often favors those with dependence or heightened vulnerability, a calculus that can expedite processing for some over others. The journey culminates in a vetted resettlement to the U.S., typically after years of waiting, with travel costs borne by public funds through entities like the International Organization for Migration. Upon arrival in Nebraska, the newcomer enters a structured support system: temporary rent assistance, emergency health care, and eventual work authorization, designed to integrate them into communities like Omaha, where affordable housing and labor-intensive industries await. In contrast, the smuggler-driven route offers a faster, riskier alternative. An individual might secure passage from an African hub to South America, leveraging lax entry protocols or modest bribes to board a flight. This path demands significant upfront investment, often thousands of dollars sourced from family or bartered assets, followed by a grueling overland trek through multiple countries. Success hinges on reaching the U.S. border, where an asylum claim might grant entry, leading to self-reliant settlement in Nebraska without the safety net of welfare programs. The efficiency of this illicit system, however, faces disruption under tightened border policies, stranding travelers in makeshift camps far from their intended destination. These two systems dominate the narrative, yet they are not exhaustive. Other channels, legal visas secured through embassies, family petitions, academic opportunities, or clandestine border hops, contribute to Nebraska's growing African diaspora. Each route reflects a blend of opportunity and obstacle, shaped by policy swings and practical realities. Together, they form a multifaceted migration machine, one that persists through decades of administrative adjustments, delivering hundreds annually to the American Midwest with varying degrees of formality and support. Part 2. The UNHCR's legal pipeline. The UNHCR's resettlement process represents a cornerstone of legal migration from Africa to the United States, channeling individuals through a highly structured, internationally funded system. An individual might start in one of the agency's camps scattered across the continent, facilities sustained by billions in donor contributions from nations like the US and European powers. These camps, often sprawling and overcrowded, serve as temporary hubs where the UNHCR and its partners, nonprofits and local governments, manage the distribution of food, shelter, and basic medical care. Within this framework, eligibility for resettlement hinges on a meticulous vetting process, with priority often extended to those with dependents or compelling cases. A policy that can elevate certain profiles over others based on bureaucratic criteria rather than universal need. Once selected, the journey to the U.S. unfolds methodically. Under the Biden administration, which concluded in January 2025, this pipeline operated at a steady hum. Thousands were relocated annually, their flights coordinated and funded through the International Organization for Migration, a UN-affiliated body reliant on taxpayer dollars. Arrival in Nebraska, particularly in cities like Omaha, triggers an immediate support package. A few months of rent assistance, access to emergency health care, school enrollment for children, and eventually a work permit. These benefits aim to ease the transition into local economies, where industries such as meatpacking offer accessible, if demanding, employment. Language barriers and cultural adjustments persist as challenges. Yet the system is engineered to absorb these newcomers, placing them in affordable housing complexes that have become focal points for community growth. The process, however, is not without its frictions. The years-long wait in camps, coupled with rigorous security screenings, can stall even the most eligible candidates. Local reception in Nebraska varies. Some residents view the welfare provisions with a wary eye, questioning the allocation of resources to non-citizens. Under Biden's tenure, the pipeline's output peaked, delivering hundreds to Omaha annually, a flow that bolstered the state's African population, but also strained public perception of the system's fairness. The mechanism's reliance on international funding and domestic political will render it vulnerable to shifts in policy, a reality that became starkly evident with the transition to a new administration in early 2025. This legal pathway stands as a testament to a global commitment to orderly migration, yet its execution reveals a pragmatic undercurrent. The UNHCR's quotas and donor-driven budgets ensure a steady churn of cases, less a humanitarian triumph than a managed exchange of people for resources. For those who navigate it, the route offers a rare, if slow, ticket to stability in places like Nebraska, provided the political winds in Washington allow the planes to keep flying. Part 3. The Smuggler's Hustle. Parallel to the UNHCR's legal framework runs a shadow system powered by smugglers, a network that thrives on speed, cash, and calculated risk. An individual opting for this route might begin in an African city, pooling resources, money from relatives, proceeds from sold possessions, to purchase a one-way ticket to South America. Countries with lenient visa policies or porous enforcement serve as entry points, where modest payment can secure passage past immigration checks. This initial leg, while costly, is merely the prelude to a punishing overland journey through jungles, deserts, and border zones, all orchestrated by a smuggling industry estimated to generate billions globally. The goal? The U.S. border, where an asylum claim might unlock entry. Under the Biden administration, this path proved viable for many. Crossing into the U.S. often led to release pending legal proceedings, allowing travelers to reach Nebraska independently. Omaha's meatpacking plants and low-cost housing became natural endpoints, where self-sufficiency replaced the welfare support offered to legal arrivals. The journey, though swift compared to UN vetting, carried steep personal costs. Debts in the thousands, physical exhaustion, and the constant threat of detention or violence. Hundreds made it annually, blending into the state's African enclaves without fanfare or public assistance. The landscape shifted dramatically with Donald Trump's inauguration on January 20th, 2025. A reinstated Stay South policy, echoing his first term's border controls, halted progress for many mid-journey. Encampments in Mexico, ramshackle clusters, now holding thousands, became bottlenecks, with smugglers adapting by raising fees to circumvent heightened patrols. For those caught in this limbo, Nebraska recedes from reach, the promise of work and stability deferred indefinitely. The system's resilience persists, however. Operators continue to profit, adjusting routes and prices to exploit gaps in enforcement. This illicit hustle underscores a stark, transactional reality. Unlike the UNHCR's subsidized pipeline, the smuggler's route demands payment up front and offers no safety net. Success depends on individual grit and the whims of border policy. Its appeal lies in its immediacy, bypassing years of bureaucratic delay. Yet its pitfalls are equally pronounced. Stranding in foreign camps, financial ruin, or outright failure. For Nebraska, the arrivals via this channel add to the state's demographic tapestry. But their journey reflects a raw, unfiltered pursuit of opportunity, one that bends but rarely breaks under administrative pressure. Part 4. Systems Compared and Other Paths. The UNHCR pipeline and smuggler network, while distinct, share a common endpoint: Nebraska. The legal route delivers hundreds annually, often with a higher proportion of women and families due to UN prioritization, landing them in Omaha with structured support. The smuggler's path, favored by those seeking speed or lacking UN eligibility, brings a steady stream, frequently men, into the same communities, albeit without public aid. Both systems capitalize on human displacement, one for institutional quotas and donor funding, the other for raw profit. Congestion marks their weak points. African camps overflow with waiting applicants, while Mexico's border sites swell under tightened U.S. controls. Their differences are equally pronounced. The UN process, though legal, moves at a glacial pace, its vetting and welfare perks funded by taxpayers. The smuggler's route, illegal and self-financed, offers rapid transit, but no guarantees. Success hinges on border porosity and personal resources. Biden's policies amplified both, easing legal flights and border crossings alike. Trump's 2025 clampdown froze the former and slowed the latter, shifting the burden to foreign holding zones. Beyond these dominant systems, other pathways from Africa to Nebraska merit attention. Traditional legal immigration, work visas, family-based petitions, or diversity lottery wins channels a smaller, select group through U.S. embassies. These avenues, while lawful, demand patience, fees, and often sponsorship, yielding a trickle of arrivals to Nebraska's urban centers. Student visas offer another entry, with Africans enrolling in universities, some overstaying to join the workforce. A costly, limited option. Less visible are irregular crossings, bypassing camps and South America entirely. Smugglers might ferry individuals via Canada or maritime routes, depositing them into the U.S. underground, or some surface in Nebraska's labor pool. These alternatives, though real, lack the scale and visibility of the UN and smuggler systems. Together, this array of routes paints a fuller picture of migration's mechanics, legal grinds, illicit dashes, and everything between. Nebraska absorbs them all. Its meatpacking plants and affordable housing a quiet magnet. Yet the state's role remains a passive one, shaped by forces far beyond its borders. Part 5. Administration's Angles and Historical Context. U.S. policy has long dictated the ebb and flow of African migration to Nebraska, with the Biden and Trump administrations offering contrasting blueprints. Biden's tenure, 2021 to 2025, opened the taps wide. The UNHCR pipeline peaked, flying thousands from camps to welfare-supported homes in Omaha, while smugglers exploited lax borders to deliver millions nationwide, hundreds reaching Nebraska. Legal visas and family reunification flowed more freely, too, amplifying the state's African influx. The approach prioritized volume. Camps emptied faster, complexes filled, though it drew scrutiny for its scale and cost. Trump's second term, beginning January 20th, 2025, reversed course. Legal resettlement flights halted abruptly, stranding candidates in Africa, while border closures parked smuggler-led travelers in Mexican camps. Nebraska's arrivals dipped. Hundreds still trickled through legal backlogs or smuggling cracks, but the chokehold tightened. Camps overseas and south of the border swelled, a visible consequence of control over chaos. The shift didn't dismantle the systems. it merely redirected their pressure points. This oscillation builds on decades of precedent. The 1980 Refugee Act under Carter laid the groundwork, admitting tens of thousands annually through measured UNHCR resettlement. Reagan, Clinton, Bush, and Obama tweaked the pace. Camps drained gradually, borders saw quieter illicit flows, and legal channels like visas chugged along. Trump's first term, 2017 to 2021, squeezed both, reducing flights and tightening borders. Biden's reversal unleashed them. Trump's 2025 return locked them down again. Through it all, Nebraska has remained a steady recipient, its African population growing incrementally under each administration's adjustments. Never fully stemmed, never fully unleashed. The interplay of policy and migration reveals a system in constant flux, bending to political will without breaking. Its persistence owes less to design and more to momentum. Quotas, cash, and human determination keep it turning, delivering a steady stream to the Midwest regardless of who holds the reins. Conclusion: the journey from Africa to Nebraska, as chronicled in this series, reveals a multifaceted migration system that has delivered countless individuals to the American Midwest through a blend of structured legal channels, illicit smuggling networks, and lesser-known pathways. At its core, this is how Africans have arrived in Nebraska, thousands annually settling into Nebraska's communities and labor pool, their presence a testament to a persistent, adaptable machine shaped by policy, economics, and determination. The UNHCR's legal pipeline and the smuggler-driven route stand as the twin pillars of this movement, each carving distinct trails from African origins to Nebraska's plains, while additional routes like visas, family ties, and irregular crossings layer in complexity. Together, these paths explain the demographic tapestry now woven into the state's fabric. The UNHCR system, with its camps and vetting, has funneled many into Nebraska under a banner of order and welfare. Individuals, often prioritized if they have dependents, endure years of processing before landing in Omaha with rent assistance and work permits, a slow but subsidized passage funded by international donors and U.S. taxpayers. Conversely, the smuggler's hustle offers a swifter, riskier alternative, drawing others from African hubs through South America to the U.S. border. These travelers, self-financed and without a safety net, reach Nebraska through on foot power, only to face delays or detours when policies tighten. Both systems, despite their contrasts, converge on the same endpoint: Nebraska's labor-driven communities, where meatpacking and agricultural-related jobs await. Beyond these dominant routes, other avenues have quietly contributed to the flow. Traditional legal immigration, visas won through lotteries or skills, brings a select few, while family reunification steadily grows Nebraska's African population and Omaha's enclaves. Student visas, though limited, add another thread, with some overstaying to join the workforce. Irregular crossings, shadowy and untracked, round out the picture, slipping individuals into Nebraska's underground economy. Each path, whether legal or illicit, underscores a singular truth. Africans have reached Nebraska through a web of options, each shaped by opportunity and obstacle. U.S. administrations have played a pivotal role in this narrative. Biden's tenure opened floodgates. UNHCR flights soared, smugglers thrived, and legal channels hummed, pouring thousands into Nebraska. Trump's 2025 return slammed them shut, stranding many in African or Mexican camps. The leaks persist through smuggling cracks and backlogs. Decades prior, from Carter's 1980 framework to Obama's steady pace, set the stage for this ebb and flow, a system tweaked but never dismantled. This oscillation explains the timing and volume of arrivals, yet the outcome remains constant: Nebraska as a destination. In essence, the Africans in Nebraska got here through obstinate, tangled network. UNHCR's conveyor, smugglers' detours, and a patchwork of alternatives, propelled by quotas, cash, and gaps. Omaha and all of Nebraska bear witness to their arrival, a pragmatic endpoint for a journey that bends to policy but rarely breaks. This is their route, from Africa to Nebraska, a migration machine that keeps turning, delivering Africans to the Midwest's heartland.
Nebraska's universities, once bastions of academic pursuit, have now become epicenters of racial agitation and race-based unlawful mistreatment through their so-called diversity, equity, and inclusion policies. These institutions, ranked from UNL to Grace University, have systematically adopted practices that favor racial diversity over competence, effectively discriminating against white students and faculty. The following critique unveils the dark underbelly of these DEI initiatives, exposing how they've been weaponized to subvert civil rights laws, which are in and of themselves fraudulent and subversive laws that can and have been selectively applied in order to promote the activities they were supposedly supposed to stop. But since these disruptive laws exist, there should be a focus on their misuse and how these institutions apply and abuse them. These institutions involved in egregious misconduct are promoting inequality and unjustifiably favoring certain groups under the guise of inclusivity for fraudulent purposes. The following are the rankings of the top 20 universities in Nebraska, based on data from various sources. This document includes factual summaries of the diversity, equity, and inclusion offices and initiatives at these institutions, along with documentation of allegations concerning the application of civil rights laws and discrimination policies. Several universities have adopted specific terminologies for diversity, equity, and inclusion. These terminologies are criticized for leading to practices that contradict the principles they ostensibly endorse, resulting in environments described as hypocritical and academically divisive, which are unlawful under the very laws these institutions use to augment and justify their discrimination. Number 1. University of Nebraska-Lincoln. The University of Nebraska-Lincoln has ostensibly dismantled its Office of Diversity and Inclusion, redistributing its functions under various departmental guises. This strategic rebranding does not reflect a cessation of discriminatory practices but rather a continuation of an anti-white agenda now veiled from legal and public scrutiny. UNL has effectively ignored civil rights statutes, creating an academic environment where merit is subjugated to racial considerations, thus systematically disadvantaging white students and faculty in admissions and employment. Number 2. Creighton University. Creighton University's Office of Institutional Diversity and Inclusion serves as a clear example of how diversity policies can be perverted to serve discriminatory ends. Under the banner of a Jesuit institution, Creighton employs its moral authority to advance a policy where racial identity supersedes individual merit in academic and professional opportunities. This approach not only disregards the fundamental principles of equality but also contravenes civil rights by selectively enforcing diversity at the expense of fairness. Number 3. University of Nebraska at Omaha. UNO's Office of Diversity, Equity, Access, and Inclusion (DEAI) epitomizes how diversity can be weaponized against a segment of the population. This office has become synonymous with anti-white bias, manipulating institutional processes to favor racial quotas over merit in both hiring and admissions. Such deliberate marginalization of a significant portion of its academic community undermines the institution's commitment to equal opportunity, reflecting a policy deeply at odds with civil rights principles. Number 4. University of Nebraska at Kearney. UNK's Office of Diversity and Inclusion stands accused of fostering divisiveness by prioritizing racial diversity over individual merit. Their initiatives have created an atmosphere where white individuals are marginalized, with access to opportunities systematically curtailed. This office's approach to diversity directly challenges civil rights by promoting a divisive ideology that undermines the pursuit of true equality in academia. Number 5. Nebraska Wesleyan University. Nebraska Wesleyan's Multicultural Affairs Office exemplifies the transformation of DI into a divisive tool. Rather than fostering unity, this office promotes policies that disadvantage white students, potentially relegating them to secondary status in favor of a diversity metric. This not only questions the ethical foundation of the institution but also places it in a precarious position legally, as such practices might contravene the civil rights legislation intended to prevent discrimination based on race. Number 6. Doane University. Doane University's Diversity and Inclusion Committee is a stark illustration of how the concept of a colorblind society has been abandoned in favor of a racially engineered academic environment. By prioritizing race over merit in both admissions and hiring, this committee actively discriminates, flouting the principles of equal opportunity. Their actions suggest a deliberate strategy to manipulate diversity policies to achieve discriminatory outcomes under the pretense of inclusivity. Number 7. Hastings College. Hastings College's Diversity and Inclusion Committee has transformed the academic pursuit into a battleground of racial metrics over merit. This committee's policies actively discriminate against white students and staff, promoting an institutional culture where diversity is measured by racial composition rather than academic or professional excellence. This approach not only affronts justice but also risks legal repercussions for its disregard for equal treatment under the law. Number 8. Bellevue University. Bellevue University's Diversity, Equity, and Inclusion Council represents a critical juncture where the pursuit of equity has led to the subversion of meritocracy. This council has established a framework where white individuals are marginalized, often in favor of less qualified candidates who fit the diversity criteria. Such practices under the guise of promoting equity are, in reality, a calculated exploitation of civil rights laws to discriminate against whites, highlighting a significant ethical and legal lapse. Number 9. Midland University. Midland University's Office of Diversity, Equity and Inclusion is a glaring example of how DEI can be used to disadvantage white individuals. The policies enacted by this office are indicative of a deep-seated bias, where opportunities are not awarded based on merit but on racial identity. This is not a promotion of equity but rather a perpetuation of inequality under the deceptive guise of diversity. Number 10. Concordia University, Nebraska. The Diversity Committee at Concordia University, Nebraska utilizes its Christian ethos to mask racial discrimination. By designing DEI policies that give preferential treatment based on race, this committee violates the principle of equal protection under the law, betraying the Christian values of fairness and love for all. Number 11. Peru State College. Peru State's Diversity and Inclusion Task Force has redefined diversity as a means for racial exclusion. Rather than promoting an equitable academic environment, this task force focuses on ensuring lesser representation of white individuals, which is not only a perverse interpretation of inclusivity but also a direct violation of civil rights. Number 12. Wayne State College. Wayne State's Office of Inclusive Excellence is ironically a center for racial manipulation. By concentrating on racial quotas rather than merit, this office has engineered a system where white students and faculty face inherent disadvantages, thereby mocking the civil rights laws meant to ensure equality. Number 13. Chadron State College. Chadron State's DEI initiatives, managed by the Office of Equity, Inclusion and Multicultural Affairs, are criticized for promoting anti-white bias. Their policies utilize diversity as a justification for discrimination, transforming inclusivity into exclusion under a different label. Number 14. College of St. Mary. At the College of St. Mary, the Office of Diversity and Inclusion is paradoxically an agent of exclusion. This office has reimagined equality as racial engineering, where white individuals are systematically overlooked in favor of those who enhance the racial diversity of the college. This practice not only mocks the essence of civil rights but also uses gender inclusivity as a smokescreen for racial discrimination, betraying the spirit of educational justice. Number 15. Clarkson College. Clarkson's Diversity and Inclusion Council is accused of distorting admissions and faculty hiring to favor racial diversity over merit. Such actions not only discriminate but might also be considered fraudulent, given the misrepresentation of their commitment to equality. Number 16. York College. York College's Office of Diversity and Inclusion is implicated in creating an environment where white students are systematically less favored. Their DI policies pose a direct challenge to civil rights by using race as the primary criterion for opportunity allocation. Number 17. Summit Christian College. Summit's Diversity and Inclusion Task Force is accused of using Christian ideals to justify racial discrimination. Their policies represent a betrayal of Christian principles, prioritizing racial division over unity. Number 18. Nebraska College of Technical Agriculture. This college's diversity committee manipulates opportunities to disadvantage white students, using DI as a facade for racial favoritism, which starkly contravenes the intentions of civil rights legislation. Number 19. Union College. Union's Diversity and Inclusion Committee is criticized for policies that disadvantage white individuals under the banner of diversity, actions that could be seen as criminal misrepresentation. Number 20. Grace University. Post-merger, Grace's legacy of DI through its former Diversity and Inclusion Office is marked by accusations of using civil rights as a tool for racial engineering, systematically disadvantaging white individuals in potentially criminal ways. The rampant misuse of diversity, equity, and inclusion policies across Nebraska's universities showcases a disturbing trend where the pursuit of diversity, falsely labeled, has led to real corruption and criminal activity under current civil rights and anti-discriminatory laws, resulting in blatant discrimination against white individuals. These institutions have not only breached ethical boundaries but potentially the law as well, manipulating civil rights to serve a divisive agenda. This systemic bias, hidden behind offices with names like Diversity and Inclusion or Equity, Access and Inclusion, serves as a stark reminder of how subversive intentions, cloaked under flowery names, are perverted into tools of exclusion. It's imperative that these practices are legally scrutinized and that corrective measures are implemented to restore the integrity of Western education and merit-based academic achievement. The universities must dismantle these discriminatory structures and recommit to a merit-based system where race does not dictate opportunity. Without such accountability, these institutions continue to foster an environment of racial animus, undermining the very values of fairness and justice they claim to uphold. The time for action is now, to ensure that education remains a field where merit reigns supreme.
Nebraska's media landscape, encompassing newspapers, radio stations, and television outlets, languishes under corporate domination, where investors and flawed diversity, equity, and inclusion policies undermine local journalism, delivering uniform content that betrays the state's communities. Corporate media companies prioritize profit over authentic reporting, stifling Nebraska's voice with standardized narratives that erase the unique perspectives of its rural and urban citizens. DI policies intensify this crisis by diverting resources from substantive journalism to performative agendas, weakening newsroom integrity and public discourse. These policies serve as corporate tools, prioritizing superficial metrics over merit, ensuring media reflects external agendas rather than Nebraska's priorities. Corporate ownership and DEI initiatives destroy Nebraska's media autonomy, sidelining the state's citizens in favor of profit-driven interests. The corporate takeover has reshaped Nebraska's media, with major companies acquiring local outlets and imposing centralized editorial control. Newspapers, once reflective of community voices, now share identical headlines and designs due to reliance on wire services like the Associated Press and corporate content management systems, creating homogenized news. Television and radio stations depend on syndicated programming, reducing coverage of local concerns such as rural broadband access, water management policies, municipal governance, infrastructure projects, and economic development initiatives. Investors enforce cost-cutting measures that slash newsroom budgets, prioritizing revenue over quality journalism, ensuring national narratives overshadow community-specific issues, leaving Nebraska's media bereft of regional identity. DEI policies, adopted by corporate media, fail to serve communities, functioning as mechanisms for corporate image building rather than genuine journalism. These initiatives prioritize diversity quotas over merit-based hiring, misallocating resources to superficial metrics that disrupt newsroom operations and undermine journalistic credibility. Public distrust in these policies, evident in widespread criticism, exposes their role as external agendas that prioritize corporate and political interests over authentic reporting. In a state with a predominantly white demographic, DI policies often alienate local audiences by imposing frameworks ill-suited to Nebraska's cultural context, further eroding trust in media institutions. Corporate domination, combined with DI's failures, ensures Nebraska's media serves external masters, delivering content that reflects profit-driven and politically motivated priorities over the needs of rural and urban communities. The 1996 Telecommunications Act, by relaxing ownership restrictions to allow corporations to acquire multiple media outlets across regions, thereby enabling centralized control and reducing local competition, facilitated this corporate takeover, stripping Nebraska's media of its independence. By removing caps on ownership, the act allowed companies to consolidate newspapers, television, and radio stations, replacing local voices with standardized directives. Investors, prioritizing revenue, drive this erosion by enforcing budget cuts that limit quality staffing and investigative journalism. The resulting media landscape, marked by uniform reporting and flawed DI efforts, delivers news that reflects corporate and political priorities over community concerns. This report examines corporate consolidation, investor influence, DEI policy failures, and biased news content, using evidence from the prior conversation to expose how these forces destroy local journalism and impose external narratives. It emphasizes the betrayal caused by corporate control and DEI fallacies, demanding a return to local ownership to restore Nebraska's media integrity and ensure content reflects the state's true priorities. Part 1. Corporate acquisitions stifle local voices. The 1996 Telecommunications Act, by lifting restrictions on media ownership and permitting corporations to acquire multiple outlets across regions, fostered centralized control and diminished local competition, enabling Lee Enterprises to dominate Nebraska's newspapers, controlling 9 of the top 10, including the Omaha World Herald, Lincoln Journal-Star, North Platte Telegraph, Kearney Hub, Scottsbluff Star-Herald, Columbus Telegram, York News-Times, Fremont Tribune, and Grand Island. Independent, acquired in 2020 from Berkshire Hathaway's BH Media Group. Gray Television owns television stations like WOWT in Omaha and KOLN/KGIN in Lincoln/Grand Island, while iHeartMedia and NRG Media manage radio stations such as KFAB and KLIN. This consolidation produces uniform content, with headline echoes and cookie-cutter journalism undermining Nebraska's public by diminishing regional distinctiveness, despite some outlets maintaining corporately influenced local coverage. Lee Enterprises newspapers, including the Omaha World Herald, Lincoln Journal-Star, and Columbus Telegram, deliver identical layouts and associated press content, reflecting cost-saving strategies that produce standardized stories aligned with corporate agendas. These outlets include local coverage, but it is shaped by corporate-driven initiatives and angles that mirror national narratives, betraying Nebraska's public by prioritizing profit over authentic regional reporting. Gray television stations combine regionalized broadcasts with local coverage molded by corporate priorities, aligning with national corporate narratives. iHeartMedia's KFAB and NRG's KLIN include local coverage tailored to corporate agendas, alongside syndicated programs that emphasize national corporate narratives, compromising Nebraska's unique media voice. The 2007 acquisition of the York News-Times by Lee Enterprises integrated this outlet into a corporate framework, aligning its local coverage with the standardized model of Lee's portfolio, where content reflects corporate-driven angles that serve corporate agendas. Gray Television's 1987 purchase of KOLN Unified Television Operations ensuring stations like WOWT deliver regionalized broadcasts with local content shaped by corporate priorities. Radio stations acquired by iHeartMedia and NRG Media in the early 2000s incorporate local coverage slanted by corporate initiatives alongside ad-driven syndicated content that follows national corporate narratives, betraying Nebraska's public by prioritizing revenue over genuine reporting. Centralized control strips editors of the ability to produce unique content, with standardized templates creating a homogenized media product across Lee's newspapers, such as the Fremont Tribune and Gray's stations. iHeartMedia's KFAB delivers nationalized narratives alongside local coverage skewed by corporate agendas, reinforcing corporate priorities over regional concerns. This uniformity, driven by corporate consolidation, ensures Nebraska's media serves as a conduit for corporate interests, with both national and local content reflecting profit-driven agendas. The reliance on Associated Press content and syndicated programming across newspapers, television, and radio creates a media landscape that prioritizes profit over journalism, betraying Nebraska's public by delivering content that reflects corporate interests rather than community values. This corporate dominance necessitates a return to local ownership to revive authentic reporting that reflects Nebraska's priorities. Part 2. Investor pressures prioritize profit over communities. Investors prioritize profit over Nebraska's media, eroding local journalism by enforcing budget cuts that betray community priorities. BlackRock, Vanguard Group, Cannell Capital, Gamco Investors, PIMCO, and Berkshire Hathaway hold significant stakes in publicly traded media companies like Lee Enterprises, Gray Television, iHeartMedia, and EW Scripps. These investors treat Nebraska's media as revenue-generating assets, slashing budgets to favor syndicated content over in-depth reporting, ensuring community priorities are overshadowed by national narratives that lack regional relevance. Lee Enterprises, owning the Omaha World Herald, Fremont Tribune, North Platte Telegraph, Kearney Hub, Scottsbluff Star Herald, Columbus Telegram, York News Times, Lincoln Journal Star, and Grand Island Independent, faces relentless pressure from Cannell Capital's 8.6% stake to reduce operational costs, limiting resources for quality journalism. This financial squeeze ensures newspapers rely on Associated Press content, producing uniform headlines that align with corporate agendas rather than community interests. Gray Television, with BlackRock's 15.3% stake, consolidates newsrooms for stations like WOWT in Omaha and KOLN/KGIN and Lincoln/Grand Island, favoring regional broadcasts that prioritize cost efficiency over localized reporting to iHeartMedia's KFAB. Backed by PIMCO's 10% stake, airs syndicated programs alongside local content shaped by corporate policies and talking points, aligning with national narratives that prioritize corporate revenue goals over authentic community needs. Hearst Television, owning KETV in Omaha, avoids some investor pressure as a family-owned entity, but focuses on urban markets, often neglecting broader Nebraska priorities in favor of corporate strategies. Private companies like NRG Media and Alpha Media, owning KLIN and K4, answer to investors like Berkshire Hathaway, centralizing content to maximize revenue and aligning with national narratives that betray community trust. The 1996 Telecommunications Act enabled this consolidation by allowing corporations to dominate multiple media outlets, fostering uniform narratives that serve investors over citizens, betraying the public's right to authentic journalism. Investor pressures produce headline echoes across Lee's newspapers, with Associated Press content dominating to minimize expenses, creating a homogenized media product that lacks regional distinctiveness. Gray stations, such as WOWT, prioritize profit-driven regional programming, sidelining community-specific content. iHeartMedia's KFAB and NRG's KLIN, despite local coverage, incorporate syndicated shows that reflect certain corporate priorities, undermining Nebraska's media autonomy. The 2007 acquisition of the York News Times by Lee Enterprises exemplifies this loss of autonomy as newspapers shift to corporate oversight, ensuring media reflects investor-driven agendas rather than community needs. This financial grip transforms Nebraska's media into a tool for corporate agendas, with investors like BlackRock and Vanguard enforcing budget cuts that limit investigative journalism. The reliance on syndicated content across Lee's newspapers, Gray stations, and iHeartMedia's radio outlets creates a media landscape that prioritizes revenue over authenticity, betraying Nebraska's public by delivering approved narratives detached from regional character. The corporate stranglehold ensures that media serves as a mouthpiece for investor priorities, neglecting the public's need for independent reporting. This betrayal demands a return to local control to restore journalistic independence, ensuring Nebraska's media reflects community priorities rather than corporate profits. Part 3. DI policies promote anti-white agendas. DI policies in Nebraska's media companies promote anti-white agendas, prioritizing diversity hires over merit-based hiring, weakening newsrooms and betraying community needs in a predominantly white state. Lee Enterprises, Gray Television, iHeartMedia, EW Scripps, Hearst Television, NRG Media, and Alpha Media implement public DI policies that favor unqualified hires to meet corporate quotas, undermining journalistic quality. These policies serve corporate and political interests, exploiting diversity initiatives to advance social engineering in a state ill-suited for such agendas, prioritizing external priorities over authentic journalism. Lee Enterprises, controlling 9 of Nebraska's top 10 newspapers, including the Omaha World Herald, Lincoln Journal-Star, North Platte Telegraph, Kearney Hub, Scottsbluff Star-Herald, Columbus Telegram, York News Times, Fremont Tribune, and Grand Island Independent, enforces DI policies that prioritize diversity hires, leaving papers like the Scottsbluff Star-Herald with underqualified staff, diminishing the quality of community event coverage. Gray Television, owning stations like WOWT in Omaha and KOLN/KJAN in Lincoln/Grand Island, implements DI initiatives that favor quotas over expertise, weakening the depth of municipal governance reporting. iHeartMedia's KFAB, despite covering Nebraska governance, adopts leftist talking points disguised as conservative, mixing personalities with liberal viewpoints to align with corporate agendas, betraying listeners with inauthentic content that prioritizes external narratives over community trust. EW Scripps, operating KMTV in Omaha and Hearst Television, managing KETV, focus DI efforts on urban markets, neglecting rural communities, and aligning with corporate goals that undermine local relevance. NRG Media and Alpha Media, owning KLIN and K4, implement public DI policies that prioritize anti-white hiring, favoring unqualified staff to meet corporate quotas, resulting in diminished journalistic integrity. These policies reflect corporate strategies to cut costs by hiring less experienced personnel, exploiting DI to advance social engineering in a predominantly white state, betraying Nebraska's communities by prioritizing external agendas over merit-based journalism. Nebraska Public Media, aligned with National Public Radio and Public Broadcasting Service values, produces fake news from the government, delivering content that Nebraskans reject for its lack of credibility, with 2025 federal funding cuts reflecting public disinterest in its politically motivated narratives. Omaha Public Schools KIOS, also tied to National Public Radio, promotes similar DI-driven fake news, ignored by Nebraskans who favor numerous alternative listening options for their reliability and relevance. These outlets prioritize corporate and political agendas, using DI to justify content that lacks authenticity, further eroding public trust in Nebraska's media landscape. Corporations adopt anti-white DI policies in a predominantly white state to align with political agendas and advance social engineering, betraying communities by prioritizing corporate posturing over merit. These policies weaken newsrooms by favoring unqualified hires, ensuring media serves external interests rather than local priorities. The corporate imposition of DEI undermines authentic journalism, as companies exploit diversity quotas to meet superficial goals, neglecting the need for skilled journalists who can deliver credible reporting. This betrayal necessitates a rejection of anti-white DEI policies to restore newsroom integrity, ensuring Nebraska's media prioritizes community values over corporate-driven social and political agendas. Part 4. Slanted content betrays community trust. Corporate ownership imposes slanted content on Nebraska's media, replacing authentic journalism with nationalized narratives that betray community trust. Lee Enterprises newspapers, Gray television stations, and iHeartMedia's radio outlets rely on syndicated content, producing headline echoes that align with corporate agendas. External partisan outlets like the Nebraska Independent further distort discourse, serving corporate and political interests over public needs, while locally owned outlets like the Norfolk Daily News and WJAG resist these influences, preserving community-focused journalism. Lee Enterprises newspapers, including the Omaha World Herald, Lincoln Journal-Star, North Platte Telegraph, Kearney Hub, Scottsbluff Star-Herald, Columbus Telegram, York News-Times, Fremont Tribune, and Grand Island Independent, produce uniform headlines through Associated Press content, driven by BlackRock and Cannell Capital's budget cuts. These outlets include local coverage shaped by corporate-driven initiatives, reflecting angles that mirror national corporate narratives, undermining community trust. Gray Television's WOWT in Omaha and KOLN/KGIN in Lincoln/Grand Island deliver regionalized broadcasts with local content molded by corporate priorities, aligning with national narratives that prioritize revenue over authenticity. iHeartMedia's KFAB and NRG Media's KLIN air syndicated programs alongside local coverage tailored to corporate policies and talking points, compromising Nebraska's unique media voice with content that serves corporate interests. The Nebraska Independent, launched in 2024 with Democratic funding, delivers partisan content disguised as local news, undermining trust by promoting external agendas that prioritize political goals over community needs. Nebraska Public Media, aligned with national public radio and public broadcasting service values, produces fake news, delivering skewed content that Nebraskans reject for its lack of credibility, with 2025 federal funding cuts reflecting public disinterest. Omaha Public Schools KIOS, also tied to National Public Radio, promotes similar fake news, ignored by Nebraskans who favor numerous alternative listening options for their reliability. In contrast, PBC's family-owned Norfolk Daily News and WAG resist corporate influences, maintaining robust coverage of community governance, school boards, economic development, and infrastructure projects in Norfolk. These outlets, deeply rooted in community values, prioritize authentic reporting, covering local events like city council meetings, educational initiatives, and regional business growth without succumbing to syndicated narratives, serving as exemplars of independent journalism that reflect Nebraska's true priorities. This homogenized news, known as cookie-cutter journalism, ensures Nebraska's media serves corporate interests, with both national and local content reflecting profit-driven agendas. Lee's newspapers, Gray's stations, and iHeartMedia's radio outlets deliver slanted local coverage alongside syndicated programming, betraying Nebraskans by prioritizing corporate goals over community trust. The corporate stranglehold, evident in the uniform content across these outlets, contrasts sharply with the independent stance of Norfolk Daily News and WJ, which uphold community-focused journalism. This betrayal necessitates a return to local ownership to restore authentic journalism that prioritizes Nebraska's needs over corporate agendas, ensuring media reflects community values rather than external priorities. Conclusion: corporate control undermines Nebraska's authentic journalism. Nebraska's media, dominated by corporate control, suffers from uniform content and anti-white DI policies that betray communities by prioritizing external agendas over local journalism. Lee Enterprises, controlling 9 of the top 10 newspapers, including the Omaha World Herald, Lincoln Journal-Star, North Platte Telegraph, Kearney Hub, Scottsbluff Star-Herald, Columbus Telegram, York News-Times, Fremont Tribune, and Grand Island Independent, alongside gray television stations like WOWT and KOLN/KGIN, and iHeartMedia's radio outlets like KFAB, backed by investors such as BlackRock, Vanguard, and Berkshire Hathaway, deliver syndicated narratives that align with corporate priorities. The 1996 Telecommunications Act